On a bright and breezy day, the newly appointed junior police officer began his shift. In an ordinary city, an ordinary officer typically would not encounter any major cases after all public security in the country was nothing to sneeze at. The past few days, however, had been something of an exception. The young officer stared at the familiar-looking youth before him and could not help voicing his doubt. "You again." The young man nodded heavily. "What a coincidence." The young officer fell silent for a moment. "This is the police station. Seeing me here is hardly a coincidence, is it? I've only been on the job for a month, and I have already seen you." The officer did a quick calculation on his fingers. "4 or 5 times? Are you planning to get a monthly subscription here?" "Does the monthly subscription come with meals?" the young man asked earnestly. "Is it expensive? Is that what you're focusing on?" the young officer sighed. "Moth, you're a good person," the young officer said, "and everything you've done has been about standing up for justice. But how do you manage to run into so many incidents?" Moth looked completely innocent. "I really don't know." In truth, he did. Ever since he had obtained a role-playing system, 6 days ago incidents had been nonstop. At first, he had thought he had finally awakened a golden sheet, but upon reflection, he realized this so-called golden finger was not necessarily made of pure gold. It was more like a copper-chromium alloy with a bit of tungsten, the kind that would not help you grow taller, no matter how often you touched it. The system was simple to operate: draw cards to obtain skills, survive 7 days while carrying the card, and you could permanently acquire one of the skills. It sounded wonderful enough. How hard could it be to survive 7 days in such a law-abiding society? Besides, one can never have too many skills. Who would complain about knowing too much? Yet in reality, the most expensive things are often those that seem free. That copper-chromium alloy finger dealt Moth a heavy blow with the very first card issued. Identity, Fozi, Child of Buddha. Active skills mastery of Buddhist teachings. How can a Fozi be ignorant of Buddhism? Once learned, you are familiar with all Buddhist classics, able to sit and discourse on the Dharma and perform transcendent rites to accumulate merit. Compassionate heart as a Fozi. When you witness the suffering of living beings or injustice in the world, you are compelled to intervene. Vajra of Wrath Buddha has wrathful Vajra guardians. Please perform physical transcendence upon those destined for the next life. Passive skills. All beings are equal. I am not targeting anyone in particular. Everyone present is trash. Kind brows and gentle eyes. You possess the aura of a high monk. People around you naturally feel more favorable toward you. Moth to the flame. A good man attracts malice. The probability of misfortune occurring around you increases. The other items seemed unremarkable at first glance, but once you combined compassionate heart with Moth to the flame, step outside and trouble will find you, and when trouble appears, you are doomed to get involved. What kind of pit trap identity card was this supposed to be? Fozi. They might as well have named it Death Flag Elementary Schooler. Even a Death Flag Elementary Schooler was not this outrageous. At first, he had not realized just how lethal Moth to the flame could be, not until he had visited the police station 4 times in 6 days. 6 days, 4 trips. Did anyone know what he had gone through in those 6 days? During the robbery, he stopped. If not for Vajra of Wrath backing him up, he would have had his kidney stabbed on the spot by the thug with the knife. Did people not understand how important a kidney is to a man? In the end, Moth was swinging a club at the robber's head while crying. It was not that he wanted to cry. At first, he had not intended to intervene at all. But when compassionate heart flared, a colossal sense of guilt surged up from within. Guilt so overwhelming that even his ashes 100 years from now would want to scatter themselves and sigh, "I truly deserve to die." The guilt was so intense that this handsome man broke down crying on the spot. He was literally beating someone while crying, looking even more aggrieved than the one being beaten. The video could still be found online now. Many people were speculating about what kind of situation would drive a handsome guy to sob while assaulting another man. Many assumed it was some kind of emotional entanglement. Clearly, the gay scene was in utter chaos. Only when the police report was released later was Moth's name finally cleared. That he could still come and go from the station unscathed after 4 visits in 6 days was to a large extent thanks to kind brows and gentle eyes. These days, he simply did not look like a bad person. When he kept his mouth shut, he practically radiated benevolence. But that was not of much real use. He was merely playing the role of a Fozi, not an actual Fozi. Besides, even a genuine Fozi still had to eat. This time, he moved through the procedures with practiced ease, finishing in under an hour. Rubbing his loudly growling stomach, he walked out of the station to find a tall woman waiting for him. Moth walked over and obediently greeted her Sister Lu. Sister Lu's real name was Lu Chunxiu. She was Moth's agent. Attractive in appearance, she had once had a fiery temper, but society had worn her edges down, leaving her obscure and unnoticed in the industry. She gave Moth a once-over. You did well this time. Jiang Xiaoyu's agent called me. As a token of gratitude, they've tossed you a little opportunity. Make good use of it. Jiang Xiaoyu was the female lead who had been poisoned this time, a current trending starlet. Mo Fei had seen someone tampering with her cup and stepped in to stop it. When the liquid in the cup was tested, it turned out to be paraquat. Mo Fei had effectively saved Jiang Xiaoyu's life. Even if it's only the fifth male lead, it's still a proper supporting role, and it's director Wang's film. If you perform well, it will count as opening up a new connection. Lu Chuanxiu glanced at her phone. I've got other matters to attend to. You. She looked Mo Fei up and down, her brows knitting slightly. I heard director Wang's film is a suspense piece. You'd better adjust that state of yours. You're going there to sell your looks, not to deliver all sentient beings. With that, Lu Chuanxiu clicked away in her high heels. Mo Fei touched his own face, a bit helpless. The first time he had ended up at the station a few days ago, Lu Chuanxiu had been startled by his completely altered, although she managed 2 small online celebrities, 1 magician, and 3 actors, so obscure they might as well not exist among this whole group. Mo Fei's face was the most striking. If Mo Fei were to renounce worldly desires and become a monk, her already difficult career as an agent would only become even more miserable. Fortunately, Mo Fei had explained at the time that he was merely immersing himself in a role, and that it would pass in a while, which finally allowed Lu Chuanxiu to breathe a sigh of relief. She had never witnessed what it was like when award-winning actors fully inhabited a role. Perhaps a change in temperament like this was quite normal, she thought uncertainly. By his calculations, 6 days had already passed. By tomorrow noon, he would finally be able to discard the fuzzy identity, shed this pit-trap state, and move seamlessly into the new production. It was for now the only good news in his life. Just thinking about it made Mo Fei feel that life still held promise. With a smile on his face and a spring in his step, he headed toward his tiny rental room. Before tomorrow noon, it would be best to shut himself in and ride out this wretched state. The place where Mo Fei currently lived was a very old residential compound, a bit off the beaten path with incomplete surrounding facilities, though the security was passable. The residents were either retired elders or impoverished office workers. Naturally, Mo Fei belonged to the latter group. His savings, when counted down to the last cent, were only enough for 3 daily meals of plain noodles in boiled water. Adding a packet of pickled vegetables would already count as a luxury. The money from his recent bit rolls had not yet arrived, so he could only scrape by for now. Once he joined Director Wang's crew, at least there would be boxed meals to eat. Just the thought of that felt wonderful. Although Mo Fei very much wished he could simply lie low and let this entire Buddha child state pass, Director Wang's audition on set was scheduled for the morning, so all he could do was pray that nothing would happen before noon. If there truly were a God in this world, then that God clearly could not hear Mo Fei's prayers. Of course, perhaps that also had something to do with the fact that Mo Fei was not religious at all. In any case, just as he stepped out of his residential block that morning, he saw a young woman and a middle-aged woman tugging at each other, both of them fighting over a baby stroller. As he passed by, the young woman directly called out to him, "Hey, you the handsome guy in the jacket. Please help me call the police. This person is a child trafficker." And Mo Fei stopped in his tracks and turned to look. The young woman appeared delicate and fashionable. Though clearly flustered, she still managed to remain largely composed. The middle-aged woman, on the other hand, was the very picture of a rural housewife. At this moment, she was so anxious she could hardly string her words together. "No, it's not like that, it's not. This is my child, my own child." She repeated over and over, those same few phrases tumbling from her mouth, far less sharp and decisive than the young woman appeared to be. Even without being in his Buddha child state, Mo Fei would never have tolerated human trafficking taking place right beside him. Yet the two women each insisted on their own version of the truth, and on the surface both sounded plausible. Mo Fei took out his phone and glanced at it. By now, several passers-by had also been drawn by the commotion and were beginning to gather around them. The young woman and the middle-aged woman were still tugging at the child. The middle-aged woman looked utterly wronged. She switched on the phone hanging from a lanyard around her neck and displayed a photo on the screen. It was clearly a picture of the stroller and the child. "I took this photo of my baby." "Young lady, how can you at your age try to steal someone's child?" The moment the photo appeared, the onlookers erupted in an uproar. A man shouted loudly, "How can a pretty girl like that be doing something so vile?" At once the way everyone looked at the young woman changed. "No, that photo is mine." Her explanation now sounded feeble and powerless. "Call the police, please, I'm begging you, just call the police." Her eyes filled with supplication as she turned to Mo Fei. From within the crowd, a middle-aged man and woman who seemed especially enthusiastic stepped forward, starting to mediate while clearly taking sides. By this point, even Mo Fei could not be 100% certain whose child it was, but there was one thing he was sure. Mo Fei stepped forward and firmly pulled the stroller toward himself. Facing the startled stares of the crowd, he smiled slightly and raised his phone showing the active emergency call. Hello, I'm standing by the street lamp at No. 75, Fengchao Road. I found a child here, and 2 different people claim to be the child's family. I can't confirm who's telling the truth and would like to request assistance. Indeed, he did not know who the child's family was, but he knew for certain that he was definitely not the child's father. On the other end of the line, the dispatcher was momentarily stunned. They had taken calls about missing children before, but this particular description somehow sounded a little odd. After Mo Fei finished the call, the young woman's emotions abruptly calmed. She stood beside the stroller without moving a muscle. The middle-aged woman and the enthusiastic middle-aged couple exchanged a glance, and in the very next second the man lunged toward the stroller, scooped up the child, and bolted. This sudden twist caught the onlookers completely off guard, but not Mo Fei. He knew all too well how dangerous a corner criminal could be. The instant the man moved, Mo Fei struck without hesitation, bringing his phone down sharply on the back of the man's head. He had chosen his target carefully, the lower back of the skull, near the cerebellum and brainstem, which govern motor control. He even angled the phone as he struck. Modern smartphones were getting thinner and thinner. Even though Mo Fei's was an older model from several years ago, its thickness still did not exceed the width of a finger. With the wrathful Vajra skill augmenting his strength, the man collapsed forward from a single strike of that phone. Mo Fei had already held back some of his power, otherwise that one blow would have been enough to kill him outright. As the man fell, Mo Fei stepped up and gently took the child from his arms. The little one looked to be just over a year old, eyes wide, open, tiny face filled with blank confusion. Seeing that things had gone wrong, the other 2 women turned on their heels and tried to run. Only then did the rest of the crowd fully realize all 3 of them were traffickers, and they rushed in, grabbing at the women from all sides to keep them from escaping. The young woman, seeing the man who had seized the child get knocked down, finally could no longer hold back her tears. She even reached out, wanting to take the child from Mo Fei's arms. Mo Fei turned his body slightly to avoid her. Tear tracks still streaked the young woman's face as she stared at him in a daze. Mo Fei's expression was grave. I already said I can't confirm which of you is truly the child's parent. Let's wait until the police arrive. Only then did she recall what Mo Fei had said during his phone call just now. She choked up, then silently withdrew her hand. Mo Fei was already handsome to begin with. Under the blessing of the Buddha child state, his brows seemed even softer and kinder, the very image of a good person at first glance. The child in his arms clapped his hands and broke into giggles, completely at ease. After all, the police would arrive before long, once IDs were checked and phone calls made. The truth will be laid bare for all to see. The warm-hearted bystanders also chose not to leave, staying together to wait for the patrol car to arrive. It wasn't long before the police car pulled up at the scene. To Mo Fei's surprise, one of the officers who stepped out was someone he already knew. 2 officers climbed out of the car, one older and one younger. The younger officer was the very one who had taken Mo Fei's statement the previous day. As soon as he saw Mo Fei, his face lit up. Nicely done. Today you're not the one going in, and you even dragged me out here. Mo Fei could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. If blame had to be assigned, then blame lay with the Moth to the Flame State and those damn child traffickers. The surrounding Good Samaritans all spoke at once, explaining the situation from every angle, and the 2 officers quickly pieced together what had happened. However, that also meant the case now differed quite a bit in nature from what Mo Fei had described in his initial report. They had brought only one patrol car, which was just enough to fit the 3 traffickers, but they still needed Mo Fei and the child's mother to come back to the station later to cooperate with another statement. Mo Fei said he had no problem with that, but mentioned that he still needed to go to a film set for an audition and might have to arrange the time separately. The older officer was understanding. After all, the whole episode was clear as day, with so many witnesses present that it would not matter if Mo Fei came a bit later. The younger officer took out his phone and smiled at Mo Fei. Let's exchange contact information. At this rate, next time, it'll probably be faster if you just call me directly. Mo Fei thought to himself, who exactly are you implying here? Once this cursed state ended at noon, he would be back to his usual self again. Still, internal grumbling was one thing. Outwardly, he honestly took out his phone, ready to scan the code. As he unlocked the screen, he froze for a moment. Earlier, with nothing else in his hands, he had been forced to use the phone itself as a weapon. Now his already aged phone bore yet another grievous injury. A spiderweb of cracks covered half the screen. Mo Fei's eyes instantly reddened. This phone has accompanied Mo Fei through countless moments, both big and small. The most crucial aspect is the browsing history of the browser. Before changing phones, it must be destroyed. Mo Fei felt heartbroken, but fortunately, although his old friend was in such a state, it could still be used, albeit with half the screen ruined. How big of a deal is that? Sob, sob, sob. He tried to operate a bit, and thankfully adding friends was not a problem. The young police officer's surname was Sue, so M.O. Fei noted him down as Officer Sue. Officer Sue was a bit surprised to see M.O. Fei's phone in such a broken state. It can still be used like this. M.O. Fei gently stroked his old friend. You don't understand, my bond with it began from humble beginnings through storms and trials. How could I abandon it just because it has a cracked screen? Officer Sue. Clearly it's just that he couldn't afford to change his phone, yet he could still speak so elegantly. If it weren't for the fact that he had learned about M.O. Fei's situation a few days ago, when he visited the station, he might have believed the latter's words. In any case, after adding friends, M.O. Fei hurried to the film set amidst the young woman's heartfelt gratitude. This time, he generously took a taxi. Although he was poor, there were some expenses that couldn't be spared. For instance, after wasting some time on the road, if he didn't take a taxi to the film set, he would be late. The taxi driver was a seemingly honest, middle-aged man. He glanced at M.O. Fei through the rearview mirror. It was still not yet noon, and M.O. Fei still emanated a radiant aura. It seemed as if no matter what they did, they could be forgiven. The taxi driver, with a sly thought, watched the meter jump to 1. 5 times the rate. M.O. Fei cast a glance at the meter, poked his phone hard, and opened the newly added chat with Officer Sue to send a voice message. Officer Sue, can I report the overcharging phenomenon when I go there to give my statement this afternoon? The taxi driver's eyelid twitched. Soon Officer Sue replied with a voice message, his tone clearly filled with amusement, of course. You've almost fulfilled our station's quarterly target this week. If you want to expand your business at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, they'll be the first to lead the way. After the voice message finished, M.O. Fei noticed the meter's speed had dropped to 0. It seemed the driver had calmed down. M.O. Fei was quite satisfied. As for Officer Zu's mention of expanding business, young officers just joke around. After noon, these troublesome things would cease to exist. Thinking of this, M.O. Fei felt a surge of happiness. Near noon, he arrived at Director Wong's film crew. Director Wong was a chubby, middle-aged man who had once carved a niche in the chaos of the industry with commercial films. The films he directed might not always receive critical acclaim, but they certainly drew crowds. For M.O. Fei, merely appearing in one of his films was akin to reaching for the stars. Director Wong was currently filming a suspenseful survival movie about a group of young people exploring an abandoned village, encountering a psychopathic killer, and after losing all but one female lead, discovering that the killer was the male lead, leading to their mutual destruction. The story wasn't particularly complex, and according to Director Wong's style, it would be a standard fast food movie, enjoyable while it lasted. M.O. Fei assessed that while the film would likely perform well at the box office upon release, its ratings probably wouldn't be too high. This had become a hallmark of Director Wong's style. The most crucial aspect of this film was the male lead, who needed to be gentle and reliable in the early stages, only to reveal a stark contrast of madness later on when the killer's true identity was unveiled. Jiang Xiao, you had assigned M.O. Fei to the role of the fifth male character, a member of the main protagonist team, with minimal dialogue and screen time, described in the script as the most handsome and aloof male god in the group. Not particularly important, but still having some screen time and lines, the character was well suited for someone looking to repay a favor. After arriving at the crew, M.O. Fei went to pay his respects. Upon seeing his face, Director Wong immediately indicated that there was no need for an audition to join the crew. This role was merely a pretty face. M.O. Fei just had to stand there and he would suffice. As a handsome and aloof male god, he only needed to look good, even if he didn't express emotions or deliver lines. It's just this. Director Wong hesitated, unsure how to describe it. This aura of yours, could you not be so filled with compassion? One might think a monk with a hairpin has joined the protagonist team. M.O. Fei glanced at the time. There was still an hour and a half before he had to change cards. He made an okay gesture. Don't worry, Director. I'll definitely adjust by the time we start filming. With his assurance, Director Wong finally dropped the subject. The shooting pace of his crew was always very fast. Commercial films emphasize speed. Fast shooting, fast editing, fast release, quick return on investment, and ultimately quick to be forgotten. Director Wong's crew finished the morning preparations, and M.O. Fei snagged a lunchbox at the crew. After receiving the script, he waited in a corner for the afternoon shoot to begin. He ate the overly greasy stir-fried pork with green peppers from the lunchbox while searching for his lines in the script, preparing to memorize them. Is it? No way. Run. Is it UA? That was it. M.O. Fei put down the lunchbox, his eyes vacant. No wonder Director Wong said there was no need for an audition. Throughout the entire film, this character's lines combined were less than a single line from the female lead. A mute could be dubbed over in post-production. He sighed, tossing the disposable lunchbox into the trash, quietly waiting for noon to arrive. As time passed, Mo. Fei watched as the Buddha's child card gradually faded until it disappeared. Before he could even smile, a pitch-black light coalesced. Jack the Ripper. Identity: Jack the Ripper, active, proficient in knife usage regardless of size. All kinds of knives are your best companions. Please fight alongside them. Proficient in human anatomy in this day and age, one cannot achieve a quick kill without some knowledge. Passive outlaw: if you haven't stabbed a few people, you can't give others this feeling. Ooh, please enjoy the fearful gazes of humanity. At large: does a killer who hasn't been caught truly exist? When standing in the corner, your presence diminishes. Retained skill: moths to the flame. After reading this, Mo. Fei felt darkness encroach. Jack the Ripper was one thing, but the skills didn't seem too concerning when viewed together. However, why was the skill retained from Buddha's child? Moths to the flame. I don't even ask for angry Vidra. All beings equal would suffice. Buddhism mastery would work too. Why was it moths to the flame? A 1 in 6 chance? Is it really that unlucky? Mo. Fei exuded a heavy aura of resentment. The staff were already shouting for the actors to gather, and upon seeing Mo. Fei, their voice stuttered. Fat Hat, call the police. The voice of the staff echoed through the entire film crew, waking Mo. Fei from his state of resentment. He came back to his senses and found that everyone in the crew was staring at him. Mo. Fei's old face turned red. Is there something dirty on my face? The crew didn't notice anything wrong with Mo. Fei and shifted their gaze back to the staff member holding the loudspeaker. The staff member felt a bit awkward as well. When he first saw Mo. Fei, it was like seeing a venomous snake in a dark and damp environment, sending chills down his spine. Now, with cold sweat on his forehead, he almost instinctively yelled, "Call the police." But upon a second look, he realized that it was just a handsome, yet unremarkable, and somewhat shy young man. Gather, everyone, the staff shouted. Mo. Fei begrudgingly stared at the moth to flame card for a while, feeling helpless against it. And those skill descriptions as well. It was cute, and even mocked him. Did he think he would just go find a dump truck and end it all? Mo. Fei viciously attempted to intimidate this card, but nothing happened. It seemed that intimidation was useless. Forget it. Better to live than to die, and if he could survive another day, that would be good enough. Director Wong had made many quick films in the past, and he didn't fuss over details. Gather people in the morning and in the afternoon, just set up a table and light some incense for the opening ceremony. Mo. Fei was still tangled up with the Jack the Ripper card's additional skills. This card didn't look like a good person. When the Buddha's sun appeared, it felt like the light of Buddha shone down. Would the Jack the Ripper be treated as a fugitive? In the past week, Lu Chunxiu had been rescuing people at an alarming rate. If it got any higher, he would start cursing at people. He slipped into the makeup room and looked in the mirror. With the enhancement of Outlaw, Mo. Fei's entire aura instantly became much darker. In the morning, he radiated a holy light, as if he could forgive all the sins of the world. But now, in the mirror, Mo. Fei had drooping eyes and an indifferent demeanor, as if he were disregarding all laws, his lips pressed in a straight line, ready to strike at any moment. Mo. Fei was so startled by his own reflection that he muttered, "What the hell?" Almost took a step back. The difference was so great that it was like he had become a completely different person. He took out his phone, wanted to take a selfie, and sent it to Lu Chunxiu and the newly added young officer. The former might say it looks bad and want to rescue him, while the latter might say it looks bad and want to arrest him. Better to give a precautionary warning, just in case. Heaven knows he did nothing wrong, just had a meal. Mo. Fei pointed his phone at the mirror, but the cracked screen made it hard to see the effect, so he frowned and kept adjusting. The makeup artist saw a strange guy taking selfies in front of the mirror and approached him, giving him a light tap. "Hey buddy, it's the actress's makeup time. Can you move away from the makeup mirror?" Mo. Fei glanced at him, and the makeup artist's expression froze. Wasn't the villain supposed to be the male lead? Had the male lead already completed the final villain look, whose skills were so good that it looked a bit creepy? Mo. Fei quickly realized after seeing the makeup artist's expression that he was no longer the beloved monk he used to be, but very likely the Jack the Ripper, who could face the judgment of the righteous, and quickly put on an exaggerated smile. "I'm really sorry. It's my first time in such a big crew. I was just curious about what the makeup room looks like." After saying that, he repeatedly bowed in apology, while moving towards the exit, praying that this makeup artist wouldn't have any thoughts of calling the police or reporting to the director. If he lost this opportunity, Lu Chunxiu would definitely beat him to death. For sure. The makeup artist frowned at him, suddenly reaching out to stop him. "Wait." Mo. Fei's heart skipped a beat. He maintained his head-down posture and dared not move, fearing that if he raised his head, he would scare this innocent staff member. Unexpectedly, the makeup artist walked in front of him, seriously took out his phone. "Buddy, let me take a picture of you." Mo. Fei, bewildered, raised his head. Your makeup is just perfect." The makeup artist's face was a mix of fear and admiration. What does it mean to feel like you're at the top of the food chain? What does it mean to have an overwhelming presence? The colorful black that director Wong wanted has finally been found. The makeup artist was almost in tears from excitement. The final reveal of the male lead transforming into the villain was crucial. They had tried several times, but couldn't achieve the true fear that comes from within, not just surface-level feeling that director Wong required. To be honest, the makeup artist even thought about whether the male lead should really go kill a few people to see if he could achieve that effect that director Wong wanted. Was that something a person could propose? Now seeing the Jack the Ripper MO, Faye the makeup artist felt he could do it again. Colorful black multicolored white director, I have completed the task you assigned to me. Although MO Faye didn't understand why the makeup artist was so excited it was good that she wasn't afraid. As for cooperating for the photo, that was a minor issue. While taking pictures, the makeup artist didn't forget to pull him in front of director Wong to share this feeling. This feeling was too rare. It was an indescribable visual impact. The makeup artist firmly believed that the feeling conveyed by the camera was diminished. Only seeing it with one's own eyes could truly appreciate it. You sit here, I'll go call people. The makeup artist pressed MO Faye down on the chair, unable to hide his excitement as he shouted outside, Director Wong, look what treasure I found. Director Wong heard the makeup artist's voice and impatiently rubbed his ears. Is it a beautiful actress or just excellent skin? You should watch more makeup tutorials instead of being so dramatic all the time. Neither. The makeup artist waved her arms excitedly. I found the feeling you mentioned. Come with me. Director Wong sighed, reluctantly following. If you're just talking nonsense, you're dead meat. When Director Wong followed the makeup artist into the makeup room, the makeup artist made a gesture to showcase Tada. Mo Fei rested his arms on the back of the chair, his messy hair obscuring his eyes, his mouth slightly pursed, making him appear quite displeased. Goodness, with that gloomy and discontented face, was he planning to chop someone to death? He touched his chest, feeling a moment of rapid heartbeat, and asked the makeup artist, "Who is this guy?" The makeup artist paused, looking dazed. "Isn't he an actor?" Seeing that not speaking would lead to misunderstandings, Mo Fei instinctively put on a fake smile. Director Wong, I'm the male number 5 you met this morning. My name is Mo Fei. At this moment, Director Wong remembered. Male number 5, a candidate recommended by a friend. He didn't look like this when he first saw him. Director Wong recalled that when he first saw this person, he thought a monk had come to beg for alms. How did he end up with a murder charge in the time it took to eat a lunchbox? Director Wong was utterly perplexed. The person was introduced by a friend who surely someone accused of a serious crime shouldn't show up so openly. This situation made it difficult for him to play the original role. Who would think that a cold-faced beauty could have killed someone? The protagonist might be a better fit. Director Wong crossed his arms and rested his chin on them, sizing him up. He was a good director with plenty of clever ideas in his mind. Upon seeing Mo Fei with his eyes downcast, an expressionless inspiration surged within him like a bountiful harvest. Strange too strange. A psychopathic killer must be this twisted. Usually hidden in the crowd, but when you glance at him unexpectedly, his aura merging with the darkness can be quite shocking. This was the psychopathic killer he envisioned. Someone who, when walking down the street, makes people want to handcuff him at first sight. That's not a psychopathic killer, that's just a fierce-looking bystander. Although Director Wong had a new idea in mind, the crew had already assembled and started filming. Changing the script now would disrupt everything. Not to mention, if they were to properly establish the character of Mo Fei, the screenwriter would be left hanging, and the leading male roles would also have their opinions. The investors would certainly not let him off the hook. The crew wasn't a dictatorship under the director, everyone had to make a living. Filming according to one's own whims would leave directors, actors, and screenwriters starving around the globe. Director Wong sighed and asked, "Who is your manager?" Lu Chunxiu. Mo Fei obediently introduced himself. Director Wong nodded knowingly at her. He had never heard of her, but it was fine to discuss it when signing the contract later. Diretor, Wangi Stumblet. Mo Fei understood the cue and introduced himself. My name is Mo Fei, with Mo as in ink and Fei as in misdeed. Little Mo, huh? Although Director Wong felt something was off, he still laughed heartily. Good name, good name. I look forward to your performance. Mo Fei smiled back. I will rely on your guidance. Director Wong's smile faded. I know you young people don't want to be overlooked because of your talent, but the world requires patience. When we start filming, hold back a bit. We have future collaborations ahead, understand? Huh? Mo Fei, unaware of Director Wong's inner thoughts, blinked in confusion. Hold back. Director Wong nodded. I understand your feelings. It's frustrating to have talent, but only be seen for your looks. Many male actors have gone through this, so don't rush to show off. Mo Fei's expression gradually became blank. Director Wong patted his shoulder and encouraged, your aura as a psychopathic killer is excellent. We might collaborate again, or just let this one slide. This time, Mo Fei understood. Director Wong thought he was dissatisfied with the vase role and wanted to showcase his power to overshadow other actors. This time, Mo Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That wasn't his intention. Being a vase was great. He didn't have to exert himself for a paycheck, even if it had no prospects. But could he really worry about the future when he was struggling just to make ends meet? However, this misunderstanding seemed to be a beautiful one, and neither the makeup artist nor the director thought of calling the police, which was a tremendous success. Moreover, listening to Director Wong's tone after finishing this film, he could continue working without worrying about interruptions. Mo Fei thought to himself, his smile growing broader. Director, rest assured, your expectations are my goals, absolutely. Director Wong noticed Mo Fei's attitude, and his expression improved significantly. If this person were arrogant, he would seriously consider whether to use him. There are plenty of talented individuals. There's no need to find someone who acts like they're above everyone else. It seemed that if this person performed, well, he could be used in the next production. Nowadays, finding an actor who meets the standards of attitude, acting skills, and appearance, and is also affordable, is much harder than searching for a partner. Mo Fei retreated to a corner to reflect on himself once more. Primarily, he pondered that troublesome skill. The passive ability was completely uncontrollable. Before filming began, Mo Fei took out a small mirror to examine himself, attempting to adjust his facial expressions to appear less gloomy. A grown man in an unnoticed corner was making face after face in front of a mirror, sometimes grinning widely, sometimes sneering coldly. Seeing the scene, the third male lead moved cautiously, trying to inform the director to check Mo Fei's medical records and criminal history. He didn't seem like someone without issues at all. Mo Fei tried again, but found no significant improvement, so he put down the mirror and checked his phone. He had kept his phone on silent during the shoot, and there was a missed call from Lu Chunxiu. Entering such a large crew for the first time, Lu Chunxiu, despite having many people to manage, had to find time to show his face and sign a contract. He guessed she would arrive soon, and was probably calling to ask for directions. Mo Fei thought about whether he should call back, but the screen of his phone was shattered, and he was afraid that if he dialed, this old friend might permanently break down and he would truly go off the grid. Just as he was hesitating, a blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from the direction of the makeup room. It was piercing and shrill, like nails scraping across a chalkboard, striking right at the eardrums. Everyone in the crew stopped what they were doing. All eyes turned toward the makeup room. Director Wong was the first to react, shouting what happened. A girl wearing a mask stood at the entrance of the makeup room, struggling to speak there. There is Director Wong was impatient and walked over directly. What is it? Is there a bug? Why are you shouting so loudly? Can't you find me less trouble? Mo Fei, adhering to the principle of not watching fools in a commotion, quietly followed along the wall. Inside the makeup room, things were fine. The girls were huddled together, seeking warmth. The problem, however, was in the prop room next door. The prop master of the crew was a burly man, and at this moment his iron-like face was filled with terror as he pointed at an arm on the ground, exclaiming, "I didn't do this, it wasn't me." Director Wong glanced over. Was it really that unusual for a survival horror crew to have an arm? If it's not you, then what's the fuss about? Director Wong stepped forward to pick up the arm, intending to toss it back into the prop pile. But as soon as he grabbed it, he felt something was off. As an experienced director, he had handled many props, and none felt like this. This texture was far too soft. The prop master's face was a mix of fear and awe. "Director, this isn't mine, it feels real." "Damn!" Director Wong exclaimed, urgently tossing his arm aside. A stout, middle-aged man jumped half a meter high, his hand still trembling. Where did this thing come from? Director Wong clutched his chest, still shaken. The props master, having regained some composure, replied, "Honestly, I have no idea. This is an arm, not just some hair or nail that can be casually picked up. It could involve a murder case." Mo Fei's eyes lit up as he saw the arm that had flown out. He stepped forward, observing with great interest as he spoke. From the size and thickness of this arm, along with the hair, it should belong to an adult female. He squatted down to inspect the cross-section of the arm. The cross-section shows clear signs of a living response. It was severed while the person was still alive. Director Wong's facial muscles twitched in disbelief. "Severed? How do you know?" "It's quite simple." Mo Fei pointed at the cross-section and said, "Look at the uneven edges of the bone. The flesh still has bits of muscle on it, which are typical of wounds caused by multiple cuts." Upon hearing his words, the onlookers began to tremble uncontrollably. Noticing the strange atmosphere, Mo Fei quickly added, "You don't need to be too scared. Based on these marks, the murderer would have had to raise the knife high to dismember the body, so they likely aren't very strong." He raised his hand to demonstrate. "Just be cautious not to go alone. A group of 3 or 5 men could probably subdue them easily." "You just said murder." The props master cautiously raised his hand to ask, "Isn't that a bit presumptuous? What if the person isn't dead yet?" Mo Fei blinked, pointing to another part of the arm, specifically the hand. "The fingers are all smashed to bits. Do you know what this implies?" The props master ventured a guess. Did this person chop off their hand because they couldn't stand the finger injuries? This time the onlookers stopped trembling, their gazes shifting towards the props master. The meaning of his silence was quite evident. Mo Fei raised his index finger and shook his head. "No, think carefully. What do we have on our fingers?" "Fingerprints." Director Wang also understood. "Is this to destroy the fingerprints?" "Correct." Mo Fei gave him an approving look. "The person severed their arm while alive to destroy the fingerprints, and further reasoning makes their intentions quite clear. Dismembering someone, destroying their identity, making it impossible for the police to identify the victim, thus hindering the investigation." Mo Fei stroked his chin in contemplation. "Even if other body parts are found, they probably won't yield any useful information, and the head will definitely be missing." Mo Fei paused, feeling he was being too absolute, and added, "Or rather, they will certainly not find a complete head." With that, he began to take out his phone. Director Wang was very sensitive to his action and immediately asked, "What are you doing?" "Calling the police." Mo Fei replied matter-of-factly, "Are you planning to keep this?" He pointed to the arm. Director Wang's face turned pale. "This police call will delay the filming. But if they don't report it, so many people witnessed it, it would be difficult to keep it under wraps. Moreover, what if they don't report it and the owner of the arm comes looking for him at night? Older people always have some superstitions." After thinking for a moment, Director Wang waved his hand. "Report it, report it, report it." Mo Fei swiped on a screen, directly pulling up a piece of glass shard. He didn't choose to call the police directly, but instead dialed a WeChat call. The call was quickly answered, and the youthful and energetic voice of Officer Xiao Su came through the receiver. "Hello, when will the good citizen come to make a statement? That girl left you a thank you gift and a banner." Upon hearing about making a statement, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. They were eager to apprehend this suspected criminal on the spot. But upon hearing the latter part about the thank you gift and banner, they all calmed down. "It's not illegal then." "That's fine." Mo Fei was unaware that he had almost been pinned down to the ground and was still foolishly greeting Officer Xiao Su. "Okay, they'll come over once I'm done here." "Oh, write him at the film base. Does this also fall under your jurisdiction?" Officer Xiao Zu's voice became noticeably more serious. "Yes, what happened there? Poisoning or secretly filming? Or did you catch a human trafficker?" "I'm on my way." Mo Fei hurriedly dissuaded him. No, nothing like that. What are the odds of encountering 2 human traffickers in one day? It's actually quite simple. Our crew discovered an arm." Officer Xiao Zu's tone conveyed a hint of disbelief. "What did you discover?" "An arm." Mo Fei pondered for a moment and added, "It doesn't seem like a dismembered limb." He had already stated it quite indirectly and directly enough. Officer Xiao Su evidently understood, leaving him with a quick, "Send me the address," before hanging up. Seeing him finish the call, Director Wang cautiously asked, "So Xiaoma, are you quite familiar with the police? Reporting a crime and chatting like it's nothing. Is that normal?" Mo Fei recalled how frequently he had been in and out of the police station lately and nodded slowly. "Pretty familiar." The onlookers, including Director Wang, suddenly looked at him with respect. Aside from having relatives who are police officers who would be so familiar with the police, combining Mo Fei's reaction to seeing the severed limb and his entire demeanor, everyone's imagination suddenly ran wild. The most imaginative among them was Director Wang. A filmmaker must have a rich imagination. Although the situation was shocking, the inspiration it sparked was flowing freely. At least now Director Wang was no longer afraid. He even wanted to find his screenwriter partner to brainstorm script. While waiting for the police to arrive, Director Wang, following Mo Fei's suggestion, instructed everyone to clear the props area to preserve the scene. In truth, the scene had already been largely compromised as the arm had passed through the hands of both the props master and Director Wang, tossed around, and any evidence had likely been obliterated. Nonetheless, there had to be a formal procedure. When Lu Chunxiu arrived at the set, she sensed that the atmosphere was quite strange among the crew. Everyone had an indescribable yet peculiar feeling. It felt as though this crew wasn't filming a survival game, but had instead fallen into one. Lu Chunxiu had never worked with a director of Wang's caliber, and she was inwardly perplexed. Could this be a quirk of a great director? She casually grabbed a staff member to inquire. "Excuse me, do you know where Mo Fei is? The one auditioning for the male role 5 today." The staff member, initially somewhat displeased to be stopped, transformed into a look of awe after hearing Lu Chunqiu's words. "Are you talking about Mo Fei?" Lu Chunxiu didn't quite understand the expression on the other person's face and hesitated before nodding. The staff member pointed in a direction, "Over there with Director Wang." "Thank you." After thanking, Lu Chuanxiu walked in that direction, still faintly hearing the staff member muttering something under their breath. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The atmosphere on set was exceedingly strange, and Lu Chuanxiu had numerous speculations swirling. This included, but was not limited to, the possibility of her adorable little one being targeted by the director for some shady dealings, or poor little one being bullied by other actors for being too handsome, and the possibility of being slapped repeatedly for lacking connections. With these thoughts, Lu Chuanxiu had mentally prepared herself to encounter a woeful and miserable Mo Fei. As she rehearsed in her mind how to express her defiance against oppression, what she saw was Mo Fei seated with Director Wong laughing and chatting over tea. Lu Chuanxiu was momentarily overwhelmed. What was this scene? Where was her poor little one? Everything seemed perfectly normal, and this person clearly had no idea what fear was. He hadn't seemed anxious at the police station, and now he was casually chatting with a veteran director like Wong who could easily blacklist them with just a word. Lu Chuanxiu found it hard to understand. Initially, she hadn't realized that Mo Fei had such remarkable social skills. He was clearly a reclusive introvert. As she questioned her own life choices, Mo Fei spotted her, and his smile instantly brightened. "Sister Lu, you're here." Director Wong followed Mo Fei's gaze. Indeed, she had never seen this little manager before. Lu Chuanxiu understood that this was not the time to be dazed and stepped forward to exchange pleasantries with Director Wong. "Director Wong, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. My little Fei has caused you some trouble." Director Wong waved his hand dismissively. "Trouble? No, I should say that little Mo has brought me many surprises. By the way, we haven't signed a contract yet, have we?" Director Wong turned and shouted at the script supervisor, "Give me a contract for the male supporting role." Jiang Xiaoyu had recommended Mo Fei, and now that Director Wong was satisfied, it was finally settled. Upon hearing about the contract, Mo Fei's smile became even more genuine. "If we sign a contract, do I get paid for the role?" Lu Chuanxiu elbowed him. "Is that how you talk? Of course there's payment. I'm not some evil capitalist who cuts salaries. It's just that the filming schedule is tight, and we need to make the most of our time. Hurry up and finish filming." It was only the first day, and she had already discovered a problem. Who knows when they might find something even worse. "I have some free time now," Mo Fei mumbled, but Lu Chuanxiu immediately shot him a warning look. In this industry, appearances mattered most. Even if there were no schedules, one couldn't just say so. Director Wong, having survived in this industry for many years, was well aware of the unspoken rules, but didn't seem to care much. He took out his phone. "Let's add each other on WeChat. We might have opportunities to collaborate in the future." Lu Chuanxiu was almost knocked out by this pleasant surprise. With Director Wong's stature, this was a golden opportunity for her. Feeling dazed, Lu Chuanxiu took out her phone and added Director Wong, not forgetting to prefix his name with 3 as and pinning the conversation. Mo Fei, meanwhile, was busy examining the freshly printed contract handed by the script supervisor. He seemed quite satisfied upon seeing the salary section. Although it couldn't compare to the top-tier stars, it was still better than the wages from his previous jobs. He could finally say goodbye to working odd jobs. Mo Fei's joy was evident, and seeing his embarrassing demeanor made Lu Chuanxiu feel apologetic. "Sorry, Director Wong, my little Fei is just overly excited as it's his first time in a major production." "No problem." Director Wong looked at Mo Fei with admiration in his eyes. "Making money isn't disgraceful. Who doesn't like money?" "I certainly do." Lu Chuanxiu immediately adjusted her tone. "That's right, little Fei, you should learn well from Director Wong." Mo Fei was still pondering whether to fix his phone or just buy a new one, nodding politely. After the contract was signed, a police car drove into the film base. It had only been 6 or 7 minutes since Mo Fei had called the police, indicating that Officer Su and the others had responded remarkably quickly. Other crews heard the sirens and were curious. Which crew has had an incident this time? Did someone cut the safety wire or something? The one who brought the sirens here. There's no way there's another stalker following the main actors, right? Other directors were also upset and yelled, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen the police? If you keep filming here for a few more years, don't be surprised if you see not just the police, but even the Discipline Inspection Commission. Get back to filming. The equipment costs money, you know." Human nature is to seek entertainment. To maintain the crew's peace, Director Wong immediately issued a gag order, otherwise paparazzi would swarm the place, making it impossible for even the police cars to enter. The ones who arrived on the scene were Officer Su, whom they had seen in the morning, the senior officer, and a middle-aged man carrying a case. This time, they were very serious. The senior officer immediately asked where the arm was, who the first discoverer was, and what happened. Officer Su pointed his camera at the prop and started taking pictures while the man, with the case, carefully put the arm inside. The case was still emitting a white mist. Mo Fei couldn't help but think this thing should work well for chilling sour plum soup, as well as for freezing arms. Having frequently visited the police station to help Mo Fei, Lu Chuanxiu managed to keep calm upon seeing the police and pulled Mo Fei aside to ask what was going on. However, it was clearly not the time for gossip. The senior officer first questioned the prop master. The arm had been mixed in with a bunch of other arms and legs in the prop department. How could a survival genre crew lack such props? The prop master thought they were about to shoot and intended to check the situation, planning to go through those items to sort them out. As he rummaged through, he discovered that arm. Typically, props made for body parts are made of wood or plastic, unless there is a specific requirement. The better ones are made of silicone. Anyway, close-up shots usually only require fingers, and arms covered in fabric and fake blood have fewer restrictions. The condition of that arm was quite the opposite. It was very intact, but the fingers were crushed. The young prop girl thought it had been ruined and was about to discard it. But as soon as she touched it, she was horrified by the soft, heavy feel of the severed limb. How could someone who makes props not know the difference between real and fake? She immediately screamed, startling the entire crew. Even the head of the prop department was left dumbfounded. In the past, they would joke and chat while drinking, saying they were always afraid of a real limb slipping into their prop collection. Now, who would have thought that the jokes they made would come true? Officer Su circled around the area. This crew had just started filming, and the prop room was still a chaotic mess. Anyone unfamiliar would think it was a junkyard. Moreover, with so many people coming and going, there were basically no traces left. They could only go back to check the surveillance footage. Director Wang had more or less accepted the situation, only lamenting the bad luck of encountering such an event on the first day of filming. The first day of filming was a disaster. The terrifying arm that appeared out of nowhere was not the worst part. The real horror was that without work, there would be no money. The arm wasn't his own, and if he went broke, he would be the one starving. Director Wang understood this better than anyone else. At his lowest point, he shot a series of terrible films ruining his reputation, yet it was those very films that kept his crew afloat. Thus, he never felt there was anything wrong with loving money. In this industry, without money, nothing holds value. Even with money, it may not mean much. Once the arm was taken away, there was nothing else to worry about. Filming had to be done, and the sooner it was wrapped up, the better. Director Wang had a nagging premonition: if they didn't hurry, there might be unforeseen complications ahead. However, as far as today was concerned, there was no chance of getting anything done. The older officer, surnamed Tang, was essentially Officer Zu's mentor based on his experience. Officer Tang was well-versed in these situations. He could maintain control and soothe the crowd's emotions during. Officer Su, on the other hand, was noticeably more serious. In previous encounters with Mo Fei, he could still exchange a few jokes, but this time there was not a trace of a smile on his face. After the crew finished their questioning, the officers temporarily sealed off the props room and prepared to head back to examine the arm. Just as they were about to leave, Mo Fei suddenly called out to them and turned to Director Wang, asking, "We won't be filming today, right?" Director Wang was puzzled by the question, but nodded, saying yes, he'll rearrange the schedule for tomorrow. Come early. Mo Fei nodded and walked over to Officer Su, asking, "Can I hitch a ride in the police car?" Since he needed to go to the police station to file a report anyway, it made sense to take the police car and save on taxi fare. Officer Su glanced at Officer Tang, who nodded before he replied that it was fine. Lu Chuanxiu watched as Mo Fei hopped into the police car, leaving him utterly bewildered about what had just happened. Could it be that this kid was secretly working on some crime drama and needed to gather material? Xiao Lu. Director Wang saw Lu Chuanxiu still standing there and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to follow them and see what's going on?" Lu Chuanxiu turned around and forced himself to appear calm, saying it's fine. Xiao Fei is quite resourceful. He doesn't need me hovering over him all the time. Also, I have other artists to attend to, so I won't intrude. With that, Lu Chuanxiu fled the scene like the wind. Didn't this kid remember there was still a manager present? Plus, getting into a police car in broad daylight. If that got captured on camera, he'd have a tough time explaining it later. In his mind, Lu Chuanxiu cursed Mo Fei 100 times, but couldn't resist pulling out his phone to message him for an update. Mo Fei replied quickly with a cheeky wink emoji. Looking at that emoji, Lu Chuanxiu knew there was nothing wrong, but his desire to strangle Mo Fei grew even stronger. In the police car, Officer Su was driving while Officer Tang sat in the passenger seat. A middle-aged man with a cooler sat in the back seat alongside Mo Fei. The middle-aged man, seeing the shards of glass flashing on Mo Fei's phone screen as he replied to messages, couldn't help but ask, "Young man, you're an actor, right? Aren't actors supposed to earn a lot? And you're using this phone?" Mo Fei smiled, about to respond when Officer Su interjected, "Brother Jean, you may not know this. This morning we caught a few human traffickers, and it was thanks to his phone that we managed to do it." Officer Su had a smile on his face as he continued, "By the way, the young mother who witnessed the incident has left a new phone and a commendation banner at the police station. Remember to take them with you when you leave." Mo Fei's eyes lit up slightly. A new phone. Officer Sue laughed. Yes, it's a heartfelt gesture. Officer Sue had a good impression of Mo Fei due to his act of bravery. However, Mo Fei noticed that Officer Tang in the front seat hadn't said a word and occasionally glanced at him through the rearview mirror. The way he looked at him didn't seem like that of a regular citizen. It felt more like an assessment of a potential threat. Upon arriving at the police station, Mo Fei didn't need anyone to guide him. He poured himself a glass of water, took a piece of candy from Officer Zu's desk, and familiar with the surroundings, found the place to give his statement and sat down. If it weren't for the need to have a record of the process, Mo Fei could have easily written his statement himself. Another female officer on duty couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy really treats this place like home." Officer Tang, puzzled, turned to ask, "Does he come here often?" The female officer nodded. "Yes, Captain Tang, you were on a business trip and wouldn't know. He was here frequently last week to file reports. The first time he came in, we joked that he looked like a celebrity, but now we've gotten used to it." A thoughtful expression appeared in Officer Tang's eyes. The matter concerning the human traffickers was straightforward, and soon Mo Fei blended into the reception area to check out his new phone. Officer Sue, shaking the commendation banner, said, "This morning that mother posted photos of her baby on social media, which happened to catch the attention of the traffickers. If you hadn't been there, she probably wouldn't have been able to explain the situation, even if she had 10 mouths." He handed the banner over to Mo Fei. "Let's take a photo for promotion." Mo Fei obliged, standing beside him with a big grin. After reviewing the photo, Officer Sue teased him, "You always appeared so indifferent before. Why do you seem so down-to-earth now?" Mo Fei kept his silly grin as he replied, "I'm just thinking of my own safety." Given his current Jack the Ripper appearance, if he stopped smiling, he'd likely be pinned down and handcuffed in this. "This is the safest place in the world for me," Officer Sue chuckled. "Are you worried about anything else?" Mo Fei thought to himself that it was precisely people like them, the so-called guardians of justice, he needed to be wary of. He took out the new phone gifted by the young mother and examined it. It was a simple low-end model, but he was satisfied. Holding it felt solid, and with a sturdy phone case, it would be more durable when the time came to swing it. Mo Fei happily inserted his SIM card into the new phone, rolled up the commendation banner, and tucked it under his arm. "Now that everything's done, I'll take my leave." His face was nearly frozen in a smile. Officer Sue, having encountered severed limbs for the first time since taking office, had his mind elsewhere, only waving him off. Go on, go on." As Mo Fei stepped out of the police station, he was called to a halt by Officer Tang, who was waiting nearby. "Mr. Mo, please wait." Mo Fei didn't expect to be called just as he was about to run out of the danger zone. His expression almost slipped for a moment, but he quickly recovered with a tilted head and a playful look, asking, "What's up?" Officer Tang paused for a moment, his expression serious and even slightly wary. That last expression from Mo Fei was somewhat sinister. After years on the job, he had seen all sorts of people. This Mo Fei was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Officer Tang did not show the vigilance in his heart, but smiled, kindly saying, "I just heard them talk about your deeds, Mr. Montauk. I must say your life has truly been tumultuous." Mo Fei knew that going to the police station 4 times a week, now 5, was somewhat exaggerated. He rubbed his nose and said somewhat awkwardly, "I've had some bad luck recently." Officer Tang scoffed inwardly. Whether it was bad luck or ulterior motives, he would find out. For now, it seemed that Mo Fei was quite adept at disguising himself, perhaps even possessing a performative personality. Such people are the most troublesome. It's hard to catch any flaws. He took out his phone, tapped a few times, and presented the QR code in front of Mo Fei, saying, "Since that's the case, why not add me on WeChat? If you encounter any troublesome matters, you can ask me." Mo Fei was surprised and said, "I've already added Comrade Xiao Su." Officer Tang extended his phone, slightly, his tone teasing, "Friends are never too many, but do you think I can't compare to that guy?" With the conversation reaching this point, Mo Fei could only silently take out his phone and add him. While he was operating, Officer Tang seemingly casually leaned forward to take a look. Everything on the new phone was clean. There were no signs of problems. Officer Tang also didn't expect to spot any issues at a glance. After Mo Fei finished adding him, he pointed to the road, saying, "Shall I take my leave now?" "Take care," Officer Tang said with a smile, waving his hand in a friendly manner. "Watch out for the cars." Mo Fei jogged away from the police station. Officer Tang's expression instantly turned cold after Mo Fei was out of sight. "Master, Brother Zhang is calling for you to hear the results." Officer Xiao Su jogged to Officer Tang's side and couldn't help but click his tongue upon seeing his expression. "What's with that face? Did you run into your future son-in-law?" Officer Tang glared at him irritably. "Do you know the guy named Mo Fei well?" "Not too bad," Officer Xiao Su recalled. He's an actor a bit down on his luck, but his character is quite good. He keenly sensed something unusual from Officer Tang's question and leaned closer to ask, "What's wrong? Do you think he has a problem?" "It's just a feeling perhaps I misjudged." Officer Tang had no intention of elaborating. It was merely a guess, and he would discuss more once he had clearer evidence. "Has the report been sent? What did old Zhang say?" Officer Xiao Su mentioned serious matters as demeanor becoming serious. "This issue is quite significant. Someone from above is coming down." Officer Tang's expression turned stern. "Let's go." Meanwhile, Mo Fei let out a long breath after leaving the police station. He felt uncomfortable the moment he entered, possibly due to the influence of the Ripper. It felt as if a demon had entered a church or an angel had descended into hell. However, this visit wasn't without its rewards. Mo Fei touched the new phone in his pocket and couldn't help but smile. Doing good deeds brings good rewards. Old friends could retire, and the banner could still serve as a free wall decoration. Now that the contract was signed, once the payment arrived, he could go enjoy some spicy hot pot. He could even add 2 more eggs. Life was truly getting better. Mo Fei hummed a tune, preparing to walk back to his old neighborhood. The road was a bit long, but he had nothing else to do, and taking a taxi felt too extravagant. While walking halfway, the new phone rang. Mo Fei took it out and saw a bank transaction notification. Director Wang's style was always straightforward. The payment was sent right after signing the contract. Looking at the balance that finally exceeded 3 digits, his eyes almost sparkled. He counted several times, confirming that he wouldn't have to worry about expenses for the next 6 months, nearly bursting into laughter. Occasionally, passers-by saw his expression and couldn't help but avoid him. A mentally ill person harming others isn't illegal. It's better to keep a distance for safety. Mo Fei didn't care about other people's opinions and happily bounced along, touching his phone. As he bounced past a small alley, he heard some rustling sounds. Mo Fei paused, suspiciously scrutinizing the not-so-deep alley. Compared to an alley, perhaps dark corner would be a more accurate description. It was narrow and filled with clutter and garbage, and one could see the end at a glance. While Mo Fei was still questioning whether he was being overly sensitive due to his passive skill, faint sounds came again from the corner of the dark area. Countless stories in this world tell people that excessive curiosity is not a good thing. It being helpful is a beautiful virtue, but it may not benefit oneself. Regardless of what was inside, the priority was to step forward and leave quickly. Mo Fei touched his lively heart and continued walking forward. On a workday, the streets were already sparsely populated, and the dark corner was even less noticed. Mo Fei watched for 10 minutes from across the road before resigning himself to pick up a stick and start exploring. He swore in his heart that if a bloody man lay inside, he would call the police immediately. If it were something else, then he would decide whether to call the police based on the situation. He had 2 police officers in his phone. The passive skills he had experienced brought him various civil disputes and criminal cases, so he instinctively imagined the contents inside to be terrifying. However, when he squeezed into the dark corner with great effort and saw a curled-up, indistinct object on the ground, almost blending into the dark surface, he couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. Mo Fei poked the thing with the stick, and suddenly a pair of green eyes appeared from the ground. "Is the abyss staring at me?" Mo Fei nearly jumped against the wall. An indescribable entity. After experiencing the card system and the troublesome passives, Mo Fei had developed a particular belief and aversion towards such supernatural matters. Even now, there was no evidence to prove the existence of such things, yet he still held a sense of reverence. He fumbled to take out his phone. Is this something the police should handle? Just as he was about to dial Officer Xiao Zu's number, the abyss opened its eyes and let out a weak sound. Mo Fei was so startled that he dropped his phone on the ground. Under the illuminated screen, he finally saw that it was not some unidentified object, but a pitch-black cat. The cat looked in poor condition, curled up in a corner, closing its eyes. Its black fur served as its camouflage, which explained why Mo Fei hadn't noticed it before. Since it wasn't something scientifically inexplicable, Mo Fei's racing heart settled down. He bent down to pick up his phone, only to find a crack on the new phone screen. Mo Fei touched it with regret, then glanced at the black cat on the ground that had meowed once and remained still, glaring at it fiercely. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you scaring me, would my phone have cracked?" Mo Fei tucked his phone back into his pocket, took off his jacket, and wrapped the cat entirely in it. The black cat was picked up and widened its green eyes in surprise, displaying an extraordinarily human-like expression. Mo Fei cackled. "You'll be called Crack." A stray cat, unsure if it's in poor condition or simply too gentle. After Mo Fei picked it up, it showed no signs of struggle, closed its eyes, and lay down peacefully, a sight that made Mo Fei envious. This cat appeared far more at ease than he was. As he passed the trash, Kinemo Fei felt a fleeting urge to toss it in. But then he reconsidered, thinking that if he did, he would have to retrieve it himself. Forget it. He used his phone to navigate to the nearest pet hospital. After examining the stray, the doctor expressed that the situation was quite grim. Mo Fei clutched his phone, his face contorted in pain. He knew it was dire. All those tests cost money nearly equivalent to 2 months' rent. This cat shouldn't just be called a stray, it might as well be named 2 months. Looking at the situation, it seemed like it would take even longer. The pet doctor, observing Mo Fei's demeanor, couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Mo Fei seemed shrouded in dark energy, his eyes lowered, as if contemplating whom to take vengeance on today, and when he raised them, it was as if he had settled on a target, his lips moving as if to announce a list of victims. The pet doctor felt a chill down his spine, but bravely continued. The kitten has a few broken bones and some inflammation. It needs to be hospitalized for treatment, and the subsequent medical costs won't be low either. As he spoke, the black cat lay sideways on the table, lifting its head, its pair of glimmering green eyes fixed on them. It looked exceptionally spirited. Mo Fei's expression twisted in anger. Treated. He couldn't just abandon it after picking it up. He looked at the black cat, locking eyes with those green orbs filled with sorrow and indignation. You must have calculated that I just got paid right. The black cat elegantly licked its paw and turned its head away. Don't pretend you don't understand. Mo Fei glanced at the bill provided by the vet, his vision momentarily darkening and then blurring. Fortunately, although the fees were quite high, they were still bearable. Worst case, he would just skip meat and eggs in his hot pot from now on. The pet doctor, seeing him calm down, also let out a sigh of relief. It was surprising that someone who seemed to treat life so lightly could still show compassion for small animals. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. The pet doctor felt slightly reassured. Then, sir, please provide a contact number. I will notify you when the kitten is discharged. Notify me? Mo Fei was confused. Why would you notify me? The pet doctor was equally puzzled. You are the owner, of course. We need to inform you. No. Mo Fei waved his hands repeatedly. I found it by the roadside. I'm not its owner. Not the owner. The pet doctor's expression suddenly became nuanced. In this day and age, there are those who are psychologically twisted and abuse small animals, and then there are those who mistreat them after treatment. This person, Mo Fei couldn't tell what he was thinking, but just looking at his expression made it clear it wasn't anything good. The cards of Jack the Ripper and Buddha's son have drastically different impressions on passersby. One looks like a villain no matter how you see it, while the other looks like a saint. Mo Fei felt a bitter taste in his heart, but he could only swallow it down. He forced a smile. Yes, I found. He emphasized the words by the roadside. He showcased the banner he had been carrying. Look, I found it on the way back after receiving this banner. The pet doctor glanced at the words, acting righteously on the banner, and managed a polite smile. I see. You truly are a good person. It sounded devoid of emotion. Mo Fei rolled up the banner, completely giving up on further explanations. The black cat on the table had somehow shifted into a lying position, its head turned towards him. Mo Fei could distinctly see the mockery in the cat's face. This creature, which had cost him his pay, was laughing at him. Mo Fei locked eyes with the cat, and then smiled at the vet. Actually, I rescued it, because I was thinking of adopting it. Do you have any pet supplies? The black cat's pupils dilated like slits. Mo Fei felt exhilarated. When he stood at the pet hospital entrance, carrying cat food and litter, he still hadn't processed what had just happened. As a person, he had actually been provoked by a cat into adopting it on a whim, and he had spent nearly $10,000 on treatment and cat food for this cat. Mo Fei felt a dull ache in his heart. While his conscience was unscathed, his greed was suffering. He dragged his heavy footsteps home, continually berating himself in his mind. How could he get so arrogant just because he received a paycheck, forgetting that the corners of life are unpredictable? However, to be fair, if he hadn't been paid, he wouldn't have felt compelled to look into what was lying in the corner. At this point, he could only console himself in his heart that this black cat was surely a bringer of fortune. As the saying goes, cats bring wealth and dogs bring prosperity. Oh, dear little money. Mo Fei was immersed in the anguish of money flying away, and by the time he returned to the vicinity of his old neighborhood, the sky had already darkened. At this time, most people had returned home for dinner, and there were hardly anyone left outside. Mo Fei dragged 2 packages towards the neighborhood when a van barely brushed past him. It startled Mo Fei so much that he didn't have time to feel sad. The van drove aggressively, showing no signs of slowing down, even while nearly hitting pedestrians in a densely populated residential area. Today had already been eventful enough. Mo Fei had even planned to release some electronic fish to accumulate merits, not wanting to stir up trouble. But now being bullied right at his doorstep, how could he endure it? The cat mocked him, and the van. Mo Fei flung the 2 big bags of cat food and litter, tossing the banner aside, and took off in pursuit. While chasing, he casually picked up a piece of broken brick from the roadside greenery. Chasing after a vehicle with just 2 legs was unlikely, but he could make the vehicle stop. Moth took a quick glance and forcefully hurled the brick, striking the van's rear windshield. It shattered the rear windshield completely. The van slowed down slightly. Moth was ready to argue with the driver, but to his surprise, the van merely reduced its speed for a moment before pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Moth stood there inhaling exhaust fumes, feeling a bit foolish. He took out his phone and sent a voice message to Officer Xiao Su. "I think I'm in trouble again." Officer Xiao Su replied almost instantly, "Tell me more." "I just smashed a van's rear windshield and the driver didn't even stop before driving off." After saying that, Moth added the driver slowed down. He definitely knew he was hit. "I suspect he might be driving under the influence, otherwise he wouldn't be so anxious." In this day and age, those without manners are often the worst. What kind of decent person would drive through a crowd without slowing down? It's impossible that he wouldn't try to extort money after being hit. Running away without stopping only shows that the other party is guilty. Officer Xiao Su clearly shared the sentiment, responding license plate number and location. "I'll have traffic check it out." When Moth saw this message, he smiled, exhibiting the demeanor of a concerned citizen. Then Officer Xiao Su sent a second message. "If the other party is in the right, you'll have to compensate." Moth's smile faded as he put his phone back in his pocket, reluctantly turning back to retrieve the cat food litter and banner. When Moth returned home utterly exhausted, he couldn't even muster the energy to boil some noodles. He stared at the delivery app on his phone, grappling with his conscience for a long time before finally mustering the courage to knock on Grandma Zhang's door downstairs with an empty bowl in hand. Grandma Zhang, living alone, usually spent her days at home, and Moth occasionally helped her with tasks like changing light bulbs or moving boxes. Sometimes when Moth ran out of food, he would shamelessly drop by to mooch a meal, and Grandma Zhang always welcomed him. Just like this time, even though Moth hadn't given her a heads up, the little old lady greeted him with a cheerful smile and even cooked a couple of extra dishes for her pet pig. Watching Moth devour the food with delight, Grandma Zhang was very pleased. "Moth, eat more. Good boys get thin when they're hungry. Grandma really likes you, Moth. You're handsome and polite," she said, her face filled with affection. Eat more, eat more. It's good to see you like this. A few days ago, I thought you were going to become a monk." Moth choked on his food for a moment and could only smile awkwardly. In fact, he didn't feel much better as the criminal he was now. Grandma Zhang nudged the plate, signaling him to continue. After finishing a hearty dinner in a whirlwind, Moth obediently helped Grandma Zhang wash the dishes before heading back to his room. Lying on his bed, he couldn't help but reflect on the events of the day. Today, he switched his card, reported, and picked up a cat, and even acted heroically, playing the role of a model citizen. It truly was a colorful day. Moth silently prayed that things wouldn't be so eventful in the days to come. This wasn't a movie. Real people could get hurt. As night fell over the city, some people returned home and sank into deep sleep, while others worked late into the night, illuminated by bright lights. The police station also welcomed a group of weary guests. Officer Tang and Officer Su received news in the afternoon that a special task force was coming, and soon a black SUV pulled into the police station's yard. 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, stepped out of the vehicle, all appearing somewhat fatigued. Seeing the headlights, Officer Tang knew they had arrived and went out to greet them with a middle-aged man, clearly leading the group. When the man saw Officer Tang, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Tang Xin." Officer Tang was also taken aback. "Li Qianbei." He quickly composed himself and introduced, "This is Su Tianxing, just graduated for less than 2 years. Su, this is Li Zhangyu, my mentor in criminal investigation." Li Zhangyu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities, we're all comrades. Where did you find the dismembered remains?" "Take me to see." The special task force led by Li Zhangyu was specifically here to investigate the remains. Recently, they received reports from the public about dismembered bodies being discovered in multiple locations. Initially, the bodies were unrecognizable, but it escalated to complete dismemberment, a situation of extreme severity. Moreover, based on the locations where the bodies were found, it was clear that the perpetrator wasn't operating from a fixed location, but was moving around to commit the crimes. Li Zhangyu had been investigating in Lin City and immediately sensed something was wrong upon receiving the news from this side. The most significant characteristic of this criminal was the systematic erasure of the victim's identities. Fingerprints, appearance, and personal identification. These were the most direct and convenient means of confirming the victim's identities. In a time when genetic monitoring was not yet fully implemented, confirming the identities of these victims was nearly impossible. Furthermore, from the identities of the confirmed victims, it was evident that the perpetrator was committing crimes indiscriminately, without any patterns targeting only vulnerable groups, such as women and children, making it impossible to find other commonalities. This was the most challenging aspect. Who knows when this guy might strike again? However, even so, Lee Sang-yu had some leads. The fact that the perpetrator targeted women and children indicated that he was not particularly strong, but rather cruel. By connecting the locations of the discovered bodies on a map, a trajectory could be seen mostly centered around the national highway. The perpetrator also made his way along the national highway to this city. Just from the various body parts found, so far we can count at least 23 victims. Lee Sang-yu furrowed his brow, and the others who came with him also wore worried expressions. 23. Officer Su exclaimed in shock. That number was terrifying, especially in peacetime. What kind of person could be so deranged? So we must do everything we can to find the perpetrator and bring him to justice. Lee Sang-yu slammed his fist on the desk. They all vowed to protect the safety of the people's lives and property. Each criminal was a slap in the face to their commitment. For the sake of the victims and their beliefs, they could not let the perpetrator go. After a night of dreams, Mo Fei rose with the morning light, his hair tousled, looking somewhat dazed. He had dreamt all night long, envisioning a future where each day was a survival game, entering the police station in the morning and bloodshed in the afternoon. Terrifying, far too terrifying. Mo Fei wiped his face, reassuring himself that dreams were the opposite of reality. This meant that he would have a safe and stable future, never again stepping foot into the police station. After boosting his spirits, Mo Fei glanced at his bank balance, feeling invigorated for the new day. He changed into a white tracksuit and flashed a bright smile at the mirror. The person in the mirror smiled with a sinister glint in his eyes. Very good, the whole facade is crumbling. Mo Fei rubbed his cheeks and smiled again. Although it was a bit exaggerated and foolish, at least it looked friendly. Life is full of challenges. Mo Fei hurried to the filming location, and fortunately nothing unexpected happened on the way. Director Wong had stayed up all night with the screenwriter yesterday, revising the script. Director Wong, reflecting on past mistakes, felt that starting off on a weak note was inauspicious, so he decided to fill the scenes even more. Even Mo Fei's character shifted from a stoic vase to a sunny, cheerful one. This was also a change made by Director Wong to reduce the number of NG takes. After all, being just a vase, a few extra lines wouldn't hurt. When Mo Fei received the new script, he was nearly brought to tears. Damn, now he had to memorize lines and couldn't slack off anymore. The same pay for more lines was a great deal for other actors. But Mo Fei just wanted to say the least amount of words while earning the same amount of money. However, now that the script was out and he had already spent the money, he had no choice but to go along with it. The day's shooting went surprisingly smoothly, with no incidents occurring. Aside from the male third character occasionally stealing glances at Mo Fei, looking somewhat fearful, everything was normal. To be honest, the crew's box meal isn't very tasty. It is heavy with oil and lacks lean meat. Even someone picky would feel nauseous from the greasy smell. But Mo Fei is not picky. When it comes to food, he's very easy to please. No matter how bad the box meal is, can it be worse than plain water noodles? Don't joke. The crew usually sets aside a bit extra, so it shouldn't be too difficult to take one home. However, the old man serving the meals looked at Mo Fei with a wary expression and refused to easily relent. The old man is old, not foolish. He could tell at a glance that Mo Fei, this unfortunate kid, was not a good person. Even feeding this meal to a dog would be too generous. Mo Fei felt disappointed, his demeanor even less like that of a good person. The old man guarded the boxed meal, stubbornly refusing to budge. Mo Fei pouted. He couldn't do anything to the old man and could only return in despair. Director Wong was sitting on a soft chair, watching Mo Fei suffer, and couldn't help but turn to the assistant director, asking, "Is our crew's box meal really that good?" The assistant director replied, "Honestly, it's quite ordinary." "Then why does he look like that?" Director Wong pointed at Mo Fei. "It's just a box meal." It originally didn't seem like a good thing, and now it looked even gloomier. It was almost as if it might rain and mushrooms would sprout. The assistant director smacked his lips. Maybe he's deeply in love with our crew. As for being too poor to take a boxed meal home, impossible. He just received his pay yesterday. Neither of them could imagine that someone would be so stingy as to want to freeload on the crew's box meals, even when they had money. After all, it really is not tasty. Stingy as he is, Mo Fei quickly became discouraged, but also perked up quickly. He is currently the most promising trainee under Lu Chunxiu, who promised to pick him up after work every day. At the same time, he also wanted to establish familiarity in front of Director Wong. Last time they agreed to collaborate, next time, he hoped it wouldn't be empty promises. Sister Lu Mo Fei started calling as soon as he got in the car. His calling twisted and turned, giving Lu Chunxiu goosebumps all over. No matter how long she spent with Mo Fei, she could never get used to his way of acting cute. Some people's cuteness is like a gentle knife, while others is like a poisoned steel blade. What do you want to eat? Just say it. Lu Chunxiu knew what kind of character Mo Fei is. He was stingy, as if he had never seen money in 800 years, seizing every opportunity to mooch food and drink. However, this time, he also earned a share as part of the crew. Treating him to a meal was not a problem. Montag Fai Grint Lansu beef noodles. Lu Chunxiu started the car laughing and scolding, "You have such little ambition." Although Mo Fei loved to mooch, he was quite measured. He always ate cheap and filling food, never took advantage of anyone. Relationships are something to be maintained well. Lanzhou beef noodles always served generous portions. After finishing 2 bowls, Mo Fei contentedly patted his belly. Lu Chunxiu watched with wide eyes. If you gain a little weight, be prepared to lose it. Montag Fai Schulget. He ate a lot, but often felt unsatisfied. Poverty doesn't cause obesity, and stinginess doesn't either. After the meal, Lu Chunxiu didn't bother with him anymore, letting him walk back, calling it a way to digest and lose weight. After all, Mo Fei truly relied on his appearance to make a living at this point. When he finished work, it was already pitch dark, and after dinner the stars were brightly twinkling. As Mo Fei walked along the road, he felt a bit of poetic ambience. As long as nothing went wrong from here on, today would be a perfect day. Just as this thought flashed through Mo Fei's mind, he slapped himself. Such thoughts shouldn't be entertained. The more you think about it, the more likely it becomes the Mo Fei law. Unfortunately, he was a bit late with that slap. When he reached the old neighborhood at the same spot as yesterday, the same van whizzed past him again. Even the rear windshield of the van still bore the cracks from where Mo Fei smashed it yesterday. For a moment, Mo Fei doubted whether he had traveled through time and space. But unlike yesterday, the van stopped this time. The car door was pushed open and 2 men stepped out. Both were dressed simply like migrant workers, but Mo Fei could tell at a glance that there was a viciousness in their eyes. The features he'd been seeing in the mirror these past few days were hard to ignore. Mo Fei reached into his pocket, fumbling blindly, trying to open WeChat to contact Officer Xiao, Su, or Officer Tang. For an ordinary person, this might be a bit challenging. But aside from necessary apps, Mo Fei's phone had nothing else, and the screen still bore the cracks from yesterday's fall, which actually helped him successfully open WeChat. However, being able to report accurately was unlikely. The 2 migrant workers advanced towards him, threateningly brandishing wooden sticks. It looked like they intended to give him a beating. A contemptuous smile appeared on Mo Fei's face. This smile made the 2 men hesitate for a moment, unsure if he had some hidden trick. Seeing them slow their pace, Mo Fei took off running towards the old neighborhood. What a couple of fools, they got out of the car to pick a fight when they could just drive and ram him instead. They even brought sticks. Can a stick compare to a car? A 10-meter scrape, a 30-meter trip to the hospital, a 60-meter call to the crematory. Even if the stick snapped, it wouldn't be as fast as hitting the gas pedal. However, this good citizen certainly wouldn't show kindness by teaching those scumbags how to act. Sooner or later, he would send them all to the station for Officer Xiao, Su, to boost his performance. While cursing them in his heart, Mo Fei yelled at the top of his lungs. Although the 2 men had the intention to beat him up, they seemed to have some reservations and did not chase after him. Instead, they got back in a van and drove away. Someone in the old building was disturbed by Mo Fei's shouting and opened the window to yell, "Shut up. You're calling spirits. If you have nothing to do, die far away." If those 2 had chased after me, I would have cursed back at him, provoking them with some nonsense like, "If you have the guts, come down and fight me. I have brothers behind me." But since no one chased him, Mo Fei shrank his head and obediently went home. However, this matter still had some issues. Mo Fei sat on his bed and opened WeChat to send a message to Officer Xiao. Su, the van from yesterday, showed up again today and wanted to beat me up. I'm a good citizen who almost got beaten up. This time, Officer Xiao Su did not reply immediately. After yesterday's late-night oil burning today, they were busy investigating and checking, looking for other body parts and verifying missing persons. In short, they were busy to the point of smoke rising from their heads, wishing they could stretch a minute into 120 seconds. Mo Fei waited for a while, feeling that it truly wasn't a good time to bother them over such trivial matters. But this also served as a reminder. With that troublesome passive skill Moth to the flame in play, these kinds of troublesome matters were likely to become a regular occurrence. He had to be cautious. Mo Fei's gaze scanned his home. A kitchen knife. No, that might turn him into Officer Xiao Zu's performance. A wooden stick, not convenient to carry and too conspicuous. In this day and age, there aren't many things that can be carried for self-defense that are both legal and reasonable. Moth pondered pulling out a box from under the bed. Inside were some useless items, including magazines from a few years ago and plastic cups. Moth rummaged through and found what he wanted, an already rusted yulok. Do not underestimate this yulok. Although it seems unremarkable merely as psychological comfort when I used to hang it on my electric bike, it is heavy and easy to wield. The U-shaped handle fits perfectly in the hand, and the lock head is made of solid metal. When swung, it can inflict significant harm, and once rusted, it becomes even more dangerous, potentially causing tetanus. The most critical point is that this item is not a controlled weapon. It requires no modifications and has a low threshold for use. Some weapons like sharpened screwdrivers, fancy knuckle dusters, pepper spray, or even stun guns suggest preparedness just by being carried. If one retaliates and causes injury, they may be held accountable during a lawsuit. With the yulok, there are no such concerns. If someone intends to harm me, is it not reasonable for me to grab a lock and knock them out? One cannot say, I am prepared. This object is perfectly suitable for self-defense. I am quite satisfied. From now on, I will take the lock to work. Although I don't even own a bicycle. After the battery of the electric bike it once protected was stolen, I was unable to install a new one and had already taken it to the recycling station. Thinking of this, I touched the yulok, and my expression momentarily lost control. That little electric scooter that accompanied me from university to graduation, I will never forgive the criminals. On set, my role is not as substantial as the leads, as I often only need to show my face, making it considerably less stressful compared to the main actor. After discovering severed limbs at the film base, although it was resolved quickly, the actors were somewhat affected and not in the right frame of mind. Director Wong was so furious that his eyes seemed like they would pop out. Upon seeing the props team trembling in fear and not daring to approach the storage room, he had no choice but to shoot outdoor scenes to lighten the mood. This scene is a road trip. The main characters drive to a desolate village during which they set various flags for themselves and showcase their intricate romantic relationships. Looking at the complicated relationships in the script, which were almost twisted into knots, I felt overwhelmed. How cliched. However, it is somewhat interesting. I chuckled, burying my face in the script, trying to untangle all the relationships within. After reporting to director Wong, the camera was set up on a stretch of road that is usually deserted. There are not many road scenes, and we can finish filming in a day or two. This location is closer to the old neighborhood where I live than the film base. I came here carrying the yulok while scanning for shared bicycles, quite humble indeed. As a male supporting character, my role is minimal. I am merely a background figure. That's fine, why I am quite satisfied. The only downside is that during meal times, the old man vigilantly stares at me, as if afraid I would rob him of his boxed lunch. Am I really that kind of person? However, since the old man is watching too closely, my plan to steal his lunch has fallen through. I squatted by the roadside to eat. Although the stretch of road is under control and no cars will pass for safety sake, it is better not to eat on the road. I must take responsibility for my own safety. There's still night filming today, or I need to pull myself together. Director Wong glanced, overseeing me, completely focused on my boxed lunch, making him somewhat uncertain. Is this boxed lunch really that delicious? Not far from the stretch of road, a person was stumbling and running. It was evident that the person was not in good condition, clutching their ribs, gasping for breath, dirty, all over with disheveled long hair. No more than a kilometer away, two men dressed like migrant workers were following the trail with sticks in hand. One of them cursed, "Don't you have any brains? Just a few blows scared you like that. If such good stuff has problems, how can we sell it?" The other retorted, "You have to sell it before you die, right? Even if they really die at their hands, it won't matter, but losing money is a loss to them. The quality of that stuff is genuinely good." The first speaker licked his lips, a fierce glint in his eyes. "If we find them, beat them up and hurry to contact the buyer. Those who have been to school sell for a high price, and they can really cause trouble." The one running ahead also understood that if he couldn't escape this time, being caught would certainly not end well. Having eaten nothing but a bit of water for 2 days, and after being beaten, he felt dizzy, as if his legs were filled with lead, moving forward entirely on willpower. The roadside was a patch of overgrown wasteland, and the one being pursued could no longer discern the direction, relying solely on instinct to move forward. If the angle were pulled up into the air, one could see the distance between the goods and the pursuers shrinking continuously. Just a few dozen meters ahead of the goods was the film crew, and hidden in the shadows were watching eyes. Just as the two pursuing individuals were about to catch sight of the goods, a small figure sprang out from the weeds and directly tackled the goods to the ground. This unexpected collision also landed on the wound, causing the goods to go black in front of their eyes. A pair of rough hands roughly groped the goods several times before cursing angrily, "What the hell? What kind of man has long hair? Damn you sissy pervert. After cursing, the sudden attacker raised the woodworking axe, preparing to finish off this pervert in their eyes, and the pursuers had finally arrived. Seeing the sudden emergence of Cheng Yaojin, both sides were uncertain. The unfortunate fellow pressed to the ground, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a plea, "Brother, save me." This plea ignited the spark. The two pursuers thought that the one with the axe was his brother, while the axe wielder thought that the two with the sticks were his brothers, changing the atmosphere entirely. Although the man with the axe was small in stature, he exuded a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. Without a word, he raised the axe and charged the two men. Though the two men usually engaged in fights and human trafficking, they had never encountered someone so deadly from the get-go. They dodged while trying to subdue him with their sticks. The axe wielder was evidently a desperate man. One hand held the axe, and the other grabbed a stick, ignoring the other person as he chased after the one who had been grabbed, landing several blows that drew blood. The other man swung his stick and struck the axe wielder's head several times. In response, the axe wielder turned around and swung back with another blow. The smell of blood immediately filled the air. The unfortunate fellow on the ground gasped a couple of times and tried to escape. The axe wielder noticed and quickened his attacks. He aimed to finish off these two men first before sending that sissy pervert down to meet them. A gust of wind blew by, and I, waiting for my scene, sniffed. I looked curiously at the old man with the boxed lunch who was cautiously holding down the food cart. I walked over and asked, "Is our meal prepared here?" "What are you thinking about?" The boxed lunch elder scoffed at M.O. Fei. "We all ordered the meals in advance and had them delivered in a thermal box. If there's something hot to eat, you should thank Director Wang. Wasn't it made here?" M.O. Fei stroked his chin. "Then the chicken wasn't killed here, either." The disdain on the boxed lunch elder's face became even more apparent. "Freshly killed. Come on, who has the time to cater to your picky tastes?" M.O. Fei completely ignored him, casting his gaze outside the road. Since it wasn't the chicken blood flavor from the boxed lunch, where was this smell of blood coming from? M.O. Fei's rational mind told him not to meddle. A small crack was the best example. It would lead to financial loss. However, he simply couldn't restrain his feet. M.O. Fei casually grabbed the yulok from the shared bicycle basket and walked away. The assistant director saw M.O. Fei crossing the road barrier and diving into the wasteland, calling out, "Hey, M.O., where are you going?" Without looking back, M.O. Fei replied, "Taking a dump." The assistant director was taken aback. Taking a dump? In the wasteland, two people had already collapsed on the ground, motionless. A thin man was quickly chasing after his prey with a blood-dripping axe, and upon seeing the prey's back, a crazed smile spread across his face as he raised the axe high. The long-haired man sensed the movement behind him, revealing despair in his eyes, yet he still didn't turn back and moved forward. It was at this moment that M.O. Fei appeared before the two. As he brushed aside the wild grass, following the strange sounds, he discovered this bizarre combination: a beautiful girl fleeing and someone attempting to hack her with an axe. The axe was still dripping blood. M.O. Fei's mind was overloaded. His rationality told him that he should turn and run while calling for help, but his hand honestly began to reach for his phone to unlock it and take photos. Having never seen such a scene, he decided to take a commemorative photo first. The flash awakened the rationality of both individuals, and the beautiful girl immediately lunged behind M.O. Fei, her hoarse voice succinctly explaining the situation. "He's a murderer, run." M.O. Fei lifted the yulok in his hand and sneered, "What a coincidence." The two of them automatically filled in the next line in their minds. "So am I." The axe wielder looked at M.O. Fei's demeanor and presence, realizing it was somewhat similar to his own. One couldn't have killed a few people without being somewhat intimidating. He subconsciously felt a twinge of fear. M.O. Fei grabbed the beautiful girl's hand and turned to run, shouting as he went, "Director Wang, help. There's a snake. Everyone hurry." The beautiful girl completely failed to react and was dragged along for over 10 meters. The axe wielder was left with a question mark written all over his face. What the hell is going on? The startled Director Wang and the others were not only puzzled but also irritable. Was this never-ending? A limb-severing incident at the film base and a snake sighting outside the road. The crew's eyes were all focused on Director Wang. He waved his hand, saying, "Go deal with it." A few burly men who weren't afraid of snakes nodded, grabbed some handy tools, and headed towards M.O. Fei. By the time the axe wielder realized he wanted to pursue M.O. Fei, was already close to regrouping with the crew. He indeed wanted to kill this group of people directly, but stamina was also an issue. He could only glare at M.O. Fei in resentment before disappearing into the wasteland in the opposite direction. The men holding various wooden boxes and folding stools ready to deal with the snake were also dumbfounded when they saw M.O. Fei emerging from the wasteland, dragging a long-haired girl. "What's going on? You shouted there was a snake, and now you're dragging a girl. Is this girl by Sujin?" Upon seeing the crowd, Mo Fei felt that there was strength in numbers, and just as he was about to say something, the girl beside him suddenly softened and fainted. Mo Fei instinctively caught her, but as he did, he felt that the muscle texture was off. Looking closely, he noticed a prominent Adam's apple. It was a guy, a very handsome guy. Mo Fei's mind overloaded again. The staff holding the tools saw him unresponsive and urged, "Mister Mo, what's going on?" Mo Fei opened his mouth, realizing he wasn't quite clear on the situation either. The only person who knew what happened had already fainted. He could only recount what he had seen, just now someone was trying to chop at him with an axe, and I happened to see it. And then you, this unlucky fellow, yelled that there was a snake to save yourself, right? The staff's expression changed. Although this action wasn't wrong, calling for help was certainly a priority, they were just a bit displeased. If it weren't inconvenient at the moment, those wooden boxes and folding stools would probably have been aimed at Mo Fei's head. Mo Fei felt a bit chilly on his back and somewhat uneasy, but just standing around like this wasn't a solution. He adjusted his grip on the unconscious individual and suggested, "Shall we report to the police first?" Report to the police again. Director Wong truly felt this production was cursed. Reporting to the police on the first day of filming, and now at a new location too. Looking at the person who had been laid down on a military cot, he pinched his nose and reluctantly conceded, "Fine, let's report it." It was just an actor encountering an attempted murder. It was better than discovering a corpse. Mo Fei nodded, promptly calling Officer Xiao Su. Officer Xiao Su had become accustomed to strange calls and assured that he would arrive soon. After hanging up, Mo Fei called for an ambulance. After all, there was still an injured person. While waiting, Mo Fei rose again and headed towards the wasteland. Director Wong hurriedly called out, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to check the situation." Mo Fei pointed towards the wasteland. Although he had picked up someone, he still hadn't found the source of the bloody smell. Curiosity was gnawing at him. "That man with the axe is still nearby. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Director Wong felt like his brain was about to explode. After this incident, everyone was anxious and clung together for warmth, even holding it in when needing the restroom, fearing they might encounter the person Mo Fei described as a murderer. And there he was, foolishly brave enough to dare go out alone. Don't you know that those who are alone in the film don't have a good ending? Director Wong was frustrated, wishing he could knock on Mo Fei's head to see if it was empty. Mo Fei chuckled, "Oh, that's why we can go together. If we go together, he can't do anything to us. Otherwise, why do characters often split up in films?" Director Wong was momentarily speechless, forcing a smile as he nodded, "Very good. Anyone willing to go with him, raise your hand." Complete silence. A gust of wind blew by, adding a touch of desolation. Mo Fei hugged his yulok and sat obediently on the wooden box. A group of people going out would catch someone, but going out alone was another matter entirely. He could tell the difference. The road was remote, and the police and ambulance arrived in quick succession. The arriving officers were familiar faces, Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang, along with two unfamiliar ones. Officer Tang looked at the unconscious individual and waved for Officer Xiao Su to follow the ambulance while he stood in front of Mo Fei to ask questions. "We meet again, Mr. Montauk." Mo Fei smiled, subtly saying, "I didn't want this either." Honestly, who would willingly call the police for no reason? If there were a way to get rid of this troublesome passive effect, Mo Fei would spend money to do it. Officer Tang smiled at Mo Fei's words without commenting. "I heard that you were the one who discovered it this time." Mo Fei nodded. In the wasteland nearby, there was another guy who wanted to attack people. Upon saying this, he took out his phone and opened the album to show Officer Tang it's him. Most of the screen was covered by weeds and a long-haired man, but the face of the person with the axe was still captured prominently. Officer Tang stared at the screen for a while, without speaking, and finally couldn't help but ask him, "Your first reaction upon seeing this scene was to take a photo?" Mo Fei smiled shyly. "I've never seen anything like it." Officer Tang looked at this young man's gloomy smile and indifferent gaze, yet he was saying something almost endearing, swallowing hard. In over 10 years of being a police officer, he had never seen such a scene. "Send me that photo." Officer Tang pointed to Mo Fei's phone. "If it's convenient, take me to the location." Mo Fei turned to look at Director Wong. Currently on set, going out still needed to depend on the leader's approval. Director Wong's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, waving his hand like swatting flies go. Li Tsangyu, who came with Officer Tang, took a couple of steps forward. "I'll go too." When Mo Fei reported the case, Li Tsangyu was checking data with Officer Xiao Su and others. Upon hearing that someone with an axe was attacking the crowd, he immediately said he would respond to the call. Along the way, he hardly spoke, just observing Officer Tang handle the case, not intervening too much. With two police officers accompanying him, Mo Fei felt a surge of safety and boldly plunged into the tall grass. The three stopped when they reached the spot where Mo Fei had seen the axe-wielding man attack. Mo Fei pointed to where the axe-wielding man had stood there. That person was standing there before, and there's blood on the ground. Blood. Officer Tang's brow furrowed. At this moment, Li Sangyu bypassed him, squatted down by the bloodstain, and after observing for a while, spoke up. The bloodstain is very fresh. Was that person injured? The latter question was directed at Mo Fei, who shook his head. It dripped from his axe. Li Kanji's expression changed instantly, and after throwing out a "don't move," he followed the direction where the grass was pressed down. Mo Fei had already passed the peak of curiosity regarding the smell of blood and was now more interested in knowing. Officer Tang, is this person your superior? Mo Fei leaned closer to Officer Tang and lowered his voice to ask. When an ordinary person spoke like this, it would be considered a whisper. But with Mo Fei leaning close to Officer Tang, all of Officer Tang's vigilance was raised. He suppressed the urge to cuff Mo Fei and managed a polite smile, mimicking Mo Fei's posture to lean closer to his ear, and said loudly, "Feel free to ask." Mo Fei winced and rubbed his ear. His expression contorted, his mind buzzing. Officer Tang let out a breath and said, "This is my predecessor." Oh. Mo Fei nodded eagerly. No wonder he looks so impressive. Awesome. He sincerely gave a thumb. Praising the predecessor evidently made him feel happier than complimenting Officer Tang himself. However, seeing Mo Fei's appearance, which looked anything but innocent, Officer Tang's smile turned into a forced grin. At that moment, the person being complimented emerged from the tall grass with a serious expression. "Report to the team, there are 2 corpses over here." Officer Tang's smile completely vanished. The case escalated at this moment. Director Wang's expression darkened even further. Although the incident did not occur within the crew, it was only a few hundred meters away. Moreover, with no one else around, the entire crew was the nearest crowd and would inevitably be questioned. Others who were unaware of the specifics thought the police were only questioning to find the axe-wielding attacker, but Director Wang, having lived for decades, was well aware of how the police operated decades ago compared to now. It was clear that this was not the procedure for handling an injury case. He also knew that even if he was aware of the situation, it couldn't be openly acknowledged. As long as there was a layer of cover, the people in this group would not panic. If it was revealed, this group would be done for. The more Director Wang thought about it, the angrier he became, glaring at Mo Fei, who was mingling with the police. He realized that Mo Fei was a jinx. On his first day in the group, he discovered a severed limb, and now he had stirred up so much trouble just by probing into the grass. Earlier, he had been worried about the actors running away, binding contracts to secure them. But now, if he kicked Mo Fei out, he would have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. Director Wang was filled with resentment. He was from Zijing. Old Zijing people had certain principles. This Mo Fei was a catastrophe for this crew. Mo Fei at this moment was still unaware that he had inadvertently revealed his jinx attributes. He was still seriously cooperating with the police investigation. As the first discoverer, and even someone who had directly greeted the axe-wielding man, the police officers regarded him with significant attention. The photo on Mo Fei's phone was also the first to be confiscated. Mo Fei's mind hadn't yet processed what was happening when he was already seated in a familiar position. He calculated in his mind, feeling that the troubles encountered after switching cards were even more problematic than before. The black card Jack the Ripper was indeed ominous. This time the officers questioning him were not the ones he had met before, but Li Sangyu and another unfamiliar officer. During the question-and-answer session, Mo Fei recounted what he had seen before. Li Sangyu took out a stack of photos and spread them on the table, asking Mo Fei, "The person you saw, what kind of axe was he holding? Can you recognize it?" The photo Mo Fei took had no composition. The axe-wielding man's raised hand was completely out of frame, leaving nothing visible. To determine the weapon, they could only let Mo Fei take a look. He leaned forward to examine the array of various axe photos, then pointed at one and said, "It looks like this, but a bit smaller." Li Sangyu pointed at that photo and asked, "Are you sure?" Mo Fei nodded affirmatively. "My naked eyes have a vision of 5. 2. Even if there's flesh hanging from that axe, I can see it clearly." Li Sangyu picked up the photo to take a look. It was a single-edged carpenter's axe, which was quite similar to the weapon they had previously speculated. After the questioning was mostly done, Li Sangyu stood up and expressed gratitude to Mo Fei. "Thank you, Mr. Mo, for your support in our investigation. Please be cautious when going out recently, as the suspect you photographed may retaliate against you. If you notice anything unusual, please inform us in a timely manner." Mo Fei was taken aback for a moment and asked him in return, "Officer, does that person count as a..." Li Sangyu hesitated for a few seconds before nodding yes. "There is footage, there are suspicions, and there are victims, but it hasn't been officially released yet." In the end, Li Sangyu did not mention the amount of the reward. Mo Fei shamelessly stayed for dinner at the police station. I must say the food in the police cafeteria is far better than the box meals from the film crew, with proper cooking, a balance of meat and vegetables and even fruit. Moreover, not only was his dinner covered, but someone even offered to drive him home. Officer Su sat in the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt, asking, "Where do you live?" Mo Fei stood outside the passenger door, feeling a bit conflicted. Not having to walk home is a good thing, getting a ride is even better. However, Officer Zu's expression, Mo Fei sincerely asked, "Friend, is the police station very busy lately?" Officer Su placed his hand on the steering wheel, looking exasperated. "Friend, I'm the only one free here right now. Or do you want to take a taxi home?" "Taking a taxi is fine." Mo Fei cautiously inquired, "Can the fare be reimbursed?" Officer Su rolled his eyes. "Get in the car." Mo Fei climbed into the car and buckled his seatbelt, saying, "I live in an old community near the suburbs. Let me guide you." As the car started and left the police station, Mo Fei let out a sigh of relief. Officer Su noticed his expression and teased, "What's wrong? Feeling guilty for doing something bad?" "Bad things, eh?" Mo Fei thought for a moment. "I haven't done anything yet. It's always bad things that come looking for me. I can't even dodge them." Officer Su nodded in agreement with his words. "Although, I've only just started working here, faces like yours are quite rare. With the frequency you show up neither as a staff member nor a suspect, it's indeed unusual." Mo Fei pondered his words, unable to discern if the other was expressing admiration or sarcasm. "I actually don't want to be like this either." Mo Fei reflected on his past, realizing he had gotten somewhat accustomed to visiting the police station every few days, unable to suppress his tongue. Habit is a terrifying thing. Officer Su glanced at him and smiled. "If one day you don't come for a long time, I'll have to ask you what happened. Then I won't have to worry about dying at home with no one to claim my body." Montag Fei cheered. "Officer Su, for some reason this person who looks decent and doesn't seem slow-witted always says things that are hard to endure." "Oh, right." Mo Fei suddenly remembered something while looking at the pedestrians by the roadside. "Is the person who was rescued today okay?" Officer Su hesitated for a moment, considering that Mo Fei was somewhat informed, as he was the one who discovered the person, and then he sighed. "Nothing major, just a bit dehydrated and some external injuries, a rib fracture. After receiving treatment, there shouldn't be any big issues." "That's good." Mo Fei also felt relieved. Although that person had shocked him twice, being chased wasn't his fault, so it's good that they're fine. As the two chatted, Mo Fei's phone vibrated. He glanced at it and saw an uncontacted number. Upon answering, a strange female voice greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Mo Fei, your pet, A Stitch, that was treated at our clinic, is ready for discharge. When would you be free to pick your little pet up?" Mo Fei remained silent for a while. The female voice on the other end couldn't help but ask, "Hello, sir. I'll go over in the next couple of days." Mo Fei made a few non-committal sounds and hung up. He had almost forgotten about the unexpected guest who had been hospitalized under the name of his cat. The car was small, and Officer Su heard the conversation, teasing him, "I didn't expect you to have a pet. A Stitch. That's an interesting name." Mo Fei smiled with a hint of melancholy. That was only one Stitch. He still had 2 months of rent to worry about. When Officer Su successfully dropped Mo Fei off at the entrance of the community, he looked at the streetlights, recalling the message Mo Fei had sent him earlier, and stopped him as he was about to enter the community. "By the way, I had my colleagues in traffic check that car you mentioned. It wasn't stopped at the intersection, and it was a clone vehicle." "A clone vehicle is so brazen." Montag Fei questioned. "Is breaking the law something to be proud of now?" Officer Su smiled helplessly. "Well, just be careful. If you need anything, let me know." Montag Fei nodded seriously. He values his life more than anyone. While Mo Fei was heading home to rest, a certain room in the hospital's inpatient department was still lively. Officer Tang and Li Tsangyu sat by the bedside where a long-haired youth had just awakened. They had rushed over as soon as they received the news. Facing the victim, the officers were quite gentle. Officer Tang looked at him and softened his tone. "What is your—" The long-haired youth remained silent. Officer Tang chuckled. "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Tang Xin from the police station. This is Officer Li from our criminal investigation team. You can tell us anything, don't be afraid." The long-haired youth continued to stare at them without speaking. Officer Tang and Li Tsangyu exchanged glances, both sensing the situation was tricky. Initially, they thought this was a female victim and planned to send a female officer to question her. However, the hospital's paperwork clearly stated that the patient was male, which prompted them to come in person. It was already evening, should they call in a friendly female officer to work overtime. Officer Tang took out his phone to call someone when the long-haired youth spoke up. "Where's the person who saved me?" Officer Tang quickly replied. He finished giving his statement and has already left. Upon hearing this response, the long-haired youth's eyes dropped again. To be fair, the long-haired youth had an outstanding appearance, possessing a beauty that could enchant both genders. The sight of him, with lowered eyes, was exceedingly heart-wrenching. However, in front of him were two seasoned officers who had encountered many storms and would not be swayed by appearance. Lee Sang-yu spoke earnestly. Regardless of your difficulties as public servants, we will find a way to help you solve them, if you speak up. Yes, Officer Tang nodded in agreement. You must trust us. It's not that I don't trust you. The long-haired youth closed his eyes, his voice hoarse. I will tell you what happened, but you cannot inform my family, is that okay? This request was a bit strange, but Officer Tang and Lee Sang-yu had encountered similar situations before. Generally, those who have families but still engage in promiscuous activities or run away from home would say something like this. Officer Tang smiled. We will respect your wishes, but it also depends on the severity of the situation. The long-haired youth sighed and said, My name is Ji Xingyu. As you guessed, I ran away from home. I just happened to be unlucky when I did encountering human traffickers. Then I ran into a madman with an axe while trying to escape. Ji Xingyu raised his head, his smile cold as ice. That's it. Ji's zingious experiences sound like an epic tale of misfortune and adventure akin to a hellish difficulty. After quarreling with his family and running away from home, he caught the attention of a professional trafficking team. While helping a pregnant woman, he was tied up and brutally beaten only to be treated as a female for future arrangements. Just when he finally found an opportunity to escape, he encountered a maniac wielding an axe. In a twist of fate, he came across a passerby in need of help who shockingly immediately pulled out a phone to take pictures. After all, this person was his savior. If something had happened to them, he would have been willing to pay for their treatment. And the two deceased were traffickers along with a driver who likely fled after seeing the bodies. As for the killer, Lee Sang-yu suspected that they were the same person behind the ongoing serial murder case. When Lee Sang-yu discovered the bodies in the overgrown grass, he noticed their faces were brutally mutilated and their hands crushed, similar to the treatment method of the previous serial killer. If it weren't for the fact that the killer was also after Ji Xingyu, he might have disposed of the bodies by chopping them up and scattering them. This was one of the rare cases with male victims in the serial murder case. Previously, the killer had targeted females or the elderly. This time, they likely mistook Ji Xingyu for a woman, which is why they appeared. As Ji Xingyu thought of that killer, a look of disgust crossed his face. Lee Sang-yu noticed this detail with keen observation. He asked, Do you have anything to add about the person wielding the axe? Ji Xingyu, expressionless, pointed at himself and said, Does him touching my chest count? The first thing he did after tackling someone was to grope. It's clear what kind of person he was. If Ji Xingyu weren't a man and those two traffickers weren't chasing him, he might have been raped and killed by now. This also aligns with the characteristics of the deceased. Some female victims had suffered sexual assault in life. Lee Sang-yu had a clearer understanding. The killer had always committed crimes along national highways, hiding near less traveled roads in the city, waiting for an opportunity until they encountered Ji Xingyu. What they needed to do now was a thorough investigation. They had only one photograph taken by Moth, and it was the only one they had lacking any information about the name, origin, age, or profession. The investigation posed challenges, but since the killer's face was revealed, it was already a stroke of luck. This time the killer had slain two adult males together, indicating that they had become bloodthirsty and lost their rationality. Such a person should be captured and executed without delay. It would be a disservice to wear a police uniform otherwise. With this determination, the entire system began to operate, determined to find the person in the photograph. The dawn of a new day filtered through the translucent curtains, illuminating Moth's face. He furrowed his brows in his sleep, unable to conceal the murderous aura on his face. The light was too bright for him to continue sleeping, so Moth sat up and started pulling at his hair. After being dropped off by Officer Su yesterday, Lu Chuanxiu specifically called to check on him. She inquired for over half an hour. Although Moth was indeed the most promising and capable among her subordinates, he also had a knack for causing trouble. While there's no moral issue with saving someone halfway, and one could even receive a commendation for it, many times this world doesn't operate on morality. A day of filming costs a day's worth of money. Why do movies get made? To make money. This isn't charity. Now that this incident has occurred, if Director Wong were a bit more assertive, Moth could be sent home packing. If someone held a grudge with one word, Moth would be told to go back to planting sweet potatoes. Lu Chuanxiu checked on him for so long, only to let him take a 2-day leave. She would negotiate with the crew on the matter. Moth had been working under Lu Chuanxiu since he entered the industry, knowing her temperament well. When she called to check on him, the subject of her inquiry was probably the ancestors of the axe-wielding man. Just like before, they would plead with her and the crew, and then curse and insult the production for lacking humanity, talent, and face while occupying the latrine. Lu Chuanxiu had such a personality, both angry and protective with a sense of fairness. Viewed from any angle, Moth had done well in this situation, and aside from being somewhat naive and overly passionate, he had made no mistakes. However, naivety was seen as a sin by some people. After finishing the call with Mo Fei, she began cursing the money-driven parasites and then started writing a complaint to Director Wang. But Director Wang was just an employee working for the investors with slightly more authority, that's all. Moreover, to be fair, although Director Wang was indeed startled at first by the commotion, he felt he was fine after a good night's sleep. In earlier years, while filming in Zijing City, he had been interrupted many times. Sometimes during filming, people would burst into the crew with knives or guns pointed at the actors and directors. I must say this film had brought back that feeling from the past. With its twists and turns, there was never a moment of peace. It was thrilling, truly thrilling. Mo Fei was indeed unfortunate, but at least he wasn't doing anything wrong. He was just a fool not looking like a good person, yet doing good deeds. Director Wang sighed and decided to cut some of Mo Fei's scenes rather than removing him entirely. Cutting scenes was a major blow to other actors, but for Mo Fei it truly was inconsequential. His goal was merely to live, to be born, and to survive. Whether he had lines or not, whether he had screen time or not, whether he became famous or not, he was indifferent. With this troublesome situation, Mo Fei's greatest realization in life was that he was fortunate not to be a public servant. Sitting in a national-level office with a buff that attracted trouble around him would surely backfire. He would be the one causing trouble for his country. Director Wang cut Mo Fei's scenes, but his pay remained unchanged, and Mo Fei even received 2 days off. No matter how you looked at it, Mo Fei had no reason to be angry. What gave him a headache was the dream he had. In the dream, he played the hero, saving the damsel, holding her fragrant soft hand, just about to flirt when the damsel turned out to be a rough northeast guy, saying, "Bro, thanks." Mo Fei tidied himself up and stepped out with a yulok in hand. As soon as he stepped out of the old neighborhood, he felt something was amiss, a sensation of being watched from the shadows. Mo Fei looked around, but found nothing unusual. He stood still for a moment contemplating. The only people who could be watching him were two types: the murderer or the police. From the appearance of the murderer he saw yesterday, plain-looking and of slight build, it didn't seem like he was part of an organized scheme. An individual shouldn't have the capability to find out where a brave soul who dared to photograph the assailant lived in just one day. Thus, there was only one other possibility. The police were secretly protecting him. In a way, it was both unexpected and reasonable. Now he and that long-haired man were the only two who had seen the murderer. It made sense for the murderer to target them. Keeping an eye on them would be a game of patience. It only required one person to follow them, making it a worthwhile endeavor. After figuring this out, Mo Fei dismissed the feeling of being watched. Although being watched was somewhat uncomfortable, it wasn't a matter of life and death. He could cooperate with the police. As a good citizen, he adjusted his mindset and grabbed a shared bicycle heading towards the pet hospital. The one observing from the shadows hurriedly followed him. After a few days of care, the stray cat's condition had noticeably improved. When Mo Fei arrived, it was leisurely grooming itself. The pet doctor greeted Mo Fei with a smile. The cat had recovered well, had a good temperament. Generally, abused animals are not very affectionate towards people, and the pet doctor felt that this cat was indeed the stray Mo Fei had rescued. It was hard to believe that this devilish man had a heart as radiant as gold. Mo Fei felt overwhelmed by the pet doctor's warm gaze. Perhaps influenced by dreams, he felt that the pet doctor's gaze was overly friendly, as if he wanted to get close. Seeing the aloof cat, Mo Fei immediately scooped it up, acting as if he adored it. So does this mean the cat is fine now? I've prepared cat litter and food at home. Can I take it back? Yes, the pet doctor nodded with a smile. This little Xian cat is quite lucky. Swan cat? Mo Fei asked, tilting his head in confusion. Yes, the pet doctor pointed at the cat. I only discovered it the next day. It looks black, but in the light you can see its fur is actually red. Upon hearing this, Mo Fei lifted the cat. Under the light, the previously pitch-black feline emanated a halo of red. Indeed, Mo Fei murmured, his eyes brightening. Xin, cats ward off evil. The pet doctor paused for a moment and nodded. That's a common belief. Mo Fei, no longer minding that the cat had startled him, and having spent so much money, affectionately stroked the cat. Off from now on, you'll be my family cat. I look forward to your company and protection. The Xian cat lay elegantly in his arms, letting out a refined meow. Seeing the harmonious scene before him, the pet doctor smiled with satisfaction and then recommended various pet supplies like cat carriers, canned food, and toys to Mo Fei. When Mo Fei stood at the pet hospital's entrance with bags in hand, he felt an odd sense of déjà vu. It seemed he had experienced this before. Was this place some kind of money pit? He spent another month's rent on this visit. It seemed that hospitals, whether for humans or pets, were indeed terrifying. Mo Fei struggled with the heavy bags, and unwilling to take a taxi, had to carry the load himself. The cat was a young male weighing more than expected, and with all the odds and ends only Mo Fei's decent physical condition kept him from collapsing under the weight. As he walked, he sighed heavily when a black and white car adorned with enforcement markings pulled up beside him. The window rolled down to reveal the familiar face of Officer Xiao Su. What a coincidence! Officer Xiao Su glanced at him and smiled. With all those bags, get in. I'll give you a ride. Mo Fei looked at him and then at the car. Are you using a police car for personal business? Not quite. Officer Xiao Su unlocked the door and explained, I was actually on my way to find you. The person you saved yesterday woke up last night and said he wanted to see you today. Of course you can choose not to go. Then he'll just use the vehicle for personal business to take you home, treating it like a free trip. Mo Fei squeezed himself and the cat into the car, buckled his seatbelt, and asked in confusion, wouldn't it have been easier to call about such a small matter instead of coming all this way? The prerequisite for calling is that you can get through. Officer Xiao Su chuckled. Do you think I brought the police car for fun? When he couldn't reach Mo Fei's phone, he wondered if the murderer had come for revenge, or if Officer Tang had suggested that even if there were reprisals, they wouldn't be so swift, and that he should first come check the situation. Mo Fei pulled out his phone and glanced at it, apologizing with a smile. It was on silent, sorry. Having it on silent all the time made it easy to miss various notifications. Officer Xiao Su shook his head, indicating that it didn't bother him. Do you want to go see that person? Sure, Mo Fei nodded. There's nothing else pressing to do. Officer Xiao Su simply took another route and casually chatted with him. So you got a cat? Yet the Xin cat I found. It wards off evil and brings good fortune. Mo Fei looked at the cat through the carrier, only managing to let out a silly laugh. Officer Xiao Su certainly didn't believe in superstitions, but he had no opposition to something that simply sought good omens. The police force often had family members asking for talismans for safety, providing a bit of psychological comfort. However, as Mo Fei gazed into the cat's green eyes, his mind suddenly clicked. Wait, you guys aren't sending someone to watch me, are you? If the police had dispatched someone to protect him, then Officer Xiao Su wouldn't have made a special trip, because he could. Officer Xiao Su was somewhat surprised by his statement. No, if we had such an operation, we would definitely discuss it with you in advance. Realizing something, his expression became serious. Is someone following you? Mo Fei recalled the feeling of being watched when he left and nodded gravely. If it wasn't the police, could it really be that murderer? But that person didn't seem capable enough, Mo Fei murmured. If it really is the murderer. Officer Xiao Su slowly exhaled. They'll discuss this matter with my superior. You don't need to be afraid. Now, as a society governed by law, we are here. Mo Fei nodded slowly. Is there a bounty? Officer Xiao Su. Although Officer Xiao Su had a good impression of Mo Fei, it was evident that Mo Fei's inquiry about the reward during serious matters was inappropriate. He was a meticulous enforcer of the law. While he could joke around, he needed to adopt a serious attitude when dealing with important matters. That was a deranged criminal who could kill not your neighbor who might give you candy. It was time to be serious. Officer Xiao Su scolded Mo Fei for a long time, ensuring he promised never to underestimate his opponent or act rashly before finally letting him off. However, the appearance of an unknown stalker at this critical moment was indeed concerning. After arriving at the hospital, Officer Xiao Su brought Mo Fei to the door of Ji Xingyi's ward, announced Mo Fei's identity, and then stood outside to inform the bureau about the stalking incident. As Mo Fei entered the ward, he saw Ji Xingyu dressed in a hospital gown with long hair, cascading over her face, appearing serene, and his first thought was that it was no wonder she was mistaken for a woman. Historically, the strategist Zhang Liang from the Western Han Dynasty was praised for his beauty, proving that men could sometimes transcend gender in appearance. While Mo Fei was observing Ji Xingyu, she was also scrutinizing him. Although they had crossed paths in the wild grass before, Ji Xingyu had been in poor condition and had not remembered what Mo Fei looked like. Now he looked quite ordinary and was not giving off a good vibe. Nevertheless, as her savior, Ji Xingyu greeted him politely to express her gratitude. I still don't know your identity or profession, Ji Xingyu said with a gentle smile. I should find an opportunity to repay you in the future. Repay me? Mo Fei shook his head. You look like you can barely take care of yourself. Ooh, just living well is enough for now. After saying this, he took out his phone to check the time. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going back. It would be a shame not to enjoy the holiday by sleeping. Ji Xingyi's eyes flickered with confusion. No need to repay. No need. Mo Fei waved his hand. It wasn't that he was intentionally raising moral standards. It was just that this person looked quite miserable himself. So what could there be to repay? Offering oneself in gratitude. No thanks. Mo Fei already had a demanding little cat to care for. and could not afford to take on a whole person. Ji Xingyu certainly did not expect that this seemingly cold person actually had a good heart. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he was playing hard to get, but at least for now, he did not seem to have that intention. Officer Xiao Su entered the ward after sending the message. How was your conversation? Not bad, Mo Fei replied with a slightly silly smile. Officer Xiao Su, I also help with the case this time. Is there a reward I can apply for? Not only a reward, but how about I apply for a good citizen certificate for you? Officer Xiao Su laughed and playfully punched him. You still need to take care of yourself before thinking about these frivolities. Remember what I told you, don't act rashly. Mo Fei obediently nodded and then asked, so how much is the bounty for the one with the axe? Did you ask? Officer Xiao Su responded. Did everything I said before go in one ear and out the other. Are you really short on money? Ji Xingyu, sitting on the bed, interjected. Mo Fei's expression became slightly serious. Not really short on money, but I want to make some. Ideally, quick money, preferably easy quick money. Unfortunately, the fastest and easiest ways to earn money often fall under criminal law. If he actually did it, there would be no turning back, so he could not do that. Yixingyu nodded thoughtfully. Now that we've met, if there's nothing else, can I go back to play with my cat? Mo Fei still remembered the little cat left in the car. That was a mystical cat, personally certified by the pet store owner. It could ward off evil and bring good fortune, a little cat of wealth. Isn't serving a wealth cat better than watching handsome men get treated? Officer Xiao Su glanced at Ji Xingyu and seeing that she made no objection nodded. All right, I'll take you back. Before leaving, Officer Xiao Su closed the door and reminded Ji Xingyu, we will catch the murderer as soon as possible. Make sure to rest. Ji Xingyu smiled and nodded. After they left, he began to ponder how he could help his savior earn money. Although Mo Fei said it was unnecessary, Ji Xingyu's upbringing did not allow him to be ungrateful. However, as Mo Fei said in his current state, he could not help Mo Fei, or perhaps he could only return home. Yixingyu sighed. Such a big incident could not be concealed from his family. He might as well bow his head. This time, Officer Xiao Su not only dropped Mo Fei at the entrance of the neighborhood, but also helped him carry his belongings into the house. The environment of the old neighborhood was not great, but Mo Fei's room was tidy and organized with a harmonious color scheme that looked quite comfortable. After arriving home, Mo Fei opened the cat carrier and let a little seam out for it to move around. New cats usually have some stress reactions, but this little seam was indeed different from ordinary cats. It wandered around the room as if on a patrol before finally lying down on the sofa, its demeanor quite familiar. Officer Xiao Su found it amusing. This cat looks quite impressive. It's truly extraordinary. Mo Fei nodded in agreement. I hope it can bless me with great wealth and effortless fortune overnight. Officer Xiao Zu's expression suddenly stiffened, looking at Mo Fei with a warning. If you plan to do something illegal, think it through. Neither my master nor I will let you off. That's just a beautiful wish, dear. Don't be so sensitive. Mo Fei waved his hand nonchalantly as he prepared food and water for the little seam. It's best to keep it that way, Officer Xiao Su said, looking around the windows in Mo Fei's house. Mo Fei sincerely set up food and water for the little seam, and noticing Officer Xiao Su's actions, a light bulb went off in his head. Are you checking for cameras and peepers for me? Yes, Officer Xiao Su replied with irritation. Mo Fei immediately smiled and handed him a cup of water. Here, master, have some tea. Officer Xiao Su almost choked on his drink. Looking at Mo Fei's mischievous yet handsome face, he felt that he was not a person, but a husky in human skin. At the police station, Officer Tang and Li Sangyu actually shared a common view of Mo Fei, that this person was certainly extraordinary. Officer Xiao Su had also sensed something. Yet no matter how he looked at Mo Fei, he could not feel the uniqueness that the two seniors spoke of. This person was just a bit handsome, a bit mischievous, slightly unstable mentally, and a bit eccentric. That was all. Officer Xiao Su thought to himself, gazing at Mo Fei with a deepening gaze. Speaking of which, wouldn't it be safer to send such a person to a psychiatric hospital? But seeing Mo Fei grinning like a silly dog, Officer Xiao Su sighed with fatigue. Forget it, let him bounce around until he breaks the law. If it weren't for the professional issues, Officer Xiao Su felt that being friends with Mo Fei would be quite an interesting experience. However, he currently needed to ensure Mo Fei's personal safety. Leaving him outside without a leash was obviously unsafe. Officer Xiao Su took a look around Mo Fei's home and found no hidden cameras or special markings. This could be considered good news. No matter who was observing Mo Fei from the shadows, at least they hadn't yet extended their claws into Mo Fei's home. You should reduce your outings recently and be cautious of everyone who knocks on the door, Officer Xiao, Su said seriously, as if advising an 80-year-old child left alone at home. Mo Fei nodded vigorously, holding his up the lock, and asking, "If someone tries to harm me, does calling for help count as self-defense?" Officer Xiao, Su paused for 2 seconds before replying, "The other party must act first." He saw Mo Fei's expression shift to one of sudden understanding and couldn't help but add, "The definition of self-defense is quite complex. Don't assume you know it without understanding." Mo Fei gave an okay gesture. "Don't worry, I won't be going out these days. I'll specifically study criminal law." First, he needed to refine his foundational knowledge before venturing into the world. For some reason, Officer Xiao Su couldn't shake off his worry, seeing Mo Fei like this. Despite his lingering unease, he had matters to attend to at the station and could only leave the old neighborhood feeling uneasy. Mo Fei indeed kept his word and focused on studying criminal law. It had been a long time since he had read a book with such seriousness, and surprisingly, it felt quite enjoyable. A cat named Yiqiao Feng yawned widely, wandered around the room, jumped onto the sofa's backrest, and lay down with its front paws tucked and its green eyes fixed on Mo Fei, while its tail swished back and forth. Outside the old neighborhood, a person watched the car leaving the complex. After confirming that only Officer Xiao Su was driving, they took out their phone and sent a message. After a while, a new message arrived on the phone consisting of just 3 simple words: "Keep an eye on him." The person put away their phone and continued to watch. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Mo Fei truly managed to stay home, cooking instant noodles when hungry and munching on Yiqiao Feng's cat food when bored. Fortunately, Yiqiao Feng had a good temperament and didn't mind the lack of conversation, even going to the bathroom by itself. It wouldn't complain even when its food bowl was empty, just quietly lying in a corner. It exuded a vibe of indifference, embodying the essence of living or dying, it doesn't matter. Mo Fei felt that Yiqiao Feng should be the rightful owner of the first Buddha child card. A cat so relaxed and carefree. Truly Ba. Director Wang, having taken a 2-day break, looked at the schedule and felt a headache coming on once again. Before giving Mo Fei a break, he was unsure if it was Mo Fei's bad luck, but during these 2 days of Mo Fei's absence, the crew had been surprisingly calm, making it hard for him not to believe. If Mo Fei caused any more trouble upon returning, it would be undeniable proof. No matter how much Director Wang appreciated him, there would be no next collaboration. He truly couldn't handle this kind of stress at his age. After 2 days of rest, Mo Fei wasn't very happy to go back to work. The more he rested, the less he wanted to work. However, if he didn't work, Lu Chunxiu would definitely make him pay. Mo Fei left home after ensuring there was enough food for Yiqiao Feng for a day. Lu Chunxiu came specifically to pick him up for work, pleading with this little troublemaker not to cause any more issues. If anything else went wrong, they would be in serious trouble. Once we reach the set, make sure to properly apologize and thank Director Wang. Etiquette matters, you know. Lu Chunxiu looked at Mo Fei, who was obediently nibbling on a bun in the passenger seat, feeling a wave of exhaustion. "If your incompetence leads to us being blacklisted in the industry." Lu Chunxiu revealed a sinister smile. "Do you believe I would take you down with me?" Mo Fei felt a chill run down his spine, swallowed the bun in his mouth, and smiled ingratiatingly. "I will definitely work hard." Upon arriving at the set, Mo Fei received his new script. It was noticeably thinner than before. In fact, it wasn't just him. Regardless of whether Mo Fei was a jinx, Director Wang felt that this film was unlucky. It was better to end anything ominous as soon as possible, leading to varying degrees of cuts in all actors' scenes. Mo Fei's cuts are the most significant and ruthless. If it weren't for the presence of an investor later on, Director Wang would have considered abandoning the shoot altogether. Today, Mo Fei had a packed schedule with the entire day dedicated to him. Anyone could see that this was a rush to finish filming and send him away. Mo Fei felt dizzy. He just wanted to slack off, or was such a fierce retaliation really necessary? However, despite the numerous scenes, his role was essentially a pretty face lacking technical demands. As long as he played the supporting character well, it would be fine. To avoid incidents like the male third lead crying on the first day of shooting, Director Wang specifically reminded Mo Fei to smile brightly and not to cause any trouble. Mo Fei gave an okay gesture. Although he still didn't look like a good person, the other actors managed to calm down. The filming went unexpectedly smoothly. Director Wang internally questioned whether he had been overly sensitive and excited. What if the dismemberment and rescue were merely coincidences? In a distant corner away from the crew, someone was sneaking a peek, saying, "This spot is great. I can see them filming." A man wearing a vest and a baseball cap squeezed next to that person, ignoring their strange look, lifted his camera and adjusted it, saying, "Wow, this position is perfect." After reviewing the photo results, the man in the baseball cap turned to the other person and casually greeted, "Dude, you're also a paparazzo? Why aren't you using a big camera?" and just brought a telescope to work. The other person glanced at the high-powered binoculars in his hand and remained silent. No money, no gear. The man in the baseball cap speculated, patting his shoulder. It's fine, we all start somewhere. But don't blame me for not teaching you. There's no point in this crew, because Director Wong is known for filming quickly. By the time we get our scoop, they'll have wrapped up the shoot. There's no future here. The other person looked at him curiously and asked, then why are you here? Didn't you get the news? The man in the baseball cap looked surprised. I thought you were in the know and came to shoot because something big happened in Director Wong's crew. I didn't expect you to come in blindly, without any idea. Something big happened. The other person raised an eyebrow. What kind of big thing? The man in the baseball cap immediately became wary. I'm only sharing this because I borrowed your spot and don't think about prying into my secrets. After saying this, he lifted his camera again and pointed it at the crew, muttering, this doesn't look like much of a scoop anyway. No one in the crew noticed the reflection of the camera lens and telescope in the distance. Everyone was busy with their own tasks in an orderly manner. After finishing a scene, Mo. Fei rubbed his cheeks, feeling as if his face had become stiff from smiling. The next scene would be his wrap-up shot. The character played by Mo. Fei, the fifth male lead, was pushed while trying to escape, failing to get away, and was stabbed through the heart, dying a thorough death. Mo. Fei looked at the script and revealed a mysterious smile. How wonderful. Once filming is done, he can go home and sleep. The first male lead responsible for the task of stabbing him held the prop knife, eyeing Mo. Fei's strange grin with some hesitation. According to the script, he was supposed to stab Mo. Fei, but logically the psychopathic killer should be him, right? Why did it seem like Mo. Fei was even scarier than him? Would this person not hold a grudge and seek revenge after the stab? The first male lead was somewhat conflicted. He still had a bright future ahead. Mo. Fei caught a glimpse of him and approached to greet, hello, senior. The first male lead smiled stiffly, hello. Mo. Fei looked at the fish knife in his hand and asked, you'll use this to stab me later, right? The fish knife had a long blade, single-edged, very sharp, and visually impressive. The filming knife was coated with a layer of transparent tape on the blade to prevent any real harm to the actors. Mo. Fei looked at the knife with a bit of envy, saying, it's my first time officially wrapping up. Can I take a picture with this weapon? The first male lead's expression became even more rigid as he handed over the knife. Sure, of course. He had filmed many scenes and had seen people take pictures with others, but he had never seen anyone want to take a picture with a weapon. Mo. Fei wasn't concerned about what he was thinking after taking the fish knife. He twirled it on his fingertip with style, feeling like he could command it effortlessly. His skilled knife-spinning technique looked completely different to others. This is great. Director Wong slapped his thigh. This move is good. Pretty and handsome. Shao, Mo. Teach him a bit, and well included in the final cut later. Mo. Fei, holding the knife, was somewhat at a loss. I can't teach. Isn't this something everyone should know? What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and finish wrapping, don't make me scold you. Director Wong had become quite familiar with Mo. Fei, completely dropping any pretense. Don't hold back. We'll give you a big red envelope for wrapping up later. Hearing about the big envelope, Mo. Fei grinned widely. All right, he tilted his head toward the first male lead. Senior brother, shall we practice? The first male lead. He truly didn't realize that his pose with the knife was not suitable for being adorable. The first male lead was Wu Miao, not much older than Mo. Fei, having debuted as a child star with a solid fan base. He had a foundation and some basic moves, so picking up a few knife-spinning actions shouldn't be difficult. Mo. Fei demonstrated a few times for Wu Miao. The cold white blade danced in his hand, while the sinisterly handsome man gazed at the blade with an expression of eerie satisfaction and appreciation. Wu Miao swallowed hard. He had been trying to transition his career over the years, studying the works of many acclaimed actors. Mo. Fei's expressions fit perfectly in both horror and suspense genres. Most importantly, they felt completely genuine. Senior brother, do you know why the fish knife is designed this way? Mo. Fei's gentle voice pulled Wu Miao's thoughts back. He smiled, saying, don't call me senior, just call me Wu Miao. All right, Wu Miao, senior brother. Mo. Fei chuckled in response, raising the knife, upright, gently caressing the blade, his eyes filled with increasing admiration. The fish knife has a long and slender blade with a sharp tip at the front, allowing it to easily pierce through flesh. He bent the blade slightly, saying, the fish knife has great toughness, adapting well to the contours and curves of the body, and the handle is treated for anti-slip. Even if wet with blood, it still offers some grip, making it easier to handle. Moreover, the length of the fish knife blade is generally around 20 centimeters, similar to the thickness of a human body, allowing it to handle most meats. The knife in Mo. Fei's hand reflected a cold light on half of his face as he smiled slightly. So do you understand your weapon friend a bit better now? Wu Miao maintained a smile on his face, but quietly took 2 steps back. I've gained invaluable knowledge. A learning lasts a lifetime. Mo Fei handed the knife to him. Then you should practice. Wu Miao looked at the fish knife in his hand, feeling it was not a fish knife but a hot potato. Help did Director Wang not check if the actors had criminal records when casting. Could the severed limb discovered by props recently be his doing? The paparazzi, hiding in the distance, excitedly pressed the shutter nonstop while observing the entire crew. Ha ha, this is newsworthy. The national brother is turning against the newcomer. The paparazzi exclaimed. Although it's not a big scoop, these few photos can still sell for a few hundred or even 1,000. The man with the telescope looked puzzled. Can this sell? Newcomers are newcomers. It's not a big scoop, but it's still a hassle if released. Spending a little money to buy it off is quite a bargain. The paparazzi holding the camera looked satisfied. It's not every time we can capture something dramatic like infidelity. Our main income comes from these little things, you know. The man looked enlightened, pulling out his phone to start sending messages. What are you doing? The paparazzi felt a bad premonition seeing his actions. Messaging my boss. After sending a long string of texts, the man looked up at him. Don't worry, the national brother you captured is not my target. I'm eyeing the one opposite him. We won't conflict. The paparazzi opened his mouth, not understanding this time. The one opposite, Wu Miao, has no fame. Why are you watching him? He stopped mid-sentence. He suddenly recalled that some people in the industry love to play games, and besides wanting to harm someone, it could also be about digging up dirt, strong-arming, or perhaps this boss is just a pervert. Although he was not familiar with the newcomer based on the photos, he looked decent. Encountering a perverted boss was not surprising. The paparazzi had no sense of justice in such matters. We are all in this business. To put it bluntly, everyone is in a gray area. Those who can live well won't engage in illegal activities. Those who can do such things won't care about squashing a small paparazzi. In short, the less they know about such matters, the safer they are. The paparazzi fell silent and began taking photos again. The man noticed he was quiet and looked down at his phone. After tailing for so long, he understood why the boss wanted him to keep an eye on this person. From the earlier display with the knife, it was clear he was not a good person. His phone vibrated. It was a message from his boss. The content was still concise. Bring him to see me. The man put away his phone, unable to help but sigh. Previously, he thought his boss was just idly watching someone. Now, it seemed very insightful. In a long-abandoned village, under a dim sky, at dusk, a group of young men and women ran frantically down a dirt road. Behind them, figures in black clothing, wearing black hats and masks, relentlessly pursued them, brandishing a bloody dagger. One of the boys in the group stumbled and suddenly fell to the ground. The others wanted to turn back to help him, but the figures in black had already caught up, leaving them no choice but to flee. As the black-clad figures closed in despair, washed over the boy lying on the ground. A dagger pierced through his chest. He collapsed, gradually losing his breath. Crack! Director Wang shouted. Wu Miao reached out to help the fallen Mo Fei up, laughing. Sorry, I killed you once. Mo Fei still had a prop dagger lodged in his chest and waved his hand dismissively. Early death means early rebirth. He was still waiting for Director Wang's rap gift. At that moment, Director Wang sat in front of the monitor watching the footage, lost in thought. According to his usual style of shooting fast-paced films, this take was already sufficient, yet something still felt off. The scene of Mo Fei falling and being stabbed definitely couldn't come across as a silly dog laugh, who otherwise his gloomy aura wouldn't be fully subdued, making him appear as someone who wouldn't easily meet their end. Just by looking at it, Director Wang wanted to give him an additional character setting, transforming him into the male lead's accomplice, which would make a lot of sense. Once this thought took root, it was like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Director Wang called the screenwriter to share his thoughts. Actually, it doesn't require a lot of reshoots, just a few close-ups, and then add a shot of the two appearing in front of the female lead at the same time, and the accomplice role would be established. The screenwriter agreed. It was feasible. It just meant Mo Fei would work an extra day, and he should be thanking them. The screenwriter began to hurry with the script. Director Wang, under Mo Fei's eager gaze, informed them about the change in scenes. This time, Mo Fei's role was a pseudo-death, so there would be no rap gift, and he ended up with an extra day's workload. The smile on Mo Fei's face gradually faded. Wu Miao cheerfully congratulated him. Looks like we could be colleagues for another day, huh? His laughter diminished under Mo Fei's emotionless gaze. Though Wu Miao held the highest status among the crew, he was still an ordinary person prone to fear. Besides, even an award-winning actor would be frightened upon seeing someone surrounded by dark energy. Director Wang noticed Mo Fei's demeanor and was quite pleased. Not bad, Xiao Mo, you're getting into character so quickly. Good performance today. Keep up the good work tomorrow. There were no incidents on set today. No, remains no police. Everything returned to normal, and Director Wang was very satisfied. Montag Fai calculated. Not only did he end up with extra workload today, but he also missed out on a rap gift. What a big loss. In stark contrast to him was Lu Chuanxiu. Knowing her child hadn't lost his job, and likely wouldn't in the future, she was overjoyed and declared she would take him out for a seafood buffet. Wu Miao watched as the person who had just been emanating dark energy suddenly brightened up at the mention of a seafood buffet, unable to help but marvel at the rapid change of expression typical of actors. As Lu Chunxiu finished greeting Mo Fei and exited the filming area, a stranger blocked their path. "Hello, mister. Mo, our boss, would like to meet you." Mo Fei and Lu Chunxiu exchanged glances, seeing identical bewilderment in each other's eyes. "May I ask who your boss is?" Lu Chunxiu asked cautiously. The man paused for a moment, maintaining a polite smile. "You'll know when you get there." Since the boss didn't say whether he could reveal his identity, it was better to do less than more. Not doing anything was fine. "I don't even know who your boss is. Why should I go meet him?" Mo Fei was quite displeased. "Not going." After saying this, he pulled Lu Chunxiu to bypass the man and continued to walk out muttering, "What kind of person is this? Isn't this delaying my meal?" The man stood still for a moment, then chose to call his boss. On the other end, a calm male voice asked, "How?" "They refused to go," the man reported truthfully. The boss sounded somewhat displeased. "If they want come, just bring him over. Don't need to teach you this." "That's illegal, boss," the man reminded. "Besides, that guy can handle a knife, but I'm afraid he might stab me." The boss was silent for a moment, and then said, "Just say, I want to discuss work with him, bring him directly to the restaurant." "Can I tell him your identity?" the man asked. "Even 80-year-olds, no, they shouldn't leave with strangers." "You can." After the boss dropped those two words, he hung up. Having such a seemingly delusional boss was a bit exhausting for the man. Yet thinking of this person being the one who pays his salary, he calmed down. The man caught up with Mo Fei and Lu Chunxiu again, his smile broadening a bit. "You two, our boss wants to discuss some business matters with you, and we kindly request your presence." Business matters had always been handled by Lu Chunxiu. She scrutinized the man suspiciously. "Who is your boss exactly?" "Yixingyan." The man replied sincerely. "You can check his information online." Lu Chunxiu, somewhat skeptical, opened a search engine and indeed found Ji Xingjian's profile. A businessman in his 40s with several well-known clothing brands under his name. "But I don't know him. Oh, why would you want to collaborate with us?" Lu Chunxiu questioned, turning to Mo Fei. "Do you know him?" Mo Fei shook his head blankly. He only knew that it seemed he was about to have work again. His savings were not yet exhausted, and he didn't want to work. The man was momentarily at a loss for words. "You'll know after you meet him. The boss has already reserved a table at the restaurant just waiting for you. But we don't even know your boss. It's quite rude to suddenly invite us over." Lu Chunxiu frowned. Although they were just struggling actors and agents, they could still manage their lives, and there was no need to pay attention to such nonsensical people. Mo Fei nodded in agreement. "Exactly." "Ahem." The man cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. "You two don't need to worry. We are conducting legitimate business, just wanting to discuss a few matters with you and treat you to a meal." It was just that the boss childishness prevented him from directly making a proposition, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Lu Chunxiu pondered for a while and asked Mo Fei, "What about you? What do you think?" Mo Fei shook his head. "It's up to you. If you don't want to go, we won't, but if you want to go, I'll go with you." He raised the ushaped lock in his hand. "If that person is negotiating business, it's all good. If he has ulterior motives, I'll use this lock to let you run first." Lu Chunxiu felt a mix of gratitude and apprehension. "Where did you learn this, kid?" "All right." Lu Chunxiu could only nod in agreement. If it's really just about discussing work, as this person said, then there's no reason for them not to go. If it's something underhanded, then let Mo Fei take him down with the lock. Should I face the door with my left cheek or my right cheek when that person arrives? Inside the private dining room, a man in a suit was pacing around a round table, sitting on the left for a while, then on the right, occasionally striking a thoughtful pose. How does this expression look? Is it intimidating enough? I guarantee that little star will be frightened into submission later. Ji Xingyu sighed, revealing a weary smile. You don't need to put on an act. Just maintaining this state will be enough to scare him. That won't do. I still need to look the part. Ji Xingjian disagreed. What if he's greedy and seeks to repay kindness with malice, or wants to climb the social ladder? I've heard there are many such people among the celebrities. Their conscience is completely corrupted. Not possible, Ji Xingyu said with a look of resignation. He's a good person. When I mentioned repaying him, he said it wasn't necessary. Brother, do you know if he's sincere or just deceiving you? He's an actor. What if he's just pretending to be good to hook someone naive like you? You need to be more cautious, little brother. If it weren't for Ji's Zingius injuries, Ji Xingjian would have vigorously shaken his brother, wishing he could wake him up with a good jolt. You're good-looking, talented at painting, have a great personality, and yet you're so trusting. Those con artists outside love to deceive naive fools like you. Why don't you come help me out? You're studying art. You can work in the design department. United as brothers, we would be stronger than anything else. Ji Xingyu pressed his forehead and sighed silently. The burden of this care was truly over. Brother, Ji Xingyu looked at him seriously. I'm 23 this year, not 13. I have my own judgments in life. You don't need to worry so much. If you could really take care of yourself this time, wouldn't be so messy. Ji Xingjian shook his head, helplessly poking Ji Xingyu's rib. Ji Xingyu gasped in pain, covering his injury. See, Ji Xingjian continued, shaking his head. I told you to learn some self-defense, but you wouldn't even bring a bodyguard. Is it fun to fall into trouble? This time, Ji Xingyu knew he was at fault, pouting and remaining silent. At that moment, there was a knock on the private room door. Boss, the guests have arrived. After the man spoke, he opened the door for Lu Chuanxiu and Mo Fei. Once they entered, he closed the door and left. Upon seeing the familiar face of Ji Xingyu in the private room, Mo Fei exclaimed, "It's you." Lu Chunky's eyes lit up upon seeing a beautiful person, and he lowered his voice to ask Mo Fei, "Do you know him?" "Of course." Mo Fei smiled shyly. "I saved him the day before the holiday." This time, Lu Chuanxiu understood. This was indeed not a trap. It seemed he had come to repay a favor. Thinking this way, Lu Chuanxiu straightened his back. This time they were in the right. They couldn't possibly suffer a loss. Ji Xingjian's expression turned faint in front of outsiders as he stood up to greet them. "This must be brother Mo Fei. Thank you for saving my brother." Ji Xingyu also stood up and smiled at Mo Fei. "I didn't get to introduce myself last time. My surname is Ji Xingyu. This is my brother Ji Xingjian." "I know who he is," Mo Fei said with a smile, looking at Ji Xingjian. "When I came, I saw his photos. You look better in person than in the pictures." Although the Ji brothers had quite an age difference, they still bore some resemblance. However, Ji Xingjian appeared more mature and composed with the marks of over a decade of life experience. "Please have a seat." Ji Xingjian gestured for everyone to sit down before officially speaking. "The reason for inviting you both here is to personally thank Mr. Mo for saving my brother's life." Lu Chinxiu opened his mouth, but was interrupted by the unrestrained laughter of that unreliable person beside him. "It was just a casual act, haha, not a big deal. Is it time for the food to be served?" Ji Xingyu smiled at Ji Xingjian as if to say, "See, I told you he was a good person." Ji Xingjian forced a smile, raised his hand to signal the waiter to serve the dishes, and then continued. "Although my family is not what one would call a wealthy household, we still understand the importance of gratitude and repayment." "What you said is too much, Ji boss," Lu Chuanxiu quickly replied. "My little Mo did indeed save someone out of goodwill and never expected a reward." Mo Fei nodded beside him. "Yeah, just treating us to a meal is enough." "That's not enough," Ji Xingjian said with a light smile, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Are you two looking down on me?" Lu Chuanxiu and Mo Fei exchanged glances, both unsure of what he meant. Ji Xingyu lightly called out brother. As the younger brother, he understood his brother better. Ji Xingjian had endured tough times in the past. He understood, well, that monetary debts are easy to repay, but debts of gratitude are hard to settle. Mo Fei saved Ji Xingyu, which was a great favor, and if he could spend some money to settle it, that would be ideal. Ji Xingjian glanced at Ji Xingyu, his eyes filled with warning. His brother was too soft-hearted and easy to deceive. Being a good person in this world is not that simple. Unless this good person has the strength and background, a careless mistake could leave nothing but scraps. Since his brother wanted to be a good person, Ji Xingjian had to become strong enough to support Ji Xingyu. Lu Chunxiu carefully asked, "So what do you want then?" Ji Xingjian fell into deep thought. He actually hadn't figured out how to handle it. At first he thought of simply throwing out $1 million to resolve it, but Ji Xingyu insisted that this little star had noble qualities and that he shouldn't use money to deal with people. It would be quite impolite. So Ji Xingjian had to think of other ways to repay the favor. Perhaps sending him to shoot a movie or offering him an endorsement. As Ji Xingjian pondered suitable opportunities for Mo Fei's eyes were glued to the dishes being served by the waiter. This restaurant specialized in mid to high-end cuisine with prices that Mo Fei usually wouldn't even glance at. Yet the price of the dishes was entirely proportional to their presentation. 3 pounds of squirrel fish sliced evenly and fried to a golden crisp with thick sauce drizzled over the fish garnished with white sesame seeds, making it a feast for the eyes. Mo Fei felt his cheeks start to drool again as another dish of roasted goose was served. The entire roasted goose had a shiny, glossy sauce color, and the light reflected off its skin, creating an enticing sheen. The chef skillfully sliced the goose, producing a crisp sound. Mo Fei swallowed hard. He couldn't even imagine how delicious this would be. It must taste heavenly. Mo Fei's eyes were nearly glued to the roasted goose. The chef responsible for slicing the goose felt a tremendous pressure from his gaze. Ji Xingjian also noticed his expression and chuckled, waving his hand. Let's eat while we chat. Lu Chuanxiu felt utterly humiliated. Anyone unaware might think she was mistreating Mo Fei. It was only after receiving the guest's order that the chef began to slice the goose. The chef was skilled and quick, while Mo Fei's eyes were fixed on his movements, ceaselessly boasting about the fish. The squirrel mandarin fish was sweet and sour with tender meat that melted in the mouth and no need to spit out bones. Mo Fei immediately began to eat voraciously. The braised lion's head had a rich sauce, a light interior, and a perfect balance of fat and lean meat garnished with scallions for a full visual effect. Mo Fei buried himself in eating. The three-flavor fish ball soup had a clear broth that relieved the palate. The fish balls were springy, and the tofu skin absorbed the soup, bursting with flavor with every bite. Mo Fei focused intently on his bowl of rice. Ji Xingjian was still talking to Lu Chuanxiu before I intended to pay a sum as a thank you gift, but Xingyu thought it was inappropriate. I have a friend who is a director of a web drama and can sponsor Mr. Mo to join the cast. I wonder what Miss Lu thinks. Lu Chunkius' eyes lit up. The male lead. Although it was just a web drama, it was still the male lead. Ji Xingjian curved the corners of his lips, of course. Lu Chuanxiu raised her glass to toast, then realized there was nothing on the table except soup. She had to muster her courage and continue. They'll toast with soup, cheers. After saying that, she tilted her head and drank the soup in her bowl. Ji Xingjian was very satisfied with the outcome of the conversation and turned to give his brother a proud expression to take credit, only to find Ji Xingyu was not looking at him at all, but was staring intently at Mo Fei. Ji Xingjian frowned, puzzled as to what was so captivating about that person. Following Ji Xingyi's gaze, he observed Mo Fei for a moment and suddenly felt a bit hungry. Mo Fei was completely immersed in his meal, the happiness on his face overflowing as if he were consuming some exquisite delicacy. Brother. Ji Xingyu tugged at Ji Xingjian and whispered, "I'm hungry." Ji Xingjian discreetly touched his own stomach. He was too. Logically, after discussing business, it should be time for casual chatter, compliments, and small talk. However, the Ji brothers were now too hungry and had begun to eat, showing no intention of speaking. Lu Chuanxiu was perceptive enough to notice this. Moreover, the dishes here were indeed delicious. For a moment, the dining room fell silent, with only the sound of focused eating from the guests. This was the quietest table the slicing goose chef had ever seen. Their attitude towards food was simply the dream of every chef. Once the entire roasted goose was disassembled and served at the table, Mo Fei immediately reached for the goose leg he had been eyeing for a long time. According to the table rules, the legs of the chicken, duck, or goose belonged to the children. At this table, with 4 people, 2 of whom were in their 30s, surely he would get one right. Before Lu Chuanxiu could even give him a look, Mo Fei had already grabbed the goose leg and took a bite. The goose skin was sweet and crispy, the meat juicy, cooked to perfection and full of flavor. Mo Fei's eyes narrowed in delight. Ji Xingyu had been watching Mo Fei eat, and seeing that expression made him unable to resist swallowing. He preferred light flavors, enjoyed vegetarian and sweet dishes, and thought the roasted goose looked rather greasy. Was it really that delicious? Ji Xingyu hesitated, but still picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. The taste was not that great, but it wasn't that bad either. It was acceptable. The meal ended happily for both hosts and guests. As they were dispersing, Ji Xingyu raised his phone, wanting to keep Mo Fei's contact information. Ji Xingjian watched the two talk with a slight frown. To be honest, although Mo Fei had hardly spoken during the meal, Ji Xingjian still didn't like this little star. Professional prejudice aside, he felt an uncomfortable sensation upon meeting him. Moreover, his subordinates said he was skilled with knives, leading Ji Xingjian to believe Mo Fei had at least mixed with the wrong crowd in the past. How could such a person be friends with his kind-hearted brother? He would lead his brother astray. Even if he was reluctant, Ji Xingjian knew it wasn't the time to interfere with his brother's friendships. After the two sides parted ways, Ji Xingjian attempted to speak ill of Mo Fei. This little star is rather impolite, just eating without saying a word. Ji Xingyu didn't even look up from his phone. That's fine, being focused on eating is quite cute. But he doesn't look like. Ji Xingjian tried to present evidence. Xiao Wang said he saw him playing with knives. Who practices that for no reason? He's an actor, but it's normal for him to have some strange skills. Ji Xingyu put away his phone and smiled at Ji Xingjian. Besides, you said before that one shouldn't judge by appearance. Well, Ji Xingjian still wanted to say something, but Ji Xingyu raised his hand to interrupt him. Brother, I think I've encountered my muse. Been feeling super inspired right now. Ji Xingjian was taken aback. What? I was thinking about how to depict the 7 deadly sins from Western legends without making them look grotesque, while highlighting the image of demons. Ji Xingyi's face was filled with excitement. I now know how to illustrate gluttony. Hurry, let's go back. Ji Xingjian's words got stuck in his throat, unable to come out, and he could only nod with a constrained smile. On the other side, Lu Chunxiu was also very happy. That's great. Good people are rewarded, and now you won't have a gap after finishing Director Wang's project. Mo Fei was still lazily lounging in the passenger seat, asking her what gap. Boss Ji has prepared a male lead role for you in a web drama. Lu Chunxiu, knowing Mo Fei's tendency to zone out during meals, explained, although the script hasn't been finalized yet, just based on this life-saving favor, it definitely won't be lacking. Mo Fei was taken aback for a moment. A web drama. Yes, Lu Chunxiu casually said while driving. Boss Ji is really generous. He initially wanted to pay directly, but later thought a role would be better, so he changed it up. Mo Fei felt as if he had been struck by lightning, freezing in place, directly giving money. That meant he could get paid without working, stay at home for a long time, without job obligations, and if the payment was substantial, he could even return home to farm. What had he missed out on? You think that's not okay, right? Lu Chunxiu laughed. One cannot just sit idle. Teaching one to fish is the right way. Mo Fei smiled stiffly. Yes, the role is good, the role is good. Small change. Is it too late to ask Ji Xingyu to change his mind? If he changed his mind, Lu Chunxiu would definitely kill him. Mo Fei returned home, feeling dejected, his pair of green eyes peering at him from between the sofa cushions. I don't feel like playing with you today, Mo Fei said, turning on the light and collapsing onto the sofa motionless. A furry creature jumped down from the sofa, sitting on the ground, and looking at Mo Fei, who resembled a pile of mud, with disdain. On Director Wang's side, Mo Fei's scenes were almost finished, just a wrap-up left. He calculated that in 2 days this untrustworthy Jack the Ripper would be replaced. Although he didn't know what they would draw, it had to be better than this old man, who wouldn't even get him a meal. When that time came, he had to bathe, change clothes, and sincerely pray for a rich card. With that thought, Mo Fei picked up a stuffed cat and took a deep breath. Little god of wealth cat, it's all up to you this time. The stuffed cat was as soft as a jelly, its eyes narrowed without a hint of struggle. Humans, especially those who are eccentric, are far too common. Mo Fei's last scene was also an outdoor shoot. Director Wang specifically chose a rumored haunted abandoned building for filming. Not only was the location remote and the environment poor, but even birds passing by would not dare to leave droppings. If it weren't for the crew members busy around, Mo Fei would almost think that Director Wang intended to silence him and take out his frustrations. Wu Miao was dressed in a bloody jacket, holding a sharp knife, his face adorned with a youthful grin. If this place were to be developed into an escape room, the effect would be explosive. The female actors, however, lacked such elegance, constantly applying mosquito repellent on themselves. Mo Fei looked at the abandoned building and felt a bit unsettled. Generally, such places are either occupied by vagrants or are perfect spots for drug deals. Given his current streak of bad luck, what if he stumbled upon 2 groups of people amid a package of white powder? When that time came, would he fight or not? After fighting, he would still have to call the police. Officer Su was almost pinned as his top contact. It was his position as the first to be extorted after being scammed. Moreover, he heard that the police station was busy recently. He would be increasing their workload for no reason. Right, he was working overtime for the shoot. So that was fine as a friend. Officer Su should not mind working overtime. Besides, everyone has a responsibility to fight against crime. Working overtime is nothing. Aki. As Officer Su was organizing his gear, he suddenly sneezed. Officer Tang swiftly loaded the handgun with a magazine, frowning at him. Tianxing, are you okay? Officer Su rubbed his nose and shook his head. It's nothing, just a sudden itch in my nose. It's fine if your nose itches now, but if it still itches later and alerts the criminals, you won't need to breathe anymore. Officer Tang's words were rather harsh. Officer Su showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, his expression became serious as he replied, it won't happen. The first 3 bullets in your magazines are blanks, so be careful. Li Tsangyu stowed the handgun into his waistband and reminded this opportunity is rare. The inspection department's comrades have not slept for 3 days to find these clues. We must strike true. He paused for a moment before continuing, considering that the suspect has committed multiple crimes. If he refuses to cooperate and resists, he could be shot on sight. Including those 2 human traffickers, the suspect has at least 25 lives on his hands. Although they have yet to confirm his name and origin, those details are secondary in the face of so many lives. The most important thing is to capture him and bring him to justice. The inspection department was also aware of this. The place where Ji Xingyu was attacked was remote, and there weren't many surveillance cameras. However, they deduced the time and watched the footage for 3 days to find a clue. This was the closest they had ever been to the murderer. For such an inhumane and heinous person, they needed to capture him. If he resisted fiercely, he would be shot immediately. Although the process wasn't perfect, they couldn't sacrifice themselves for such a murderer. Letting the tiger return to the mountain was out of the question. Lee Kanji's expression grew more resolute. Officer Su was participating in a capture operation for the first time, his heart racing, and he immediately saluted and answered loudly yes. Good. Lee Tsangyu nodded, looking at the officers in front of him, and gave the command to depart, except for the duty personnel. Everyone get in the car. No sirens, no lights, head to the original site of the Jinwan apartments in the outskirts of the outer city at the fastest speed. Once you see the target, detain him. All the officers looked serious and responded in unison. You all don't know this place was originally planned to be developed into suburban villas by the developer. Within the film crew, a group of actors squatted on the ground chatting while the crew prepared. Over a decade ago, a real estate developer heard rumors that this area would be designated as the city center, so he invested everything to buy this and a large surrounding area to build buildings. When he completed the buildings and was waiting to get rich, the city center shifted from here to the current location. That developer went bankrupt overnight, carrying a debt of hundreds of millions, and jumped from his building. He mimicked a person with 2 fingers, whoosh, splat, shattered into mud. The female actors shivered their faces, showing either genuine or feigned terror. Wu Miao was pleased with the effect and continued. The scariest part is that after that developer jumped, many others who went bankrupt because of this incident, and unpaid laborers jumped here, too, totaling more than 100 people. At this remark, everyone gasped. Only Mo Fei was still happily munching on sunflower seeds. Wu Miao paused dramatically, then said, because so many people died here. When someone tried to redevelop the area later, the machinery malfunctioned as soon as it arrived, and in the sweltering summer the workers felt a chill in their backs upon entering the construction zone, as if it had turned winter. Mo Fei listened, his hand holding the sunflower seed stopped. Even those young couples sneaking out for excitement at night would see the dead developer and the souls of the workers lingering around, staring at them with unblinking eyes, unable to rest in peace. At this point, the female actors became less afraid and started giggling. Oh, turns out we were just telling ghost stories. I've heard too many ghost stories like this when I was in school. I even slept on a graveyard in boarding school. The female actors began to joke. Wu Miao initially intended to tell a small story to liven the atmosphere, and with the atmosphere now lively, he scratched his head and laughed along. Only Mo Fei remained in place, his face pale, his hand holding the sunflower seeds trembling. Wu Miao noticed his strange expression and patted him. Teacher, Mo, you didn't. Is there a ghost? Ghost. Mo Fei's appearance was truly terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Miao could still hear him speaking, he would have called for emergency services. Wu Miao heard Mo Fei's teeth chattering and hurriedly reassured him, there are no ghosts, it's all fake. I just made it up. Mo Fei trembled as he cracked a sunflower seed. Really? It's really fake. Wu Miao was afraid of scaring him further and felt compelled to swear, I truly just made it up. Moreover, we are in a villa area. Those people who jumped off were from the top floor of the neighboring apartment building, which has nothing to do with us. Wu Miao explained with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing this, Mo Fei finally stopped trembling and returned to his normal pace of cracking sunflower seeds. That's good. I thought our world was materialistic. Of course, Wu Miao relaxed upon seeing his expression return to normal, chuckling. I didn't expect teacher, Mo, to be so afraid of ghosts. If this continues, you won't be able to film horror movies. It's fine, we can film. Mo Fei calmly placed all the sunflower seeds in Wu Miao's hand, stood up, and patted his clothes, as everyone knows horror movies have no ghosts. Wu Miao stared blankly as he cracked sunflower seeds alongside him, then silently nodded. Can't argue with that. However, he hadn't even put his first seed in his mouth when Director Wang's furious shout came through. We're starting. What are you still cracking seeds for? I didn't invite you here to crack seeds. Wu Miao, you're here to play a killer, not a gossiping woman. Throw all those seeds away. Wu Miao, who had just raised a sunflower seed and hadn't had the chance to eat it. He was wronged. Director Wang didn't care about his grievances. After scolding everyone, he began to assign tasks. When you escape later, be careful not to block the female lead's face. And the lighting setup, half bright, half dark side, lighting for those 2 perverts to highlight their darkness. Also, Wu Miao, you need to be a bit more exaggerated in your portrayal of the pervert. Mo Fei, tone it down a bit, understand the distinction between the main and supporting roles. In the production team, the director had the final say, and everyone nodded in agreement. Director Wang was very satisfied, waving his hand, prepare to shoot. Everyone took their positions. Actually, the story Wu Miao told earlier wasn't entirely false. These 2 abandoned buildings were indeed constructed by the same developer, one side being a high-priced villa area and the other a low-priced apartment building. As for the jumping incidents, they did occur, but people naturally choose higher floors, which means the apartments. The ghost story was merely Wu Miao's fabrication. While they were enthusiastically filming here, a team of armed police officers in the neighboring development was systematically searching each floor. This was an outer district, and the density of surveillance cameras was far less than in the city center. They also checked vehicles along the road and traced the owners through their license plates, retrieving key footage from the car's dashcam that led to the approximate location of the axeman. In this area, there were only 2 abandoned buildings, making it the most likely hiding place for the axeman. This time, they had tracked down the axeman's whereabouts. He either fled desperately or fought back fiercely. Everyone was holding their breath. The action in the apartment was swift, and the villa area was also bustling. Ultimately, this scene was expected by director Wong to be the most stunning and the climax of the entire film. The female lead cornered and being chased saw her most beloved and trusted male lead standing in her path. When she approached for help, she discovered he was holding a bloody fish-slicing knife. When she realized something was wrong and stepped back in fear to escape, she saw the figure behind her, the black-clad man, remove his hood, revealing the face of a long-dead comrade. At that moment, even if the female lead were a fool, she would understand that these two had colluded to create a major event. In front of her stood her most trusted boyfriend, and behind her stood the embodiment of every schoolgirl's crush, and now they both had their knives pointed at her. If this scene were filmed, well, even if the movie was fast food, at least there would be a segment that could have some longevity, something to chew on later. Therefore, every aspect of the scene had to be perfect. Lighting, setting, actors, camera work. They tried several times, but director Wong felt that something was still lacking. In identical outfits, and under the same lighting setup, the murderous aura around Mo Fei was evidently heavier than that around Wu Miao. This became even more apparent when the camera shifted from Wu Miao to Mo Fei, as reflected in the female lead reactions. Let's shoot on the first floor instead. Director Wong observed for a moment, and said the female lead in a panic escapes to the abandoned building. As she tries to escape the black-clad man, upstairs her deceased comrade appears at the top of the stairs, holding a sharp knife, and when she frantically turns around, she finds that the one pursuing her is actually her boyfriend. This way, the focus of the scene is on the male and female leads, and the dead pervert upstairs won't draw as much. The dead pervert, Mo Fei. Hey, you were the one who said you wanted to work overtime to change the script. If it weren't for director Wong's sudden whim, he would already be at home playing games and soaking his feet with a fortune cat. But still, as they say, the director is the boss on set. Everyone dragged the equipment to the first floor of the villa to start looking for angles. Mo Fei only needed to appear at the end of the second-floor staircase. The camera wouldn't capture the actual second floor, so there was no need for crew members to go upstairs. However, out of caution, Mo Fei still went up to take a look. If a stray cat or dog appeared during filming, it would be them who would suffer when director Wong blew up. Furthermore, Mo Fei genuinely wanted to finish up quickly and return home. He was toying with the filming fish knife as he went upstairs when his gaze caught a glimpse of a black mark on the cement steps that didn't look like paint. As Mo Fei bent down to check, a whistling sound rushed past the back of his head. He looked up to see a very familiar axe swinging right past his head. If it weren't for the motion of ducking, he would have been cleaved in two. Montauk Fei's gaze sharpened. The small man wielding the axe had bloodshot eyes, a twisted face, and while gasping for breath, he yelled, "Why won't you let me go? Why? I've already hidden here. Why won't you let me go?" He shouted as he raised the axe to strike again. Mo Fei sidestepped to avoid the axe's gaze, scanning the axe-wielding man. He was dressed simply like an ordinary laborer, except for the blood stains all over him. Confirming that the man had no protection and wasn't carrying explosives, a surge of courage suddenly rose within Mo Fei. The fish knife in his hand fused with him. It was his most fierce and capable ally. Mo Fei lowered his head again to dodge the third axe, simultaneously stepping forward to fully enter the second level. At this moment, he was on the same level as the axe-wielding man in their confrontation. As the old saying goes, a single surge of energy leads to decline upon repetition. After 3 missed axes, even an ordinary person would suspect that Mo Fei had some skills. However, the axe-wielding man had already fallen in a madness, intent only on killing everyone he saw. The murderous intent on his face grew stronger, causing Mo Fei to frown uncontrollably. Yet, Mo Fei still took a step forward, gripping his knife with one hand and thrusting it directly out before him, the fish knife, piercing the axe-wielding man's chest at a tricky angle. The axe was raised high, frozen in midair. The axe-wielding man looked at the knife handle in his chest, his face filled with disbelief. People on the first floor, hearing the axe-wielding man's shout, gradually approached the stairs to check the situation. Upon seeing the scene, whether they were petite women or burly men, they all let out a sharp scream in unison. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Director Wong shouted impatiently, "Is Mo Fei rehearsing a wrestling scene?" If he didn't hit his face, is it necessary to scream so terrifyingly? No, it's not like that, Director Wong. A staff member on the stairs trembled, and Mo Fei killed someone. Mo Fei, who had nearly been killed, exclaimed, "No, clarify, who killed whom?" Upon hearing the staff's shout, others gathered at the stairway to see what was happening. According to witnesses' later descriptions, Mo Fei was wearing a black windbreaker covered in blood with a gloomy expression and murderous intent in his eyes, standing over a middle-aged man with a knife in his chest. From the costumes to the scenes, plot what aspect didn't resemble a crime scene? Who wouldn't be frightened by such a sight? Mo Fei felt he was even more wronged than Do-yi. Wasn't he dressed like that for the sake of filming? Moreover, it was clearly the person lying on the ground who attacked first. Unfortunately, no one could prove this now. Looking at the terrified expressions of the onlookers, it seemed they had long anticipated that Mo Fei would encounter such a day. Suffocating, deeply suffocating. Director Wong was even more suffocated upon seeing this scene. Bro, can I call you bro? Director Wong nearly knelt down. Your scenes aren't even many. How come you always manage to stir up trouble? Are you sent by my enemies? Just say it. At the moment of being surrounded, Mo Fei raised both hands in defense, feeling wronged as he listened to Director Wong's accusations. I just came up to take a look and nearly got killed by an axe. Who did I offend? At his words, others finally noticed that the person lying on the ground was still gripping an axe. At that moment, Wu Miao squeezed to the front of the crowd, having heard Mo Fei's words, and asked in surprise, "Did this person attack you first?" Mo Fei felt understood and almost cried out, "Finally, someone gets me." His expression darkened even further with this grievance. The onlookers started to retreat. In that case, how about we first call the police and then call for an ambulance? Someone weakly suggested from the crowd, if we leave that person lying there, he might actually die. Everyone's gaze fell on the axe-wielding man who had been stabbed. Though the wound looked fatal, there was still a clear rise and fall in his chest. He wasn't dead, but having such a long object stabbed into his body, it was normal not to move. The props team had been staring for a long time, completely unable to understand, didn't I stick tape on the knife? How did you manage to stab it in? Mo Fei tried to step forward to explain, but as he stepped forward, the crowd took a step back. Wu Miao raised his hand repeatedly in refusal. Mo, go, big brother, let's keep our distance, let's talk from this distance. Mo Fei pouted in grievance, but still explained the blade has been treated, so it can't hurt anyone, but the tip is still sharp. With a bit of force, if you aim correctly, penetrating the body is not a problem. He spoke so lightly, yet everyone recalled his skillful posture when handling the knife, not doubting his words in the slightest. Seeing that everyone was so interested, Mo Fei walked over to the axe-wielding man and pointed at the knife handle in his chest, saying, "How about I pull it out and demonstrate again?" No, it's not necessary, we understand. Indeed, we understand, no need to trouble you. Staff members quickly rejected Mo Fei's idea of demonstrating again. A staff member standing at the edge of the crowd raised his phone and shouted, "I've already called the police," the operator said. "They'll be here soon." Director Wong painfully closed his eyes. He had a premonition that this day would be wasted again. Mo Fei stood beside the axe-wielding man, quietly kicking the axe away from him a little. Now he couldn't go down and didn't know how long he'd have to stand here. In this desolate place, Officer Xiao Su wouldn't fly in quickly, would he? Mo Fei looked at the axe-wielding man lying on the ground and the knife handle in his chest, feeling an impulse to grip the handle and forcefully slice open his chest. This had nothing to do with good or evil. It was purely an automatic thought in his mind, just like how one feels the urge to jump when standing at a height. Mo Fei's hand itched, and the more he looked, the more he wanted to cut open the axe-wielding man. Anyway, since Officer Xiao Su hadn't arrived, yet a slight movement should be fine, right? While thinking this, his knees slightly bent, and before he could even crouch down, he heard a commotion of hurried footsteps coming from outside the abandoned villa. There were quite a few people moving. The crew downstairs saw a large group of people rushing over before Mo Fei did. Some of the arriving police were in plain clothes, while others wore blue shirts, but every one of them was armed. Leading the group was Li Sangyu. He stepped forward and asked, "Did you call the police?" Director Wong, with a long face, pointed towards the stairs. "The person is up there." Li Sangyu nodded and took 2 officers up. Other officers stayed by the crew members and at the stairway, ready to assist at any moment. This was the first time Wu Miao had such close contact with armed police. Unable to hold back, he leaned towards the nearest officer and asked, "You all arrived so quickly, did you come by helicopter?" The officer Xiao Su pulled the corner of his mouth. "No, we were just nearby." Who knows what it felt like for them to receive the message about an attack next door while searching for criminals next door. He thought they would be delayed again. In an instant, it was heaven, and in another instant, it was hell. As Lee Tsang-yu cautiously ascended the stairs with his gun drawn, he saw Mo Fei dressed entirely in black with a gloomy demeanor and blood on his face, standing beside a person lying on the ground, and immediately shouted, "Police, don't move. Hands up!" If it weren't for years of experience as a criminal police officer sharpening his nerves, a rookie with a poor mental state would probably have instinctively fired. This roar was filled with a sense of intimidation, and Mo Fei's hand, which had just been lowered, was raised again, even higher. Mo Fei quickly declared his identity, saying, "I am one of the good citizens." The officer following Lee Tsang-yu showed no hesitation and swiftly cuffed Mo Fei from behind. Had Mo Fei not quickly admitted defeat, they would have had no qualms about pinning him to the ground to cuff him. Seeing the suspect in handcuffs, Lee Tsang-yu finally approached to examine the victim. Upon seeing the victim's face, Lee Kanji's mind short-circuited. The middle-aged man on the ground appeared to be the very suspect they had planned to capture previously. How did he end up lying there? Mo Fei was experiencing the treatment of a rose gold bracelet for the first time, and despite his brain overloaded, he wanted to take out his phone to take a selfie. However, the officers around him reacted as if facing a great enemy, their hands moving to their holsters. Seeing this, Mo Fei had no choice but to immediately spread his hands to show he had no other intentions. At this moment, Lee Tsang-yu had also finished checking the axe-wielding man. He had been stabbed and lay there, but he was still alive. He couldn't quite understand how things had developed to this point, so he holstered his gun and turned to Mo Fei, asking, "Did you do this?" "I can explain." Mo Fei did his best to convey sincerity through his eyes. "All right, let's go back and explain it there." Lee Tsang-yu called out, "Stretcher, urgent rescue. Leave a team to clean up." With so many people from the crew, it wasn't practical to take them all back at once. However, both the axe-wielding man and Mo Fei were treated as VIPs, enjoying first-class accommodations accompanied by two strong men as bodyguards. Director Wong nearly choked when he saw Mo Fei being taken away. He had come to film specifically with Mo Fei and Wu Miao. With one of them taken, what would he even film? What could he possibly film? He might as well take him away too. This was such bad luck, truly bad luck. Director Wong regretted not noticing anything unusual yesterday when he impulsively added more scenes for Mo Fei. It was a problem that had arisen from adding more content. Meanwhile, Mo Fei was sitting in the police car flanked by strong men. He couldn't control his thoughts and recalled an idiom, caught between two sides. Another idiom came to mind, difficulties piled on top of difficulties. This damned punchline, this damned association. Mo Fei couldn't help but smile. Lee Tsang-yu sat in the passenger seat, staring at him intently. This smile did not escape his notice. The suspect dressed in black was handcuffed in the police car, and he lowered his head to reveal a strange smile amidst a crowd of officers. Lee Tsang-yu instantly became alert. "What are you laughing at?" Surprised that his secret smile had been noticed, Mo Fei felt embarrassed. "It's nothing." "Nothing?" Lee Tsang-yu didn't believe him, scoffing. "You can still laugh in this situation. Your psychological resilience is impressive." Mo Fei turned his rusty brain and gratefully replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Sister LV said that being an actor means remaining calm in the face of changes. Lee Tsang-yu had seen all sorts of criminals, but he had never encountered someone so arrogant after being taken into the car in Huagua. If he wasn't truly a pervert, then he was definitely mentally ill. For now, Lee Tsang-yu regarded Mo Fei as a potential hidden perverted killer amongst the crew. Regardless, it was a fact that Mo Fei had injured someone and he needed to sit on the confession chair before discussing anything else. The police car returning to the city split into two routes. One was led by Officer Tang, with several officers escorting the axe-wielding man to the hospital for emergency treatment, while the other was Lee Tsang-yu bringing people to question Mo Fei. Before he had come to the station as a witness, but now he had suddenly transformed into a suspect, which made Mo Fei feel a bit uncomfortable. Sitting in the confession chair under the bright lights with the officers in position, Mo Fei faced the questioning with experience. He answered everything Lee Tsang-yu asked so sincerely that even if they asked him what color his underwear was today, he would answer truthfully. In fact, from the traces at the shooting location and the responses of the crew, Lee Tsang-yu could tell that Mo Fei was not lying. He really did want to check the situation on the second floor, but was ambushed by the axe-wielding man hiding there, and he retaliated in self-defense. However, the main issue at hand was that it was just too coincidental. Everything was just too coincidental. The crew that discovered the dismembered limbs was this very crew. The crew that saved the only survivor was this crew, and the crew that ultimately found the criminal was also this crew. Moreover, the people who saved the survivor and subdued the criminal were the same ones. Was such a probability? Lee Tsang-yu didn't know whether such coincidences truly existed, but as a police officer, his duty was to question all coincidences and investigate them thoroughly. Currently, the surface situation was that Mo Fei accidentally discovered the hiding place of the axe-wielding man. While filming, the Axeman attempted to kill him to silence him, and Mo Fei fought back in self-defense. Yet Li Yu always felt that this matter was not so simple. Mo Fei's intermittent killing intent, that strange smile when getting into the car, and his frequent trips to the police station. Moreover, Li Kanji's intuition told him that this person was truly not as simple as he appeared. Meanwhile, LV Chunxiu, who had received news from director Wang, nearly lost her breath. Is this a joke? Just yesterday, she praised him, and today, a major incident happened. A matter of life and death. LV Chunxiu wanted to say she didn't know Mo Fei, but she was the only one who could bail him out, and the contract made it impossible to say she didn't know him. If she had known this would happen, why would she have been tempted by Mo Fei's charm to sign him? Wouldn't it be just fine to live a humble life with a few underperforming actors and an outdated magician? Why chase an unrealistic dream of being a top-notch agent? Indeed, desire is the devil. LV Chunxiu took a long time to mentally prepare herself before finally heading to the police station to handle the paperwork. There was no other choice. Montauk Fei was an orphan. Had she not noticed him on the street and signed him up, he might have already become a happy son-in-law, living off a rich woman's fortune. She had saved Mo Fei's innocence from the rich women more than once. If it weren't for the fact that he had recently adopted a Buddhist demeanor, seeming to want to renounce worldly desires, and then suddenly turned cold and unapproachable, making those rich women lose interest, they wouldn't have had any time to film. All in all, the only person who could save Mo Fei right now was LV Chunxiu. Currently, all evidence at the police station pointed to Mo Fei acting in self-defense, and there was no reason to detain him. LV Chunxiu signed the papers and got him released, but he still needed to be available for any follow-up. Sitting in the car, LV Chunxiu took several deep breaths, telling herself that Mo Fei was still young, and with his innocent personality, he might be scared in the station. She couldn't scare him. You better explain to me why filming made you end up in the police station, LV Chunxiu said through gritted teeth. Are you messing with me? Mo Fei, still wearing the crew's clothes, looked completely innocent. I was just doing my duty and acting in self-defense, really. To Lu Chunxiu, Mo Fei, at that moment, resembled a mischievous husky. Guilty yet defiant, tearing the house apart, while feigning innocence in the face of accusation. Lu Chunxiu pulled the car over to the roadside and raised her hand to strike. I told you to act in self-defense. I told you to uphold justice. And now you're telling me it was all real or fake. Is wrestling criminals down really what someone like you, a face-selling actor, ought to be doing? Paying taxes on time, staying awake when you should obeying laws, paying for meals, waiting for green lights, refraining from spitting on the street. That's already exemplary conduct. Do you understand? Mo Fei stood dazed, nodding incessantly. Yes, I understand. You understand what exactly? Lu Chunxiu remained unsatisfied. Had they not been inside the car, she'd have kicked him without hesitation. Mo Fei paused, then replied hesitantly then. I don't know. You still don't know. Lu Chunxiu raised her hand again. Trapped in his seatbelt, Mo Fei curled up in the passenger seat, whimpering and shielding his head. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Was you? Lu Chunxiu sneered. Then tell me, what precisely did you do wrong? Montauk Fei holds speechless. He truly had no idea where he'd erred. Was saving someone wrong? No. Was confronting a criminal wrong? Also no. So where had he gone astray? Cautiously, Mo Fei ventured. I didn't stab him dead in one blow. A sharp, exasperated hiss escaped Lu Chunxiu as she pinched the bridge of her nose and drew a deep breath. Was that even human speech? Was that human speech? Seeing her expression, Mo Fei realized, too late, that his answer had been catastrophically off-mark. Yet he genuinely couldn't fathom what he'd done amiss. After a brief pause, Lu Chunxiu lifted her hand again, ready to slap some sense into this wayward son. Mo Fei, a grown man, shrank into the passenger seat, trembling, his eyes glistening with helpless, pleading moisture. Lu Chunxiu lowered her raised hand to press against her chest. Cuteness was shameful, but effective. Had Mo Fei's face held no devastating charm, Lu Chunxiu would never have signed him on impulse years ago. She closed her eyes and silently recited the core socialist values several times until her surging blood pressure subsided. Then calmly started the engine. As the car pulled away, Mo Fei knew he was safe for now. With practiced ease, he rummaged through the vehicle and produced snacks, devouring them with relish. Lu Chunxiu watched her temples throbbing. He was the type who remembered the taste of food, but forgot the sting of punishment, and would dare repeat the same folly. Still, how many serial killers could there possibly be in today's world? She hoped for quieter days ahead. Captain Lee, the forensic report on the axe is ready. The technician placed the file before Lee Sang-yu. The traces match those found on the earlier dismembered remains, and we detected DNA from at least 5 individuals on the axe. A comparative analysis will close the case. Good, Lee Sang-yu murmured, flipping through the file. And how is the victim faring? He received prompt medical attention. No life-threatening injuries. Detective Tang entered from the doorway, holding a medical chart. After surgery at Second Hospital, I transferred him to Onkang Hospital. He handed the chart to Lee Sang-yu, his expression taut. Take a look. His grim demeanor spoke volumes. The chart contained something deeply unsettling. The technician leaned in beside Lee Sang-yu and mused aloud, fascinating. Typically, wounds between ribs 2 through 5 are perilous due to proximity to lungs and heart. This incision landed precisely between the 4th and 5th ribs. It grazed the pericardium, yet spared the right lung entirely. Remarkably precise work. Indeed precise, sighed Detective Tang. The surgeon who extracted the blade said, if this wasn't sheer coincidence, the perpetrator must possess intimate anatomical knowledge and likely has performed human dissection firsthand. Lee Kang-yu's Bro Furuba, the actor who injured the suspect. I've looked into him. Detective Tang replied, his tone weary. Mo Fei is an orphan raised in a welfare institute. He studied computer science at university, then signed with his current agent immediately after graduation, yet has remained obscure for years. His agent has no criminal record either, so it's just a coincidence. Lee Sang-yu set the chart aside and rubbed his fingertips together, gaze steady on Tang. What do you think? We lack evidence. In the absence of proof, the accused must be presumed innocent. Tang met his gaze unflinchingly. But I'll keep watching him. If he's guilty, I will bring him to justice. Lee Kang-yu's milat kiatli pleasa. Grassroots policing could dull even the sharpest dedication. But Tang, though long removed from homicide investigations, retained his vigilance. With Tang on watch, Lee Sang-yu felt reassured. This time, Mo Fei acted in legitimate self-defense and even aided the investigation. We might award him a certificate for exemplary citizenship. Lee Sang-yu chuckled, recalling their earlier conversation. He even asked for a bounty. No bounty, but we'll apply for a commendation bonus upon case closure. The axe-wielding man was a carpenter who'd killed by accident in his hometown, then fled. Though poorly educated, he knew trains were too risky, so he walked following highways instead. Along the way, spotting lone women, he gave into malice, robbing, raping, and murdering. His first 2 attacks were frantic, later perhaps numbed by accumulating guilt, he escalated to dismemberment and disposal of remains. Driven by sudden rage, the killer bore no connection to his victims, and the crime scenes lay along remote highway stretches devoid of surveillance. The investigation had been exceptionally difficult. Had the film crew not been shooting on that very stretch of road, and had Mo Fei not sensed movement in the tall grass and investigated, the latest victim would have been Ji Xingyu. In the absence of evidence suggesting Mo Fei orchestrated the entire incident, only one truth remained: heaven's net is vast, yet nothing escapes its weave. Justice inevitably finds its mark. Until the investigation concluded definitively, Mo Fei was temporarily blacklisted by director Wang. Not entirely, though. Most of Mo Fei's prior scenes had already been red-hot. Only one sequence remained: his character's final appearance, attempting to kill the heroine before being slain by the hero to officially wrap production. Director Wang rehearsed that single scene repeatedly with Wu Miao and the leading actress until every detail was flawless before summoning Mo Fei. They filmed it in under half a day, then dismissed him immediately. What rotten luck! Yet, Mo Fei left cheerfully, pocketing his wrap-party red envelope, securing meals for days ahead. Not only had work ended, but it was also time to replace his card. A one-in for chance. Any outcome except Lawless Rogue would suffice. Ever since acquiring Lawless Rogue, even the lunchbox vendor refused him an extra serving. Such an unfair loss. Mo Fei bathed and changed meticulously, even borrowed an incense stick from Grandma Zhang downstairs, lighting it reverently before a narrow crack in the door. Oh, divine one, grant me wealth. Wealth, and only wealth. At the stroke of midnight, Jack the Ripper faded slowly from view. Under Mo Fei's eager gaze, a silver light gathered to outline 3 large characters. Identity detective. Active, keen observation. Some evidence lies right under their noses, yet remains unseen. That's a problem with the brain unrelated to observation. Best partner status not activated. How can a detective risk their life alone? The creature you spend the most time with over the past week will become your best partner. Passive case caffeine. What should excite a man shouldn't only be excavators. Cases can do that too. Bluntness, an unlikable flaw, but you have already mastered this aspect. Retained skill. Moths to the flame, proficient in human anatomy. Mo Fei checked the card as He sighed in relief after discovering that it retained the skill of proficient in human anatomy. This is good, very normal. As long as he doesn't show off, others won't know how well he understands a human body, which is beneficial for his disguise as an ordinary person. He was a normal person after all. What is this foolish human doing? A strange, youthful voice suddenly rang out. Mo Fei was startled and turned his head to look around. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a cat before? What a pungent dog smell. It's suffocating the cat. This time he heard the voice right beside him. But there was only a cat beside him. Mo Fei scrutinized the seam. The black cat lazily stretched its green eyes, standing upright staring at Mo Fei. Look, still looking, ignorant human. Haven't you seen such a handsome cat before? These few short sentences were filled with a teasing aura, and Mo Fei couldn't believe that a seam was speaking. If something feels off, it must be a problem with the card. Mo Fei quickly examined the skills of detective. He found that the second skill had indeed changed. Best partner status activated. A puppy is man's best friend, or perhaps a cat is too. But why is your partner not a human? Why is my partner not a human? Good question. If it weren't for the card being intangible, Mo Fei would want to flip it over right now. It almost mocked him with "Don't you have any friends?" Friends. Even if they were friends, it wouldn't be possible for them to sleep at his place. The creature that spent the longest time with him was just that seam he slept with. As for the cocky remarks from the seam, Mo Fei heard them, but didn't take them seriously. It's just like when Gandamu declared war on Wu Cheng. After hearing the declaration, everyone laughed. Who would seriously prepare for it? They are not even on the same level. Animals that are not friendly toward humans abound. Cats that became rebellious after being rescued by strong hands are also common. One cannot expect a dim-witted wild cat to understand gratitude. Being overly serious about it would only lead to exhaustion. If it really didn't like him, he could just neuter it and release it. What a small matter. He wouldn't stoop so low as to feud with a cat. The skill is secondary. The card is the main focus. Don't let it be a pitfall. Mo Fei pondered over the card carefully. This card looked decent with no apparent pitfalls. Except for the last skill, bluntness, which seemed to slander him, there was nothing else. It even brought out a cat with a lot of inner drama. Mo Fei glared at the seam. When the time comes, it'll take you to get fried eggs. The seam jumped onto the sofa, distancing itself from him, its cat face full of mockery. The foolish kid doesn't know my background. I won't go into heat. You have a background. Mo Fei raised an eyebrow, his expression more mocking than the cat's. If you had a background, how would I have picked you up? Not going into heat means you're a heavenly fried cat, a cat among fried cats. TSK. The seam flicked its tail. Then who was scared out of there? What's the first time they saw me? Who was the one lying around pitifully waiting to die? I never asked you to save me. Just wait, I don't need your care. It'll leave once the money is returned. This scene would seem very strange to outsiders. A person arguing with a cat. The key is that the cat didn't voice a sound, making the person seem even more insane. At least Officer Xiao Su stood at the door for a long time, not daring to knock. Inside the room, Mo Fei's voice grew more agitated, sounding like a quarrel, yet there was no one responding. Could it be that he was on the phone arguing? Officer Xiao Su hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door. The arguing stopped abruptly. After a while, Mo Fei's voice finally sounded. Who is it? It's me. Officer Xiao Su ziblit su tin seng Officer Su. Mo Fei cracked the door open, poking his head out with a smile, and greeting Officer Xiao Su. What brings you here? Is there a guest at your place? No. Mo Fei looked back. It seemed there was nothing shameful in the room, so he simply opened the door and invited, would you like to come in and sit? Then I will intrude. As soon as Officer Xiao Su entered, he caught a whiff of incense. It wasn't very strong, but its presence was quite noticeable. His gaze fell on a quite conspicuous burning incense stick in the room. This is for turning luck around. Mo Fei quickly answered, I've been a bit unlucky lately, you know. Indeed. Officer Xiao Su nodded in agreement. In half a month, encountering so many incidents is something an ordinary person might not experience in a lifetime. From this perspective, Mo Fei burning incense for good luck isn't a big deal. Even if he lived in a temple and became a monk, Officer Xiao Su wouldn't find it strange. I'm here to discuss something with you. After looking around, Officer Xiao Su continued with the main topic. The killer you subdued has been transferred to the prison hospital, and the prosecution is underway. That's great. Mo Fei clapped his hands with a smile. The criminal is brought to justice. Everyone is happy. But you used excessive force in self-defense. Officer Xiao Su continued. Mo Fei's smile froze on his face. What? Officer Xiao Su observed his expression and suddenly laughed again. Just kidding. If I were here to arrest you, I wouldn't have come alone. Police officers usually operate in pairs. Mo Fei's mind flashed through self-defense regulations, and Officer Xiao Zu's single joke made him swing from high to low. This time your assistance to the police is commendable. My superiors said they wanted to apply for a Good Citizen Award for you. Officer Xiao Zu's expression turned serious on behalf of the community. I thank you for your contribution to public safety. Since you're being so serious, I can't help but straighten my attitude. This is what I should do. Yo, this is what I should do. Mo Fei shot a glance at the seam, which calmly groomed itself. Officer Xiao Su didn't understand why, while the conversation was going well, Mo Fei suddenly glared at the cat. Could this be an actor's quirk? Although Officer Xiao Su did not fully understand, he chose to respect everyone's different quirks. As long as it did not harm society or affect others, even rolling one's eyes at a cat was nothing. Officer Xiao Su smiled and said in a couple of days, I might need you to come to the station again. By the way, you previously sent me a message saying that a van had a conflict with you near your neighborhood, and the next day, 2 men dressed like migrant workers tried to attack you. This incident had happened several days ago, and upon being mentioned, Mo Fei paused for a moment before nodding, yes, have they caught the person? Officer Xiao Zu's expression was somewhat indescribable. He took out his phone and showed Mo Fei a picture. Take a look. Is this the vehicle? Mo Fei squinted at the image. It was a blurry picture taken from surveillance, but he could see the rear windshield of the van, which had a large spiderweb-like crack. He nodded decisively. That's the one. Ooh, I smashed that glass. Officer Xiao Zu's expression became even more difficult to describe. What kind of expression is that? Mo Fei scrutinized him, sensing something unusual. Is there indeed something wrong with that vehicle? Mo Fei was not someone who liked to gossip, but Officer Xiao Zu's attitude was too subtle. Originally, it was just a traffic issue. Why was he involved? There was a case involved. Mo Fei's eyes lit up as if he had just had coffee. Did someone in the car die? Officer Xiao Su pondered for a long time before putting his phone back in his pocket and said the person you saved from that serial killer had encountered human traffickers before he was chased. Wow, a killer and human traffickers, which fool is more unfortunate than you? A voice from Asim was full of mockery. Go stand to the side. Montauk Fei instinctively retorted. Officer Xiao Su looked around and seemed to realize he was the only one in front of Mo Fei. He hesitantly pointed at himself. So should I leave? Not to mean you. Mo Fei hurriedly explained, and after finishing, he shot a glance at the seam. Tichahash silikat. After cursing, the seam elegantly walked over to the basin and leisurely licked water. Mo Fei felt a surge of determination. His fists clenched. This was hardly a partnership. It was clearly a debt-collecting feud. In any case, although the killer has been caught, there are still some matters to wrap up. Officer Xiao Su did not mind Mo Fei's eccentricities and patted his arm. Recently, human traffickers have been a bit rampant. Be careful when you go out. Am I overthinking this? With your kind, 5 together can't even make one decent brain. Who would want you? This time, Mo Fei managed to ignore the seam and nodded seriously. Okay. Officer Xiao Su smiled. The station is still busy. I'll take my leave. Take care. No need to see me off. After sending Officer Xiao Su away, Mo Fei turned and revealed a sinister smile, skillfully grabbing the seam to play with. You think you can compete with me? Mo Fei taunted while tormenting his opponent's body. You are just a little kitten. How can you compete with a human who occasionally stands at the top of the food chain? Even if I haven't reached the top of the human hierarchy, handling a little kitten like you is a piece of cake. Mo Fei was unrelenting, yet his eyes held a thoughtful glint. Officer Xiao Zu's visit had indeed brought a wealth of information. With the capture of the killer, it could be seen as a conclusion to the matter, yet he had Mo Fei identify the van and mention human traffickers. Mo Fei frowned, recalling the text in the corner of the surveillance image that Officer Xiao Su had shown him. He took out his phone to search the map and discovered that the route shown in the surveillance image was less than 5 kilometers from where they filmed the road scene. Moreover, the timing was very close, just over an hour before he discovered Ji Xingyu. Officer Xiao Su wouldn't randomly show him a photo for identification, and since Ji Xingyu had fled after encountering human traffickers, did that mean the van belonged to the traffickers? If reasoning from this premise, when the police arrived at the scene, Officer Li Zhangyu discovered 2 corpses which matched the 2 individuals from the van perfectly. The deceased were very likely the 2 men disguised as migrant workers that he had seen at the time. There was also a driver in the van who had not been mentioned. It was possible the driver fled when things went awry. Human traffickers were inherently profit-driven. It was normal for the driver to escape. However, saying that it seemed that there had indeed been a recent increase in abductions. Montauk Fei's brow furrowed deeper. Asim lay on the ground, watching him. Some people worry unnecessarily. Mo Fei glanced at it with a cold smile. I didn't expect you a cat to know idioms. The scene maintained its dignified and elegant demeanor. I also didn't expect you a poor fool to care so much. Mo Fei ground his molars, pondering how cat meat should be prepared. Is this raising a cat? This is clearly raising an ancestor. I want to duel with you. I won't bully a descendant. 2 will cut off your food supply. I don't care about your tasteless food. Who besides a dog would eat it? It tastes pretty good, just a bit bland. Montauk Fei retorted. Hey, eat something better. I want to go down with you. Silly fool going down with a cat. In some places, there was a frenzy of cat and dog chaos, while in others, there was a deathly silence. Sister, have we been receiving too many goods lately? In a rural house, a simple-looking middle-aged man complained to a middle-aged woman across from him. Last time the third family's fruit picker was caught, this time another one has run away, and a gang and Changzi are also gone. The middle-aged man complained as if about a poor harvest in the fields. The middle-aged woman appeared to be a familiar-looking farmer, her face full of kindness, her voice timid and shy. That's because you are foolish to death. This time I managed to get a big order. If it goes through, I won't have to worry about sales channels in the future. If it fails, I'll still have to share the profits with the distributors below. Those villagers are picky about what they sell. Costs are rising, and you know that. The middle-aged woman took a sip of tea. Foreigners don't care about gender. It's all the same price, and it's higher than those villagers. Where can you find such a good deal? But it really feels like things are getting tight recently. The middle-aged man fidgeted after the gang, and Changzi are gone. The fruit pickers below are restless. Restless? The middle-aged woman sneered. They're already in this line of work. It's not surprising if the sky strikes, or if a child is born without a hole. Now they are restless. If we can deliver, we'll prosper together. If we can't, go back to farming and eat our own food. Mo Fei found himself in a state of idleness after his scenes in director Wang's drama came to an end. Though he was quite eager to visit the set when he had nothing to do, just like a senior watching over juniors after military training, director Wang did not give him that opportunity. The filming location was kept secret from Mo Fei, with strict measures taken to prevent any leaks from the actors and staff. This left Mo Fei somewhat speechless. Was it really necessary? After all, he merely rescued a persecuted young man from his group and caught a serial killer. What was so remarkable about that? What a miser. Drinking plain water. TSK. At home, Mo Fei was at odds with a cat. When he couldn't understand the cat's language, he thought it was a quiet and beautiful creature. Now that he could understand, the cat's mouth was filled with either beep or mother, and after hearing it so much, Mo Fei felt somewhat influenced. If he were to carry this verbal habit outside, it would be a wonder if he wasn't beaten. Look at you, what a coward. When the cat lord roams the world, which beep brat dared to touch me? I could take down their whole family. Upon realizing Mo Fei understood it, the cat became even more audacious. No more cat food, it demanded cat rice. The cat rice had to be balanced, and there had to be dessert afterward. Mo Fei himself wasn't that meticulous. After looking down on him, the cat went downstairs to Grandma Zhang's for food and drink. At this moment, Mo Fei realized that the cat wasn't eating less before it had been feasting on wild snacks outside, and came back just to nibble on a few cat food pellets. It turned out that the cat food he bought home was what Mo Fei consumed the most as snacks. Damn it. Mo Fei chewed on the cat food vigorously as a message popped up on his phone. It was from Lu Chunxiu. She knew Mo Fei was currently in a lull, and wanted to take him to meet the Ji family brothers to fulfill the promise of a lead role. This was indeed a great opportunity for advancement. Make sure to perform well, understand. Lu Chunxiu earnestly instructed Mo Fei on their way to meet Ji Xingjian. The filming cycle for online dramas isn't long. If it can coincide with director Wang's film release, you'll get some exposure. Who knows, you might become a minor sensation. Mo Fei munched on the 3 flavor buns that Lu Chunxiu brought him, his cheeks puffed up, giving an okay sign with his hand. With that foolish landlord-son appearance, if human traffickers abducted him, they could probably just offer him a lollipop to lead him away. Lu Chunxiu sighed wearily. She and Ji Xingjian were about to meet at his clothing company. Ji Xingjian owned several companies, and the one he was at today primarily dealt with high-end coats. Upon entering, a large poster caught their eye featuring a model in a cashmere trench coat, stylish and dashing. Mo Fei stood at the entrance, pondering the poster for a moment. Just as Lu Chunxiu marveled that this child finally had some fashion sense, he exclaimed, "This boy isn't as good-looking as Ji Xingyu." Lu Chunxiu, you looked for so long to come to this conclusion. Of course not, Mo Fei replied, confidently, hands in his pockets. I look better in what I wear. Lu Chunxiu clenched her fists, realizing they were in public, and it wasn't convenient to discipline the child, so she restrained herself. For clothing models, especially those from more upscale brands, and models used were usually mixed-race foreigners or outright foreigners, typically Caucasian. What right did this guy have to show off here when the ethnicities were so different? Gritting her teeth, Lu Chunxiu dragged this embarrassing thing inside. After informing the front desk of their appointment, they met Ji Xingjian in his office. Ji Xingjian's office was simply decorated with a wooden desk, a boss chair, and a black sofa, fitting the stereotypical impression of a boss office. Inside the room stood a man in a suit who appeared to be in a bad mood. "Welcome, please have a seat, Ji." Xinjiang gestured to the black sofa. "Just a moment, I need to handle something." Of course, Lu Chunxiu and Mo Fei had no objections, sitting down obediently. After greeting the two, Ji Xinjiang turned around and suddenly changed his demeanor. "The salary I pay you is not for you to bring me problems. The market wants me to grasp the design, needs me to change the factory, needs my oversight, and I still have to handle piracy. So may I ask for the money I spend on your labor? What labor have you provided?" Ji Xinjiang's tone wasn't very harsh, as if he were merely puzzled. Cold sweat broke out on the suit man's forehead. "Ji, we just slacking off at work, arriving late, and leaving early, showing favoritism, taking bribes, suppressing newcomers, and even plagiarizing." Ji Xinjiang stated this string of accusations nonchalantly before issuing his final ultimatum: "You can leave now. I will contact the legal department to file a complaint against you." The suit man suddenly raised his head, his pupils dilating as he grew agitated. "Ji, give me a chance. This is all slander against me." As he spoke, he stepped forward. Mo Fei tilted his head and stood in front of Ji Xinjiang. "Impulsiveness is the devil. Calm down and do not resort to violence." The suit man didn't heed the words of an outsider. On the contrary, the fact that an outsider dared to obstruct him made him even more furious. Upon hearing the words "resort to violence," he raised his fist without hesitation and swung it toward Mo Fei's face. Mo Fei smiled, dodging the punch, and quickly subduing the suit man to the ground. The suit man was still struggling on the ground as Ji Xinjiang directly called security to drag him out, treating him like a dead dog thrown out the door. Lu Chunxiu wore a polite smile, but internally she was already cracking. What to do if the child keeps causing trouble? It's probably because he lacks discipline. A good beating should suffice. No, for Mo Fei, perhaps skipping a few meals would do. Hitting him was of no use. After resolving the internal matters, Ji Xinjiang put on a smile and greeted Mo Fei. "Please sit. I apologize for the inconvenience." Even if it was embarrassing for the company, they couldn't directly say it. Just as Lu Chunxiu was about to make some polite remarks, Mo Fei straightforwardly stated, "Aren't you deliberately keeping him around to intimidate me?" Lu Chunqi's smile froze, and Ji Xinjiang raised an eyebrow. Mo Fei continued, "Before we came in, the front desk made a call. If you didn't want us to witness this scene, you could have addressed that person beforehand or postponed it. As for your reasoning for doing this..." Mo Fei pointed his wrist. "The businessman's Jaeger LeCoulter Master Control watch gifted by your brother, right? Wearing a several million-dollar watch daily instead of putting it away obviously shows the purpose is not to collect, but to flaunt. Flaunt what, I wonder?" Clearing his throat, Mo Fei stood to one side and exaggeratedly began, "Mr. Ji, this watch of yours looks quite extraordinary." Switching sides, he raised his wrist with a smile. "Oh, you mean this? This was given to me by my brother. Kids nowadays are really something. Well, I told him not to buy such an expensive watch, but he insisted. Still, I earn money just to spend on him." After finishing his act, he looked at the silent Ji Xinjiang. "In fact, you need not worry about me having any ulterior motives towards Ji Xingyu. You can simply throw me 50,000 and I guarantee I will disappear from your lives immediately." Lu Chunqi's heart had already turned cold. The opportunity was slipping away, and he thought to take Mo Fei along to face the end together. Ji Xinjiang glanced at Mo Fei. "Isn't this a bit too cheap? My brother is worth 500,000. Mo Fei chuckled. "I only get 100,000 for filming. 500,000 is quite a lot." As an obscure actor of the lowest tier, he sometimes even had to pay to find work. To actually receive payment was nothing short of a stroke of luck. "Yixingyan nodded. "All right. I initially thought of brushing you aside, but it seems you have some redeeming qualities." Hearing a hint of flexibility in his tone, both Mo Fei and Lu Chunxiu widened their eyes in surprise. "What did you just say?" Self-awareness is quite valuable too. Ignoring Mo Fei's astonished expression, Ji Xinjiang tore a piece of paper from the table and wrote down a phone number. "This is the director's number for that web series. You can contact him directly later." Lu Chunxiu quickly snatched the number before Mo Fei could react, his face beaming with joy. "Thank you, Ji-zone." Mo Fei protested. "You're a big boss, how can you?" He howled and hopped on one leg, clutching it. Lu Chunxiu smiled widely, retracting her small shoe that had stepped on Mo Fei's toes. "Thank you for your trouble, G-boss. We won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." With that, she grabbed Mo Fei by the collar and forcefully dragged him out. Ji Xinjiang played with a pen in his hand, not stopping them. The offer of 500,000 sounded very tempting to Mo Fei. As for him, spending that amount could resolve issues that weren't worth even a hair. Not to mention the flashy watch his brother gave him was already worth over 400,000. However, Ji Xinjiang did not go along with Mo Fei's suggestion. The reason was quite complex, but the main point was that Ji Xingjian noticed that the killing intent around Mo Fei had dissipated during this meeting. He and Ji Xingyu were biological brothers, having lost their parents early on. He raised Ji Xingyu single-handedly, closer than even a real son. No matter what Ji Xingyu wanted to do, Ji Xingjian would wholeheartedly support him, which had led to Ji Xingyu living a sheltered life, unaware of the world harshness. Now at over 20 years old, he was still as naive and foolish as a college student. Perhaps even college students from a student council were more astute than this brother. In this situation, even if Ji Xingjian adored his brother, he had to consider how to make him learn a thing or two. He couldn't keep his brother tethered to him forever, especially given their age difference. Unless something unexpected happened, he would definitely die before his brother. Once he was gone, it would be surprising if Ji Xingyu's character didn't leave him in utter ruin. As for who should teach Ji Xingyu a lesson, Ji Xingjian hadn't previously considered Mo Fei. Someone with a fierce presence was far too dangerous, life-threatening in fact. Now, that Mo Fei lacked that aura, had some skills, was in need of money, and was also clever. Having done business for many years, Ji Xingjian had seen all sorts of people. Someone like Mo Fei was incredibly useful in his eyes. When lacking money, he could just throw money at the problem. A smart person knows their limits. If they have a bottom line, there's no fear of them committing unscrupulous acts that could implicate others. A combination of a firm hand and sweet rewards makes for the best leverage. Of course, Ji Xingjian would never skimp on the benefits he should provide. To have a horse run, one must feed it well after all. Merely demanding work without providing benefits is akin to being a slave master. What good end could a slave master expect? Ji Xingjian thought this over and called his younger brother to ask if he had eaten on time. While Ji Xingjian was pleased, Mo Fei wasn't in such a good mood. After getting stepped on by a small shoe, he limped out of the costume company, forced into a car by Lu Chuanxiu, feeling like a drenched little animal, listless and without spirit. Lu Chuanxiu, having received the director's number, couldn't be bothered to dwell on Mo Fei's nonsensical behavior. After all, this reckless individual had caused trouble more than once or twice. If it weren't for her sharp wits, they would have starved long ago. Once in the car, Lu Chuanxiu immediately called the number. The person on the other end was a young man who sighed heavily upon hearing Lu Chunkius' intentions. There are some minor issues with this matter, but may take some time. Mo Fei perked up at this. If there were issues, that would be wonderful. Ideally, if this project fell through, Ji Xingjian would directly compensate them in cash. No work needed and money would flow, and which would be perfect. Lu Chuanxiu felt a bit anxious, recalling her experiences of being rejected by various directors in the past. She couldn't help but ask, is it due to insufficient funding? Logically speaking, if Ji Xingjian recommended him, he should be able to handle the funding issues. Otherwise, who could possibly swallow such an empty promise? The young man sighed again. No, the funding is sufficient, just some other minor issues. In this world, money could solve 80% of problems. How could a project with adequate funding still have other issues? Lu Chuanxiu thought along these lines, and asked, of course there are issues. The funding is fine, but the actors aren't confirmed, the script is non-existent, and props, crew, lighting, makeup, costumes. Aside from money, it seems there's nothing else. After hearing this, Lu Chuanxiu looked at the screen of her phone to ensure the number was indeed the one Ji Xingjian provided her. After confirming she hadn't dialed the wrong number, she politely hung up. She leaned against the steering wheel, lost in thought. Ji Xingjian wasn't from the film industry, and she could understand that the director he found wasn't a big name. Having a newcomer was completely acceptable. However, judging by this phone call, it wasn't a question of whether the director was new or not. Was the intelligence on the other end sound? Mo Fei's mood shifted from cloudy to sunny as he pulled out snacks and began munching. If the director had nothing prepared, at least he could procrastinate for a while. Though he might not escape the fate of starting work, eventually delaying for some time wasn't too bad. Listening to the sounds of Mo Fei eating, Lu Chuanxiu momentarily had no time to scold him. She contemplated life for a while, and suddenly a thought popped into her head. Lu Chuanxiu called the number back again. The young man on the other end remained calm, showing no signs of annoyance at being interrupted twice in a short time. Director, it's like this. I have more than just Mo Fei as an actor under my management. I have several other artists. Would you like to take a look? In the current film industry, there are many monks, but not enough porridge. It's rare to encounter such a peculiar case. It wouldn't do to not push my people, Lu Chuanxiu thought. The young man hesitated this time. Well, I need to see the male lead first. If the male lead isn't even set in the script, then everything he does will revolve around that character. If he confirms a few actors who don't mesh well with the lead, then what can they shoot? The director's request was quite reasonable. After asking for the address, Lu Chuanxiu decided to set off immediately with Mo Fei, who still had crumbs of biscuits on his lips. If this matter goes well, her underlings would finally have some work to do. After nearly an hour of driving from the east to the west of the city, they finally found the studio the director mentioned in a relatively inexpensive rental area. Before getting out of the car, Lu Chuanxiu specifically warned Mo Fei not to speak or do anything unnecessary. If he ruined this opportunity, she would genuinely kill him as a sacrifice. Mo Fei threw a candy into his mouth and gave an okay hand gesture. Once inside the studio, Lu Chuanxiu briefly doubted whether she had come to the wrong place. The studio was quite spacious, almost devoid of decoration. However, it was also cramped, filled with various items that neither of them could quite understand. There was a foam sculpture that was half human and half dragon, a wool-felled Tyrannosaurus Rex, as tall as a person, a thinker with a messy hairstyle and a body slumped on a lounge chair. No, the last one wasn't a corpse, it was a living person. The young man on the lounge chair looked as if he had been drained of energy, with messy hair like a bird's nest, black-framed glasses, and stubble on his face. Lu Chuanxiu tentatively called out director. After several seconds, the young man finally slowly got up, opening his eyes through his messy hair and glasses, his voice naturally laced with laziness. Director. Oh, you're the one who called me earlier, right? He brushed his hair aside, glanced around, and sluggishly dug out a short cabinet and a strangely shaped stool from a pile of clutter. Please have a seat. Upon seeing him, Lu Chuanxiu already suspected that this person might have issues. However, the fact that he, despite appearing somewhat disabled, still insisted on finding them a seat was surprisingly polite. Mo Fei obediently sat on the short cabinet, and Lu Chuanxiu could only sit on the makeshift stool that clearly wasn't a proper seat. She was afraid to sit too firmly, fearing it might collapse. Director, this is the male lead designated by General G. Please take a look. Lu Chuanxiu introduced Mo Fei to the young man. Mo Fei displayed a standard smile, revealing 8 teeth. The young man squinted, looking at him. Don't call me director, but just call me Xiao Qian. His appearance is fine, but I still haven't decided on the script. Xiao Qian casually hugged Faber Doghead and said, you can tell him actually a sculpture, Major. Filming is just a way to pass time. Lu Chuanxiu looked around. It certainly was artistic, but she genuinely couldn't see how these things related to. This young man seemed quite unreliable. Lu Chuanxiu asked, so Director Qian, what about you and General G? He's the brother of my classmate. Xiao Qian's eyelids drooped, looking as if he hadn't woken up. I heard I was going to make a film and was introduced to a male lead. Lu Chuanxiu couldn't help but glance at Mo Fei. Mo Fei still maintained his toothy grin. Since they were there, Lu Chuanxiu could only brace herself and ask, so after seeing our Mo Fei, do you have any thoughts? Xiao Qian was silent for a moment, and then seriously asked Mo Fei, do you do gay roles? Cough, cough, cough. Lu Chuanxiu couldn't control her intense coughing. Both Xiao Qian and Mo Fei quietly waited for her to finish coughing. Lu Chuanxiu covered her chest to catch her breath. No, our Mo Fei doesn't sell himself. Xiao Qian blinked and slowly said, I'm in the film. A romance between a man and a woman is too cliché. If submitted, it wouldn't qualify. I thought replacing it with 2 men would create a more impactful visual, and if the dialogue is more painful, it should pass. After Xiao Qian finished speaking, he looked at Mo Fei and asked, can you act? Mo Fei continued to smile without speaking. Xiao Qian turned to Lu Chuanxiu and asked, is he mute? Before Lu Chuanxiu could explain, he nodded to himself. A relationship between a healthy person and a disabled person is more artistic. No. Before the misunderstanding deepened, Lu Chuanxiu hurriedly explained, Mo Fei can speak. She shot a glare at Mo Fei. Speak. Mo Fei chewed the hard candy in his mouth, looking innocent. You told me not to speak. Lu Chuanxiu took a deep breath and forced a smile. I was wrong. I forgive you, Mo Fei said, nodding with. Before Lu Chunky's rationality shattered, and she hit him, Mo Fei addressed, Xiao Qian again, friend, since you don't have a direction, yet how about I give you a few suggestions? Xiao Qian nodded slowly. Art films are not in vogue now. The theme you mentioned might be banned, which isn't worthwhile. Mo Fei said, what do markets favor? Action-packed grassroots, rise sci-fi, and fantasy big productions with big stars and directors. We have none of that, Xiao Qian quietly added, only money, and I don't care if it can be broadcast. But we do care. Lu Chuanxiu exclaimed anxiously. If we film something that can't be broadcasted, it would have been better to just take the money from the start. Why bother with all this? Xiao Qian thought for a moment and nodded. I should consider the actor's expectations. You continue. Actually, I can provide you with a script. Mo Fei's face revealed a confident expression. The devil wears Prada. The story goes like this. A novice intern interviews for the assistant position of the most famous fashion tyrant at a renowned fashion company. Despite everyone doubting him, he lands the job. Starting from being flustered and unable to adapt to the environment, he gradually executes every command issued by the fashion tyrant perfectly. He successfully transforms from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan. However, later on he realizes that during his transformation, he did many things he didn't want to do, losing family, friendship, love, and ultimately himself. In the end, he chooses himself over work. What do you think of this story? Xiao Qian listened attentively and asked his first question, what is Prada? And Mo Fei was taken aback. I don't know either. I just think this story should be called that. Actually, I often have strange dreams. Sometimes I'm a thief robbing, sometimes I have superpowers gambling, and other times I'm in a yellow bodysuit fighting. This story is one of my dreams. Oh, Xiao Qian nodded. Is the story a complete one? Where's the highlight? In the intern's Mo Fei became excited. Didn't you say you have plenty of money? Make the fashion part luxurious and extravagant. During filming, have the intern start with a tacky outfit, and then undergo a glamorous transformation. Xiao Qian, being an art student, began to summarize after hearing it. You want to highlight the influence of the materialistic fashion industry on an individual through the transformation of an intern, showcasing both the cruelty of the corporate world and the conflict between reality and one's original self. This would provoke the audience to ponder whether we should choose to abandon part of ourselves, to continue changing, or pause and choose to stay true to ourselves. Mo Fei was momentarily stunned, then decisively nodded. Yes, that's exactly what you're saying. Xiao Qian also nodded slowly. It's quite interesting. As you said, as long as the subsequent plot develops sharply and the visuals are aesthetically pleasing, it could indeed become a film with both meaning and profit. LV Chunky's face showed a hint of joy. But have you forgotten one thing? Xiao Qian slowly added, I'm shooting a web series, not a movie. But before we came, you didn't even have a script, Mo Fei suggested again. Why not shoot a web movie instead? Xiao Qian pondered for a moment. That's not impossible. Mainly, he truly had no direction at the moment. Aside from male lead brought in by Jixing Jian and some money, he had nothing else. He took out his phone and began to send messages. LV Chunxiu curiously asked, what are you doing? Xiao Qian was serious. I have some senior brothers and sisters who, although not professionals in film, could probably form a temporary production team. None of them are professional filmmakers. Mo Fei, having never seen such casualness, couldn't help but ask, give me an example. For instance, this classmate who studies painting art students are very sensitive to light and shadow, so he should be great for lighting. Xiao Qian continued and opened another chat window. And this senior sister studying product design, packaging products, and packaging people should be similar, so it should be fine to let her handle the costumes. Lighting from a painting major, costumes from a product design student, and a director from a sculpture major. Mo Fei counted on his fingers. Why do I feel like Ji Leoj is digging a pit for me? You can't say that, Xiao Qian corrected him. At least I won't delay salaries. He paused and added, if you can get this story into a complete script, I'll pay you the screenwriter's salary, and make sure your name is prominently displayed. Great. Mo Fei clapped his hands. You have a deal. Although he wasn't a professional screenwriter and this information age, the format for scripts wasn't hard to find, just filling in content with a clear idea was enough. It wasn't that Mo Fei was boasting. He remembered those dreams clearly and could recite them from start to finish. Writing a script would be a breeze. Seeing his confidence, Xiao Qian smiled kindly. That's great. This way we have found a screenwriter. LV Chunxiu, who had been in the industry for several years, prided herself on having seen many film crews, but she had truly never seen one like this. From the director to the actors, there seemed to be no one normal. Was this some sort of cutting-edge performance art? Until they exited this overly avant-garde space, LV Chunxiu still couldn't understand how these two people's thought processes had aligned. Could it be that oddballs had their own way of communicating? She couldn't comprehend, while Mo Fei didn't feel the need to explain and happily began munching on a teething stick. That was a grain teething stick that LV Chunxiu specifically bought for him. It was usually purchased by dieters to satisfy cravings lasting about half an hour of chewing, effectively controlling Mo Fei's snack intake. Xiao Fei, how many actors do you need for that script? LV Chunxiu asked while driving. Mo Fei, with the teething stick in his mouth, mumbled a lot of extras, but about 7 or 8 key roles. What do you think of the others under me, LV Chunxiu hadn't given up on the idea of elevating her subordinates along with herself. Mo Fei recalled the appearances of the other small actors and internet celebrities under her, as well as that magician, and tactfully replied, the extras are fine, but the main roles won't work. After all, the fashion film looks are quite important. LV Chunxiu felt her judgment, and those of her small actors were insulted and fell silent. This guy really knows how to infuriate others. As the car moved onto a small road, a woman carrying a basket appeared by the roadside. There were pedestrians on the side of the road, and LV Chunxiu instinctively slowed down a bit. As the car drove past the woman, she suddenly raised her hand and threw a few eggs at the vehicle. The egg smashed against the windshield, the yolk egg white, and shells splattering everywhere, obscuring part of the view. LV Chunshio nearly lost control of the steering wheel and cursed in disbelief. Is she out of her mind? After cursing, she was about to turn on the wipers to clean the windshield. Mo Fei nearly jumped from his seat. Don't. But his warning came too late. LV Chunshio had already activated the wipers. The egg whites quickly spread and turned white under the friction of the wipers clumping together with the yolks. What was initially just a slight obstruction of vision on the windshield was now completely blocking the road. LV Chunshio lost her visibility and panicked, slamming the brakes. The powerful inertia pulled Mo Fei forward the seatbelt, pressing him tightly into the seat. When the car came to a stop, Mo Fei clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. LV Chunshio, dazed, held the steering wheel for a few seconds before realizing to shift the car in a park and pull the handbrake, then asked Mo Fei, "Are you all right?" Mo Fei pulled out a piece of paper and spat out the half of the teething stick he had bitten off along with blood, smiling, "Slightly bit my mouth." As he spoke, he continued to spit blood. Given the amount, it was evident he hadn't bitten lightly. LV Chunshio pointed at his hand on his chest. "What about here?" Mo Fei leaned back in his seat, tilted his head to unbuckle the seatbelt. "Thanks for driving slowly. If this happened at high speed, I would have broken a rib." His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed some blood, and when he looked at LV Chunshio again, his face had lost all excess expression. "You stay here and call the police." "Call the police." LV Chunshio repeated, stunned. Immediately after, she saw Mo Fei pull out a familiar yulok from beneath the seat, opening the car door and stepping out. LV Chunshio instinctively unbuckled her seatbelt, wanting to follow him, but she saw several strong men rush out from both sides of the road, looking anything but friendly. She froze for a moment, instantly understanding what Mo Fei meant, and hurriedly took out her phone to call the police. Getting out of the car would only hold Mo Fei back. Calling the police was the best help she could offer. After getting out of the car, Mo Fei spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his expression cold as he stared at the aggressive men approaching. Just in terms of aura, Mo Fei was not at all weaker than the few men in front of him. The four burly men exchanged glances and slowly surrounded Mo Fei. Mo Fei felt a faint pain in his chest from the seatbelt, and his anger surged skyward. His gaze swiftly scanned the throats, temples, groins, and eyes of the four men. With the right force, striking these several points could incapacitate a person quickly without causing death. The most important thing was to apply the correct amount of force. Using too much force could kill someone. Mo Fei tightened his grip on the yulok and took a few steps forward. He was concerned not to damage Lu Chunky's car. Repairing it would be a hassle. The burly men were taken aback that this lone, delicate-looking man dared to step forward, feeling provoked as they clenched their fists and charged at him. Mo Fei watched the fists closing in on him, swinging the yulok to meet the attack. Flesh and bone could not compare to steel. The sound produced when the yulok collided with the burly man's fist was dull, while the man's scream was one burly man standing at 8 meters and covered in muscle clutched his right hand, howling as if he were slaughtering a pig, while the other three were momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Fei kicked upwards towards the groin of the second closest man. He felt the tip of his shoe strike a soft mass, and the force likely shattered it. The second man's face instantly turned pale, and he instinctively clamped his legs together. Mo Fei jumped up his other leg, snapping up to kick the opponent's chin. The man was knocked back and fell straight to the ground. Montauk Fei landed lightly. In just a few seconds, 2 opponents were down, and the remaining 2 looked at Mo Fei with evident wariness. Mo Fei glanced at the yulok in his hand. The edge of the lockhead was stained with a bit of blood. He shook it off nonchalantly, and when he turned to face the remaining 2, his expression remained cold, but the effect was entirely different. One of the 2 men pulled out a watermelon knife from behind, charging forward without a word to swing it. Damn it, no martial ethics. Mo Fei turned and ran. A weapon's advantage lies in its length. A watermelon knife is much longer than a yulok. Not only was it impossible to block, but they also had 2 of them. The 2 men with knives chased after Mo Fei, while the first burly man, slightly recovering from his injury, gritted his teeth and prepared to join in seeking revenge for the yulok. He had barely taken 2 steps when the sound of a car starting suddenly reached his ears. The burly man turned to look only to see a car covered in eggshells roaring towards him. A woman leaned halfway out of the driver's window, one hand on the steering wheel and the other resting on the door. At that moment, when their eyes met, Lu Chunshio shouted and slammed the accelerator, causing the car to speed up and charge toward the burly man. In the burly man's terrified expression, the car, just having started, collided with him at 30 miles per hour, but did not knock him away. The burly man lay on the hood, likely hitting his injured hand, his expression twisting in agony. Lu Chunxiu gritted her teeth and pressed the gas pedal again. Had it been earlier, she might not have had the courage, but now Mo Fei was being chased and attacked by two men with watermelon knives. Could he compete with just that little broken lock? The car's speed gradually increased, and the burly man could no longer hold on to the hood, getting dragged underneath the car. The wheels rolled over him, causing a jolt, and Lu Chunxiu, still shaken, sat back in the car and slammed the brakes, her hands trembling uncontrollably. This was her first time driving and hitting someone. The conflicting thoughts of, I've broken the law, and so this is what hitting someone feels like, played over and over in her mind. Lu Chunxiu took a deep breath, leaned out again, gripping the steering wheel to adjust the angle, and aimed at the two men chasing Mo Fei. But just then a pair of rough hands grabbed her shoulder, a strong force trying to pull her out of the driver's seat. Lu Chunxiu turned to see the woman who had thrown eggs at their car earlier. The woman's face was twisted with rage, and while pulling Lu Chunxiu, she kept pinching her soft flesh. Though Lu Chunxiu appeared to be a small white-collar worker, she had helped Mo Fei deal with rich women in the past, and had even broken two lecturers' hands herself. The woman's grip was strong. After a moment of panic, Lu Chunxiu decisively leaned forward and bit her face. It was no longer just about robbery. This group was intent on taking lives. Lu Chunxiu understood this. Regardless of how the woman pinched and hit her, she refused to let go, even tasting the metallic tang of blood in her mouth. In the struggle, Lu Chunxiu loosened her foot on the brake slightly. Equal part of her body was still in the car, being dragged forward by it. The woman whose face Lu Chunxiu was biting had no choice but to follow the car without her consent. The burly man who had been dragged under the car was lying behind the front wheels. As the car moved, the rear wheels rolled over him. The car jolted, and Lu Chunxiu felt a bump. The woman screamed, even louder as her face was tugged. Amidst the chaos of being pursued, Mo Fei glanced back, mirroring the movements of the two armed burly men. The situation of Lu Chunxiu and the woman evidently exceeded their expectations. Seeing the two turn back, Mo Fei swiftly swung the U-lock behind him, striking one man's skull. He controlled the force, ensuring it wouldn't kill the man outright, but it was enough to crack his head. Having knocked one down, the other reacted and swung his knife wildly. Mo Fei's hand holding the lock was sliced, blood gushing out and soaking his sleeve. Mo Fei's throat rolled, and suddenly he spat a mouthful of pink saliva at the man. The man instinctively raised a hand to block, while Mo Fei attacked from three angles, his foot delivering a swift kick to the lower regions, followed by a horizontal sweep of the U-lock that struck the man's cheekbone. Another burly man fell to the ground. The one who had been knocked down earlier swayed, but still attempted to rise. Mo Fei wiped his mouth with his sleeve and slowly walked over to him. Seeing the opponent's evident struggle to recover, Mo Fei flashed a friendly smile and delivered a decisive blow. By now, all four burly men were on the ground. Mo Fei did not relax or delay, quickly heading towards Lu Chunxiu. Sister Lu let go. Lu Chunxiu was completely driven by adrenaline, unable to calm down, and could not hear Mo Fei's words, only knowing to bite down and not let go. Mo Fei kept pace with the car's speed, pressed his hand on the woman's shoulder, and in the next moment a crisp sound of dislocated bones echoed as the woman screamed, her entire arm going limp. As long as the force was applied, correctly dislocating a joint was very simple. Mo Fei followed the same method, releasing the woman's arms without caring for her life or death, softly persuading Lu Chunxiu, Sister Lu, it's all right now, Xiao Fei, you can let go of your mouth. Let's stop the car first, otherwise it will really turn into walking a dog. Lu Chunqi's face was flushed from embarrassment, and after hearing the latter part of the sentence, she slowly released her grip, revealing a smile that looked worse than crying. How humiliating. Her lower face was smeared with a woman's blood, resembling someone who had just finished a meal of flesh, and combined with her unsightly smile, she would surely frighten even the bravest of friends if taken out. Faced with this scene, Mo Fei was not afraid at all. Instead, he joked, I was talking about myself. His relaxed demeanor calmed Lu Chunqi's emotions somewhat. She sat back in the car, trembling as she stopped the vehicle, even remembering to turn on the hazard lights. Mo Fei casually tossed the woman he was holding aside and began counting. 4 men and 1 woman, all down, no doubt about it. He took out his phone to check the time. It had only been about 10 minutes since the eggs were thrown at the car window. Originally, they were having a good day, but it was ruined by these few people. Mo Fei shot a fierce glare at the woman who was still wailing and noticed Lu Chunxiu shivering as she retrieved a triangular stand from the car's trunk, struggling to walk 200 meters to set it up. Noticing Mo Fei watching her, Lu Chunxiu trembled slightly and explained, I had to retake the first driving test several times before I passed the I can't afford to lose points. Montauk Phi nodded appreciatively. Indeed, like attracts, like he was so law-abiding that everyone around him were good citizens as well. Xiao Fei, if I crush someone, will I get sentenced? Probably not. Lu Chunxiu clutched her clothes, her face alternating between red and pale. Mo Fei educated her. Article 20 of the criminal law states that actions taken to prevent ongoing unlawful harm to the country, public interests, oneself, or others resulting in injury to the unlawful aggressor are considered justifiable self-defense and will not incur criminal liability. But I crushed him to that extent, he's going to be disabled. For the first time, Lu Chunxiu encountered such a thrilling situation, almost in tears. Isn't there going to be some humanitarian penalty? Mo Fei looked at her in surprise. You don't even know the definition of justifiable self-defense, and yet you mention humanitarian penalties. But it's not your fault. The criminal law is so thick that not everyone can immerse themselves in it. Mo Fei puffed up his cheeks, feeling that the bleeding from his mouth had lessened, and continued to comfort her in a slurred manner. You've misunderstood. Humanitarian penalties refer to leniency for serious crimes, not harshness for suspected crimes. Moreover, the law stipulates that actions taken in defense against violent crimes that severely threaten personal safety, such as assault, robbery, and rape resulting in injury or death of the aggressor, do not constitute excessive self-defense and are not subject to criminal liability. Don't worry. Mo Fei pondered for a moment and added, however, this special defense does come with conditions. Lu Chunxiu urged him, hurry up and tell me. The first condition is that the aggressor must be committing a violent crime that seriously threatens personal safety. Mo Fei glanced at the group of burly men. These rascals even pulled out watermelon knives, so it definitely qualifies. What's the second one? The first condition is a prerequisite. The second condition is time. Mo Fei carefully observed the surrounding environment. The violent crime must be ongoing, which defines the time frame. In simpler terms, it means the other party must strike first. If we take them down, we cannot follow up with additional attacks. Lu Chunxiu mimicked his manner, looking around in confusion. What are you looking at? The cameras. Mo Fei sighed. Just now when I engage with them, there is a possibility I could be charged with mutual combat. Given the state of the fight, it would indeed be difficult to explain. But since they dared to act here, they must have scouted the area and knew there were no cameras. Mo Fei added, without cameras based on the scene's traces, we are still justifiable self-defense, so don't worry. Lu Chunxiu fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly ran to the side of the car, pried a memory card from the rearview mirror inside, and threw it on the ground, stomping on it several times. After stomping on it, she felt it wasn't enough and rubbed it on the ground several more times before finally tossing the memory card far away by the roadside. The tiny memory card, treated this way and thrown away, wouldn't just be difficult to find. Even if found, it would just be a piece of useless plastic. Mo Fei covered his arm, watching her actions silently, giving her a thumbs up. Lu Chunxiu pouted. It used to be for preventing scams. Who would have thought that after so many years scammers wouldn't even look at her cheap car, but robbers would? Truly, they were not picky at all. Shortly after she had finished dismantling the dashcam's memory card, a white police car with black lettering arrived at the scene. Every district has its own police station. This time, the responding officers were not the familiar Officer Sue, but 2 unfamiliar officers. The 2 unfamiliar officers were also taken aback by the scene before them. People were sprawled on the ground in disarray, while a middle-aged woman had a large piece of flesh hanging from her face, her arms twisted into unnatural positions while she wailed. The only 2 still standing were one trembling uncontrollably with blood all over his face and another silently bleeding from his arm. The 2 officers exchanged glances and without a word began calling for backup, also requesting an ambulance. After summoning help, they checked the condition of the injured. They breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that everyone was still alive. The impact of injured versus dead is not even on the same level. It's best if no one dies. The more amiable-looking officer tried to approach Lu Chunxiu to inquire about the situation. Lu Chunxiu tearfully and incoherently recounted the events, even pointing out the eggs on her car to them. The 2 officers exchanged glances again, looking unsurprised, continuously reassuring Lu Chunxiu, praising her for remembering to set up the tripod and turn on the hazard lights, saying she must have learned well at the driving school. With the officer standing beside her, Lu Chunxiu felt a surge of security, only then realizing that her body was aching intermittently. When the ambulance arrived, the paramedics were shocked by the scale of the injuries. Just 1 car and 5 people were lying down. How could that cause such an effect? Were they lining up to cross the street only to get hit? However, when they lifted the injured and saw the watermelon knife beside the burly man, their expressions changed and they became cautious in their movements. This round of questioning was conducted at the hospital. Mo Fei received 4 stitches on his arm, fortunately avoiding injury to the artery and tendon. Apart from the scar, there would be no further complications. The doctor held a small flashlight, prompting Mo Fei to open his mouth. Moth Fei obediently complied. The doctor took a glance at the inside of his mouth and casually asked, "What happened? You've bitten it so badly." "I was bravely fighting against the criminals," Mo Fei replied, solemnly showing the freshly stitched wound on his hand. He would never admit that he bit it while eating snacks in the car during a sudden break. The doctor glanced at the police officer standing beside him, who only smiled in response without any understanding the situation. The doctor raised his hand to write out a prescription. "You need 2 stitches. After the stitching, remember to take some anti-inflammatory medication, daily eat a light diet, avoid spicy and stimulating foods, and stay away from cigarettes and alcohol." Mo Fei gave an okay sign. Lu Chuanxiu had been waiting outside. Her injuries didn't require treatment, as she had already told the police everything except for the part where Mo Fei educated them about criminal law. The traces found at the crime scene were clear. The watermelon knife had only the fingerprints of a burly man. It looked like 4 individuals attempted to rob, but ended up facing 2 tough opponents. Therefore, after treating the wounds and collecting their ID numbers and contact information, the police officers in the western city let them leave. Lu Chunky's car was still smeared with egg, and she didn't want to drive for a while. Instead, she decided to take a taxi to send Mo Fei home. Sitting in the back of the taxi, Lu Chuanxiu still felt a lingering fear. Robbers are getting too arrogant these days. Driver, be careful. While driving, some people throw eggs at cars to trick you into stopping. Upon hearing this, the taxi driver had something to say. "Miss, no one in your family has driven before, right? Experienced drivers know that it used to be chaotic, throwing eggs at cars, old and weak people standing on the roadside asking for rides. All of those were tricks to get you to stop. Well, once you open the door, you could be gone." Experienced drivers know. Lu Chuanxiu asked in disbelief, turning to glance at Mo Fei. Mo Fei, with an ice pack on his face, looked rather miserable. Of course, the driver continued while watching the road. In the past, people driving kept baseball bats and steel pipes in their cars. No one dared to run away easily. But now there are more and more cameras, so fewer people do such things. Lu Chuanxiu nodded. "So you and a bunch of fools," Mo Fei interjected gloomily. "Those people weren't robbers." "Not robbers. Then what were they?" Lu Chuanxiu suddenly felt a chill. Mo Fei glanced at the driver through the rearview mirror and then at Lu Chuanxiu. "They were kidnapping people." Lu Chuanxiu opened her mouth, unsure of how to refute that. After a brief silence, the driver's expression also turned serious. "Yes, in the past, many of those people disappeared along with their cars. Who knows where they ended up?" The rest of the journey was silent between Lu Chuanxiu and the driver. Mo Fei, with stitches in his mouth and the yulok taken by the police, couldn't feel happy either in mood or body. When they finally returned to the eastern city, neither of them had eaten, nor did they have the mood to cook. They simply found a porridge shop near the old neighborhood to have some porridge. Lu Chuanxiu pulled Mo Fei to sit near the entrance and whispered, "Are you serious about what you said in the car about kidnapping?" At that moment, the shop was empty, and they were speaking at the entrance where the owner couldn't hear them. Moth Fei nodded. "How could that be?" Lu Chuanxiu subconsciously doubted that such a thing would happen to her. Her first reaction was suspicion and rebuttal. Mo Fei asked her, "Do you remember the day I went to interview in Director Wang's group?" Lu Chuanxiu nodded. "I remember that day your group found an arm." "That's not what I meant," Mo Fei corrected her. "That day, just as I was leaving, I encountered a group of human traffickers trying to abduct a child." "What?" Lu Chuanxiu nearly lost control of her volume. "Why didn't you tell me about this? Here comes the meat floss porridge." The owner walked over with a bowl of porridge. The two of them tacitly fell silent. Once the owner left, Lu Chuanxiu shot Mo Fei several glaring looks. If he weren't injured, Lu Chuanxiu would have pulled on his ear. Why didn't he inform her about everything? If this became known, she would have to handle it. "There were too many things that day. Oh, I forgot," Mo Fei said, looking innocent. Rescuing a child, breaking his phone, interviewing for the crew, changing his identity card, the crew, finding an arm, and saving a cat that was cursing. It really couldn't be blamed on him for not reporting back. With so much going on, he didn't know where to start. "That's not the—" Mo Fei slurped his porridge, his cheeks puffing up. "Later, the boy I picked up in the crew, Ji Xingyu, was also brought near the highway by human traffickers." Lu Chuanxiu was stunned. After the shop owner brought her porridge, she pondered for a while before speaking. "So there are many human traffickers out there. You were only driving a Golf. If it were a robbery, they would have targeted luxury cars like BMWs or Benzes instead," Mo Fei replied. "But I'm not that young anymore. Would human traffickers really look at someone like me, eh?" Lu Chuanxiu touched her cheek. No woman wants to admit she is aging, but when compared to life and death, being a bit older is not unacceptable. So, I still have some doubts. Mo Fei said, finishing his porridge and looking brightly at Lu Chunxiu. Lu Chunxiu pushed her bowl toward him. Eat up after such an incident, you should just rest at home for a few days. I will explain everything to Director Qian. Mo Fei gulped down half a bowl of porridge in one go, exhaling a sigh. You should also avoid going out for a while. I suspect this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Lu Chunxiu raised an eyebrow. The reactions of the two police officers who handled the scene were too mild after seeing your car. Mo Fei licked his lips. The taxi driver who took us back had the normal reaction. Using eggs to stop cars is an old trick. It's like you as a manager seeing a male celebrity with long hair. Wouldn't you look at him a few more times and gossip about his hair? Lu Chunxiu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. So before us, there must have been others who encountered similar. Mo Fei put down his spoon, his eyes not only filled with contemplation, but also excitement. The people who reported the previous incidents probably didn't confront those individuals directly, otherwise they wouldn't keep using the same trick. Those who called the police knew that they shouldn't stop or use the wipers. They drove away directly before reporting, so the police had a record of such methods, hence, it wasn't surprising. Sister Lu, do you know under what circumstances human traffickers would target adults? To traffic women. Lu Chunxiu offered a common understanding answer. But I was in the car, and they could see me. Mo Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. Under what circumstances would human traffickers not discriminate between genders? Could you please stop speaking in riddles? Lu Chunxiu lightly tapped the tabletop. I've just been startled, and now you're telling me ghost stories to frighten me further. It's not a ghost story, Mo Fei replied with solemn conviction. There are no ghosts in this world. Lu Chunxiu was utterly disarmed by his uncanny ability to seize upon the most absurd detail, and raised his hands in surrender. Fine, fine. So tell me, what is it? The value adults hold in this world is starkly utilitarian for women. It lies in fertility and physical beauty for men in labor capacity. Though admittedly handsome men may also possess value in their appearance. Having said this, Mo Fei couldn't resist touching his own face. Lu Chunxiu stared silently, then sighed inwardly. Sometimes having someone like this under one's charge truly felt like a Sisyphean trial. But Mo Fei raised his voice slightly and leaned in toward Lu Chunxiu with theatrical gravity. Do you know what value men and women share equally? Lu Chunxiu answered dryly, beauty. Mo Fei shook his head, a faint, unsettling smile curling at the corner of his lips as he murmured almost hypnotically, organs. Lu Chunxiu instinctively swallowed hard. His heart skipped a beat unbidden. A chill crept up his spine. You mean people are being abducted for organ trafficking? Lu Chunxiu lowered his voice incredulously. But this is a society governed by law. Listen to you, Mo Fei shook his head. Even the most rigorous legal framework cannot prevent some from straying onto crooked paths. That's true enough, Lu Chunxiu nodded, yet unease prickled at his temples. Still, how can they operate so brazenly without consequence? Consequence. Of course there are those who act, but how long it takes to eradicate such evils entirely remains the question. Cases involving organs and human trafficking rarely confine themselves to a single region. More often they span national and even continental boundaries. He tilted his head thoughtfully. At that scale of progress, Stahl's authorities may find themselves locked in a protracted cat-and-mouse game, pursuing, suppressing, investigating, perhaps even across generations. Lu Chunxiu's lips twitched twice. Though reluctant to admit it, he could not deny that events would likely unfold precisely as Mo Fei had described. How pitiful for those marked as prey. Once seized, any hope of a peaceful life vanishes. From now on, I'll remain vigilant at all times. Lu Chunxiu murmured to himself, such audacity. How can this be tolerated? Mo Fei had no further recourse. He was after all an ordinary citizen, merely somewhat more handsome and rather more unfortunate than most. Yet he held unwavering faith in the law and those sworn to uphold it. His duty was clear: stay alert, stay upright, stay forward-moving. After this incident, Mo Fei's name resonated through both the eastern and western precincts of the city. Police departments maintained informal inter-unit chat groups, and the western precinct's arrest of 5 suspects in a single operation was by any measure extraordinary. Officer Su glanced at his phone, its screen flashing incessantly with new messages. He pointed at the chat window and teased Senior Officer Tang, "Sir, look, doesn't the person they're describing sound exactly like Mo Fei?" "Sounds like." Officer Tang reclined, slightly squinting at the message. 1 man and 1 woman, subduing 5 knife-wielding assailants. His eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible. And that's not all. Officer Su scrolled down and opened an image. Colleagues on site reported all 5 suspects were already incapacitated upon arrival. The scene was nothing short of staggering. Look, this is the lock the hero used. One man, one lock, one miracle. Officer Tang studied the image for a moment, then took Officer Su's phone and zoomed in. This lock looks oddly familiar. Officer Su retrieved his phone, unfazed, unshipped locks all look alike worldwide. No, it's this one. I've definitely seen it before. Officer Tang furrowed his brow, searching his memory. Do you recall the last time I responded to a call with Master Songyu on that highway alarm? Officer Su paused, then nodded. That was Mo Fei's production crew, wasn't it? Officer Tang affirmed. That day, I saw Mo Fei with exactly this kind of unshipped lock beside him. Officer Su's mind clicked. Wait, you don't mean to say those two who took down 5 in the West Precinct were Mo Fei and his companion? A simple phone call would settle it. Officer Tang said, gesturing to the device. Is it really necessary? Officer Su shrugged. Even if it is him, so what? Does that forbid him from walking freely about the city? Besides, given his streak of misfortune, I wouldn't find it surprising at all if he stumbled into something like this. Noticing his superior's grim expression, Officer Su added gently, Sir, I know you're a veteran detective. Skepticism comes with a badge. It's only natural. But we vetted Mo Fei multiple times. He's clean. Absolutely clean. As he spoke, he glanced again at the group chat and blurted out, stunned, good heavens. 5 suspects. 2 castrated, 1 suffering severe concussion, another with a comminuted hand fracture and multiple crushing injuries. Officer Su's eyes bulged. The least injured was the woman, both shoulders dislocated and a large chunk of flesh torn from her face. Officer Su and Officer Tang exchanged a long, wordless glance, and simultaneously felt a cold, involuntary shiver descend below the waist. After a pause, Officer Su chuckled awkwardly. Then again, colleagues confirmed these were traffickers, so perhaps the takedown wasn't unjustified after all. Officer Tang's brow knotted tightly. Traffickers. Their eyes met, and in them flickered identical shock. In unison, they breathed the same question. The same traffickers arrested a week ago. Another failure, and 5 of you arrested. Are you utterly incompetent? The middle-aged woman wore an expression of guileless simplicity, but her words cut deep. The burly man standing before her kept his head bowed, murmuring an explanation. Aunt May, this time we ran into real trouble. A serene smile spread across Aunt May's face. All 5 apprehended. Just how formidable could these troublemakers possibly be? What? She slammed her palm on the table, fury blazing. Did you abduct undercover officers? The man remained bent low, fearful, silent, utterly cowed. Had she not been desperate for bodies, her trafficking quota far outpacing supply, they would never have risked such reckless, violent abduction. I told you, when selecting targets, choose the quiet, unremarkable ones, preferably outsiders working here temporarily. Such people may vanish for months without raising suspicion. Aunt May drew a slow breath, regaining composure. Now look what you've done, causing such a stir. This place is no longer safe. The man dared a furtive glance at her face and ventured cautiously, what about the captives? Would you like all of them? Aunt May fixed him with a blank, chilling stare. The man flinched, violently waving his hands frantically. No, I'm not capable of handling that many. Sell everyone you can move. Leave behind whatever you cannot carry. A flash of ruthless resolve crossed Aunt May's eyes. Not a single one may survive. The man snapped to attention. Yes, ma'am. Mo Fei was injured and took 2 days to recuperate at home. As soon as he returned home, a cat outside mocked him. Who did you lose to this time? He heard a hurried knock on the door and Grandma Zhang's voice calling from downstairs. Mo Fei, are you home? Is everything all right, Mo Fei? Mo Fei got up, took a moment to calm his morning grumpiness, and opened the door. The cat skillfully slipped inside. Seeing him, Grandma Zhang sighed in relief. It's good that you're home. Everything is fine. What happened? Mo Fei asked her muffledly. Grandma Zhang was taken aback and replied, what happened to you? Mo Fei pointed to his mouth and waved his hand to indicate he couldn't speak. After the initial numbing wore off, a piercing pain followed. Talking would pull at the flesh in his mouth. He might feel better in a couple of days, but right now, he just didn't want to speak. Grandma Zhang suddenly understood. Your wisdom tooth is inflamed. Montauk Fai. Well, if you put it that way, it's acceptable. He nodded firmly. Then you should eat something light. Grandma Zhang looked at him with concern. When toothaches strike, they can be quite severe. How about I make you some porridge? You can come over to eat. Mo Fei showed a deeply touched expression and hugged Grandma Zhang. His gesture made Grandma Zhang chuckle helplessly. All right, it's only natural for neighbors to help each other. She pointed to the cat that had entered the room. If it weren't for Little Black going to my place, I wouldn't have known you were having... Mo Fei turned to look. The cat gave him a disdainful glance. Fool, there's no need to be overly grateful. Mo Fei, feeling quite touched, gave it the middle finger. After sending Grandma Zhang away, Mo Fei secluded himself for 2 days and only ventured out once he felt his wound had healed a bit. Fortunately, the cat didn't need cat litter. It used the toilet directly and even flushed itself, saving Mo Fei the trouble of cleaning up and keeping the small room from smelling too bad. As Mo Fei prepared to go out, the cat walked up to him. "Want to fight? Let's go together. With your physique, you should rest at home." Mo Fei smiled faintly. Just going out for a stroll, not a fight. Then he'll tag along. The cat was stubborn, and Mo Fei couldn't resist this obnoxious cat, so he decided to take it along. This time he was going out to buy a new lock for himself. The previous lock had been taken by the officer, and it probably wouldn't be returned anytime soon. For safety's sake, it was better to get a new one. Although the new lock lacked the tetanus enchantment, he could choose a sturdier and heavier one. Mo Fei picked a new lock at a store selling electric bikes. The weight of it satisfied him. At least with this lock, those burly men wouldn't stand a chance. If he used the edge to strike, it wouldn't be a simple bike, but rather an ambulance. But Mo Fei would never do such a thing. Leave a line for future encounters. It's better to meet in court. When he took out his phone to pay, he noticed a red dot on WeChat. Upon opening it, it was a warm summon from Officer Su, whom he hadn't seen for days. Mo Fei glanced at the cat at his feet, and then at Officer Zu's message, squatting down to ask the cat and go to the station, "Why don't you head home first?" The cat looked at him with disdain. "What place haven't I been to? What place is off limits for your cat, Grandpa? Lead the way." Mo Fei gave it a thumbs up, and under the strange gaze of the shop owner, they set off on a shared bicycle. On the way, Mo Fei thought about it. It seemed like the award Officer Su mentioned previously was about to be issued. The certificate wasn't important. What mattered was the reward. Watching his bank balance grow was truly a comforting thing. With this anticipation, Mo Fei arrived at the police station, skillfully greeted the guard, and after contemplating for a moment, while looking at his new lock, he locked it to the front wheel of the shared bicycle under the guard's watch. The guard was stunned. He had never seen someone so brazen. It was broad daylight, committing a crime openly. "Young man, this is a shared bicycle, not your private car. Locking it is not appropriate." The guard stepped forward to stop him. Mo Fei tightened his grip on the key in his hand, his gaze resolute. "You can condemn me on moral grounds, but I'm just going in to handle a matter, and we'll be out soon. Is that okay?" The guard fell silent. So he was shameless yet self-aware. Mo Fei clasped his hands together, his sleeves slipping down to reveal fresh stitches on his arm. "I beg you, it's out of necessity." The guard felt that both his rationality and emotions were being tested. He closed his eyes. "Go on, but don't let it happen again. The bicycle isn't expensive. Just buy one." Mo Fei had already slipped away when the guard closed his eyes. Entering the office, Mo Fei smiled and nodded to familiar officers along the way, followed by a black cat, attracting 100% of attention. The cat was elegant in posture and deceptively charming, making the officers want to reach out and pet it. Amidst the greetings, Mo Fei reached Officer Zu's desk and sat down unceremoniously. Being handsome makes one popular." Officer Su didn't know where to start critiquing that line. Officer Tang walked over and directly asked Mo Fei, "I heard you were attacked in the west of the city 2 days ago." Mo Fei was not surprised. They knew, nodding calmly yes. Attack the cat jumped onto Mo Fei's lap and looked at Officer Tang. "Tell us what happened." Officer Tang didn't understand cat language and scanned the cat with his eyes. No decorations, not a fake cat, and the cat showed no signs of discomfort or injury. There were no recordings or videos. "Is this the same cat from last time?" Officer Su looked at the cat curiously. "You've raised it beautifully. This person has good taste to befriend him." Mo Fei ignored the cat and smiled, nodding. "Yes, it's quite a hassle to raise." "Whole grandpa indeed. We're all familiar faces, so let's skip the formalities," Officer Tang said, pulling up a chair to sit beside them. "Do you know who those people were that intercepted you?" Mo Fei answered straightforwardly, "I know, they were robbers." Seeing the slightly surprised expressions of the two officers, he added, "And if I'm not mistaken, those people should be connected to the ones I sent in before." "How do you know?" Officer Tang fixed his sharp gaze on Mo Fei. Mo Fei touched a seam and tilted his head, saying, "By asking me this, do you think I am in cahoots?" Officer Tang did not expect him to be so direct. After a 2-second pause, he replied, "I don't think so. You think I'm not a good person either?" Mo Fei shook his head. "It's good for you to be suspicious of everything in your profession, but if you keep suspecting the wrong target, it's a waste of time." Officer Tang listened, slightly amused, and said, "You mean I suspect you is a mistake?" Mo Fei denied it firmly, and then flashed a bright smile. "You understand me well." Officer Xiao Zu's gaze shifted between Mo Fei and Officer Tang. For some reason, even though he was also a public servant, Officer Xiao Su felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness when these two were talking. "A master, we're off topic." Officer Xiao Su reminded softly, "Human traffickers." Officer Tang maintained a stern face without speaking. Asim gleefully remarked, "Come on, let's start fighting. Ew, I love watching." Mo Fei lightly flicked the cat's head and spoke before Asim could protest, whether it was the three who kidnapped the children before or those who later robbed on the road. Even the batch of traffickers who kidnapped Jishinyu, their activities are currently all within the city. As the lowest level catchers, once they capture someone, they certainly need a channel to sell the goods. He continued, in a smaller city, it would be quite good to have one leading upper link. As Mo Fei spoke, his eyes gradually brightened. Recently, human traffickers have been rampant in the city, which means their upper links have been assigned tasks. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to rob people in broad daylight. Officer Tang observed his expression and tentatively asked, "What do you think they're capturing people for?" Mo Fei replied, "Organ trafficking, didn't you think of that?" Mo Fei countered with a look of surprise. A question that even a somewhat clever citizen could deduce. How could these professionals not think of it? Mo Fei didn't believe it and looked at Officer Tang suspiciously. "Are you testing me again? What about the basic trust between people?" Officer Tang was momentarily speechless and waved to Officer Xiao Su come. Seeing the two whispering mysteriously to each other, Mo Fei couldn't help but mutter, "Is there something a good citizen can't hear? Looks like your connections aren't that great either, son thief." Asim mocked mercilessly. Mo Fei frantically rubbed the cat's head, laughingly retaliating, "No matter how poor the connections, it's enough to deal with you." Turning around, Officer Xiao Su, who witnessed this scene, thought, how should he put it? He felt this person was generally okay, except for being a bit neurotic at times. However, since his own master insisted that there was something wrong with him, Officer Xiao Su was also somewhat troubled. "Kinching, how well do you know him?" Officer Tang asked earnestly. Officer Xiao Su pondered for 2 seconds and replied, "So-so. I find him quite interesting, but he does indeed get into trouble. That's nothing. Isn't our job to deal with troubles?" Officer Tang patted his shoulder earnestly, saying, "Since he has this worry, you should face it and help the public." Officer Xiao Su remained silent for a moment and directly retorted, "Master, do you want me to get close to him and go undercover?" "Undercover is not necessary, but getting close is acceptable." Officer Tang replied directly. "The last time I saw him, he had a certain ferocity about him, but this time it's gone. I suspect he has become more alert and better at disguising himself." Officer Xiao Su really did not understand why his master held such a strong prejudice against Mo Fei and helplessly advised, "He's just an actor. Maybe he became like that when he got into character, and now he's fine again. Actors are better at disguising themselves." Officer Tang nodded. Clearly it didn't sink in. Officer Xiao Su fell silent. Officer Tang could see what Officer Xiao Su meant, but he just shook his head. "You're still young. Many high IQ criminals don't look like criminals at all. Some even have good reputations and social status. If a high IQ criminal also has some personality defects, they often look down on moral laws, and everything they do is for the thrill. For example, befriending a police officer and then manipulating him, or finding amusement with a police officer before committing a crime and conveniently dealing with some criminals they look down on." As Officer Tang spoke, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. "If Mo Fei is still in this stage, perhaps Tianqing, if you become friends with him, you might just lead him onto the right path." Officer Xiao Su pointed at himself in disbelief. "Me?" Officer Tang smiled. "Lightly, you young people can get along, so it's settled." Turning back, Officer Tang glanced, and Mo Fei was already nibbling on the cat's head. He couldn't quite understand what was going on in this person's head. "I'm leaving him to you." Officer Tang patted Officer Xiao's shoulder, giving him a serious look, dig out more information from him, and lead him towards goodness. After speaking, Officer Tang left gracefully. Officer Xiao Su still did not understand why this guy, who was wildly nibbling on the cat's head, posed any potential for evil, and after thinking for a while, he felt his master had read too many novels and his brain had been poisoned. "Stop reading those online novels." He shouted at Officer Tang's back, knowing it probably wouldn't make a difference, then turned back to sit at his desk. At that moment, Mo Fei had stopped nibbling on the cat's head and was quietly sitting in his seat, cradling the cat, exuding a sense of serene contentment. Officer Xiao Su was thrown off track and didn't know how to start the conversation. Seeing him struggling and unsure of how to begin, Mo Fei kindly reminded, "We were just talking about organ trafficking." Officer Xiao Su nodded repeatedly. "Right, organ trafficking. Actually, no matter what these traffickers' motives are for snatching people, our primary goal is to rescue the abducted individuals. But we have interrogated those traffickers, and they refuse to divulge anything." Mo Fei was not surprised. If the upper management wants people so urgently and the operation has expanded this much, they must have some means. He added, "However, your actions really should be expedited." Mo Fei slightly shook his head. "If you're late, those people will have a hard time surviving." Officer Xiao's expression turned serious. "Do you have any leads?" Animals startled from their nests would abandon them, Those with significant wealth would rather destroy their assets than allow others to benefit. Officer Xiao Su clearly realized the severity of the situation. Mo Fei sighed as he spoke. I must admit it's partly my fault. Officer Xiao Zu's heart trembled. Could it really be that, as the master said, this person was some hidden, perverse criminal? This time we caught 5 people. We must have startled the snake in the grass, Mo Fei continued. I'm afraid we've stepped on the tail of that trafficker, raising their vigilance. Officer Xiao Su was momentarily speechless, helplessly comforting him. You were acting to protect your own and your friend's safety. If anyone should be blamed, it should be those criminals, not the victims. Exactly. A little tail flicked. Those 2 ounces of bones are too fragile to even pick your teeth with. Just being able to stand and return is pure luck. Comforting words, yet why do they sound so different? Mo Fei tugged at his cat's whiskers and asked Officer Xiao Su, is there a map here? Yes, Officer Xiao Su replied, rising to rummage through the cabinet, pulling out a city map to spread across the desk. Mo Fei picked up a pen and traced several circles on the map. Here is the location of my neighborhood. This is the road where Ji Xingyu was rescued, and here is where I was stopped. Do you have other locations where traffickers were caught? Mo Fei looked at Officer Xiao Su. He took the pen from Mo Fei and added a few more circles on the map. It's useless. We've tried. The locations are too scattered. The circles on the map indeed appeared scattered, ranging from the suburbs to the city center, making it difficult to pinpoint key areas. Mo Fei stared at the map for a moment, drawing an oval centered around his old neighborhood. This area used to be a densely populated place 20 years ago, but it has gradually become desolate as the commercial district shifted. There are also some older apartment buildings nearby. You can conduct investigations here. Officer Xiao Su was puzzled. Why this area? 2 reasons. Mo Fei raised a finger. I encountered a trafficker's van twice at the entrance of the neighborhood, indicating that their chances of passing through this route during this time are quite high. And the other reason, Mo Fei smiled, slightly answering a question with another question. What do you think of Ji Xingyu's looks? Although Officer Xiao Su was unsure of the relevance, he answered honestly, very beautiful. Such a person is high-end merchandise, quite valuable. Mo Fei displayed a sly smile. If you were in my place, and someone around you caught a fish weighing dozens of pounds, wouldn't you want to take a look and find a way to raise the price? So the trafficker's boss has operated in this area. Officer Xiao Zu's eyes lit up, disregarding Mo Fei, grabbing the map and running off. Seeing Officer Xiao Su so excited, Mo Fei remained calm. After so many days, that boss had probably already fled to another place to cause harm. Currently, the search was focused on the traces of abducted individuals. To catch the mastermind, one would have to dig deep. If you want to find those people, you could ask your grandfather cat. A little tail sat on the table, looking quite proud. When Grandpa Cat roamed the streets, you were still eating dirt. With just one command, I had eyes everywhere in the city. Mo Fei looked at it in surprise. You have that ability. Thanks for the compliment. The little tail clearly did not wish to discuss the matter further, tapping its paw on the table. So are you in or out? Are there any conditions? Oh, have you finally started to think? A rather peculiar smile appeared on the little tail's cat face. It's simple. You wear a collar with a metal nameplate and Grandpa Cat's emblem, and you can't take it off except when bathing. You really want to keep a human as a pet. Mo Fei completely could not understand why a cat would have such lofty ideals, but after careful thought he replied, I can't choose my accessories at work either. Then only when bathing and during work. At this moment, the little tail was particularly agreeable. As long as you agree, I can set off right now. Mo Fei nodded. Deal. With those 2 words spoken, the little tail gracefully jumped off the desk and dashed out of the police station like a gust of wind. When Officer Xiao Su returned with his notebook, he saw Mo Fei sitting all alone, looking pitiful. Officer Xiao Su glanced around and asked in confusion, where's your cat? It's got to find someone for me, Mo Fei answered honestly. Find someone? Officer Xiao Su struggled to comprehend. Is that a metaphor? It's really gone to help me find someone. Don't worry about it. It can come back on its own. Mo Fei displayed a harmless smile. I'm hungry. Has the cafeteria opened? Officer Xiao Su. When Officer Xiao Su swiped his card again to treat Mo Fei to a meal and walked him out, he casually asked, do you want me to give you a ride? Unexpectedly, Mo Fei waved his keys and grinned. No need. Ooh, I have a car. Officer Xiao Su raised his eyebrows in surprise. He remembered that Mo Fei's agent had a car, but Mo Fei himself did not. When Officer Xiao Su saw Mo Fei open a Yulok on a shared bicycle with the keys in his hand under the watchful eyes of the police station security, his sense of disbelief peaked. It was becoming increasingly difficult to understand this person. He truly did not feel that he posed a significant threat to society. At most, he would scare children. Watching Mo Fei wobble away on the shared bike, Officer Xiao Su shook his head and returned to the police station. On that day, kind-hearted individuals who often fed stray animals, as well as pet owners taking their pets for a walk, noticed that the movements of the little animals were particularly unusual. Everyone was quite puzzled. It wasn't even spring, yet shouldn't they be getting spayed? At that moment, inside a pig farm, a man slammed the entrance to the cellar shut and spat, "Damn it, that woman ran away so quickly, leaving the dirty work for us." He turned irritably and urged, "Is it ready yet?" Two tall, thin men were vigorously mixing cement with shovels. One of them replied, "Almost." He hesitated and asked, "But big brother, are we sealing everything off? You want to leave it unsealed?" The man glared at him. "If that bitch runs away, how can you find a buyer? The city's on high alert. We need to deal with it quickly and run, you foolish pig." The tall, thin man shrank his shoulders in response to the scolding and fell silent. However, the man always felt a sensation of being watched. After scanning the surroundings, he picked up a handful of dirt from the ground and tossed it toward the wall. With a sharp cat's yowl, a small cat silhouette disappeared outside the pig farm. "Damn it, a dead cat." After a night of absence, Mo Fei woke up early and glanced at his phone, discovering a message from Lu Chunxiu. That director, Qian, spoke slowly, but once he had a target, his execution was quite strong. In just 2 or 3 days, a rough shape of the film crew was pulled together, and now they were just waiting for the script to find actors. Lu Chunxiu sent Mo Fei director Qian's contact information so they could communicate directly. Mo Fei sent a friend request, but Xiao Qian did not approve it immediately, probably busy with other matters. He scratched his hair, washed up, and started preparing the script. The story was simple, but tested the actors' performances and the director's sense of aesthetics. He wondered how Xiao Qian's aesthetics would be. Thinking of those avant-garde artworks he saw at the other party studio last time, Mo Fei couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. According to the current fashion sense, he wouldn't change all the costumes to something incomprehensible for ordinary people, would he? Mo Fei sat in front of the computer all day. The sunlight outside moved from east to west. The morning glow turned to sunset, and he finally wrote down the dream in his mind without missing a detail. After sending the document to Xiao Qian, Mo Fei let out a sigh of relief and belatedly realizing it touched his empty stomach. Just as he stood up to seek food, he felt a sudden darkness before everything spun around, and he collapsed to the ground. In a daze, Mo Fei seemed to hear a familiar knocking sound. Perhaps the noise from his fall was too loud, startling Grandma Zhang downstairs. However, this time, Mo Fei truly lacked the strength to get up and open the door. He felt peaceful, awaiting death. He hoped Officer Su could come and help collect his body. With his mind in chaos, Mo Fei suddenly felt warm, sweet liquid at his lips and instinctively gulped it down. A gentle voice whispered in his ear, "Good child, don't rush, take it slow." After finishing the water, another piece of candy was stuffed into his mouth. Mo Fei opened his eyes and in a haze saw an elderly woman with gray hair, smiling at him like an angel surrounded by warm, holy light. Goodness, did an angel cross the line? Isn't it the duty of the black and white impermanence to take souls from the land of Huagua? Mo Fei's mind was in disarray as he dully watched Grandma Zhang move in and out preparing a bowl of fragrant chicken noodles for him. "Hurry up and eat," Grandma Zhang said, stuffing chopsticks into Mo Fei's hands. "You young people work so hard that you neglect your health. What will you do when your body breaks down?" "Thank you so much this time," Mo Fei responded after filling his stomach, instinctively his mind returning to clarity. "My lifesaver," Mo Fei said with tears in his eyes while showing off the noodles. Grandma Zhang chuckled. "Why so serious? We're neighbors, and Xiao Fei, you've helped me a lot too. By the way, Grandma, how did you get in without a key?" Mo Fei asked curiously. Grandma Zhang pulled out a strange set of tools from her pocket, pointing to 2 thin iron rods, and said, "I used this to pick the lock. I haven't used it in decades, and thought I had forgotten how," she added with a hint of nostalgia. Mo Fei looked at the tools, and then at Grandma Zhang, his mouth slightly agape. "Huh? I made mistakes in my younger years too, but that's all in the past. If I hadn't heard you make such a ruckus, I wouldn't have wanted to use it," Grandma Zhang said lightly as she placed the tools back in her pocket. "Don't worry, your lock isn't broken now. It will work fine in the future." Mo Fei gave her a thumbs up, a noble heart, gallant and righteous. Grandma Zhang was amused. Just then there was a knock on the door. "You sit here, I'll go open the door," she said, moving with the agility of someone much younger. When she opened the door and saw the person outside, she couldn't help but take a good look, exclaiming, "What a handsome young man. Who are you here to see?" Ji Xingyu was flattered and blushed slightly, politely saying, "Hello, Grandma. May I ask if Mo Fei lives here?" Due to his striking appearance, Ji Xingyu actually disliked being praised by others, especially when meeting someone for the first time. 9 out of 10 people would mistake his gender. However, Grandma Zhang clearly recognized his gender, which made Ji Xingyu happier than any compliment. Looking for Xiao Fei, huh? Grandma Zhang realized, turning to call Mo Fei. Xiao Fei, your friend is here. Friend, I have a friend who can come to my door. Mo Fei said in surprise as he walked to the door with the bowl in hand. Upon seeing Ji Xingyu, he slurped the last of the noodles and revealed an innocent smile. Beautiful person, do you need something? Ji Xingyu looked at his eating manner and couldn't help but touch his stomach. Grandma Zhang Sharpied enthusiastically invited the child. Hasn't eaten, yet would you like to have a bite here? No, I came to discuss some work with Mo Fei. Ji Xingyu hurriedly waved his hands. Let's talk about work after you eat. Grandma Zhang insisted, pulling him into the room. The noodles are still in the pot. It's just a matter of serving a bowl. Sit down. Ji Xingyu, lacking experience with elderly people's hospitality, felt somewhat at a loss. Mo Fei raised his hand. Hi, Grandma. One more bowl. Grandma Zhang scolded with a smile. Go away, you can't eat that much after being hungry for a day. Mo Fei reluctantly lowered his hand and looked at Ji Xingyu, asking, what work do you want to discuss with me? I'll tell you first, your brother has already arranged a job for me. Overworking is not encouraged. I know, Ji Xingyu replied, pulling out his phone to show Mo Fei a message. This is the information Xiao Qian sent me. I am now the lighting technician in your crew. Really? Mo Fei raised an eyebrow. You're that art student. Yixingyu nodded. All right, discussing work also requires a full stomach. Grandma Zhang placed a bowl slightly smaller than Mo Fei's in front of Ji Xingyu. Thank you, Grandma. Looking at the polite Ji Xingyu, Grandma Zhang smiled broadly. What a good young man, much better than my old husband. Ji Xingyu ate delicately, slightly embarrassed under the gazes of the two. Mo Fei yawned and caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by. A mischievous voice came from the shadows. Little brat, your cat has sorted it out. A cat walked into the living room from the dark. It still maintained its poised and elegant demeanor, but it was tied up with a haphazard arrangement of ropes and a piece of paper. Seeing it like this, Grandma Zhang exclaimed in surprise, Little Black, how did you end up like this? It's fine. Mo Fei stepped forward to untie it. I asked it to help me investigate some matters. All the information is on the paper. The cat lifted its paw and licked at what a sight. Almost got my brothers caught. Mo Fei unfolded the paper and perfunctorily praised on behalf of Officer Su and the abducted person. Thank you to your whole family of brothers. Merely expressing gratitude did not win over the admiration of the cat lord. Instead, it attracted the unusual gaze of two onlookers. However, Granny Zhang, having clearly seen much in her life, found it curious, yet mostly interesting. When Ji Xingyu was studying abroad, there were not only people who talked to cats, but also classmates who vowed to marry roller coasters. Although it was strange, he chose to respect it. Mo Fei unfolded the paper and found it covered with a jumble of messy lines with several holes poked in between. He looked left and right, utterly unable to discern what it was. Mo Fei gazed at a seam and decisively uttered 3 words. Request translation. This is a map, you fool. Asim disdainfully spoke up. The places with holes might be hiding spots for people. How could you not understand something so simple? Trash. Mo Fei looked at the map in his hand, feeling that even the city planner would be baffled by this thing. Who drew this map? If you tell me, I promise not to poison them. Asim couldn't be bothered with him flicking its tail and turning to eat and drink by the food bowl. Map. Ji Xingyu also crouched down next to Mo Fei to tilt his head at the paper. Seeing his interest, Mo Fei simply handed him the paper. Take a look. Ji Xingyu took the paper, furrowing his brows in thought. For a while, the proportions are a bit off, but I can roughly understand it. He looked up at Mo Fei and asked, do you have paper and a pen? Seeing that translation was hopeful, Mo Fei hurriedly pulled out white paper and a pen to hand to Ji Xingyu. With just a few strokes, Ji Xingyu created a simple map on the paper. This is the East District and this is the West District. As Ji Xingyu drew, he explained the person who made this map probably wasn't good at drawing. So many places have incorrect proportions, but if you say this is a map, I can draw it out. In just a moment, Ji Xingyu handed over a clean and beautiful map. Placed side by side with the one brought back by Asim, one looked like a toddler's scribble, while the other resembled a small-scale map from a newsstand. Mo Fei pointed at the paper brought back by Asim and asked, what do the holes correspond on the map? Ji Xingyu glanced at it and drew several circles on the map. Granny Zhang also leaned in to see the excitement, her reading glasses already perched on her nose. Mo Fei immediately took out his phone to start searching. Ji Xingyu curiously asked, what are you looking for? Is it a treasure hunt? He had seen people play this abroad, but it seemed rare domestically. I'm looking for places where many people could be hidden. I'm not looking for missing persons, Mo Fei replied without raising his head. Didn't many people go missing recently? Ji Xingyu, as a victim, grew serious. Are you looking for where human traffickers hide people? Yes, Mo Fei confirmed. Hiding people. This location is the chemical factory dormitory. This one is the steel plant warehouse. This area used to be wasteland, but it seems a school was built there in recent years, and this other area was a large plot taken over by a pig farm a few years ago, and over there it's a fish pond. Granny Jean pointed at G. Zingius' drawing. Seeing both young people listening to her, Granny Jean revealed a kind smile. If human traffickers wanted to hide people, they'd definitely choose the pig farm. This place has a strong smell, and the pigs make noise. They consume a lot of feed and water daily, plus they have their own generator. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find their way there. Then let's go there first, Mo Fei exclaimed, grabbing a yulok and ready to run. Ji Xingyu hurriedly stopped him. Wait, are you going alone? Mo Fei waved his phone. It can track me. Ji Xingyu was quite concerned about those missing persons, fearing he might not defeat the other side, and hurriedly offered he'll drive you. In the blink of an eye, only one person and one cat remained in the room. Granny Zhang took off her reading glasses and beckoned to Asim. Come on, little black granny will make you something delicious. Asim walked gracefully beside the elderly woman, creating a harmonious scene. Meanwhile, Mo Fei and Ji Xingyu hurried down the stairs. While Mo Fei was messaging Officer Su, he asked Ji Xingyu, where's your bike? Ji Xingyu pushed through a pile of electric bikes in the community to reveal a motorcycle. Looking somewhat confused, I can't find my helmet. After sending the message, Mo Fei looked up and suddenly twitched at the corner of his mouth. Isn't your helmet just sitting on the bike? Yes. Well, it's gone now. Mo Fei said, not surprised at all. Anything left unlocked here is something people don't want. What do you mean? Ji Xingyu couldn't understand. I figured since no one wanted it, I just took it. Mo Fei said in a peculiar tone, then urged it was taken by someone over 70, even if you want to find it, not now. Hurry up and set off. Ji Xingyu somewhat understood, but couldn't comprehend such behavior. But without a helmet, encountering the traffic police will get us stopped, and asked to post on social media. Leave it to me, you just drive. Mo Fei urged repeatedly. Saving people is like saving a fire. Ji Xingyu had never done anything thrilling or outrageous, and now he felt a bit excited. As the roar of the engine sounded, the motorcycle swiftly wove through the streets. As the speed of the motorcycle increased, Mo Fei realized that a helmet was not just optional. Ji Xingyu had long hair which, though tied up, now danced wildly in the wind, slapping against his face like barbed wire. It felt like torture. Mo Fei accepted the torment with a blank expression. However, they hadn't even left the city limits when, as expected, they were stopped by the patrolling traffic police. Ji Zingi's heart sank, and he slowly pulled over. As the officer approached, he heard Mo Fei's sobbing from the back seat. Comrade, my dad is critically ill. Mo Fei sniffed twice, then continued, I need to go back to see him for the last time. Ji Xingyu was seeing someone lie with their eyes wide open for the first time. He couldn't help but turn back, only to be poked in the waist. He understood immediately and quickly put on a sorrowful expression. Yet he had never learned acting, and his sorrowful expression ended up being blank. The officer was also stunned, looking at Mo Fei, a grown man, crying heartbreakingly. His heart softened as he took off his own helmet and handed it to Ji Xingyu. You still need to pay attention to safety on the road. He waved to his colleague, borrowed a helmet from him, and handed it to Mo Fei. Go back to see your dad. First, return it when you come back. Mo Fei thanked him while crying and poked Ji Zingi's arm. Both of them donned the helmets under the watchful gaze of the traffic officer and revved the motorcycle towards their destination. Watching the motorcycle disappear, a colleague couldn't help but ask the traffic officer, aren't you afraid these two spirited young men are acting to deceive? There are plenty of idiots like that on short videos now. What if there really is an emergency? The traffic officer pointed to the law enforcement recording device on his chest. The license plate number is all recorded. If they're lying, we can directly summon them. The colleague nodded, giving him a thumbs up. Ji Xingyu appeared to be a quiet and handsome man, riding his motorcycle at speed that pushed the limits of its capability. His motorcycle's agility surpassed that of any car, allowing him to weave through any available path. Several times, Mo Fei doubted whether the road could lead them through, but Ji Xingyu managed to navigate through the narrowest corners. Within half an hour, they arrived at the pig farm, and Mo Fei still felt a bit dazed. Big brother, where did you get your driver's license? He nearly became dizzy. Ji Xingyu removed his helmet, his face slightly flushed. Shancheng, the legendary 5D city. No wonder this guy memorizes maps so quickly and accurately. Oh, everything makes sense now. Are we going in to save someone now? Yeah. Ji Xingyu looked at the entrance of the pig farm, excitement evident in his eyes. Mo Fei glanced at his phone. Soon, but it's too dangerous for just the two of us to go in. Did you call for backups? Ji Xingyu tucked his helmet under his arm and began to pull out his phone. Should I call some people over too? No need. Mo Fei watched as a black and white police car appeared ahead. They are here. The officers stepping out were Mo Fei's old acquaintances, Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang. Officer Xiao Su hurriedly asked Mo Fei, "Where did your information come from?" "Let's not worry about that right now. Why are there only the two of you?" Mo Fei looked at them, his brow furrowing. "Wasn't it said to bring more backup?" Officer Xiao Su was at a loss and explained there aren't many people in the bureau, and today there's a law enforcement exam. In short, we came first and reinforcements will follow. Enough of that. Where are the people? Officer Tang interrupted, unable to listen any longer. "We need to go in and look for them." Mo Fei turned to Ji Xingyu and said, "You stay outside and keep watch." Ji Xingyu was about to say something when the three of them had already strode into the pig farm. The pig farm was of medium size. As the three approached the pig pen, a staff member in work clothes came forward to inquire, "What are you here for?" Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang exchanged glances, both sensing the situation was complicated. They currently had no substantial evidence, and stating their purpose could easily alarm the suspects and potentially threaten the abducted individuals. Mo Fei, without the concerns of the two officers, stepped forward and pointed at them, saying, "They are from the inspection and quarantine department and received reports about sick and dead pigs here, so they're here to assess the situation." Both the staff member and the officers were taken aback. The staff member glanced at them, noticing that Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang were wearing blue shirts under their jackets, which did lend some credibility, but I didn't receive any notification. "This is a surprise inspection," Mo Fei said with a serious face, making it sound convincing. "Old Tang and Xiao Su start checking the pig pens and meet back at the office later." The two officers followed along with Mo Fei's act. Mo Fei's words could at most be considered a disturbance of normal operations, and the worst they would face would be a fine or a warning. This was definitely a smaller price to pay than if the two officers had to lie. As for the officers lying, Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang hadn't said anything at all, so how could it be considered lying? Both of them couldn't help but marvel at how quickly Mo Fei's mind was working. This staff member likely had never encountered such a scenario, as typically no one would visit a pig pen just for fun. He took out his phone to message his supervisor while saying, "Then you can follow me for now." Mo Fei did not stop the staff member's actions and asked where the office area was before heading over. "Wait a minute." Officer Tang nudged Officer Xiao Su with his elbow. "He'll go with him to the office area. You keep a close watch on this side." Officer Xiao Su nodded seriously. "Okay." The office area and the pig pen were only about 100 meters apart, with a small office in front and a warehouse for storing feed behind. When the two arrived, the thin man was just leaving the office wearing a coat. Upon seeing them, the thin man smiled and greeted, "Are you from the quarantine bureau? I don't know how to address you." Mo Fei did not respond, immediately scanning the man before pointing at his pants and asking, "Boss, are you renovating recently?" The thin man looked down and noticed that his pants were covered in gray dust. His expression changed slightly as he lifted his foot to brush off the dust. "Oh, we inevitably step on some dust while working." At that moment, Officer Tang's phone vibrated. He glanced at the message, and then his gaze turned sharply towards the thin man. "Boss, are you renovating while planning to transfer this place?" While Officer Xiao Su was inspecting the pig pens, the staff member was still complaining about why there was a quarantine when the ownership was changing, wondering if someone intended to buy the pig farm for a low price. Officer Xiao Su felt something was off immediately. Just after the recent abduction incidents, this pig farm was about to change hands. What a coincidence. He immediately messaged Officer Tang. Having been a police officer for years, Officer Tang sensed that something was wrong. "Boss, can you take us to see what areas you've renovated?" The thin man clearly swallowed hard. Even a fool could tell he was in trouble now. Officer Tang reached toward his waist while closing in on him. "Boss, please cooperate." Just as Officer Tang was about to touch him, the thin man suddenly shouted and ran towards the pig farm exit. With such a guilty demeanor, they knew they hadn't come to the wrong place. Officer Tang reacted swiftly and immediately chased after him. Mo Fei did not follow, but instead entered the office area looking for places to hide. The thin man ran surprisingly fast. Officer Tang had previously been injured in criminal investigations, which was why he was now a community officer, making it tough for him to catch up in a short time. At the entrance, the thin man saw Ji Xingyu standing by the door, along with Ji Xingyi's motorcycle, and a look of wild joy spread across his face. A mere woman posed no threat to him. The motorcycle was the best escape vehicle. The heavens were not abandoning him. Ji Xingyu also noticed them. It was clear that Officer Tang was pursuing from behind, so the person running ahead was definitely not a good guy. He straightened up a bit, steadying his grip on his helmet, preparing for action. As the thin man rushed towards him, attempting to push him aside to steal the motorcycle, Ji Xingyu struck the thin man's abdomen hard with his helmet. The impact was akin to having someone headbutt you in the stomach, causing the thin man to double over and kneel on the ground, clutching his abdomen. Officer Tang then quickly handcuffed the thin man, lifting him up and shouting angrily, "Speak quickly. Where are the others?" The thin man rolled his eyes and stubbornly refused to answer. "Why did only you come out?" Ji Xingyu glanced around, noticing that no one else had emerged from the pig farm, and couldn't help but ask, "Where are the others?" Officer Tang remembered that Mo Fei was still in the office area. This group of traffickers couldn't possibly have only one person guarding the place. He couldn't allow a civilian to get caught up in such a dangerous situation. Officer Tang cursed, inwardly cuffed the thin man to the police car, and turned back towards the pig farm. The layout of the small office was still clear at a glance, and Mo Fei did not find any place. As he walked towards the warehouse, a man was opening the door to go outside, complaining, "Old Wu, why are you so slow in the bathroom? Did you fall in?" When he looked up and saw Mo Fei also noticed the cement stains on the man's shoes. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Fei seized the opportunity and threw a punch at his face, following up with several more punches, knocking the man to the ground before he could react. Damn! Another tall man in the warehouse swung a shovel at Mo Fei. Mo Fei swung the ulok to deflect the blow, sliding to the tall man's side and striking at his knee. The tall man lost his balance and knelt on one knee. Mo Fei took the chance to deliver a headbutt from below to his chin. This hit sent the tall man crashing to the ground, crying out in pain. At that moment, the man, whom Mo Fei had hit a few times, also recovered and hooked his arm around Mo Fei's neck from behind, tightening his grip. It was a somewhat unorthodox naked choke. Mo Fei suddenly felt difficulty in breathing. He swung the ulok behind him, attempting to hit the man repeatedly, but failed to connect while he pushed off the ground and leaned backward. Bang! A gunshot paused the chaotic fight. Officer Tang stood at the door with his weapon drawn, aiming at the man, choking Mo Fei. "Let go, surrender." Faced with the dark muzzle of the gun, the man slowly released his grip. Mo Fei clutched his neck, coughing as he got back on his feet. The scene shifted to 2 against 2, and Mo Fei had a gun ready to dominate. Officer Tang's gaze swept around the warehouse, seeing no ropes. Just as he was about to ask Mo Fei to find something to bind the two men, he saw Mo Fei raise the ulok and aim for the back of their necks. His technique was quite professional, able to knock someone out in one hit, but it was against the rules, and Officer Tang clearly did not like what he saw. "You? Me?" Mo Fei waved his hand. "Don't thank me. Too much do I know you don't have handcuffs on you." In a rush, Officer Tang also knew it wasn't the time to dwell on this, so he tucked his gun back into his waistband and began searching the warehouse. In a few minutes, Officer Su rushed over. He heard the sound of Officer Tang firing his weapon and immediately came over, knowing something was wrong. The staff followed behind him, their faces filled with confusion and fear. Mo Fei approached the staff and asked, "Is there any hidden room or cellar in this warehouse?" The staff pointed inside the warehouse. "There's an underground entrance at the far end. The boss said it has been sealed for a long time." Officer Su gained this information, glanced at the two men on the ground, and took out handcuff from his body to give to Mo Fei. "Cuff them and keep an eye on them. I'll go in to help Master." Mo Fei raised his hand and made an okay gesture, dragging the two men with their right hands cuffed together, wondering if they would wake up and escape as they held hands. After doing all this, Mo Fei leaned against the wall, panting, feeling that he had exceeded his exercise quota recently. The staff stood outside the door, afraid to enter, and quietly asked, "What happened?" "Robbing pig feed," Mo Fei replied harshly. "Do you believe it?" The staff shook their head violently. Who would use a gun to rob pig feed? As the two stood at the entrance, they suddenly heard noises coming from inside the warehouse, as if something was being smashed. Mo Fei secretly kicked the two men a few times, scolding, "Heartless scum." After that, there was basically no need for Mo Fei to intervene. Police reinforcements arrived quickly, almost as soon as things started breaking inside. Help arrived outside. After confirming the situation here, the Bureau sent more support and ambulances. With everyone's efforts, more than 30 adult men and women hidden in the basement were rescued. Later, Officer Su talked about this incident with red eyes. He and his colleagues violently broke open the basement door, which had been sealed with cement. The moment it opened, a suffocating stench assaulted their senses. The basement was small, crammed with over 30 adults, none of whom could lie down. Eating and excreting all happened in the same space, and the smell was unimaginable. Most of these 30 people were adult men, with no children, and the number of women was in single digits. When they were rescued, most were already suffocated and unconscious, their lips turned blue. Fortunately, they were rescued in time, and after first aid, everyone was out of life-threatening danger. This incident alarmed the higher-ups, who inquired about it personally. Nationwide efforts to crack down on human traffickers began. However, there remained one question within the police that went unanswered. How did Mo Fei know where the traffickers were hiding? They asked Mo Fei and Ji Xingyu, and both consistently said it was a map brought back by a cat. A cat helped catch traffickers. The officers felt their intelligence and worldview had been trampled on. I heard that criminals like these have a dark web specifically for exchanging information. Officer Tang wrote reports until late at night, exhaling as he began to analyze. Could Mo Fei also be on the dark web? Officer Su, as a direct participant, was also writing reports, and hearing his master's speculation felt helpless. Master, he has already helped us with such a big favor. Why do you still look at him this way? Officer Tang glanced at him. So do you believe this location was found with the help of a cat? Officer Su shook his head. No, I don't believe it. Officer Tang coldly snorted. Doing good and doing bad isn't mutually exclusive. Some people kill and burn outside, but come back to repair bridges and roads in the village, while others may steal, but will save a child falling from a building. People are not one-dimensional. Believing in appearances will lead to a very miserable end. Officer Su nodded repeatedly. I've learned. Officer Tang scratched his head, looking at the report on the computer, feeling quite overwhelmed. Top student, come help me see how to write about this place. Why do I have to write so much more than you? Officer Su helplessly walked over. Who told you to leave an empty bullet? After finishing his statement, Mo Fei immediately went home and collapsed onto his bed, feeling that he reached the peak of not wanting to work at that moment. Ji Xingyu, who also finished his statement, was thoroughly inspected by Ji Xingjian when he got home. Brother, you said you can't fight or carry things. What are you doing getting mixed up in this? Oh, it was just a small effort, Ji Xingyu replied with bright eyes. Helping others brings joy to oneself. Brother, I'm a bit hungry. Ji Xingjian had no way to deal with this brother and went to cook noodles for him, while Ji Xingyu happily rolled around on the sofa. What a stimulating day. It was all very exciting and novel for him. It seemed like he forgot something. Forget it, he would talk about it tomorrow. The next day, when Ji Xingyu planned to find Mo Fei to discuss the script, he discovered that there were still 2 traffic police helmets in his car, causing his mind to buzz. Why haven't these things been returned yet? How should I return them? Should I just go to the traffic police station? But how can I explain the nonsense Mo Fei said yesterday? Ji Xingyi's mind malfunctioned for a few seconds, but he chose to find Mo Fei first and discuss it slowly. Whoever committed the sin should return it. When he arrived at Mo Fei's house on his motorcycle, he heard someone crying from inside the house. Ji Xingyu knocked on the door, and the crying stopped inside the room. After a while, Mo Fei opened the door, covered in cat hair. It's you again. Seeing Ji Xingyu, Mo Fei spat out some cat hair, asking, what's up? Ji Xingyu silently looked at the white shirt covered in black cat hair, finding it hard to imagine what this person did at home. Talking to cats. Mo Fei noticed that Ji Xingyu was slow to respond and pressed, what's wrong? Ji Xingyu pondered the urgency of the situation in his mind and said, I want you to go with me to return the helmets. As soon as he said this, Mo Fei remembered. However, noticing Ji Xingyi's empty hands, his expression became subtle. Did you leave those helmets on the bike again? Ji Xingyu didn't quite believe it. You don't mean to say they were taken again in such a short time, do you? Mo Fei shook his head and called into the house. I'm going out, and we'll be back tonight. After saying that, he closed the door behind him. All right, let's go. Ji Xingyu followed him, cautiously asking, are you talking to your family or to the cats at home? Mo Fei paused, turned his head, and revealed a sinister smile. You know too much. Ji Xingyu took a step back, becoming wary. Just joking, Mo Fei lazily yawned. Little cutie has grown a brain. After saying that, he ignored Ji Xingyi's dumbfounded expression and walked downstairs. Ji Xingyi's motorcycle was quite eye-catching, and they arrived just in time. When Mo Fei found the motorcycle, an elderly lady was reaching for a white helmet on it. Mo Fei cleared his throat and shouted from his lower abdomen, hey. The old lady trembled, rolled her eyes when she saw Mo Fei, and said, what are you doing? Can you afford to scare me? That bike, Mo Fei pointed to the motorcycle, smiling. It belongs to my friend. And the helmet. Mo Fei pointed to the white helmet the old lady had already grabbed, saying, it's a traffic police helmet. We're going to return it to them soon. Old lady, if you like it, why not come with us? The old lady frowned at his words, slammed the helmet onto the motorcycle, and exclaimed, what are you talking about? I just saw them here and thought no one wanted them, so I picked them up. You make it sound like I stole something. Ji Xingyu had never seen such a scene and stood beside Mo Fei, unsure of what to say. Seeing him, the old lady acted like an actress in front of an audience, raising her voice. Little girl, come judge for me. I just picked up some trash, and look at what he said. Oh, this is going to drive an old lady to death. While the old lady wailed and slapped her thigh, she didn't shed a single tear. Old lady, your acting skills are better than mine. You should become an actress. Mo Fei gave her thumbs up, saying, this lady is not what you call a little girl. She is the owner of this motorcycle. You took that helmet yesterday too, right? Mo Fei turned to Ji Xingyu and asked, how much did you pay for that helmet yesterday? About 20 to 30,000. My brother gave it to me when I bought the motorcycle. Ji Xingyu wasn't too sure. Mo Fei thought about Ji Xingyu's protective nature and nodded. That means it was worth 20 to 30,000, possibly even with GPS positioning. This amount is huge and could lead to sentencing. The old lady immediately became upset and sat down on the ground to make a scene. Mo Fei took out his phone and called Officer Su, putting it on speakerphone. When Officer Su answered the phone, his voice was still a bit drowsy. Hello, what's up? Are you taking theft cases? Mo Fei cut to the chase. The amount is substantial and the lost item has a tracking device, so it's easy to find. Officer Su perked up. Address. Before he could finish, the old lady rushed forward to grab Mo Fei's phone. What nonsense are you talking? I picked it up. Mo Fei didn't let her touch his phone at all, maneuvering around Ji Xingyu, casually saying, all right, you picked it up. Now that you know who the owner is not returning, it also constitutes illegal possession. On the other end of the phone, Officer Su was unexpectedly startled by the old lattice roar, pulling the phone away a bit and wondering, you really studied criminal law? I keep my word, Mo Fei politely replied, blocking the old lady. Hey, men and women shouldn't touch, but I'm still a young man. You're acting like a rogue. You. The old lady was so angry that she shook her finger at Mo Fei. Officer Su, I'll visit you later. I'm hanging up now. After saying goodbye, Mo Fei hung up the phone, looked at the old lady with a casual smile. You need to think carefully. Even at your age, being involved in a case worth hundreds of thousands will leave a record, making it hard for your relatives to work in public service in the future. If you understand, just hand the lost items over to the police, uncle. You don't have to specifically look for us. Mo Fei gently nudged Ji Xingyu, signaling him to push the bike, turning with the same natural but cheeky smile. We have some things to do, so we want to keep you a good person who doesn't steal. After saying that, he put on the white helmet and elegantly got on the back of the motorcycle, leaving. As a polite, good kid, he even remembered to wave goodbye to the old lady. The old lady stood there, stomping her feet in anger. This time they weren't in a hurry. Ji Xingyu didn't speed up and arrived at the traffic police station steadily. When they parked, he looked at Mo Fei with admiration. You're amazing. You made her speechless. And although he was inexperienced, he knew that elderly ladies ranked among the types of people one should never provoke. Mo Fei, who could verbally battle old ladies and physically confront human traffickers, seemed like a warrior in Ji Xingyu's eyes. This was the light of the righteous path. Be low-key. Mo Fei humbly waved his hand. A traffic police officer wearing a reflective vest walked up to them, smiling. You two are the riders who tricked our colleagues into taking 2 helmets yesterday by pretending your dad was critically ill. Mo Fei and Ji Xingyu. Oh no, we've been exposed. Mo Fei put on a flattering smile. Officer, do you think this counts as turning ourselves in? Seeing the 2 young men looking apprehensive, the traffic police chuckled. It's not quite self-surrendering, and please don't call me uncle, I'm not that old. We heard about what happened yesterday. It was indeed a special circumstance, so we won't hold you responsible. Just return the helmet. It's public property and can't be gifted. Seeing that he truly had no intention of pursuing the matter, Mo Fei and Ji Xingyu both wore expressions of joy. They handed over the helmet, repeatedly saying, thank you, traffic uncle. The traffic police sighed, considering their cooperation in the investigation. He glanced at Ji Xingyu's motorcycle and asked, you returned our helmet, but didn't you bring your own? How will you go back later? It's fine, Ji Xingyu replied with a cheerful smile. I'll have someone drive a car over to take the motorcycle back. Oh, I can just drive the car. This time, it was Mo Fei and the traffic police who fell silent. Although Ji Xingyu's motorcycle looked expensive, his nonchalant comment felt rather showy. Please show your driver's license and vehicle registration. The traffic police extended his hand and added kindly, an electronic version will do. Xingyu responded, Vul. This was not a personal inquiry directed at Ji Xingyu. Generally, in such situations, a routine check is standard procedure, and it was just more convenient at the traffic police station. After reviewing the documents, the traffic police did not engage with them further and returned to his duties. Mo Fei and Ji Xingyu waited by the roadside for a while until a black Mercedes drove into the traffic police station. Ji Xingyu pulled Mo Fei over. After exchanging keys with the driver, Mo Fei watched as the suited young driver donned a pale yellow helmet and slowly rode the motorcycle out at a speed of 20. That young man looked somewhat familiar. Mo Fei sat in the passenger seat, staring in astonishment. As Ji Xingyu started the car, he explained, Xiao Wang is my brother's driver. He usually drives or rides an electric scooter, and although he has a motorcycle license, he rarely rides, so he's quite cautious. I guess Mo Fei paused for a few seconds and then chuckled. He got this motorcycle license just for you, didn't he? Not entirely, Ji Xingyu replied. Turning the steering wheel while watching the road, Ji Xingyu continued, my brother said that if he obtains a nationally certified license, his salary will increase by 1,000. Since I met him, he has probably obtained over 10 licenses. Mo Fei counted on his fingers and suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. Doesn't our brother need more help? I can do it. I'm capable of anything. Ji Xingyu flashed a polite smile, but did not respond. Mo Fei felt a genuine pang of heartache. That salary was stable. Even working like a horse for the boss was viable. Then let's head to the police station now. Mo Fei waved his hand, indicating he was not in the mood to talk. Go. Ji Xingyu tried to persuade him verbally. Oh, actually, you're quite good too. You're talented in both literature and martial arts, and you're not bad looking. It's only a matter of time before you become famous. Why worry about not earning money then? You don't understand. Mo Fei gritted his teeth and said, being an actor means living from hand-to-mouth. Stability is incredibly hard to achieve. Once you become famous, it will be stable. As Ji Xingyu spoke, he suddenly remembered why he had sought Mo Fei yesterday. By the way, I came to ask you about the lighting yesterday, but I got so busy that I forgot. Where can I buy the lights used by the crew? How many do we need? Mo Fei gazed at his profile, his tone mournful. You come to be the lighting technician, but you don't have any lights. I only have a few supplementary lights for painting at home. They probably won't be enough, Ji Xingyu replied innocently. Xiao Qian mentioned it suddenly, and I have no experience. You're the only person I know in the filming industry, so I had to ask you. Mo Fei covered his face and wailed, what a disaster. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have forgotten I was an actor. Thank you. After saying that, he took out his phone and started sending messages. Ji Xingyu glanced over and asked, are you searching on site? I search while at home too, but my brother said there are many ad scams online and I should ask someone familiar instead. Did your brother say that? Mo Fei looked up at him. Ji Xingyu nodded, not understanding. Yes. Mo Fei's fingers pressing the screen suddenly gained force. How could Ji Xingjian, this brother complex, not know the range of friends his brother has? Ji Xingyu had no connections in the crew for lighting. Wasn't he the only one? This leech actually passing his brother off to him. And he wasn't even paying extra. Mo Fei ground his back teeth, and his already unpleasant mood worsened. He looked at Ji Xingyu, his anger suddenly vanishing, and smiled as if spring had brushed past his face. In that case, let's look out for each other during the upcoming shoots. I will teach you how to survive in this chaotic world. Ji Xingyi's eyes sparkled as he smiled innocently and happily. Really, thank you, Xiao Fei. After saying that, he added, can I call you that? Of course. Mo Fei replied with a gentle smile. Xiaoyu. Ji Xingyi's expression became slightly awkward. Just call me Xingyu. A Xiaoyu sounds girlish, and it's kind of strange. All right, Xiao. Mo Fei lowered his head and began tapping on his phone. Ji Xingyu opened his mouth, but ultimately gave up on the issue of names and focused on driving. Mo Fei was contacting none other than Director Wang, who was wrapping up the filming of the Battle Royale. Director Wang had been sailing smoothly lately. Since Mo Fei left the crew, although the performances still depended on the actors, at least there were no police showing up. No dismembered limbs, no murderers, no corpses, and no police. Fantastic. Back to the familiar rhythm. Director Wang was in a great mood and had even gained 2 pounds. So when he received a message from Mo Fei at that moment, Director Wang felt a bit of heartfelt rejection. Yet he was also somewhat curious. What could this Jinx who had finished filming days ago possibly want to message him about? A plea for roles? A request for connections? Or perhaps a loan? Director Wang had already decided that he wouldn't respond to Mo Fei no matter what, unless his film officially wrapped up. When he opened the chat box, he was surprised to see a line of polite, yet chilly text from Mo Fei. Hello, Director Wang. I was wondering if you could share the contact information of the crew's lighting technician. Thank you. Director Wang was baffled. Why would an actor contact the lighting technician after finishing filming? Could the lighting technician provide him with roles or resources? Although Director Wang didn't understand, it wasn't a big deal. After informing the lighting technician, he passed along the person's business card. Then he saw Mo Fei immediately respond with a sticker of a spinning little person saying, thank you, boss. And that was it. Was he really just seeking out the lighting technician? Wasn't this a case of wanting to lure him in and then let go? Did he forget he was an actor while Director Wang was the director? Was there no sense of initiative as an actor? When Ji Xingyu and Mo Fei arrived at the police station, the guard wanted to approach and inquire upon seeing the unfamiliar license plate, but he halted upon noticing Mo Fei in the passenger seat. Oh, it's an acquaintance, no need to worry. Mo Fei comes to the police station more frequently than he goes to work. Here again, I see the guard greeted Mo Fei, giving him a thumbs up. I heard about yesterday's incident. Impressive. Mo Fei chuckled and waved back, saying just doing my part for both others and myself. Human traffickers are undoubtedly among the most despicable criminals in this world. Ji Xingyu watched him converse effortlessly with everyone in the police station, feeling a sense of admiration. Being able to befriend everyone is a remarkable skill in itself. Officer Su was flipping through documents at his desk. Upon seeing Mo Fei, he couldn't be bothered to greet him, and simply gestured to a nearby seat. You were in a hurry to leave yesterday, though I still have some details to clarify. Officer Su started a recording on his phone, and after showing it to Mo Fei, placed it aside. Regarding how you discovered the trafficker's hideout, do you still insist it was your cat that found it? Mo Fei blinked, pondering for a moment before responding, seriously, actually, I found that place because I was secretly observing that group of traffickers. Through relentless effort and with some friends' help, I located their hideout. Hearing a plausible explanation, Officer Su perked up, but as he was about to probe further, Mo Fei anticipated him and answered, first, my friends prefer to remain low-key, which is why I took the initiative. They just didn't want any contact with you all. Officer Su could only express understanding. After all, what they were doing was not anything heinous. They simply preferred to stay in the shadows. After that, they went through several procedural questions. Officer Su ended the recording with a sigh of relief. Well, that's one matter settled. Previously, Mo Fei's theory of a cat saving people was too far-fetched to include in the report, but now it sounded much more credible. Mo Fei smiled slightly, having discussed this with a friend who preferred to stay hidden for half the night. Many matters are like this. A change in wording can make a difference without causing harm, just a little artistic touch. Oh, by the way, what was that phone call about earlier? Officer Su asked. Just a minor issue. Mo Fei pointed at Ji Xingyu. His helmet was stolen, and him discussing it with someone. Officer Su looked at Ji Xingyu. He found this man, who was even more attractive than most women, quite memorable. He was truly an unfortunate fellow. If an elderly lady comes by later, could you hold on to the helmet for us? It's quite expensive, Mo Fei said, causing Officer Zu's expression to turn peculiar. He raised his chin towards the entrance of the police station. Is that the expensive helmet you mentioned? Mo Fei, a man with a buzz cut, walked into the police station wearing a thick gold chain around his neck, a cigarette in his mouth, a tattoo of an eye on his forehead, and he was carrying a black helmet that seemed out of place. Ji Xingyu immediately recognized it. That's my helmet. Despite seeing his lost item, his expression didn't reflect much joy. Having it taken by such a person, he couldn't shake the feeling that it had lost its cleanliness. Mo Fei's gaze focused on the tattooed eye on the man's forehead. He was most curious about whether this man's eye tattoo was real or just drawn on. If it was genuine, he was quite intrigued by the mental state of this person when he decided to get it. Mo Fei had no particular opinion on tattoos. He just thought that the eye tattoo was quite unappealing. Officer Su became more engaged, starting to search for photos of wanted fugitives on his computer. The buzzcut man walked into the police station and threw the helmet onto the counter. My mom found it, so I'm giving it to you. After saying this, he mumbled something as he walked out. Clearly, he thought this matter was bad luck. Officer Su stood up and called out Li Chong. The buzzcut man instinctively turned his head back. Seeing this, Officer Su knew he hadn't mistaken the person. He rushed forward and grabbed him. You are a wanted person for causing trouble at the barbecue restaurant a month ago. As Officer Su moved, 2 or 3 other officers had already surrounded them. No need to hurry out. Let's sit down. After handing Li Chong over to his colleagues, Officer Su returned to his seat. Ji Xingyu looked on in shock. Is this really allowed? What's wrong with it? Officer Su replied cheerfully, some people become wanted without even realizing it. It's not that they haven't done anything wrong, it's just that they don't think they've done anything wrong. That Li Chong was dining with a group of thugs at the barbecue restaurant a month ago, refusing to pay and harassing female customers. If it weren't for the recent rampant human trafficking, he would have been cuffed much sooner. Mo Fei pointed at the helmet being collected by a female officer on the counter. Perfect timing, go and retrieve your item. Ji Xingyu nodded and went to complete the process. I have to say, ever since you arrived, things have gotten a lot livelier around here, Officer Su said, looking at Mo Fei with a mixture of teasing and sincerity. Mo Fei refused to take the blame. That has nothing to do with me. It only shows that the current security situation is still lacking. You're right, there are still many people lacking awareness of the law. Officer Su sighed, I would rather be unoccupied all day if it meant peace for the world. There's an old saying in medicine, better to let the medicine gather dust on the shelf than to wish for suffering in the world. Mo Fei said with a smile, Officer Su, you have such noble sentiments. Officer Su smiled back, looking seriously at Mo Fei. I have very few friends outside of colleagues. You are one now. Mo Fei raised an eyebrow. Is that my honor? Officer Su seemed to have something on his mind, but ultimately did not say it. Ji Xingyu returned, holding the helmet. Shall we go see the lights next? See the lights. Mo Fei made a pained expression. You're not thinking of buying a set, are you? Is that a problem? Ji Xingyu asked in confusion. New lights are bright. Mo Fei shook his head as he stood up. He glanced at Officer Su. I'll be leaving now. Go on, go on. Officer Su waved his hand, his gaze returning to the computer screen. I need to get back to work. Only then did Mo Fei and Ji Xingyu walk out side by side. Do you know how expensive a set of lights is? Expensive. How expensive is expensive? Damn. Through the glass, Officer Su watched the two leave, his expression serious. He had to admit that Mo Fei possessed a unique charm, but what his mentor said also made sense. The job of the police officer is to suspect all coincidences in the world, regardless of whether the events Mo Fei encountered were intentional or accidental. As long as he didn't break the law, they were friends. But if one day he crossed the legal line, Officer Su would not hesitate to act. This belief transcends his life and everything else. The lighting technician in Director Wong's team was very professional, and the equipment list that Mo Fei requested was quickly sent to him. In the end, the lighting technician added, if you have friends who want to enter this industry, advise them to run away quickly. Mo Fei stared at the runaway for 2 seconds and decisively ignored it. For ordinary people, choosing a job is a significant matter, but for the rich, it's merely an experience of life. He searched for the prices of the lighting equipment recommended by the lighting technician and read them aloud to Ji Xingyu. The prices of the lighting equipment were all in the 4-digit range, and with various accessories and lampshades, the total added up. Mo Fei sadly discovered that these lights, which were very expensive for him, might not even be worth as much as the helmet casually placed in the back seat by Ji Xingyu. These are not bad at all, Ji Xingyu said with a smile after hearing this. It was heart-wrenching, too heart-wrenching. Mo Fei clutched his chest, not wanting to speak. Ji Xingyu took Mo Fei to find Xiao Qian first. After all, as a director, he had the responsibility to oversee the entire project rather than just gathering a group of seniors and classmates to delegate tasks, while he himself rotted away among a pile of overly avant-garde artworks. Xiao Qian still looked like he had been drained of energy. Upon seeing Mo Fei, he greeted him a couple more times, saying the last incident was truly unfortunate. I thought you wouldn't come back. Ji Xingyu curiously asked what incident. It's just that after he returned from my place, he encountered some criminals and got injured. Xiao Qian sighed. That's why I say staying indoors is the safest. Mo Fei shook his head enigmatically. If you have a cat, then home is not safe either. The probability of being killed by a cat is very low, but it's not non-existent. Xiao Qian couldn't refute that makes sense, which is why I don't keep cats. Let's not talk about that for now. Ji Xingyu knew that with his classmate's personality, if the topic diverged, it would never end, so he directly addressed the matter at hand. How are you preparing for the film cruise project? The progress is significant. Xiao Qian reported seriously. The script is finalized, the lead actor is selected, and the screenwriter, lighting technician, cinematographer, costume designer, and makeup artist are all in place. The filming locations have also been chosen. Mo Fei mentally translated this. Tasks have been delegated, and he was ready to start working. As the lead actor and screenwriter, Mo Fei felt it was necessary to remind him this film will require a lot of luxury goods and costumes. Are you sure there won't be any issues? Xiao Qian nodded. Everything has been purchased. Mo Fei suspiciously dug at his ear. Purchased? Yes, Xiao Qian replied seriously. A portion was bought, and a portion was obtained from Brother Ji. They're all brand new. Brand new luxury attire. There's also someone here who needs to buy a new set of lights. Mo Fei's perception of this team's financial extravagance was once again refreshed. The filming location for the office scenes is set in the Twin Towers in the city center, Xiao Qian continued. Ji Xingyu nodded. That's good. I remember one floor is yours, so it can be utilized. Mo Fei's face had already gone blank. A floor in a city center skyscraper. How does this film crew have no poor people? There's one. It's him. I want to ask him. Mo Fei raised his hand. How much are you planning to pay me? And for the screenwriting portion? Xiao Qian thought for a moment. I checked the current basic pay for a lead actor. How does this number sound? He made a gesture for 8. Mo Fei cautiously asked 80,000. If it were really that much, he could eat takeout every day. Xiao Qian and Ji Xingyu were both stunned. What do you mean should be? Ji Xingyu made the same gesture for 800,000. Xiao Qian nodded in agreement. 800,000 for the acting role, 200,000 for the script, totaling 1 million. If you think there are any issues, no issues, no issues. Mo Fei jumped up, shaking Xiao Qian's hand up and down. Director Qian, President Qian, Lord Qian. If you ever need people for filming again, remember little Mo here. In Director Wong's film, he only earned 100,000 for playing the 5th male role, whereas here, he could earn 1 million in one go. He hadn't even had such a high pay in years. Xiao Qian smiled and nodded. Good. If there's an opportunity, I will definitely remember. Ji Xingyu looked a bit puzzled. Mo Fei's overly flattering demeanor conflicted with his perception of the kind, wise, and clever Missouri Fei. However, thinking that Mo Fei was probably just happy because of the improvement in his work, Ji Xingyu convinced himself again. And Mo Fei was simply happy because he wanted to get rich. That's $1 million. He and Lu Chunxiu together had never had that much money in their accounts. With such a high pay, Mo Fei's spirit would be soaring. Next, Xiao Qian and Ji Xingyu prepared various equipment, spending tens of thousands on lighting, over 100,000 on cameras and monitors, buying without batting an eye. Once the excitement faded, Mo Fei finally reacted and asked Xiao Qian why he wanted to make a film. After all, from his demeanor, it clearly didn't seem to be for the money. Also, judging from his tendency to shift blame, it didn't seem to be for ideals either. So what was it for? Because my mom forced me. Xiao Qian sighed dejectedly. Before getting married, my mom's biggest dream was to become a famous actress. And Mo Fei felt something was off. If that's the case, she should let you become an actor, right? Annie's idea is that becoming a famous actress is a bit difficult, but she can let her become a famous director first. Then when she acts, she indirectly becomes a famous actress. Ji Xingyu added from side. Xiao Qian nodded. I want to make this film to tell her that I'm not cut out to be a mainstream director. I just want to focus on creation and fulfill my ideals and ambitions. Xiao Qian spoke passionately, but Mo Fei couldn't empathize when he thought of that pile of strange things. Still, the saying stands: the rich have the capital to be willful. He only needs to do what he is supposed to do. So in our upcoming filming, we should be as sharp as possible. Xiao Qian slapped his thigh. People love to see heroes slay dragons. So I want to film heroes getting beaten down and taught a lesson, resigning to go home and farm after enduring countless hardships. Real workplaces, real fashion circles, real bad bosses. I don't believe everyone in this society has been scammed enough to go online and watch another person continue to be scammed. Xiao Qian was filled with confidence. Mo Fei immediately applauded. Well said. Clear thought and precise demands. You have already surpassed 99% of the second parties. Please keep it up. As for whether anyone will watch this film once it is made, that's none of Mo Fei's business. He just needs to get paid. As for fame, that's an elusive thing. Let's leave it to fate. Noble sentiments are mere embellishments in the lives of the wealthy, but Mo Fei, being somewhat unconventional, first thought of treating himself to a good meal after striking it rich. Upon returning home, he ordered an extravagant spicy hot pot, selecting everything available on the menu, and even adding 2 pieces of bread. Considering his injuries, Mo Fei specifically noted in the flavor section to avoid spicy and numbing flavors. After placing the order, he excitedly paced around his home, calling LV Chunxiu. They're about to make a small fortune. As soon as the call connected, LV Chunxiu's slightly excited voice came through. Xiao Fei. How did you know I was going to call you? I have good news. I have good news too. Mo Fei sat cross-legged on the floor. A cat jumped down from the coffee table and squatted in front of him, its green pupils narrowing into slits. I'll go first. LV Chunxiu cleared her throat. Director Wang's next film audition has you confirmed. Montauk Fai smile froze. What do you mean, This is a great opportunity. LV Chunxiu couldn't contain her laughter this time. It's either the second or third male lead with significant screen time. Securing this audition slot is no easy feat, so you better work hard. Although being the male lead in this online drama is nice, Director Wang is different. Despite his polarizing reputation, he is a veteran director, and even a little resource from him is enough for them to thrive. By the time you finish shooting the male lead role for Director Qian, Director Wang's film should be wrapping up, and LV Chunxiu found it incredible we actually managed to avoid a gap in work. Hard work leads to wealth. As long as Mo Fei puts in the effort and acts like a normal person outside, can't he rise to prominence? Mo Fei chuckled awkwardly. It really is great, very impressive. So what is your good news? LV Chunxiu asked cheerfully. I discussed my compensation with Director Qian today. Mo Fei recalled little Qian getting excited. He said, he can give me 8,000. What? LV Chunxiu exclaimed in surprise. Did you say 8,000? 8,000,000. Mo Fei repeated. Hell, also give an additional 2,000 for the script. So that makes it 1 million. LV Chunxiu gasped. Oh my, did we really secure this pay? Don't be fooled by the headlines of those first-tier stars getting millions. They have popularity, traffic, and plenty of support. For ordinary third or fourth-tier stars, getting over 1 million is quite impressive. For someone like Mo Fei, who has just emerged from being an inconspicuous extra, receiving this amount is akin to reaching for the stars. Typically, the remuneration for developing actors tends to increase over time. This means that 8,000 is a significant milestone for them. After the initial joy, LV Chunxiu quickly calmed down. Xiao Fei, according to our contract, I will take a cut of your pay. But whether it's Director Wang or Director Qian's projects, you earn them on your own, and it has little to do with me. What nonsense are you spouting? Mo Fei interrupted her. If it weren't for you bringing me into this industry, I wouldn't have even encountered the production teams. Besides, without you managing my affairs, I would have choked those bosses to death on my own. Mo Fei knew he was a slacker. Without someone overseeing him, he could turn into a lazy lump in no time. LV Chunxiu smiled in understanding. In this industry, she had seen many agents and artists fall out over profit sharing, and she didn't want to have a falling out with Mo Fei in such a way. It seemed that this little rascal could indeed discern the value of his own words. Let's stick to the contract for profit sharing regarding the pay, and as for the script part, you can keep that for yourself. I won't take a cut. After finishing her words, LV Chunxiu hung up the phone, not giving Mo Fei a chance to retort. Her mood was absolutely wonderful. At last, one of her protégés was about to make it, and she could treat herself to the most expensive face mask and sleep soundly that night. Mo Fei looked at the black screen of his phone and couldn't help but break into a silly smile. Look at your modest aspirations. A cat named Yi Qiaoqing looked at him disdainfully. You're overjoyed with just a little money. Mo Fei was not bothered picking up Yi Qiaoqing and lifting him above his head. My little fortune. God, once I have money, I'll get you a bigger cat bed and climbing frame. How does that sound? Yi Qiaoqing's cat eyes widened a bit, becoming more reserved, and a treadmill too. Sure. Mo Fei readily agreed. Fresh beef. That works. Fish oil. Buy it. Seeing Mo Fei so readily fulfilling every whim, Yi Qiaoqing squinted his eyes. Indeed, money is a wonderful thing. Even a pauper can become a tycoon. Mo Fei maintained his high spirits until he finished dinner, washed up, and went to bed. Looking at the stitched wound on his arm, he suddenly remembered that tomorrow was the day he would have his stitches removed. A week had already passed. Tomorrow new cards would appear. Mo Fei glanced at Yi Qiaoqing sleeping by the head of the bed and fell into deep thought. The card Great Detective is incredibly useful, arguably the best among the 3 cards he currently possesses. However, swapping cards tomorrow means he will have to discard 3 skills. Compared to the previous 2 disappointing cards, retaining any of the 4 skills from this card is advantageous. But only best partner can hear Yi Qiaoqing speak. After battling wits with this irritating cat for a week, the thought of possibly not hearing it curse anymore made him feel a bit reluctant. Keen observer is very useful, but capturing people is not his main forte, and don't even mention the other 2 what case could possibly compare to an excavator. The other skill is simply slandering him. It would be nice if he could keep best partner. Mo Fei thought this as he reached out to pet Yi Qiaoqing. Are you trying to kill me? I just licked my fur. Did you wash your hands? Yi Qiaoqing shot him a glare and moved to the other side to start licking his fur again. Mo Fei retracted his hand reluctantly. Forget it, let the cat do what it wants. He didn't have to listen to this annoying cat's complaints. Sweet dreams. The next day, Mo Fei took a yulok and rode a shared bicycle to the hospital to get his stitches removed. His wound had healed quite well, and the doctor said it would take at most another half a month to heal completely without any issues. After all the fuss, Mo Fei casually found a nearby restaurant to sit down and eat while waiting for the card to refresh. As the Great Detective began to fade, a silvery light began to coalesce. Identity Phantom Thief. Active voice change, not transformation, but voice change. A bow tie is a child's toy, and adults rely on themselves. Mastery of magic. When did magic become a prerequisite for becoming a thief? Passive while running. I assent it, avoiding the main road. It's not that one cannot take it. Good skills are naturally used when fleeing. Lifelong enemy. Thieves are the lifelong enemies of the police. Capturing you is their mission, so be careful not to get caught. Retained skills. Moth to the flame. Mastery of human anatomy. Best partner. Mo Fei stared at the card for a long time. First, there was the skill to retain. It seems that the entanglement with a certain seam is truly impossible to sever. However, based on the last investigation of the human trafficker's den, as long as this esteemed gentleman is in a good mood, it can also be remarkably effective. Let's consider it a good skill for now. Then there is this new card. The others are all understandable, purely literal meanings. But what does this last one lifelong enemy mean? Could it be that, like Jack the Ripper, it looks like a bad person? Mo Fei wondered as he finished his meal and settled the bill. The customers and the boss in the shop were all behaving normally, with no one showing fear or anger. Until he stepped out of the shop, riding his bicycle to head home. Along the way, he was stopped and questioned by 5 traffic police officers, 2 patrol officers, and a retired grandpa who was playing chess by the roadside. Seeing the vigilant expressions of these officers, Mo Fei understood. Jack the Ripper clearly looks like a bad person, while Phantom Thief appears to be a bad person in the eyes of all types of law enforcement. Even a retired police officer feels the same. How extensive could this reach be? Judging by his current frequency of reporting to the police, there will surely be a day this week when Officer Tang or Officer Xiao Su won't be able to resist handcuffing him right. Tragic in capital letters. He is clearly a good citizen. With a heavy heart, Mo. Fei sent a group message to the two officers as contacts. If I haven't done anything, will you arrest me? Officer Xiao Su replied relatively quickly, are you craving the cafeteria food here? Officer Tang was a bit slower, responding in a formal manner. If someone frames you, I will uncover the truth. Two different responses, yet Mo. Fei felt equally touched. Thankfully, the current officers are quite responsible. Had it been in the 70s or 80s in Zijing, he would have been handcuffed in the streets and forced to confess. Even if it weren't for himself to avoid adding extra workload to the officers, it's better for him not to wander the streets too much. In his current state, if he were to get into a scuffle with pickpockets or robbers, he would probably end up handcuffed as well. Mo. Fei felt a pang of concern as he made his way home, filled with twists and turns. Xiao Qian was busy coordinating with his crew to find actors. It would still be a while before they could start filming for real. Taking advantage of this free time, Mo. Fei planned to jot down a few dreams. Perhaps he could sell them in the future. Even if he didn't have a wealthy buyer like Xiao Qian, earning something would still be worthwhile. Ever since the last time it went out to help find someone, the Seam has been going out for walks frequently. In its own words, it needs to connect with its little brothers and mark its territory. Mo. Fei didn't mind it. This cat is quite clever. It will come back to call for people when something happens. After writing for 2 or 3 hours, he picked up his phone to check for any messages. Aside from unavoidable push notifications, there was indeed a message. Lu Chunxiu texted him that director Wang's film had finished shooting and was now in post-production. They might invite him to an event when it officially premieres. Below her message was one from director Wang inviting him to the rap party that evening. Mo. Fei felt somewhat complicated upon reading the message. He had hardly had a single day of leisure in Wang's crew, yet the director was willing to treat him to dinner. Truly, he was a grand director, very generous. Given the director's kindness, Mo. Fei donned a duckbill cap and mask and resolutely stepped out, opting for a taxi instead of riding his bicycle to avoid any trouble. The rap party was arranged at the edge of the film and television city, indicating they had returned to the studio as filming progressed. When Mo. Fei arrived, the feast had not yet begun. The leading actor Wu Miao wore a white tracksuit, looking fresh and youthful. He sat among a group of actors holding playing cards and seemingly performing some trick. As Mo. Fei approached, he heard Wu Miao say, "Don't tell me which card you picked." At that moment, Mo. Fei realized what he was playing, a very basic card magic trick. Although this trick was quite simple, the performer was a young and handsome actor, and with the atmosphere perfectly set, it looked very pleasing. After Wu Miao finished his performance and heard the actor's amazed applause, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. It was then that a hand took the cards from his grasp. Wu Miao looked up and saw the face he least wanted to work with during this film shoot. Mo. Fei rearranged the cards and returned them to Wu Miao, greeting him with a smile. Long time no see. Indeed, long time no see. Wu Miao paused for a moment before smiling back. This time, upon seeing Mo. Fei again, he realized he no longer felt the spine-chilling sensation of being targeted by an assassin. So it turns out Mo. Fei was truly immersed in the role earlier. Were you just performing magic? Mo. Fei pointed at the cards in his hand. Yes. Wu Miao looked at the cards in the direction of Mo. Fei's finger. Very cool. Mo. Fei revealed a sly smile. Do you know what is most important in learning magic? Wu Miao showed interest answering the technique. Mo. Fei shook his head. Then it's the performance. Mo. Fei still shook his head. Props. Wu Miao confidently laughed. If it's not technique or performance, then it has to be props. Correct. Mo. Fei cheered, reaching out to shake his ear, making a card appear in his hand out of thin air. What the hell? Wu Miao's eyes instantly lit up. How did you do that? Can you teach me? Mo. Fei just smiled without speaking, handing the ghost card to Wu Miao. The most important thing for a magician is to never let the props slip out of your control. So flashy, too flashy, it makes me want to duel him. But he really is cool. Wu Miao held the ghost card, his heart racing to 120. Did you hide this card away when shuffling? How come I didn't see it? How did you manage to produce a card from an empty hand? Teach me, teach me. Undoubtedly, at least for now, Mo. Fei had become the most dazzling person in Wu Miao's eyes. When director Wang arrived, the entire rap party had already been stirred up by Mo. Fei. As a director, it was surprising that no one noticed his presence. Was that reasonable? Director Wang casually pulled a staff member aside to ask what's going on. The staff member looked quite excited, blushing slightly as he replied, Mo. Fei is teaching Wu Miao magic. Teaching magic. Director Wang was puzzled. He had seen Wu Miao playing cards several times in the crew, but since it didn't delay the progress, he had not intervened. Now Mo. Fei was teaching Wu Miao magic. He had no idea this young man knew magic. With a skeptical attitude, Director Wang approached the edge of the crowd. Wu Miao was sitting next to Mo Fei when a female actress teasingly asked him, "Which card do you think suits me?" Mo Fei made a floral cut with one hand, flicked his thumb, and a playing card flew directly into the actress' hand. The actress displayed the card she had drawn, saying Queen of Spades. Wu Miao clapped his hands and exclaimed, "The Queen of Spades symbolizes the goddess Athena from ancient Greek mythology, representing wisdom and war. Your way of complimenting is truly sophisticated, Mo Go." The onlookers immediately burst into laughter. Such surface-level interactions were merely polite exchanges a way for everyone to enjoy the spectacle. Mo Fei, though sometimes a bit scatterbrained, would never let a girl feel awkward in such moments. "So can you guess why I gave you a joker?" Mo Fei leaned closer to Wu Miao and whispered. Wu Miao was taken aback, his mind filled with thoughts of a clown. The kings and jokers in cards represent the sun and the moon. Mo Fei chuckled, his eyes narrowing with mirth, and patted Wu Miao's shoulder. "Stop thinking about clowns all day." Wu Miao's face flushed red with embarrassment as he realized he had been seen through. Mo Fei scanned the crowd and accurately spotted Director Wong, whose face was slightly darkened. Suddenly he shivered. "Oh no, Director Wong is here." With that, he got up to greet Director Wong. In a film crew, the director often plays the role of a homeroom teacher, sometimes kind and approachable, at other times strict. Yet one thing remained constant. Students always felt a bit shorter in stature when facing their homeroom teacher. Wu Miao sat still for a moment, reflecting on the oh no. Suddenly he felt that if there were a grass card in this deck, Mo Fei would probably throw a grass card at him. But it was quite entertaining. The young man was not one to hold grudges, happily pondering the tricks Mo Fei had taught him. Mo Fei could be playful in front of Wu Miao, but before Director Wong, he was as quiet as a chicken, obediently addressing him as Director Wong. "A little Mo has arrived," Director Wong said, sizing him up with a teasing smile. "Haven't killed anyone recently." Thinking back to the events that had transpired in Director Wong's crew, Mo Fei felt his face flush with embarrassment. "It's all a misunderstanding, and I must thank you for your support." Mo Fei knew that if it were a director with a lesser character, he could have been blacklisted for the incidents in Director Wong. But Director Wong did not do that. He even invited him to audition for the next film, clearly showing his warmth as a person. "A young man. Back in my younger days, when someone held a gun to my head, your mother had just started elementary school. Do you think a little scene could scare me?" Director Wong laughed heartily, patting his belly. Mainly every time he returned feeling frustrated, inspiration would just pour out of him, just like when he was young. He hadn't felt such excitement in a long time. Having reached his age with money not being an issue and fame being just so-so, he needed some other pursuits rather than the fast food style of filmmaking that existed now. As for Mo Fei, in his eyes, he was just a kid dealing with a bit more trouble than others, but after observing him, he found his character to be quite decent. Director Wong grinned as he scrutinized Mo Fei. He simply refused to believe that someone could be so unlucky and still grow up to be this big. Mo Fei felt uneasy under Director Wong's gaze. It seemed less like a friendly look and more like that of someone observing a rare species. At this moment, the assistant director approached, greeting Director Wong. "Brother Wong, everyone is here. Shall we serve the dishes?" Director Wong finally spared Mo Fei and turned to greet the others. Mo Fei sighed in relief as Wu Miao pounced on him from behind. "Mo, go, let's exchange contact information so we can learn magic together in the future." When it came to adding friends, Mo Fei instinctively wanted to refuse. Having more people on the friend list only meant more troubles. Unless necessary, he preferred to shut himself in at home. But remembering how Lu Chunxiu had urged him to add more contacts within the industry, Mo Fei dared not refuse and grinned awkwardly in response. Sure. To many, the wrap party was not just a casual dining occasion, and everyone present was part of the industry, and with their work just concluded, it was the perfect time for news circulation and social exchanges best discussed around this dinner table. As others clinked glasses and shared toasts, Mo Fei quietly chose a corner to sit down and began to indulge in his meal, like a young person who had stepped away from adult supervision. One must admit the food at the wrap party was not as good as what the cafeteria lady at the police station could make. Mo Fei inwardly criticized, yet the speed at which he enjoyed his meal did not slow down. Director Wong and the assistant director observed his eating habits and simultaneously confirmed one thing. This kid was not particularly fond of the boxed lunches from their crew. He simply loved to eat. Quite no wonder he was so tall. Director Wong raised his wine glass and began his concluding speech. Everyone stopped eating and turned to look at him. In Mo Fei's eyes, this was the leader's "I have a few words to say," typically about reflecting on the past, striving in the present, and looking forward to the future. One only needed to pick and choose what to listen to. With an understanding heart, Mo Fei maintained a serious expression. Director Wong's words were basically the same old routine, concluding with blessings for everyone to have a bright future. beautiful platitudes. Mo Fei chose to focus on his meal first. A bright future was something the poor could not afford. The restaurant owner was quite perceptive. Upon seeing the main speaker finish, he knew it was time to serve the main dishes, bringing a large pot to each table. "Come try our signature dish, wild mushroom stewed farmhouse chicken," the assistant director enthusiastically called to everyone. The serving staff also added, "The chickens we use are free-range organic black-bone chickens, and the wild mushrooms are freshly picked from local farms, safe and non-toxic. Everyone can eat with peace of mind." As soon as the signature dish was served, everyone showed courtesy by each taking a bowl. Mo Fei tentatively took a sip, profoundly experiencing what it meant for something to be so fresh it felt like it would swallow his tongue. In his eyes, the soup suddenly seemed to glow with a golden aura. There was a reason why it was called a signature dish. The others were also singing its praises. The atmosphere once again became harmonious. As drinks were shared and plates emptied, everyone felt satiated. Some planned to head to KTV for more fun, while others were preparing to go home. It was at this moment that an unexpected event occurred. A girl suddenly squatted down, bursting into tears. "What? For the past few days, I've been dreaming of someone asking me to return their hand. Do you know how I got here?" Everyone stood frozen, like they had hit the pause button, watching her. Mo Fei recognized her. The girl was from the props team and was the first to notice the severed limb on his first day in the crew. As he stepped forward, he felt something was off. The entire world began to twist and spin, becoming a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. Mo Fei shook his head and slapped his forehead, trying to reboot his brain. Unfortunately, the reboot failed. Before him was still a bizarre world, and the girl's sobs grew distant. The people around noticed something was wrong with Mo Fei, but it was already too late. As the girl let out a wailing cry, uncontrollable laughter erupted among the crowd, with some dancing wildly and others collapsing into unconsciousness, unable to be roused. The entire atmosphere of the rap party instantaneously transformed into that of a gathering of the mentally unstable. The shopkeeper panicked. Such an incident had never occurred before. The actress holding the Queen of Spades was even more frantic. Due to her mushroom allergy, she hadn't consumed any soup, and now she watched in horror as everyone in the crew appeared to go mad, leaving her unsure whether this was a prank targeting her or something else entirely. Should she join in? Amidst the chaos, Mo Fei stood still, appearing remarkably normal. The actress steadied herself, bypassing Wu Miao, who was clutching the table and laughing uncontrollably, the assistant director dancing with the tablecloth, and the crew's script supervisor writhing on the ground. She approached Mo Fei and quietly asked, "Are you okay?" Mo Fei swayed slightly and turned to look at her. The actress noticed his pupils were dilated, causing her to stutter in fear. "What's wrong?" Mo Fei opened his mouth, but what came out was a woman's sobbing woo. The actress. "This is insane. Something is seriously wrong." She trembled as she dialed her agent for help, only to receive a roar of "Quickly call the police," and after being yelled at, her rationality gradually returned, and she clearly provided the address to the hospital and police. The scale of the issue indicated it was obviously food poisoning. The actress was merely frightened, not lacking in wits. With everyone else in trouble and her unaffected, the only potential issue had to lie with a wild mushroom chicken. While the shopkeeper directed staff to help settle the crew and attempted to destroy the evidence on the table, she recorded a video with her phone guarding a pot of soup. In case the shopkeeper tried to turn the tables and accuse her of poisoning the entire crew, this would serve as proof of her innocence and absolutely could not be discarded. Amidst the chaotic revelry, police cars with sirens wailing and ambulances blaring arrived simultaneously at the scene. This sight was clearly something they had not anticipated. With around 60 to 70 people in attendance, including actors and crew, this was still due to the lack of extras, as some staff hadn't come. Otherwise, transporting them to the hospital would likely require a large truck. The on-site doctor was already contemplating calling for one. This situation would leave even an entire hospital's ambulance fleet overwhelmed. Officer Xiao Su and another colleague arrived from the police car, facing a rare instance of mass insanity, unsure of how to proceed. Noticing this was a film crew officer, Xiao Zu's gaze scanned the crowd, finally locking onto a person clinging to a pillar for dear life. He approached and heard a pitiful wail, a voice that sounded both male and female, as if performing an opera. When he finally saw the person's face, it was unsurprisingly a familiar face. It was strange that there was a police case about the film crew without this person present. Officer Xiao Su sighed and consulted with the accompanying doctor. With so many people, the ambulance definitely wouldn't fit. They would need to summon a large bus or public transport. At that moment, the only sober actress in the crew offered a pot of chicken soup as evidence. Unsurprisingly, the restaurant manager would have to accompany Officer Xiao Su to the police station. The effort it took for the officers and doctors to transfer this group to the hospital was no small feat, and the emergency room that night was bustling. The elderly emergency doctor glanced at the photo of the chicken soup sent by the actress and slapped his thigh. This mushroom is not edible, it's a dog's urine lichen. Compared to other toxic fungi, dog's urine lichen is rather unassuming with its grayish slender stems, and because of this, it is easily misidentified. The good news is that this mushroom is not lethal in small quantities. It merely causes hallucinations, unconsciousness, uncontrollable laughter, and wild dancing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing it wouldn't be fatal. Those needing IVs received them, and those requiring stomach pumps were treated efficiently and orderly. Other poisoned individuals had notified friends or family to come to the hospital, but Officer Xiao, soon knowing Mo Fei's family situation, realized he had no relatives. The previous times he had been rescued, it was always his agent who came. Officer Xiao Su decided to call LV Chunxiu, temporarily staying at the hospital, to watch over the dozens of people there. When LV Chunxiu received the call about Mo Fei's food poisoning and hospital visit, she nearly suffered a heart attack, only feeling relieved once she confirmed there was no life-threatening danger. The thought that this lad was hospitalized due to food poisoning was so absurd that it didn't even seem like a possibility for a scam call. LV Chunxiu, who was busy watching over another young artist, rushed to the hospital. Even though it was late at night, she still wore her professional attire and maintained a polished appearance, clearly showing her dedication. Amidst the cacophony of wails in the emergency department, Mo Fei, silently clutching a chair and howling, seemed relatively calm, while next to him Wu Miao was laughing uncontrollably. Wu Miao's agent was also a woman, and every time Wu Miao tried to crawl over to Mo Fei, she would pull him back. LV Chunxiu found this dynamic oddly familiar. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing and setting, she would have liked to exchange professional insights with the other party. Xiao Fei, Xiao Fei. LV Chunxiu squatted beside the chair, poking Mo Fei's arm. Mo Fei, groggily opening his eyes, still felt the world spinning and instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest of the chair. Mo Fei opened his mouth, and LV Chunxiu swiftly placed a teething stick in his mouth. Tasting the familiar flavor, although still dazed, Mo Fei instinctively began to gnaw on it. His demeanor quieted significantly. Although he still had injuries in his mouth, and theoretically shouldn't eat anything too hard, the current situation warranted some leeway. It was concerning that such a meal not being monitored led to trouble, especially with the entire crew affected. Thankfully, it wasn't something he had caused to otherwise. Even if Director Wang felt sympathetic, he would have been banned. She contemplated whether to terminate contracts with other artists and focus solely on Mo Fei. This one lad required more attention than 3 others combined. "Hello." A polite female voice sounded from the side. LV Chunxiu looked over to find it was Wu Miao's agent. The woman pointed at the teething stick in Mo Fei's mouth and awkwardly asked, "Is there any left?" Wu Miao had been laughing hysterically, and now his mouth hadn't stopped mumbling incomprehensible words. To prevent him from saying anything wrong, it was better to keep his mouth shut. "Yes, there is." LV Chunxiu took a new one from her bag and handed it to her. The woman followed suit and plugged Wu Miao's mouth, albeit a bit too roughly, which made him roll his eyes. LV Chunxiu couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of this scene. Lu Chunxiu had heard that Wu Miao's agent was an elder from his family who had strictly overseen him. It seems this is indeed the case. However, the method of feeding seemed quite effective, and Wu Miao had settled down a bit, gnawing on a teething stick in his seat. Wu Miao's agent let out a sigh of relief and thanked Lu Chunxiu. Now that she had controlled the artist, she had time to chat with Lu Chunxiu. "Are you his agent?" "Yes," Lu Chunxiu said, touching Mo Fei's forehead, feeling a bit cold, and decided to take off his suit jacket to cover him. The doctor just mentioned that he ate the most poisonous mushrooms, which might have the strongest after effects. The woman looked at him with a hint of pity. "Fortunately, they are non-lethal mushrooms. Once the effects wear off, you will be fine." Lu Chunxiu blinked and glanced at Mo Fei, wanting to pry the teething stick out of his mouth to prevent him from eating it. All he did was eat, and now he was the first to suffer food poisoning. But she still couldn't understand the whole situation. The restaurant for the wrap party was an established one. How could such a thing happen? The woman shook her head, indicating she was unclear. "That's precisely because it's an established restaurant." Officer Xiao Su sighed as he looked at the recently received message, walking into the area with patience. Holding his phone, he displayed to everyone, "This is what my colleague just discovered in the kitchen of that restaurant. Mushrooms that hadn't yet been cooked. Experts have identified them. The scientific name is Amanita verosa, commonly known as the deadly angel." He swiped to show another one. "This is Gallerina marginata, also a common toxic mushroom involved in poisoning incidents. The rate of poisoning from accidental consumption is 70% with a mortality rate of 70%. The hotel owner mentioned that business has been good lately, so they have been receiving more and varied mushrooms from farmers. Fortunately, the mushrooms chosen for the chicken stew were the slender type that looks good in soup. These two mushrooms that hadn't been cooked yet are deadly if consumed. We are already figuring out how to notify diners who ate at the same restaurant today to come to the hospital for checks. If any of you know someone who recently dined at this hotel, please notify each other. Food poisoning is no small matter. At that moment, the family and friends accompanying the patients erupted in chaos. Some talked about suing the restaurant owner, some demanded compensation, others expressed their fear without clearly hearing what the officer said. In short, it turned into a tumult. Officer Xiao Su was surrounded by several people asking how the situation would be handled, and he could only patiently calm everyone down. The most fortunate thing now was that the mushrooms they ate were not lethal. If this resulted in a death, it would truly be a dire situation. The restaurant would definitely be shut down, and compensation would certainly have to be paid. It now depended on the restaurant's attitude in admitting fault and whether the victims would make a fuss. Lu Chunxiu sighed deeply while holding his forehead. This year must be an unlucky one, encountering so many issues. He thought about going to temple to burn incense, visit a Taoist temple, and attend a church service. A multi-pronged approach. He would see which one worked and then intensify it. Just as Lu Chunxiu was planning, Wu Miao suddenly jumped up. Wow. Lu Chunxiu and his agent were both startled. Wu Miao began to sway slowly as if his limbs were unruly. His agent immediately called for a doctor, seemingly desperate to give him a sedative. Lu Chunqi's gaze fell on Mo Fei, who was lying back in his chair with his eyes closed, and suddenly felt that this guy wasn't too hard to manage. He had eaten the most mushrooms, yet remained the most calm. Wait, he wouldn't be poisoned to death, would he? Lu Chunxiu checked Mo Fei's breath and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was still breathing. In reality, the reason Mo Fei was so quiet was that he felt an intense dizziness, as if the world was spinning around him. Even holding on to something stable made him feel dizzy. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt as if he had been thrown into a kaleidoscope, the washing machine version. Mo Fei was afraid he would vomit again. To make himself feel better, he could only close his eyes and hold on to something, pretending he was a piece of leather that wouldn't budge no matter how it was torn. Officer Xiao Su finally finished explaining all the issues regarding the patient's companions. Some of the less severely poisoned individuals didn't need to be induced to vomit. They could go home to rest after receiving 4 fluids. Who would want to smell the disinfectant in the hospital when they could sleep in the warmth of their own cozy bed? Groups of patients were helped out of the hospital, and slowly only a few remained in the emergency room. Officer Xiao Su glanced at the time. It was already early morning and nearly dawn. He walked over to Lu Chunxiu and asked, "Do you want me to take you back?" At this point, the patient's conditions had stabilized, and he could leave. Lu Chunqi's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and without putting on a brave front, he nodded in thanks. "Then I would trouble you." Officer Xiao Su reached out to help Mo Fei, tugged once, but could not move him. He was somewhat puzzled, exerted more strength, and directly lifted both Mo Fei and the chair together. As he released the chair, it hit the ground with a loud bang, which could be quite refreshing for those who had stayed up all night. Lu Chunxiu perked up and asked with wide eyes, "What happened?" Officer Xiao Su wore an expression that was hard to describe. "I don't know. He just keeps holding onto the chair and won't let go." Moreover, he couldn't understand why, but seeing Mo Fei gave him an impulse to handcuff him for questioning. After the preceding chaos, he hadn't noticed this until now. As things settled down, this impulse became uncontrollable. Rationality told him that he shouldn't treat someone who hadn't committed a crime this way. Emotion told him, hurry up and cuff him. Had he been infected by his master? Officer Xiao Su felt somewhat uncertain. Meanwhile, Mo Fei, who had just been tossed, suddenly opened his eyes and stared intently at Officer Xiao Su. Just as he was about to make him feel guilty, Mo Fei retched. Lu Chunxiu was startled and quickly called for a doctor. Mo Fei waved his hand. "No need, I just feel a bit nauseous." He covered his mouth, looking pale. Lu Chunxiu was relieved to hear him speak clearly and reproached him. "The doctor said you ate the most, no wonder you feel the worst. Are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost?" Lu Chunxiu stepped forward, wanting to help him up. Wait. Mo Fei raised both hands to stop her, slowly sat up, and after a moment of catching his breath, he began to breathe heavily. "But the poisonous mushrooms are really fresh." As he spoke, he couldn't help but lick his lips. This statement left both of them in silence. "I think I understand the mindset of the first person to eat a crab now." Officer Xiao Su couldn't help but shake his head. He was not a starving ghost, but he was worse than one. Lu Chunxiu shook his head as well. I also think I understand how those toxic things were figured out to be edible. When leaving the hospital, Lu Chuanxiu and Officer Xiao Su supported Mo Fei from either side, much like attending to an elderly matriarch. Lu Chuanxiu couldn't help but mumble. The doctor said this time it was just a hallucinogenic mushroom. If you had eaten something fatal, you would be preparing for a feast. Mo Fei nodded slowly, still a bit dazed. Feast? Whose feast? Can I take it to go? Lu Chuanxiu, seeing him like this, also ceased her lecturing. Why argue with a fool? It made her feel foolish as well. Officer Xiao Su offered his opinion. I think his common sense is a bit lacking. Liking to eat is not a problem, but he should know what is safe to eat and what is not right. Lu Chuanxiu nodded in agreement. If only my little Fei had your awareness. We could buy him some books on this. Officer Xiao Su straightforwardly assigned Mo Fei some tasks. People should read more. It can only be beneficial. You're right. Lu Chuanxiu thoroughly agreed with Officer Xiao's opinion. We could also quiz him from time to time, so he doesn't just go through the motions. Thinking of the various tests conducted at her bureau, Officer Xiao Su also had a moment of mischief. We could draw lots to quiz him. If he fails, restrict his snacks. Lu Chuanxiu raised an eyebrow, her expression subtly changing as she looked at Officer Xiao Su. You two are friends, right? If we're friends, then stab me in the back. Mo Fei, standing in the middle, suddenly spoke up, staring straight ahead with wide eyes, indicating he had not fully returned to normal. Stab! Officer Xiao Su, unable to hold back, turned his head and laughed. Lu Chuanxiu chuckled as well. Although she knew that experiencing the effects of toxic mushrooms was surely unpleasant, it seemed rather amusing. Officer Xiao Su helped Lu Chuanxiu return Mo Fei to the old neighborhood before departing. Lu Chuanxiu stayed behind to look after Mo Fei. A cat sat upright in the middle of the living room, quietly observing their actions like a camera. Lu Chuanxiu was somewhat curious to see the kitten and crouched down to try petting it. The black cat seemed completely unafraid, even taking a step forward to let her touch it. Lu Chuanxiu laughed. I really don't know how a person who can't even take care of himself can manage to care for a cat. The black cat also displayed a seemingly approving expression. It was Lu Chuanxiu's first time encountering such an anthropomorphic cat. After talking to it for a couple of minutes, she felt a bit foolish and returned to the sofa to wait for Mo Fei's mushroom-induced state to wear off. She took out her phone to check and found several unread messages. They were from Ji Xingjian and Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's message was quite simple, just asking Mo Fei to try on some clothes when he had time and to let them know if any adjustments were needed. Ji Xingjian's message was rather puzzling. He texted Lu Chuanxiu asking her to inform Mo Fei to reply to Ji Xingyu. Lu Chuanxiu knew about Mo Fei's habit of keeping his phone on silent, but it was somewhat challenging to get him to respond normally now. She briefly updated both parties about Mo Fei's food poisoning. After finishing her messages, Lu Chuanxiu finally felt free and sighed as she lay back on the sofa. Exhausted, she thought she'd just take a short nap. As her eyelids grew heavier, she gradually fell asleep. When she awoke again, it was due to a strange noise. As Lu Chuanxiu opened her eyes, she felt that her sleeping position might be off, or perhaps Mo Fei's condition had worsened. Otherwise, why would she see Mo Fei talking to that cat, looking quite serious? Hearing the noise behind him, Mo Fei turned around and cheerfully waved, Sister Lu, you're awake. I ordered porridge from downstairs. Let's have a bowl before leaving. Lu Chuanxiu looked at him, her gaze landing on his neck, somewhat baffled. What is that? This. Mo Fei pointed to the black leather-studded collar around his neck and answered nonchalantly, this is rock punk style. If you dare to tattoo your face, I will admit you are a rock punk. Lu Chuanxiu shook her head. You're already unconventional enough. Do you really need to be more so? Seeing the puzzled look on Mo Fei's face, Lu Chuanxiu explained, unconventional. With this on, I feel like the funeral love culture is more mainstream than yours. Lu Chuanxiu did not hide her disdain for that circle of shiny studs. Mo Fei looked down at the cat. She said, your taste is unconventional. The cat patted his knee with its paw. After the master cat's stamped, the master cat will cover you. For major matters, the master cat will take care of it. For these small matters, you can handle it yourself. Mo Fei raised his head and said seriously, the cat says your taste is lacking. Its taste is superior. The cat meowed anxiously. Meow. Lu Chuanxiu glanced at the cat, her features scrunching up. No, I won't let such things poison my eyes and your aesthetics. The cat says you only talk big. Mo Fei continued to feign seriousness. It doesn't believe you can choose something better than this. Meow, meow, meow. The cat's cries became more urgent. You call this good looking? Lu Chuanxiu shook her head. You need to read more. Whether it's cultivating aesthetics or identifying toxic food, he needs to be trained. Mo Fei pressed the cat's head down and stood up, continuing to fabricate. The cat says, I need to rest. Let's take a few days off. Lu Chuanxiu gave a cold smile. I see this isn't what the cat said, it's what you said, right? Are you letting the cat take the— Shameless. Exactly, shameless. Mo Fei replied calmly. The cat said it, not me. If you don't believe me, ask it. Lu Chuanxiu glanced at the cat and snorted. Do you think I can talk to a cat after eating toxic mushrooms like you? She looked at the time. It was already noon. Just then the porridge Mo Fei ordered arrived, and the two temporarily ceased their quarrel. While drinking porridge, Lu Chuanxiu scrolled through her phone, opening a picture and placing it in front of Mo Fei. Isn't this better looking than your unconventional subculture? She had chosen a necklace from a niche luxury brand for men. The black necklace featured a small thumb-sized Tibetan bead at the front, exuding an exotic charm. Mo Fei glanced at the price and gasped. I suddenly feel that being unconventional isn't so bad after all. This collar he was wearing cost only 9 yuan and 90 cents for two, including shipping. It was just a bit prickly, but everything else was fine. This time, it was Lu Chuanxiu who was displeased. No, you are at a level where your identity is confirmed. It's time to prepare a set of camera-ready outfits. Formal wear, sportswear, casual wear. Let's not say too much. You should at least have an extra set, right? Lu Chuanxiu counted on her fingers. You also need to prepare some accessories like tie clips and watches. You're not at the level where your face alone suffices. You need something to support it. Lu Chuanxiu nodded as she spoke. Ji always deals with clothing. While ask him if he can give you a friend's discount. Lu Chuanxiu still felt a bit uneasy about Mo Fei. Although he appeared coherent and articulate without any aftereffects, he was talking to a cat. What normal person talks to a cat? She wondered whether she should take Mo Fei to the hospital for another checkup. God forbid he got his brain poisoned by mushrooms. Mo Fei scratched his neck, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Take this thing off, Lu Chuanxiu said irritably as she looked at the studded collar. The one I just gave you is to celebrate your first leading role in life. Upon hearing about a gift, Mo Fei perked up. Is this true? Lu Chuanxiu sighed. Yes, it's true. The next moment, Mo Fei yanked off the studded collar and tossed it aside. His neck was red in a ring with marks where it had been scratched, looking quite alarming. Tisk! Lu Chuanxiu shook her head in resignation. Mo Fei took out his phone and poked at it, saying, I'm going to give him a bad review. It's absolutely deserved. Cheap is one thing, but being choked is excessive. As soon as he unlocked his phone, a call popped up. Yik Xingyu. Mo Fei paused for a moment before answering. Thank goodness, I finally reached you. Ji Xingyi's voice came through the receiver, somewhat distorted. Are you all right? I heard you were hospitalized. I'm fine. The mushrooms were quite tasty. I'd eat them again. Mo Fei said as he shot a glance at Lu Chuanxiu, who glared at him. Ji Xingyu didn't know how to comment on his unrepentant attitude, paused for a moment, and said, If you like mushrooms, let me take you to Yun City to eat some next time. At least in Yun City, there's the most professional mushroom poisoning treatment team. Thank you so much, Mo Fei replied cheerfully. Do you need anything else from me? Yes. Ji Xingyu's tone became serious as she said, There's a fake long take in that film The Devil Wears Prada. It's the part where the protagonist keeps changing outfits on the way to work. Xiao Qian plans to shoot that in the first scene. You need to come out for a few days, try on the costumes, and film that part first. Sure. Mo Fei was still quite enthusiastic about this six-figure job, but he was a bit puzzled. So why choose this part to start with? Because Ji Xingyu found the reason somewhat absurd. Because we haven't found other actors yet, so we can only film your solo part first. Mo Fei frowned and pondered for a long time before he agreed wholeheartedly. Once he hung up, Lu Chuanxiu, who was sitting opposite him, spoke up. Is it just you as the actor? No way, I need to hurry and get Director Qian to finalize the contract. What if they lose interest and disband after all our hard work? As Lu Chuanxiu spoke on the phone while heading out, she didn't forget to remind Mo Fei. You stay home and don't go out. Focus on recovering from your mushroom poisoning before worrying about work. And get rid of those 2 broken studs quickly, they're annoying to look at. As she spoke, she walked out the door, her voice coming from outside. Remember to eat dinner tonight. Don't skip a meal just to save time. You have money now. All right. Montag Fai answered loudly. As the door closed, the room fell silent. Mo Fei, let's talk about your falsifying divine will. A cat jumped onto the dining table, its green eyes silently staring at Mo Fei. Mo Fei covered his head and groaned. Am I still half asleep, or is the mushroom poison still affecting me? I can actually see a cat talking. It's really absurd. The cat, a person without shame, is invincible in the world. The next day, Ji Xingyu came to pick up Mo Fei to try on clothes. After getting in the car, Mo Fei first replied to a comforting text from Officer Xiao Su indicating he was willing to accept monetary compensation before turning off his phone to fully immerse himself in work. This segment of the fake long take isn't particularly difficult, but it's not easy either. After all, since it's a fake long take, it doesn't test the actors and director as much as a real long take would. However, there were no normal people in this crew, so saying it was easy was definitely misleading. For instance, at the very beginning they got stuck. The makeup assistants Xiao Qian tricked into helping were a boy with a little bun and glasses and a short-haired girl with floral tattoos. The boy was a fashion design student responsible for clothing, while the girl was a painting student responsible for makeup, and the two clashed immediately. The boy chose Morandi color, clothing emphasizing high-end textures. The girl used bold and avant-garde colors for makeup, playing with trendy styles. The girl said the boy's chosen clothes were dull and not eye-catching enough, while the boy retorted that the girl's makeup was so outrageous it couldn't possibly be seen on a commute. Neither of them was willing to back down in their debate, each believing they were right. The director Xiao Qian was amused watching them argue, saying it was a collision of ideas and perhaps a new inspiration would emerge. This chaotic battle pulled Mo Fei into it, as they agreed to proceed with their respective ideas to see the effects. Then Ji Xingyu also got dragged into it. They needed to see how the lighting would present the results. Mo Fei felt as if he were a doll being dressed up by girls emotionlessly changing clothes, allowing them to paint strange things on his face. They argued while crazily taking photos, and Mo Fei changed into over 20 different outfits and accessories, feeling as if he had transcended. He never thought that dressing up could be so exhausting. In the past, he envied models who could earn commissions just by standing still without speaking lines. Now, he realized that every profession has its own difficulties in making money. During lunch, the two temporarily called a truce, squatting together with takeout boxes and discussing with the director and lighting crew while scrolling through the recently taken photos. Mo Fei had lost all interest in gossip. He finished off 2 servings of food, feeling somewhat satisfied, only to look up and meet a variety of gazes. Montauk Phi. It feels chilly behind me. Their final solution was to film everything. Each outfit and each scene would be filmed once, and in the end, whichever effect looked the best would be used. This method, besides taking some time and money and taxing on the actors, could be considered the best of both worlds. Just right, they had neither time nor money issues, only the cost of the actors. Mo Fei knew that he was earning this money and had no right to complain about fatigue, so even with dull eyes, he persevered through filming. An extra gets $100 a day. With this group of extras plus rent and utilities, even if the money wasn't coming from his own pocket, Mo Fei still felt a pinch. As they neared the end, a trendy woman wearing sunglasses and high heels approached the monitor. She looked at the lively Mo Fei on the screen and smiled. "They're doing really well." Xiao Qian sat up straighter, feeling a bit awkward. "Mom, what are you doing here?" "I came to see if you were just casually filming some stuff to fool me." Madame Qian's tone was gentle and quite amiable. Looking at Madame Qian's gentle smile, Xiao Qian squeezed out a smile and said, "How could that be? You know my personality. Once I decide to do something, I must do it to the best of my ability and never do it half-heartedly." "That's good." Madame Qian looked at the somewhat impressive film set, took off her sunglasses, and with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes, said after the shoot, "Let me treat these kids to a meal." Xiao Qian glanced at Mo Fei, who was still shooting on set, and nodded helplessly all right. Upon hearing that someone would treat them to a meal, everyone cheered. Mo Fei's eyes were filled with hunger upon hearing Xiao Qian call cut. He dashed out without any pleasantries, dressed in his costume, ready to head out for food. Madame Qian seemed unapproachable, but the restaurant she chose was quite simple, located in a remote corner that most people would not easily find. The owner of this private kitchen runs a dog breeding business, and he makes excellent dog meat. Madame Qian expertly ordered the dishes and invited everyone to take their seats. However, Mo Fei's attention was captured by the large yellow dog tied up in the yard. The large yellow dog looked like a local breed with 2 black spots resembling eyebrows above its eyes and a tuft of long fur on its chest, giving it a majestic appearance and an intelligent demeanor. When the dog saw guests arriving, it did not bark, but simply sat in the yard, panting, with its tongue out, drooling all over the ground. "That dog is really beautiful." A girl from the oil painting department, who also likes small animals, looked at it a few more times and said it's well-groomed. The owner must really like it. Mo Fei squatted in front of the large yellow dog, observing it. There was no affection in his eyes for the small animal, only confusion. He was someone who would speak of clues if he could, or rely on intuition if he could not. Right now, his intuition was telling him that something was off with this dog. There was a foul odor emanating from it, but it wasn't the usual dog smell, and the way the dog looked at him made him very uncomfortable. The stinky cat at home, who was always arrogantly elevating its head towards the sky, had never made him feel this way. Now Mo Fei had completely lost his appetite. If his intuition told him not to eat, then there was something seriously wrong here. Mo Fei stood up and shook his head, supporting it with his hand, looking distressed. What's wrong? Ji Xingyu hurried over to support him, asking with concern, is your body still not recovered? Or are you too tired? Mo Fei's face was pale, looking rather feeble. I feel a bit uncomfortable. It's like I saw little people dancing. He said this while reaching out his hand to grasp at the air. At this point, the others in the crew also became anxious. They'll take you to the hospital. Ji Xingyu glanced at Xiao Qian. He was hospitalized for food poisoning just the night before last. It could be recurring now. Stop explaining, just go. Xiao Qian waved her hand in haste. You all eat slowly, I'll take my leave now. After saying goodbye to Madame Qianji, Xingyu supported Mo Fei out of the small courtyard and shoved him into the car, flooring the accelerator straight to the hospital. Mo Fei didn't even have time to speak before he felt himself slammed against the seat by a force. In his life, aside from riding roller coasters, he had never experienced such a strong pushback sensation. Ji Xingyu shifted gears and stepped on the gas with fluidity, steering as if they were in a race car. Mo Fei grasped the handrail on the door curled up in the passenger seat and shouted in terror, slow down, please slow down. In the midst of his busy driving, Ji Xingyu took a moment to glance at him and realized that this speed was not very friendly to a patient, so he gradually eased off the accelerator. As the pushback sensation gradually faded, Mo Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine, no need to take me to the hospital. You're fine. Ji Xingyu frowned in confusion. Then why did you act like that just now? Is there a problem? Perhaps recalling Mo Fei's earlier performance in front of the traffic police, Ji Xingyu's expression turned serious. Is there a human trafficker around here? Mo Fei trembled as he pulled out his phone, shaking his head. It shouldn't be. Recently, everywhere has been cracking down on human trafficking. They are not that rampant. I just think that dog is problematic. The dog is problematic. Ji Xingyu slowed the car down and continued guessing, is the dog stolen? Or does the dog have rabies? I don't know, but anything that makes me instinctively want to avoid eating must have more issues than just that. Mo Fei seriously opened his phone and poked at Officer Su to report. I believe that dog must be breaking the law. Ji Xingyu was unsure how to evaluate this statement and asked him, so are we going to the police station to report it now? Report that a dog might be breaking the law. Mo Fei shook his head. The officers would think I haven't eaten enough poison. So what do you plan to do? Let's find a place to eat something first. Montauk Fei looked pale and really hungry. Ji Xingyu was also at a loss for what to do after treating this master to a meal. He was worried he might collapse from mushroom poisoning halfway back. But when they arrived at the door, both of them were stunned. The originally liver-colored security door was splattered with red paint and doused with excrement, and upon closer inspection the keyhole was blocked by a pile of messy objects. This door is completely ruined. It was evident that someone had maliciously retaliated. Ji Xingyu covered his nose and stepped back. Who have you offended? Mo Fei looked even more bewildered than him. I'm upright and above board. Who could I have offended? After saying that he felt something was off and began counting on his fingers in proximity, there are human traffickers, and in the distant case, there are those thieves, peepers, robbers, and poisoners I caught. Damn, do I really have so many enemies? Mo Fei cursed. The moral standards of people nowadays are too low. Should we report it first? Ji Xingyu was also somewhat worried that human traffickers were retaliating. Those were a group of ruthless beings who didn't care for human life. No need to report it. A shadow emerged from the darkness. Mo Fei looked over, and upon seeing that the figure had no paint or dirt on it, picked it up. Big brother, do you know something? The creature's slit-like pupils appeared. Much wiser. An old woman did this. I saw her when I was scouting the area. She lives around here. An old woman living nearby. Mo Fei recalled someone he had previously provoked. The old lady who had stolen the helmet. Her son had been arrested, and now she had come for revenge. Mo Fei couldn't understand this old woman lacks execution. Oh, why not confront me face-to-face at night, instead of playing such dirty tricks? Pouring excrement at the door, how disgusting. Ji Xingyu was no longer surprised when Mo Fei talked to the cat. After witnessing the cat return with a map to save someone, he also felt that Mo Fei could indeed communicate with cats. Seeing that Mo Fei seemed to have a lead, he asked, do you know who did it? A bored person. Mo Fei thought about it and felt he needed to find an opportunity to resolve this matter once and for all. That old lady was over 70 and couldn't be detained. If she came to do this once in a while, it would be endless. In the midnight of that day, under the guidance of a thin cat, Mo Fei found the unit where the old... This is the 8th floor. The thin cat squatted on the ground, wagging its tail. Are you trying to kill her? We must abide by the law. How could we do such a thing? Mo Fei slowly put on a pair of disposable rubber gloves and wrapped his shoes in a clean black cloth. It's just a little shock of superstitious belief for her. If she dares to ruin the feng shui of my door, then I will let her family be haunted. It's only fair. If you were to kill her, it might still be considered a service to the public. That old hag is not well liked. Mo Fei looked at it curiously. How long have you been here? You already know this much. No need to inquire during the day. I heard 8 people cursing her nearby. That's impressive. After Mo Fei finished speaking, he assessed the distance to the building and grabbed the windowsill of the first floor to begin climbing. Abiding by the law while illegally trespassing, the thin cat scoffed at Mo Fei's hypocritical behavior. Mo Fei ignored the cat's opinion and swiftly, silently climbed along the windowsills, water pipes, and air conditioning units of each household until he reached the 8th floor. Residents at this height generally do not install security windows if there are no children or pets at home, and thieves would not risk climbing to the 8th floor. If he were to fall unexpectedly, it would be a great loss. Mo Fei tried to push the living room's glass window, which unsurprisingly was locked from the inside. He was not discouraged and prepared to look for the master bedroom's window to create a midnight ghostly wail. After wailing for half a month, drawing symbols on the outside of the window, and having the thin cat deliver some dead mice and insects, he couldn't believe the old woman would still have the energy to fuss. Before he could move away, the glass window suddenly shifted, and Mo Fei squatted on the windowsill, tilting his head to look at the glass window, unexpectedly locking eyes with a pair of clean, timid eyes. Both sides were quite tense at that moment. Mo Fei felt he had been hasty. Besides the old woman, there were actually other people in the house, and harming the innocent was not his intention. A girl in the room pushed the window open slightly, revealing a thin face. She looked at Mo Fei with hope and quietly asked, "Are you the moon fairy? Are you here to take Xiao, Wan, and Mom away?" Mo Fei looked at the little girl who was so thin she hardly resembled a child and suddenly realized another matter. With the old woman's behavior, and her son being a thug harassing female customers and not paying for meals, how could such a person have a wife and daughter? Seeing the little girl like that clearly indicated that her father had not been doing anything responsible at home. This was pure wrongdoing. Mo Fei's expression tightened, and when he noticed Xiao when getting nervous, he relaxed his expression and replied in the gentlest voice, "Can you help me open the window? Please don't alarm anyone else." Seeing Xiao when looking a bit excited, Mo Fei raised his index finger to signal for silence. "This is a little secret." Xiao nodded vigorously with her mouth covered and slowly pushed the window open. Mo Fei jumped into the living room and scanned the area. This home was kept very tidy and clean, but lacked the usual warmth of a household. Looking at the little girl beside him staring up at him, Mo Fei rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a chocolate. He was still wearing his costume, a brand new black long coat, and the chocolate was something the makeup artist had given him to prevent him from starving during the shoot. Fortunately, he had forgotten to eat it. Because of that dog, Mo Fei handed the chocolate to Xiaowen. Xiaowen received it with both hands and asked softly, "Is this a magic elixir? Will it allow me to go to the moon?" Mo Fei didn't know what to say, as he squatted down and was about to advise Xiao when to forget about this matter, when he noticed she turned her head to look in another direction, her face breaking into a sweet smile as she quietly called out, "Mom Moon Fairy." Following her gaze, he saw a young woman with a weary expression standing at the corner of the living room. Mo Fei froze on the spot. He really wasn't cut out for doing bad things, just wanted to scare the old woman at midnight. He directly bumped into a fan. The woman did not speak, only waved to Xiaowen. Xiaowen glanced at Mo Fei and slowly walked to the woman. The woman held Xiaowen and made a should gesture, then pointed to a door of a room, mouthing to. After saying that, she took Xiaowen and disappeared into the living room, the sound of the door closing so soft it was almost inaudible. Montak Fai. Is this what Mengzi meant by those who follow the Tao will have many helpers while those who stray from the Tao will have few? No wonder people in ancient times emphasized the importance of public sentiment when it came to revolts that felt immensely gratifying. Mo Fei quietly approached the room door that the woman pointed to, gently twisting the doorknob and stepped. The room was large, clearly the master bedroom, with a wedding photo of a man with a celestial eye and a young woman hanging by the headboard. However, now, a thin old woman was sleeping on the 1.8-meter bed, while the real owner was either in jail or likely sleeping in the next room with her daughter. Mo Fei glanced at the room layout and found the dressing table. The dressing table was mostly bare with hardly any cosmetics, only a lipstick with a severely worn exterior. Mo Fei picked up the lipstick and twisted it open, revealing that the lipstick inside was also nearly used up. He initially intended to write some common phrases like "return my life" or "take your dog's life." They're typical in ghost stories on the mirror, but after seeing the mother and daughter's plight, he came up with a new idea. The child was so thin, indicating that this family did not favor girls. In families that prioritize sons over daughters, such an old woman must have committed many moral transgressions in her earlier years. Mo Fei had a better idea. He wrote 4 characters on the mirror. "I have returned," then opened the window to observe the situation outside, finally standing at the head of the bed and emitting a soft girl's voice. "Sister, Mom, why did you abandon me? The girl's voice was ethereal, yet undeniably present. The old woman, already sensitive, opened her eyes in anger, realizing that the figure standing at the head of the bed was not a woman from her household, but a man in a black coat whose mouth was uttering the voice of a little girl, his face wearing a bizarre smile. The old woman let out a sharp, desperate scream, "A ghost." Moth's smile grew more exaggerated as he leaned closer and said in a little girl's voice, "I have returned." After saying that, he stepped back, jumped onto the windowsill, and leaped down, disappearing outside the window. The old woman was nearly scared into a faint. After seeing the person disappear, it took her a while to feel her way to the window and look down. Outside the window, there was nothing, as if everything had been merely an illusion. "Are you looking for me?" A naive voice of a girl rang from above her head. The old woman looked up and saw Moth hanging upside down at the window, staring at her with a twisted smile. The old woman rolled her eyes and fainted. Moth's expression shifted as he carefully adjusted his position. When he stood back at the windowsill, he found the master bedroom door had been quietly opened, and a young woman stood at the entrance, gazing intently at the old woman lying on the ground. The woman's gaze slowly moved from the floor up to Moth, revealing a face that was a mix of crying and laughing, opening her mouth, but not making a sound. But Moth understood her lip movements. She was saying, "Keep it a secret." This was a secret. They were accomplices. Moth smiled at her and began to climb down the wall. Once this matter was settled, he would file a complaint. What kind of wall was this that was so easy to climb? He would have to install security windows for himself and Granny Jean when he got back. After he left, the young woman slowly closed the door and, using the moonlight, retrieved a box of tablets from the deepest part of the kitchen cabinet. The blue and white box was imprinted with several square characters, sertraline tablets. The woman took out 5 small white tablets, crushed them with a spoon, and placed the powder into a glass. She sat quietly in the kitchen, waiting for dawn. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. It was just one night. When the sunlight bathed the earth, the woman heard screams and curses coming from the master bedroom. A smile appeared on her face as she poured warm water into the glass, watching the powder dissolve before she stepped out of the kitchen, wearing an anxious and timid expression as she knocked on the master bedroom door. The old woman had been lying on the floor all night, and when she got up in the morning, not only did her back ache, but she also saw blood-red words on the dressing table, cursing uncontrollably. She had indeed abandoned children in her youth, but that was because they were all girls. How could the family support so many burdens? Losing them was just losing them. It was their fate. The old woman was cursing under her breath when she saw her daughter-in-law, who was looking down timidly, and became even angrier. The woman handed over the glass, gently saying, "Mom, have a sip of water." The old woman had tossed and turned all night and was indeed parched. She took the glass and drank it all in one go, then frowned and said, "What a strange taste." It might be because the morning water was still treated with disinfectant. The woman forced a flattering smile. The old woman frowned again and started cursing, "You can't even boil water properly. What can I expect from you? A jinx can't even give birth to a son. My son is inside, and you can't even pull some strings. I tell you, if my son doesn't come out, you're not to leave. If you dare to flirt with someone outside, I'll make sure to end you along with that burden." The woman kept her head down as usual, but her grip on the glass tightened. "Hurry up faster." After dawn, Moth was staying at a small hotel near the neighborhood, ready to face whatever the old woman had in store. Yesterday, he deliberately made an appearance to wait for the old woman to come looking for him. Moth had made thorough preparations. Even if the old woman called the police, she would find no evidence. Not to mention that both the old woman and the younger one had their own agendas. Moth felt quite secure. However, he waited and waited, yet never saw the familiar black and white police car. Moth thought for a long time and felt that something was amiss. That old woman wasn't the type to suffer in silence. It was truly strange. Just in a black sedan, stopped by the roadside. Officer Sue, dressed in plain clothes, stepped out of the car and smiled at Moth. "I saw you squatting here from a long way away. What are you doing?" "Keeping watch at the neighborhood gate." Moth shook his head frantically. "I have my reasons." "Officer, do you handle cases of harassment?" "Officer," Sue raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead and elaborate." Moth recounted his exhausting day yesterday, how he returned home only to find his door smeared with red paint and feces without embellishing the story. Officer Zuss' expression was hard to describe. It was somewhat akin to the legendary pain of having an upset stomach. "What you're describing indeed falls under our jurisdiction, but this kind of situation is a civil dispute, and you said the person responsible is an elderly woman." Officer Sue spread his hands. "It's a stacked buff situation. If she refuses to apologize or pay, there's really nothing we can do." Moth felt a wave of disappointment. However, this outcome was also within his expectations. Sometimes people in Huagua truly cared more for animals, and so many beasts around were living well. So why are you here? You're not in uniform, Mo. Fei pouted, losing the earlier enthusiasm, just out for a stroll. Officer Su found his attitude amusing and laughed. Do you think I want to be here? If it weren't for you oddly mentioning that a private restaurant's dog had issues yesterday, would I need to work overtime to investigate during my hard-earned day off? Mo Fei chuckled grudgingly. I'm just being cautious. But why are you here then? Mo Fei asked in confusion. It's quite a distance from here to that private restaurant. If I'm working overtime, you think you can just leave? Officer, Su said irritably, lead the way. If you report a false alarm, I'll cuff you and take you back. Mo Fei was startled. Don't. I'm a working person, just look. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to show Officer Su his schedule. But upon seeing a new message from Xiao Qian, he fell silent. Officer Su noticed his inaction and walked over to look at his phone. Due to your outstanding performance yesterday, in completing the filming task, you could take a half-day off and report in the afternoon. Officer Zu's smile grew wider as he read the message. I didn't expect you to be so diligent at times. Mo Fei wore a bitter smile. Not to mention Officer Su, even he hadn't anticipated this. How did he end up in such a humane production team? Officer Su was quite efficient and had no time for small talk with Mo Fei. He simply grabbed his arm and shoved him toward the car. It's a citizen's duty to cooperate with police actions. If you try to wriggle out of it, you'll be ordering takeout at the station. He huffed, aren't you fond of the cafeteria? I'll put you on the blacklist for it. Mo Fei was so angry that his hands trembled as he fumbled to fasten his seatbelt. If you don't feed me today, I'll take you on. You want to assault an officer? That's illegal, my friend. Officer Su took the driver's seat and tossed a bag of steaming buns at him. Eat up. I won't be swayed by your sugary trap. Mo Fei lowered his head and took a bite. It was filled with cabbage and vermicelli. So delicious. Yesterday, Officer Xiao Su received a report from Mo Fei before finishing work. Mo Fei's description was quite strange. What does it mean that he encountered the owner of a dog breeding facility at a private dining restaurant who owned an unusually smelly dog? At that moment, Officer Xiao Su stared at the message for a long time, thinking that Mo Fei wanted him to catch the dog, contemplating that this matter should indeed be referred to the dog-catching team. Officer Tang passed by him with his phone, unintentionally glancing at the screen, and immediately laughed. What is this guy trying to say? Are you asking if I can wash dogs? Officer Xiao Su shook his head. I don't know. He glanced at Officer Tang's phone and saw the familiar yellow background with black text interface, clicking his tongue. I really don't understand you. Don't we have enough case files in our system to look at? And you specifically went online to look at what others wrote. Officer Tang turned off his phone screen and tapped him on the head. You're concerned about me now. He's not want to make a fuss, aren't you? Off tomorrow. How about we take a trip to check it out? Officer Tang pointed to Officer Xiao's phone. Every message Mo Fei sent aside from casual chat had significant use. Since he mentioned that the dog had issues, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. This is what they do, eliminating unstable facts. Remember to bring your gear. As Officer Xiao Su was leaving work, Officer Tang reminded him while resting his chin on his hand, in case there's a problem, either bring that guy back or bring someone back. Officer Xiao Su patted his waist and felt the handcuffs, finding comfort and amusement in it. Logically, personal activities shouldn't involve carrying police tools, but since Officer Tang said that he really brought them along, he caught a glimpse of Mo Fei in the passenger seat, engrossed in eating a bun, and felt it shouldn't be too serious, right? There are fewer people running dog breeding facilities now. They don't need to investigate too much to find a location. A quick online search and asking around about a dog breeding facility with a restaurant would reveal the location. From a distance, they saw the walls of the dog facility, and before getting out of the car, they heard a chorus of barking. For those who are afraid of dogs, this must be hell. The two of them got out of the car and walked to the entrance of the dog facility. After looking through the iron gate for a while, someone came over to ask questions. It was a young man inside holding a bucket, as if he was busy. The man's attitude seemed neither cold nor warm. What are you here for? To see the dogs? Officer Xiao Su smiled and offered a cigarette. I heard you have Dobermans here. I want to buy one. The man accepted the cigarette, his demeanor softening significantly. We do have them, but the boss isn't here right now. I can't make any decisions. He opened the iron gate and stepped aside to let the two in. You can come in and take a look while I message the boss. That would be a hassle. Officer Xiao Su walked in first with Mo Fei trailing half a step behind. The yard of the dog facility was large, divided into several areas by barbed wire, where a group of variously colored Chinese rural dogs curiously observed the unfamiliar visitors. Mo Fei stared at the dogs, slowly coming to a stop, and the dogs also fixed their gaze on Mo Fei, not blinking. The atmosphere between the humans and the dogs seemed to grow tense. Officer Xiao Su was still walking inside with the man when he noticed that no one was beside him anymore. Turning around, he saw Mo Fei nearly arguing with the dog. Separated by a layer of barbed wire, both humans and dogs were in a standoff. Officer Xiao Su couldn't understand what he was doing. The man leading the way also stopped and turned to ask him, "What's wrong?" "The Doberman's kennels are inside." The man followed Officer Xiao Zu's gaze and chuckled. "I've seen people who dogs naturally like, and I've heard of those who dogs naturally dislike, but I've never seen it in person until now. The dogs kept in the outermost area are generally more stable in temperament. I've never seen them react this way before." The man took a whistle from his front pocket and blew it. The group of dogs inside the wire fence heard the whistle and all turned around to sit down on the other side. Mo Fei huffed, straightened his collar, and casually walked over to Officer Xiao Su. Officer Xiao Su smiled with a hint of mockery, excited to meet a long-lost brother. "No wonder you wanted to see the dogs feeling lonely living alone, huh?" The implication in his words was very clear. They were here for a serious matter this time, and don't mess around. Mo Fei pouted unhappily. "I feel like they're scolding me." Officer Xiao Su pointed at him, warning, "I think you've eaten too much moldy food. Don't move around too much. If you get bitten by the dog, you'll have to get vaccinated yourself." "Got it," Mo Fei replied, hands in his pockets, saying he understood, but his face was completely rebellious. Officer Xiao Su spoke with the man, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The man was enjoying the spectacle and waved his hand to indicate it was nothing. He led the two to a single dog kennel at the back. Compared to the yard that was fenced in front, the single dog kennel in the back was evidently much cleaner and tidier, and the dogs inside were all shiny and lively. Officer Xiao Su observed for a while and asked, "You have quite a few local dogs here besides the purebreds, huh?" Even in the single dog kennel, there were several robust rural dogs. "Those you mean, The man explained, "The boss has his own preferences. He likes pretty dogs and doesn't mind the breed. He likes those that look good." He was right. Although the dogs in the single kennel were of different breeds, the biggest commonality was that they were all top-notch in terms of appearance within their respective breeds. "So you just keep these dogs locked up here? Don't you take them out? They have time to stretch their legs." The man pulled out a bunch of keys, counted them, chose one, and inserted it into the kennel door to unlock it. Generally, they are let out in the afternoon. In this dog kennel resided a very beautiful Doberman with sleek fur and a streamlined physique. The man entered first, carrying his bucket. "Come on in, I just need to clean up." When Officer Xiao Su followed him in, the Doberman stood up, watching him vigilantly. When Mo Fei walked in last, the Doberman bared its teeth and let out a threatening growl from its throat. Mo Fei stood by the door, not approaching, looking very displeased. "I told you they were targeting me. Shouldn't you reflect on why even the dogs dislike you?" Officer Xiao Su retorted lightly. He tried to approach the Doberman. The dog's reaction to his proximity was not as intense. The man watched while cleaning, grinning. "Dobermans are like this. They are very smart. If you tame it, it will be brave, loyal, and protective of its master." "I think it wants to bite me." Mo Fei shook his head. "This kind of dog is no good. One day, I'll end up in a tussle with it. Do you have any with a better temperament or puppies?" The man thought for a moment and looked up. "We don't have many puppies, but if you want one with a good temperament, you'll have to look." Mo Fei has always considered himself a good person. Even though he may not have the forest princess charm that attracts small animals, he shouldn't be so detested by both people and dogs, right? A bit sad, but not much. After all, when it comes to small animals and food, he would still choose the latter. The man finished cleaning the Doberman's kennel, received a phone call, and started responding in a series of echoes. Only after hanging up did he mention that the owner of the dog kennel will be back soon, and any business could be discussed slowly. So far, neither Mo Fei nor Officer Xiao Su had noticed anything particularly wrong with this dog kennel until the man brought them to the last area. It was a patch of land without cement where several large dogs were leisurely walking. "These are the smartest dogs we have here. They usually only listen to the owner and ignore me." The man appeared a bit proud and not bragging. "You won't find dogs this smart anywhere else. They understand human language just like that." He called out, and all the dogs that were walking turned to look at them. Officer Xiao Su estimated that these dogs stood over 70 centimeters at the shoulder, and one wolf blue dog measured at least 1 meter tall, truly resembling a wolf. "This type of dog is banned in the urban area, right?" Officer Xiao Su pointed at the wolf blue dog and asked. "Even if you wanted to raise one, the owner wouldn't sell it." The man sneered. "These are the owner's precious babies, just for display, not for sale." Mo Fei also looked at the wolf blue dog. This wolf blue dog's size and demeanor would make anyone who isn't afraid of dogs feel a twinge of fear. Although it didn't show obvious signs of wariness or hostility like the previous dogs, its tail was down, and its eyes were fixed on Mo Fei as it walked slowly. This was a clear sign of hunting intent. Mo Fei sniffed the air. In the front yard and the individual dog kennels, there were smells of dog and dog feces, but in this dirt area, he detected a strange odor. It was much stronger than the smell he had sensed from that dog yesterday. Mo Fei felt his heart racing, a sense of crisis bubbling up. He tugged at Officer Xiao's shirt. Buddy, I feel like I'm just not compatible with them. Before Officer Su could respond, the man spoke first. Are you discussing compatibility with dogs? It's just an incompatibility issue. Mo Fei quickly changed his words. I never thought I could be so unliked by small animals. The man nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've never seen anything like it. How about we check out another place? Mo Fei turned to give Officer Su a look. Officer Su understood instantly and laughed along. True, raising dogs really depends on whether there's a good eye compatibility. Thank you for your trouble this time. He turned and pointed toward the way they came. I really didn't expect him to be disliked by dogs to this extent. Officer Su said this while handing the man a cigarette. The man declined a couple of times, but eventually accepted it, tucking the cigarette behind his ear as he led them back. Our dogs are the smartest. If they all behave like this, you won't find suitable ones anywhere else. Mo Fei and Officer Su continued to respond to him, quickening their pace. Primarily, Mo Fei kept tugging Officer Su towards the exit as if they were trying to escape from a ghost. Once they got into the car, before Officer Su could ask what was going on, Mo Fei urged, let's leave here first. His words cut off anything Officer Su might have said. He had no choice but to drive back to the city. On the way back to the city, a white van nearly brushed against them. Mo Fei's racing heart only settled down after leaving the dog kennel. Can we talk about it now? Officer Su felt quite baffled. It was Mo Fei who had raised concerns about the dogs, yet he was the one wanting to leave. Was he playing a prank on him? It's hard to say, really hard to say. Mo Fei felt his chaotic heartbeat and sighed. I just have a feeling that if we run into that owner, it definitely won't lead to anything good. Moreover, I smelled a horrible odor in that backyard. Officer Su frowned slightly. A dog kennel is supposed to smell bad, but it's different. Mo Fei shook his head, speaking with conviction. It's definitely not a smell that should be in a dog kennel. I've never smelled anything like that before. It's very ominous. So you're discussing intuition with me? Officer Su sighed. If I hadn't taken the time to investigate this matter during my day off, but had treated what you said as a police investigation, do you know what you would be considered? Intuition can't serve as evidence. This is a false report, and I could detain you. Mo Fei panicked. Why don't you believe me? There really was a horrible smell. It's not that I don't believe you, but listen to what you're saying. What part of that is credible? Officer Su said, helplessly, you've been saying there's a bad smell, but why haven't I smelled it? Mo Fei slumped in the passenger seat. How would I know? Officer Su glanced at him and shook his head. Let me take you back to the station. It'll treat you to a meal at the canteen, and then it'll take you to work in the afternoon. How does that sound? All right, Mo Fei replied gloomily while looking out the window. The police station was still as orderly as ever, with everyone busy at their posts. As Mo Fei got out of the car, he was the center of attention. Every officer who saw him couldn't help but focus their gaze on him. Many of them made the same gesture, touching their handcuffs. It dawned on Mo Fei that he hadn't been coming to the station conveniently these past few days. He swallowed hard, shrinking back behind the car. Officer Su couldn't take it anymore and directly pulled him out. Be bold. We won't cuff you without evidence. If they could just handcuff him without a care, he would have already locked Mo Fei up. In fact, it was exactly as Officer Su said. The officers at the police station were all familiar faces. Although they looked at Mo Fei with envy, none stepped forward to arrest him. Officer Tang was still on duty today. When he saw Officer Su bringing Mo Fei back, his expression turned serious. Did he finally commit a crime for you to catch him? Montak Fai. He pouted, really wanted to throw a tantrum. But this was the police station, not his home. If throwing a tantrum would give them a reason to arrest him, so he held it in. Officer Su felt that this misunderstanding was truly difficult to bear, so he could only explain the situation at the dog kennel. Officer Tang listened until he heard Mo Fei mention the bad smell, then raised his hand to interrupt. A bad smell? Yes. Officer Su nodded, but I didn't smell anything at all. Officer Tang stroked his chin deep in thought. I remember there was something in the highway case notes. He stood up and walked out of the office, not forgetting to instruct them, don't leave, sit here, and wait for me to come back. Mo Fei had no idea what Officer Tang was up to. Being on the other's turf, he naturally wouldn't run around and could only ask Officer Su with his eyes. However, Officer Su had only recently graduated from the police academy and was inexperienced but enthusiastic, completely unaware of Officer Tang's intentions. Until Officer Tang brought back a somewhat familiar middle-aged man and warmly greeted Brother Zhang. It's him, let's... Mo Fei looked confusedly at Officer Su. Brother Zhang, he's our forensic expert. Officer Su. Brother Zhang brought several glass bottles and a pack of cotton swabs. He first opened a glass bottle containing a murky liquid and handed it to Mo Fei, saying, give it a sniff. Mo. Fei hesitated and leaned in. Even before getting close to the bottle's mouth, he was hit by a pungent stench, immediately feeling nauseated and pointing at the bottle. It's this smell. That smell is in the dog kennel. Officer Tang and Brother Zhang's expressions instantly grew serious. Officer Su, seeing this, couldn't help but feel tense and asked what is inside this. Officer Tang shook his head without answering and instead looked at Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang nodded and began to work with a cotton swab in hand. "Tinching you," Officer Tang started, but then changed his mind. "I'll do it myself." As he said this, with Mo. Fei and Officer Zu's puzzled gazes upon him, he walked behind Mo. Fei, patted his shoulder, and smiled warmly. "Mo. Fei, just close your eyes and tell me the smell you detect. Let's do a little test, all right?" His smile sent shivers down Mo. Fei's spine, and he hesitated, but police-civilian cooperation. Officer Tang exerted a bit of pressure. This attitude hit the mark, and Mo. Fei jolted, quickly responding, "No problem, it's my duty." Officer Tang smiled. "Close your eyes." Mo. Fei felt a bit uneasy, but obediently closed his eyes. No matter how many officers surrounded him, he still felt a sense of security. Yet it felt inexplicably absurd. He sensed that in the next moment they would bring out a cake and sing a birthday. After closing his eyes, Officer Tang waved his hand in front of Mo. Fei's face, ultimately covering his eyes with his palm to prevent him from peeking. After doing all this, Officer Tang exchanged a glance with Brother Zhang. Officer Su saw Brother Zhang rubbing a cotton swab against the inner wall of the glass jar, then smelling it himself before shaking it a couple of times and offering it to Officer Su to smell. Officer Su began to understand. They wanted to test Mo. Fei's sense of smell. He leaned in to sniff the cotton swab, found no odor, and shook his head. Only then did Brother Zhang wave the cotton swab in front of Mo. Fei's nose, asking, "Did you smell anything?" "It has a stench of rotten blood," Mo. Fei answered honestly. Officer Su turned to look at the glass bottle, which indeed contained a semi-solid dark red-black substance. He picked it up for a glance. The label clearly read toxic blood sample. Brother Zhang pinched Officer Zu's finger and used a disposable blood collection needle to prick his ring finger, squeezing out a few drops of fresh blood, which he quickly pressed with a cotton swab. The smell of just a few drops of blood could hardly be detected unless one got very close. Officer Tang observed their actions and asked Mo. Fei, "Did you smell anything?" "It smells like fresh blood." Mo. Fei hesitated for a moment and asked, "What are you doing?" "I can pretend I don't know, just don't silence me." Officer Tang released his hand, covering Mo. Fei's eyes, and lightly patted the back of his head. "All right, I see you read too many novels. You really are like a dog. Not only do you look like one, but you also have a dog's nose." Officer Tang crossed his arms and curiously examined Mo. Fei. Brother Zhang also found it curious. Dogs have 200 million olfactory cells. Humans only have 5 million. Some people are born with a keen sense of smell, but I've never seen one this sharp. That's because you haven't seen enough. Officer Tang chuckled. "A few years ago, when our fingerprint identification technology wasn't as advanced, we relied on human eyes for comparison. Back then I saw someone in the criminal investigation team. He could identify thousands of fingerprints just by looking at them. He was the only one in the entire system who could do that. We called him the God's Eye." Officer Tang reminisced about the past with some emotion. Later, as software and hardware improved, he retired as well. "You're treating it too differently." Mo. Fei pouted. "He's impressive, so he's God's eye, and am impressive, so am dog's nose. I'm complimenting you, and you're not happy about it." Officer Tang laughed. "Last time you reported the highway case, you wrote that you smelled the scent of blood drifting in the air. I was wondering if that was your excuse. At a distance of hundreds of meters, even with the wind, very few people could smell the blood. You managed to do it." Officer Su caught the key point. "So, does that mean he really smelled the stench on both occasions?" As they discussed this, the smiles on Officer Tang and Brother Zhang's faces faded considerably. "So what exactly is that smell?" Officer Su picked up the bottle they initially had Mo. Fei smell and turned it to check the label. The label was well preserved under the transparent tape, and the writing was clear, corpse fluid. Officer Su suddenly looked up at Officer Tang. "You just started your post not long ago and don't have his dog's nose. It's normal not to distinguish it." Officer Tang sighed. "If that dog kennel is really problematic, you did the right thing by coming back. Just two unarmed people in someone else's dog kennel. If the owner harbors ill intent, they wouldn't even need to lay a hand on us. Just releasing the dogs would bury the two of us there." Mo. Fei didn't see the label and stretched his head to peek. What is it?" "Young man, don't be so—" Officer Tang directly turned his chair around while signaling to Officer Su and Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang began to tidy up the table. "I'll head back first. See you later." Officer Su also understood. After all, Mo. Fei was just an ordinary person. It wouldn't be— he would find out eventually But it needed to be done slowly, not directly shoving the answer. You smelled the stench of a corpse in his face. Especially since it was close to mealtime. Mo. Fei grumbled reluctantly. Old Tang, you're not being fair. Why can Xiao Su know a little secret that I can't? Not being fair. Officer Tang slapped his meal card into Mo. Fei's hand. You're using mine today. Oh, is that fair enough? Although they received meal allowances and the cafeteria prices weren't high, they usually couldn't spend all the money on their meal cards, but they would consciously cover the meal cost when bringing someone along. They didn't know about others, but everyone in their department would cover the cost. The discovery of the stench of corpses at the dog kennel cannot be ignored. Seeing Officer Su escorting Mo. Fei to the cafeteria, Officer Tang called his colleagues to sit together and divide the tasks. The presence of a corpse stench certainly indicates that there are remains, which means there is a victim. Officer Tang instructed everyone to cross-reference the social circle of the dog kennel owner with a list of missing persons to see if there are overlapping names. Knowing the dog kennel owner and being among the missing persons greatly increases the possibility of being a victim. Recently, human traffickers have been rampant, and the number of missing persons has risen, but with a defined social circle, the search will be much easier. Also, borrow some veterinary anesthetics from the veterinary station, and it would be best to borrow the entire equipment from the dog-catching team. Officer Tang pondered and added, bring the police dogs as well. A young officer raised his hand to ask, but if we act like this, what if there's nothing wrong at the dog kennel? Won't we get complaints? And besides, can such incidents really happen nowadays where dogs eat humans? Such matters are still too shocking for ordinary people. It's simply a plot that one would expect only in movies or novels. Officer Tang shook his head. If you search on your phone right now, you will find cases from 10 years ago abroad where people were killed and fed to pigs. These are real cases, not from any literary work. And the most crucial part of our action is that someone reported it. Officer Tang looked at the young officer seriously and said, we must take every report seriously. Even if 80 out of 100 reports are misunderstandings and 10 are pranks, we could still help 10 people right. The young officer's expression turned resolute as he nodded. In the cafeteria, while Officer Su was having a meal with Mo. Fei, he was still pondering how to answer if Mo. Fei asked what he had smelled. But it was evident that he was overthinking. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, Mo. Fei switched to eating mode, his eyes focused solely on the food and utensils. The elderly staff in the cafeteria were always delighted to see Mo. Fei. A handsome young man who wholeheartedly enjoyed his meal, there wasn't a single old person who wouldn't like him. Mo. Fei made a round to the counter and was given an extra bottle of milk. This was also because the elderly staff were not under police regulations. Otherwise, Mo. Fei probably wouldn't have been able to finish his meal. Officer Su poked at the rice in his bowl, absent-mindedly, his mind completely occupied by the matters at the dog kennel. He was off today, but he could still rejoin the team. His mentor assigned tasks, and he wanted to contribute. Officer Su sighed. Mo. Fei, with his cheeks stuffed, looked up to see Officer Zu's troubled expression. Eating should be an enjoyable activity. Why the worry? He swallowed his food, took a sip of milk, and asked, what are you thinking about? This fish-flavored shredded pork is really delicious. It's nothing. Officer Su came back to his senses and shook his head. Were you filming? It'll take you over later. Are you silly? I'm not an 80-year-old child. Mo. Fei looked at him with a confused expression. If you really have something to do, just go do it. I can take a taxi, but it's the same. I have savings now and can't afford it. Officer Zu's eyes brightened. Really? What's there to be, real or not? If you have something to do, just go do it, Mo. Fei said nonchalantly and continued eating. All right, Officer Su smiled and his eating speed noticeably picked up. The two of them finished their meals in a flurry and then went their separate ways. Mo. Fei took a taxi after leaving while Officer Su sought out Officer Tang for a task. In fact, Mo. Fei had his own speculations about the strange attitudes of the officers after smelling the jar. What could make the officers lose their smiles and feel like they were facing a formidable enemy were those matters. Either someone had died or someone was about to die. What he smelled could either be the scent of a corpse or the scent of murder. Neither of them was good news. Mo. Fei considered himself not particularly noble and didn't want to participate in others' work. Not causing trouble was the best help. The location was clear. When he arrived at the filming site, Xiao Qian was already drinking iced tea and flipping through the script. Seeing Mo. Fei arrive, he greeted, "You're just in time. Since you're both the screenwriter and the lead actor, come help oversee the audition for the actors this afternoon." Compared to yesterday's frantic costume changes for shooting, overseeing the actors' auditions was much easier, as it only required sitting and watching the other party perform. I rushed out yesterday and took the clothes with me should I wash them and return them. Mo. Fei smiled as he sat down, pointing at his black trench coat and asking. Xiao Qin glanced at him. "It's fine. If you like, you can pick a few more sets from the wardrobe to take with you. They all fit you anyway. New branded clothes, just take them if you want. What a coincidence, Lucrencio had just mentioned wanting to get him some outfits a few days ago, so now he had saved on wardrobe expenses. Mo once again revealed a courteous smile. This was not Xiao Qian, this was clearly a fortune-spreading child. You said yesterday that you weren't feeling well. Are you all right now? Xiao Qian made a few notes on the script and asked. Mo shook his head, some after effects from toxic fungi, but it's nothing serious. That's good. Xiao Qian looked up and smiled kindly. You are the backbone of our team. We are counting on you, so you can't fall ill. Mo laughed, about to return a few polite compliments, but then felt something was off. Director Qian, are you trying to flatter me? How could that be? Xiao Qian's eyes were filled with sincerity. These are all sincere words. That's indeed true, Mo nodded cheerfully. The cross-comparison of missing persons and the social relationships of the dog kennel owner was assisted by the household registration police. A group of female officers sat together, verifying the information, and the efficiency was quite good. Soon the final results were delivered to Officer Tang. After verification, we found that there are 2 missing persons related to the dog kennel manager, including relatives, and 1 is his girlfriend's creditor. The female officer placed the information beside Officer Tang and continued, we also have an unexpected gain. Officer Tang opened the document and scanned through it rapidly. The female officer pointed to a line, this person the brother of the ex-wife of the pig farm owner we rescued before he used to run a hotel, and was a former partner of the dog kennel owner. They have never had any official dealings, and if it wasn't for this time directly pointing out the need to investigate the relationship between the dog kennel owner and the missing persons, we wouldn't have dug this deep. Officer Tang exhaled, closed the document, and smiled at the female officer. Thank you, Ollie, this has been a great help. It's what we should do. The female officer smiled and nodded. Are we bringing guns? We need to file another report for that, Tian Sheng. Officer Tang handed the document to Officer Su, the sooner the better. We took down the bloodthirsty pig farm, and this time we will take down this bone-eating dog kennel. The police operation was in full swing, leaving Mo feeling dizzy during the interview. The competition among actors was always fierce, and a single opportunity could attract countless applicants. Moreover, Xiao Qian was not short of money and offered quite a decent salary. His temperament and patience were commendable as he respectfully watched each interviewee's performance. Mo felt restless beside him. It wasn't that he disrespected anyone, it was just that some people's acting did not deserve his respect. A fashion mogul was not merely a sharp-tongued shrew who only knew how to berate, they needed to be acerbic while simultaneously showcasing unparalleled fashion sense. A boss who only knows how to scold without any capability and who plays petty tricks on people is a common reality, unlike the bosses depicted in films. There was no need, really no need. Mo leaned back against the chair, feeling vacanted. For the first time, he considered whether he should disrespect the director and play on his phone. The 2 most important roles in this film were the protagonist and his powerful boss. Other characters could be compromised, but these 2 could not. Another interviewee finished her performance, and Xiao Qian kindly said to her, I've watched your performance, but it doesn't align with my requirements. You may leave. Mo had never heard him change the script. It was polite, distant, and straightforward. This time he did not rush to call the next candidate, but leaned closer to Xiao Qian and asked, are we going to continue at this efficiency? Xiao Qian was still browsing through the actor's information, unhurried. Is it? It is. Mo recounted his experience. When I interviewed with other crews, the screenwriters and directors usually first looked at photos, filtering out those who didn't meet the appearance criteria, then eliminated those with exorbitant asking prices, and finally called people to perform moving through them in 3 minutes each. Quick and efficient. He had previously thought such interviews might be somewhat hasty, but now sitting behind the table and experiencing it himself, he understood that there were indeed reasons for things to become that way. But what if someone has transformative acting skills? Even if their appearance doesn't quite fit, they could completely embody the aura of a powerful boss. Xiao Qian appeared genuinely curious. Mo paused for a moment, but we're in an industry that places great emphasis on appearance compatibility. Xiao Qian shook his head. One cannot choose their appearance, but one can choose how to shape themselves. We must give them a chance to showcase themselves. Everyone is trying hard to live. Mo propped his chin up, looking at him thoughtfully, and asked, where did you learn that? From the comments section of Xiao Qian smiled. I spent a few days learning from the comments under many celebrities. They really make sense. 6. Mo finally understood the nature of this brainwashing. The fans said such things hoping their idol would have more opportunities. He didn't expect that a director would actually take these words to heart and prepare to give every actor a chance. Although the statement was not wrong, such investment would significantly increase costs, and ordinary people wouldn't care about this point. Moreover, based on Mo Fei's previous experience filming that segment, Xiao Qian seemed rather laid back, but he had high standards for the work belonging to the type that took time to perfect. If they continued at this speed, a good action film might not even finish shooting by next year. You carry on, I'll scroll through my phone for a bit to clear my mind. Mo Fei waved his phone. Xiao Qian nodded all right. Mo Fei supported his head with his hand, unlocking his phone, unsure of what to do. Games. Not interested. Videos. All about learning acting skills, it was not the right occasion. Chatting with someone. Mo Fei opened his contacts. The police officers were definitely out of reach. They had things to do, so he could only seek others. He couldn't let Lu Chuanxiu know he was slacking off. Mo Fei secretly messaged director Wang. Dear director, Wang, do you know any actors with reasonable prices, excellent skills, and appearance fitting for a fashion mogul? After sending it, he quickly copied it and sent it to Wu Miao after removing the greeting. They were both in the film industry, and these two could be considered his biggest connections. Since the last incident with the fungus poisoning their message boxes had been as quiet as a chicken. Mo Fei did not have an internet addiction, but they probably felt awkward and didn't take the initiative to reach out. Wu Miao, being young, had a high surfing intensity and replied in no time, Mo, are you planning to shoot a film? It's a bit hard to find a fashion mogul, you know, that resources for older actresses in our industry are quite scarce. As Mo Fei was typing a response, his phone vibrated again. Director Wang replied, but faster than him was Wu Miao. This kid's typing speed was unbelievable. A flurry of messages popped up. If you really want to find someone, I can ask my sister. Wu Miao, you probably don't know my elder sister is my manager, dear. Wu Miao, last time some paparazzi even said she was my secret girlfriend. It was hilarious. Wu Miao, when are we getting together? No more fungus, I want to learn magic. Wu Miao, no, it's magic tricks. Wu Miao, coach, I want to learn. Mo Fei looked at his phone, suspecting that he had stirred up a hornet's nest. After they exchanged contacts, they all entered the hospital. Without having a chance to chat, he didn't expect this person to be such a chatterbox. For now, Mo Fei chose to temporarily ignore these somewhat trivial messages, hoping that he would still have a few more to scroll through later. Now he could first check what Director Wang had said. Compared to the youthful exuberance of Wu Miao, Director Wang was clearly more composed, first sending a series of ellipses to express his speechlessness, followed by 3 words, Hui Tianxin. These 3 words instantly illuminated Mo Fei's mind. Indeed, this senior had always been a skilled actor with decent appearance, and most importantly, she was not expensive. She didn't command exorbitant fees of several million. If someone could facilitate a connection, it would be quite stable. Just then, Xiao Qian finished another interview, and Mo Fei picked up his phone and asked about Hui Tianxin. Director Qian, what do you think of this actress? Xiao Qian scrolled through the introduction page, nodding in agreement. She does look quite good, but do you think someone with this resume would come to our ragtag crew? So you do know you were part of a ragtag crew. Mo Fei felt deeply gratified by Xiao Qian's self-awareness, and then waved his hand. It's fine, we can negotiate. How much salary are you willing to offer? The maximum would be the same as yours. Xiao Qian shifted his gaze from the phone. She is very talented, but I think you are more important. We can't make you uncomfortable. If that's not feasible, I can continue to sift through options. Xiao Qian spoke sincerely, and Mo Fei knew he genuinely had the perseverance to see it through, feeling quite touched. A wise ruler. Now I understand why loyal ministers are willing to risk everything for a wise ruler. Generous compensation, reasonableness, and consideration for subordinates. I'm in love. After receiving the quote from Xiao Qian, Mo Fei asked Director Wang for Hu Tianxin's contact information. Director Wang provided it, but he wondered what kind of image he had in Mo Fei's eyes. Typically, when actors approach directors, they try to build rapport or test the waters to see if there are any resources available. However, Mo Fei was inquiring about resources that were not typically asked by actors. Director Wang was genuinely curious and wanted to ask if Mo Fei had transitioned into a producer, but he held himself back. After the incident with the poisonous fungi, he felt that Mo Fei had a somewhat sinister nature. Although spending time with Mo Fei had indeed inspired him, there was always a sense that he was making a deal with a demon, as if he was trading his personal safety for inspiration. Forget it, a gentleman's friendship is just fine. Hu Tianxin was also from Zijing, having won the Best Actress title many years ago, but her life had been quite tumultuous, and she had nearly committed suicide due to depression. She needed good films to work on, and if Mo Fei's remuneration or script stood out, she would not refuse. Director Wang also wanted to give a push to his fellow townsmen. Mo Fei and Xiao Qian struggled for half a day to prepare their words, but in the end it was Xiao Qian who made the call. In front of Hu Tianxin, they were both younger generations, and Xiao Qian spoke very humbly and respectfully. At first glance, their ragtag crew looked like they were making a bad film, which dampened Hu Tianxin's enthusiasm. However, upon hearing the remuneration, she relaxed a bit and said she would decide after reading the script. For Mo Fei and Xiao Qian, this was almost a confirmation. Victory was within reach. The two exchanged a glance and smiled together. The subsequent auditions for actors went much smoother. With the most crucial and difficult matter resolved, as long as everyone performed at a passing level, there would be no problem. After Xiao Qian treated Mo Fei to dinner, he announced that they were off work for the day and would meet again tomorrow. However, for Mo Fei, being off work didn't mean he was done. There were still matters left to attend to. The red paint at the front door, the blocked keyhole, and the mess on the floor remained unresolved. Mo Fei found it strange that the old lady hadn't made a sound. In the evening, Mo Fei found the old lattice home. This time, instead of climbing through the window, he brought a box of milk and knocked on the door properly. The woman who opened the door looked rather unwell. She was wearing an apron and appeared to be cooking. Upon seeing Mo Fei, her eyes brightened slightly, and after shaking her head to signal him to be quiet, she shouted into the room, "Mom, we've run out of oil at home. I'm going to buy a bottle." After she finished speaking, there was a long pause before a muffled response came from inside the room. The woman stepped outside and walked with Mo Fei to the corner of the stairs to talk. "You came because of what happened last night, right?" she asked a bit shyly. "It's nothing. Oh, I've already dealt with it." Mo Fei was taken aback. "Dealt with it? How did you deal with it?" "I just gave Mom some medicine," the woman said, her fingers almost twisting together. "My mother-in-law has poor sleep quality, so I gave her a bit of a sedative and calming medicine. She thought it wasn't too much. It was just one meal with 2 kinds, 5 pills each, and 4 meals a day. This amount wouldn't kill her in a short time, just keep her quiet and prevent her from causing a fuss." Mo Fei listened and didn't find anything unusual. He handed her the milk he was holding and said, "This is for Xiao when that child looks too thin." "Oh, how can I accept this?" The woman took it awkwardly. "You've already helped me so much, and now you want to take something? That's too unreasonable." "I haven't really helped you." Mo Fei shook his head. "He was just playing tricks. If the old lady hadn't caused trouble, he wouldn't have troubled the innocent people in her household." The woman forced a smile. "You've helped me a lot by making me determined." This sounded strange to Mo Fei, who was full of doubt. What determination? "My mother-in-law is averse to doctors and refuses to take medicine." The woman looked down, appearing very gentle. "I never dared to push her before, but now I realize that managing her and ensuring she takes her medicine is the right thing to do. Patients should be treated this way." Mo Fei nodded in agreement. "Proper rest is indeed important. I will take good care of her," the woman said, her smile becoming much more genuine. "I don't know how to address my benefactor. My name is Mo Fei, and I live in the other unit of our community." "Mr. Mo Fei," the woman bowed slightly. "My surname is One." "Miss One." Mo Fei felt a bit awkward with her formal respect, finding it strange. He pointed to the corridor and said, "I still have a few matters to attend to, so they'll take my leave now." Miss Wen noticed his rushed demeanor and reminded him, "Mr. Montauk 5, there's an elevator." Mo Fei continued walking, raising his voice to reply, "It's for exercise." Miss Wen stood still, and after she could no longer hear his footsteps, she turned and went back home. She placed the milk in Xiao Wen's room. Xiao Wen was lying on the floor drawing. Upon seeing the milk, she was very happy and hugged her mother. "Mommy, is the moon fairy coming again?" "Yes." Miss Wen gently stroked her little head. "The moon fairy says Xiao Wen is the most adorable and obedient child and wants Mommy to raise you well." Xiao Wen squinted her eyes in happiness. "The moon fairy is so nice. She made Daddy disappear and made..." After hearing this, Miss Wen's expression suddenly became serious. "Xiao, when the moon fairy doesn't like it when others talk about him. If you tell anyone, he will never come back, and he will send Daddy back and take Mommy away. Then you must never say that again, okay?" Miss Wen extended her pinky finger to her. "For now on, this will be our secret pinky swear." Xiao Wen nodded vigorously. Their little fingers hooked together, relying on each other. Miss Wen's expression finally softened. After her husband went to prison, when Xiao Wen asked where Daddy had gone, she made up a story about the moon fairy. To Xiao Wen, the one who took away Daddy was also a fairy. She never expected that there would really be someone descending from the moon to help them. She didn't ask for much, just wanted to raise her child safely. Miss Wen hummed a little tune as she made soup. The small pills rolled and melted in the clay pot, and the white medicine bottle was nearly empty. A smile of relief graced her face. Miss Wen, not Mrs. Lee, was wonderful. After confirming that the old lady needed to stay home to recuperate and wouldn't cause trouble, Mo Fei began to worry about the mess at his own door. "How am I supposed to clean this up?" Grandma Zhang slowly climbed up from downstairs. Seeing Mo Fei, she smiled. "Xiao Fei is back. I want to find you yesterday to see your front door. Granny, do you have anyone suitable to recommend? I'd like to pay someone to help clean it up." Grandma Zhang made an okay gesture. "I was afraid you wanted to keep the scene to sell your sob story and didn't dare to move anything. I've been waiting for you to say that. On a moonless night with howling winds, it is a time for killing and arson for criminals. Yet for the officers, it is a night for capturing fugitives. Officer Xiao Su writes reports faster than anyone else in the bureau. Once major cases are submitted, it doesn't matter whether the approvers are on duty or not. Even if the chief is in bed with his wife, he must be dragged out to sign. Night operations yield the quickest approvals. Everyone is geared up and ready to depart. This operation is challenging not because of the people involved, but due to the dogs. Given the scale of the dog breeding facility, even if they transferred all the anesthesia from the veterinary station, it wouldn't be enough. The amount needed for the drug is not large, and the veterinary station has limited supplies. If the owner of the dog breeding facility is cooperative, it would be manageable. If not, the dogs can be quite lethal. Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang are in the same vehicle, watching him load bullets into the magazine. You take these. Officer Tang hands several live rounds to Officer Xiao Su. Master Officer, Xiao Su asked in confusion, "Why are you giving me these?" Officer Tang, focused on his task, casually replied, "Last time we caught a murderer with so many guns it was quite safe. This time we're facing inhumane beasts that don't understand human language, so it's better to be prepared." "Then won't you need them?" "I'm getting older. I can't shoot as accurately as you young folks." Officer Tang reinserted the magazine into his gun. "You don't even use all blank rounds, not even rubber bullets." Officer Xiao Su leaned over to look. "Are you afraid of hitting your own people?" Officer Tang nudged him with his elbow and joked, "Shut up. I'm your master. I could subdue you with—" "That's easy to say." Officer Xiao Su mused while loading bullets. The informant said that the owner of the dog breeding facility sleeps there every night and is always seen with large dogs. They seem quite anxious. In any case, it's impossible to sneak in and catch the people quietly at the dog facility. Officer Tang looked seriously out the car window at the rapidly retreating scenery. "The sooner we capture them, the better. If he lets the dogs loose, it won't end well." The dog breeding facility is located in the suburbs, covering an area of several hundred square meters. As the police car approached within 100 meters of the dog facility, the barking of dogs could be heard. First it was one or two barks, then a chorus of many. To minimize casualties, the officers did not launch a direct assault, but instead sent Officer Xiao Su to trick the people at the dog facility into opening the door. The man who had been seen at the dog facility earlier yawned as he stepped out, looking quite impatient. "Who is it? Can't you just leave us alone at this late hour? Give me the one you saw during the day." Officer Xiao Su stood at the door, flanked by armed colleagues. He greeted with a smile. "After thinking it over, I still want to buy a puppy to raise from a young age. It might be better, but it's not that urgent to come at this time." The man complained. Another person inside the dog facility shouted, "Buying a dog." The man scratched his head, sighing, as he opened the door. "You people are really strange, always causing a fuss." As he opened the door, Officer Xiao Su stepped inside, first grabbing the iron gate. Before the man could react, the officers hiding on both sides surged in. They worked swiftly. Two officers restrained the man to prevent him from shouting, while the others quickly entered the doghouse to apprehend individuals. The officers moved quickly, aiming their guns at the facility's owner before he could release the dogs. However, the large dog that had been following the man lunged forward to protect him, attacking the lead. The dog was fierce and skillful. Its first strike was aimed directly at the throat. If the officer hadn't raised his arm to block it, he could have been fatally wounded. Taking the opportunity, the facility owner attempted to flee, but the officers following immediately fired warning shots, and several rushed forward to restrain him with handcuffs, while others helped subdue the attacking dog. After the gunshots rang out, the dogs in the doghouse erupted into a cacophony of barks, all becoming agitated. Officer Xiao Su had been here during the day and was somewhat familiar with the layout. He dashed to the back of the facility, discovering a woman in pajamas trying to open a door, while numerous sets of green eyes watched him from within. Officer Xiao Su felt a chill run down his spine and shouted, "Stop. I'm a police officer. Stop." Just as he grabbed the woman, the door to the facility opened. Unlike the barking dogs in the doghouse, the large dogs in the facility barely made a sound, only emitting low growls akin to wolf howls as several dark figures charged forward, knocking both Officer Xiao Su and the woman to the ground. Officer Xiao Su felt excruciating pain from bites on his arms and legs. The lead wolf dog opened its mouth wide, lunging for his throat, and Officer Xiao Su could almost count the number of its fangs. Ignoring the pain, he reached out to clamp the wolf dog's jaws, attempting to push the gun down towards it. Tiansheng. Officer Tang rushed over, immediately witnessing the scene, without hesitation, continuously pulling the trigger at the pack of dogs in the facility. Bang, bang, bang. The three loud shots sent shockwaves through the pack. Seizing the opportunity during the wolf dog's hesitation, Officer Xiao Su forcefully pushed down the gun. Bang. Although the first few rounds his gun were blanks at such close range, it still caused severe damage to the wolf dog. After Officer Tang had subdued the pack of dogs, he didn't check on Officer Xiao Su immediately, but strode forward to close the door of the facility. More officers soon arrived. Several large dogs that had been unleashed to attack were shot dead, and 3 injured individuals were sent to the ambulance. The injuries of the 2 officers were mainly concentrated on their limbs, while the woman who had released the dogs was less fortunate, having chunks of flesh bitten from her abdomen and face, sustaining the most severe injuries. Those who needed to be sent to the hospital were sent, and those who needed to be handcuffed were cuffed. Officer Tang and a few colleagues stayed at the facility to handle subsequent matters, but the thought that those vicious dogs almost got released made him furious. He kicked the iron gate with a loud clang, damn it. Even without the certainty of this person being clean, just the fact that he resisted law enforcement and attacked an officer means I want to take him down. If he were innocent, he wouldn't have reacted by releasing the dogs at the first sign of trouble. One officer took out paper and pen to document the events of the night, signed their dogs in front, and behind the back is filled with dangerous and prohibited dogs. This isn't just a matter of guarding against thieves. If we weren't well-equipped and decisive, ordinary men would have ended up as dog food here. And the way those dogs charged was clearly intent on killing. Another young officer with a camera looked a bit shaken. They went straight for the throat. I can't believe these were trained dogs. Officer Tang's facial muscles twitched. Dig up that back area right now. The operation was executed swiftly while ordinary citizens went about their daily lives. The officers remained sleepless through the night. With the help of police dogs, the authorities unearthed a significant number of human bones from the excavation site. According to forensic analysis, most of the bones excavated were those of adults, with a few fragments belonging to children. They managed to piece together over 30 sets how many loved ones and cherished ones lay among them. This matter was of grave importance, and the arrested dog kennel manager and staff were interrogated throughout the night. The previous traffickers had been tight-lipped, revealing nothing. However, the current manager of the dog kennel did reveal some useful information. Based on his testimony, many of the bodies buried beneath the excavation site were handled by a trafficker known by the codename Aunt May. Aunt May had been involved in human trafficking for over 20 years, preying on both children and women, and had previously used her connections to capture individuals from black mines. The bodies at the excavation site were those of Aunt May's discarded stubborn souls who refused to yield, along with several weak individuals who had fallen into her hands. Some appeared normal, but once frightened they would succumb, and before she could act they would be dead. She would then hand the bodies over to me for disposal. So you fed them to the dogs, did you? The recording officer scoffed. This statement was hardly believable. Could Aunt May have trafficked to the creditors of his ex-girlfriend? The person responsible for the dog kennel was the ex-girlfriend of the manager, and their relationship seemed quite intricate even after their breakup. The officers meticulously listed the evidence they had gathered. With so many human bones dug up from the kennel, if the manager failed to provide any substantial information, he would face multiple charges, including desecration of a corpse, assaulting an officer, and violent resistance to law enforcement. If the officers were to find evidence implicating him in the murder of that unfortunate creditor, they would add a charge of intentional homicide. Given the severity of the situation, execution would be a certainty. Clearly, the dog kennel manager understood this logic and showed a cooperative attitude, confessing to everything except for the murder. This included information about Aunt May's whereabouts. According to him, after the police cracked down on human trafficking, Aunt May fled, reportedly heading to a Southeast Asian country, though he did not know the means by which she left. Moreover, since the manager had never met Aunt May in person, he could not provide any likeness of her. This demonstrated her cunning nature. Officer Xiao Su suffered more severe injuries than another officer, with several stitches on his arms and legs. He also received rabies vaccinations, and the police department granted him a few days off to recuperate. If he had not discovered someone attempting to unleash the dogs from behind, it would have posed a significant problem if all those dogs had escaped. Ultimately, all the dogs that had tasted human flesh were put down. To avoid causing panic, this matter would not be reported until a final judgment was made. It could be regarded as the removal of a malignant tumor. On the other side of the city, Moth, who had been busy changing locks at the entrance until midnight, awoke to the sound of his alarm. He opened his eyes, looking rather dazed. A voice slithered from the floor, "You're awake." Moth rubbed his face in a daze, trying to wake himself up. How strange. Why does it feel like my alarm just went off right after I laid down? It means there's something wrong with your brain. There's no saving, you just wait to die. I think I can still be saved. Moth climbed out of bed and washed up. After splashing cold water on his face, he felt significantly more awake. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and Lu Chunky's voice came from outside. "Xiao Fei, open the door. I brought you breakfast." Moth's spirit lifted as he trotted to the door to greet his breakfast. When Lu Chunxio walked in, she was still inspecting the newly changed door lock. "When did you change the lock?" "It wasn't like this when I came a couple of days ago." Mo Fei replied, while munching on a bun. It was Granny Zhang downstairs who helped me change it. She thought the previous one was unsafe. You definitely need to pay more attention to your safety now. Lu Chuanxiu nodded in agreement, but does Granny Zhang really have such skills? The lock was chosen by Granny Zhang. Mo Fei took a sip of soy milk through a straw and asked, why did you come? Lu Chuanxiu sat down on the sofa, pulled out a gift box, and said irritably, what do you think I came for? Mo Fei clearly forgot about their previous conversation. In the past few days, he had been busy reporting the dog kennel, helping with interviews, and cleaning up the entrance. He was practically running himself ragged. Lu Chuanxiu took out a sky bead necklace from the gift box and waved it at Mo Fei. Mo Fei squatted in front of her, allowing her to put on him his mouth full of bun and soy milk. The deep brown leather cord threaded through the sky bead hung around Mo Fei's neck, exuding a wild and free beauty. However, this guy seemed to be looking increasingly rebellious. While Lu Chuanxiu found it attractive, she also felt that her artist had strayed further from elegance. Mo Fei turned to a voice and asked, Big Brother, are you satisfied? The voice nodded modestly. If you get me one as well, then I'll be satisfied. Mo Fei almost choked on his bun. You want one too? Do you know how expensive this thing is? He counted on his fingers, thousands, tens of thousands. Over 10,000. Even if it's over 10,000, you're not the one paying. Lu Chuanxiu rolled her eyes, took out her phone to take a picture. I'll send this to the brand. Who knows, I might get a discount or endorsement in return, and at least I can make my face familiar. Meanwhile, Mo Fei began searching online for alternatives. For instance, plastic sky beads and loose leather cords. He could probably make one himself for less than $10. The voice clearly saw through Mo Fei's little thoughts and struck back directly, I want the genuine, original, one identical to yours. If it wasn't the same, how would it show that this person was under its protection? Mo Fei suddenly lost his appetite for the bun and soy milk. A golden swallower, a truly golden swallower. Although it seemed to attract wealth, he thought it was essential to keep his word. Lu Chuanxiu looked at Mo Fei in amazement as he genuinely began placing an order on his phone, curiously glancing out the window. Is the sun rising from the east today? She then reached out to pinch Mo Fei's face, or did someone swap the little stingy ghost? Stop messing. Mo Fei turned his face away, seriously looking at the page on his phone. What I promised others must be fulfilled, even if it's just a cat. That is a virtue. Lu Chuanxiu raised an eyebrow. While she liked this spirited little guy, if his character weren't good, she wouldn't still be considering supporting him under such circumstances. Lu Chuanxiu leaned back on the sofa, smiling as she spoke. I have good news to tell you. Want to guess what it is? Mo Fei's eyes lit up. Did you strike it rich? No. Lu Chuanxiu shook her head. Did I get rich? Lu Chuanxiu shook her head again. Mo Fei immediately lost interest. Then what good news could there be? I terminated contracts with most of the artists under me, and I will focus solely on you from now on. Isn't that good news? Lu Chuanxiu said with a smile. Lu Chuanxiu's words struck Mo Fei like a teacher, singling him out for scrutiny, devastated. Lu Chuanxiu had never approved of his close ties with police officers. If she found out, his cafeteria privileges would vanish overnight. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Lu Chuanxiu asked, don't you appreciate my full attention to help? Mo Fei jolted upright. His emotional intelligence, notoriously erratic, surged. Just in time, how could I not? A lazybones like me needs exactly the kind of professional guidance, motivation, and relentless encouragement you provide. That's over the top. Lu Chuanxiu shook her head. You're performing for me. Leaning back on the sofa, she sighed. I know you've grown accustomed to complete freedom. Suddenly having someone oversee you must feel stifling. But earning money demands effort. Hardship is inevitable. Mo Fei nodded in quiet agreement. What if I move in upstairs? I think there's a vacancy. She pointed upward. That way looking after you would be more convenient. Before Mo Fei could voice an objection, Lu Chuanxiu had already decided. Brilliant idea. I'll contact the landlord right away. And with that, she grabbed her bag and left. Mo Fei sipped his soy milk, dazed. What just happened? Yi Qiao Feng sat beside him, licking his paws. Now, I have another place to eat. And you've gained another father. Mo Fei sensed something off about that remark, but found himself utterly unable to refute it. Mo Fei hadn't anticipated that Lu Chuanxiu would terminate contracts with other artists, a bold Allen bet placed solely on him. The weight on his shoulders suddenly felt heavier. He unlocked his phone to check today's schedule, only to be bombarded by a relentless cascade of messages. Wu Miao, bro, Mo, got any gigs lately? Wu Miao, has the toxic mushroom metabolized yet? Wu Miao, can I visit your set? My sister gave her blessing. Wu Miao, and no, I'm absolutely not doing it to keep learning magic. Mo Fei replied, tersely, you'd better be. Wu Miao, elated by the reply, fired back, it's settled then. Send me the address. I'm coming to visit. Wu Miao, I've bought stacks of playing cards and am practicing daily. I won't let Master's teachings go to waste. Mo Fei frowned at his screen, baffled. When exactly had he become Master? This kid climbed aboard with uncanny agility, no less adept than Mo Fei himself. In truth, Mo Fei knew little about Wu Miao. Raised on film sets since childhood, he'd rarely had peers his own age. Most were young girls, and loneliness had quietly taken root. Even if Mo Fei looked grim and brooding on set, the sleight of hand he unveiled at the rap party was undeniably dazzling, rivaled only perhaps by the raw charisma of an excavator. And through casual interactions between takes, Wu Miao discovered Mo Fei's gruff exterior concealed a genuinely easygoing nature, and they shared a peculiar bond forged over poisoned mushrooms. After all, how bad could a boy who loved eating possibly be? Wu Miao resolved to make this friendship. His manager, an experienced woman, had met Mo Fei and Lu Chunxiu at the hospital. Though their careers were modest, she sensed no red flags in their character, and thus reluctantly granted permission for Wu Miao to spend time with him. Lu Chunxiu returned, having noted down the landlord's number outside, and glanced at her phone while urging Mo Fei, "Aren't you scheduled to work today? Sis, someone says he's visiting my set today. Should I prepare snacks? I've never hosted before, I'm clueless." Mo Fei held up his phone. "A set visit? Who is it?" Lu Chunxiu squinted at his screen and gasped upon spotting the contact name Wu Miao. "His star-powered dwarf's yours. He's visiting you." Disbelieving, she turned to Mo Fei. "Did you get dirt on him?" Mo Fei's mind raced, then settled on a conclusion. "My charisma simply radiates." "More like dumb luck," Lu Chunxiu murmured, shaking her head. "Looks like your fortune's finally turning." Mo Fei pointed to Yiqiao Feng sprawled nearby. "The black cat wards off evil." The vet confirmed it. "You wouldn't lie to me." "Enough with the superstition. Handling Wu Miao is my job." She checked her wristwatch. "You got 30 minutes. Move." Mo Fei sprang to his feet on it. Xiao Qian's agenda for the day involved continuing auditions for supporting actors. After sending the script to Hui Tianxin, he paused auditions for the fashion tyrant role. He held firm confidence in the script. Not revolutionary perhaps, but unquestionably above average. There was no logical reason for rejection. Spotting Mo Fei and Lu Chunxiu arrive, Xiao Qian waved morning. "Morning," Mo Fei replied, taking a seat beside him. "Where are we in the process?" "Let me check." Xiao Qian flipped open his notebook. "Set construction." Mo Fei raised an eyebrow. "Surprise construction?" "Yes, casting is nearly complete. We'll begin shooting once the office set is fully renovated." Xiao Qian sighed. "We'll need to accelerate that segment." "That's unlike you," Mo Fei smiled. "Why the sudden rush?" "That floor was occupied by actual staff. We've granted them paid leave and redesigned the layout entirely. Once filming wraps, everything must be restored. Delay too long and morale will plummet." Mo Fei shook his head. "You misunderstand office workers. Paid leave is always preferable the longer it lasts. We offer self-service lunch, afternoon tea nap rooms, gyms, media lounges, and even pet daycare." Xiao Qian recited calmly. "Bonuses are performance-based, and team-building events occur only at year-end." He added, "If they work remotely, they cover their own meals, and productivity drops, slashing bonus." "No wonder they're reluctant," Mo Fei mused, nodding. "A paradise for overachievers and their wealthy bosses." Xiao Qian agreed. "I've seen them at work. If I joined them, I wouldn't last a day." Their eyes met. Two souls united in mutual surrender to the grind. Let's shoot fast, then hand the battlefield back to them. Montag Fai Zeit Fintli. I may refuse to burn myself out, but I won't stand in the way of others' prosperity. That would be unethical. Do you offer employee health insurance? Xiao Qian replied serenely, "Yes, and regular physical exams. After all, a boss seeks profit, not peril." Mo Fei received a message from Wu Miao. "I'm almost at the audition venue." Mo Fei offered to pick him up, but Wu Miao declined. He disguised himself to evade paparazzi, insisting Mo Fei wouldn't recognize him. That piqued Mo Fei's curiosity instantly. What kind of disguise could possibly fool his razor-sharp 5'2" vision? A figure dressed in a hoodie, wearing a cap and a mask with only a pair of eyes visible appeared near the film crew peering around. Such a person may seem odd in other places, but in the vicinity of a film set, it seemed perfectly reasonable. As for actors, they're all the same, just varying in fame. Lu Chunxiu noticed and walked over to the person calling out, "Wu Miao." Wu Miao was startled and instinctively denied. "You must be mistaken." "Mistaken, you say?" Lu Chunxiu chuckled. "You're here to find Xiao Fei, right? Come with me." Wu Miao felt a bit embarrassed, saying, Oh, you're Mo, guest manager, right?" "Yes, my surname is Lu." Lu Chunxiu recalled the last time he saw Wu Miao poisoned by the toxic mushroom, and the smile on his face just wouldn't fade. "How's your health been lately?" Clearly, after Wu Miao regained consciousness, he also heard his manager talk about that incident. If it weren't for the mask, one could see his entire face turning red as he replied, "I'm all better now." An incident where a toxic mushroom took down the entire film crew had never happened since the film city was established. Since then, the restaurant in the film city had posted numerous food safety reminders. They had indeed left their mark on the film city. Upon seeing Mo, Fei Wu Miao jogged over saying, "Mo, go him here." Mo Fei, noticing his attire resembling a thief, thought that if Officer Tang saw him, he would definitely pin him down. Thinking that he should remind Wu Miao in the future, Mo Fei still got up to greet him, saying, "You're here. This is the director of my current production. His surname is Qian. This is Wu Miao, an old actor who started as a child star." Xiao Qian extended his hand towards him, appearing rather calm. "I've heard of you. My grandmother really enjoys the dramas you've acted in." Wu Miao shook his hand, saying, "Director Qian, it's a pleasure to meet you." Neither of them intended to expand their network, and after being introduced, they tacitly ignored each other. Wu Miao tugged at Mo Fei, pulling out a brand new deck of playing cards from his hoodie pocket. "Mo, go look." He tried to flick the cards, but they flew out of his hand. "That's how it is," Wu Miao said somewhat dejectedly. "They always fly away." Xiao Qian picked up a card from the ground, pinched it between his fingers, and with a flick of his wrist sent the card flying. With a thud, one corner of the card embedded itself into the leg of a wooden chair as Wu Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. Mo Fei, filled with admiration, gave a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive, you have this skill." "I practiced a bit when I was bored," Xiao Qian said with an awkward smile. "I once thought about using playing cards to carve statues, but later realized that paper cards can only be stuck into wood and can't actually carve shapes, so I gave up." Wu Miao tried to pull the card from the chair leg. The card was made of paper, and the marks left on the chair leg were very so cool. I'll learn too. Wu Miao's gaze towards Xiao Qian suddenly became fervent. Flicking cards was so impressive, he wanted to learn it all. Xiao Qian thought for a moment, saying, "But I still have to film. I don't have time to teach you." Mo Fei shrugged as well. "In the male lead in this production, we start shooting soon. I don't have time to teach you magic tricks. Can I join you guys?" Wu Miao, feeling bold, directly asked. Both Xiao Qian and Mo Fei were taken aback. Lu Chuanxiu, standing aside, felt a bit nervous for his fellow manager and reminded, "Teacher Wu, shouldn't we communicate with our manager before making any decisions?" Wu Miao finally reacted and took out his phone, saying, "Oh, right, I'll call right now." As he walked to the corner to make the call, Lu Chuanxiu silently stood next to Mo Fei. "You know who I thought of when I saw him?" Mo Fei pondered as he stroked his chin. "Your younger brother." "I don't have a younger brother." "Your ideal type," Mo Fei said with a mischievous grin. "Sister, if you like younger guys, you could go for a baby face. But a significant age gap can create a rift." "Get lost," Lu Chuanxiu shot him a glare. "I thought of you when I saw him." "Two troublesome creatures," Lu Chuanxiu glared at him. "Make sure to report anything in the future, got it? Don't just act on impulse." Mo Fei felt quite innocent, rubbing the area where he was attacked, grimacing. All right. After chatting for a while, Wu Miao returned with his head down, looking somewhat dejected. One could tell he had been reprimanded by his manager. He seemed much more subdued. "I still have some promotional work to do, so I might not be able to join you all." "Promotional work?" Lu Chuanxiu asked with curiosity. "Is it Director Wang's movie? Has it already been edited so quickly?" Wu Miao nodded, then shook his head. "It's that movie. Since it only needs editing and some simple post-production, it's relatively quick, but not that quick. It's just to assist with some promotion." "It's still a good thing," Wu Miao added with a hint of envy. "Mo Go is male fifth lead. It doesn't matter whether he goes or not, but I can't escape." Lu Chuanxiu smiled and patted Mo Fei on the back. "This is the first time my little Fei is the male lead. Since Teacher Wu is here, why not give little Fei some pointers?" Wu Miao smiled shyly, saying, "Let's learn from each other and improve together." They had lunch together, and by the afternoon, most of the crew had arrived. Everyone needed to discuss the upcoming work arrangements. Wu Miao initially wanted to avoid suspicion, but noticed that no one in attendance cared about his presence. Even Xiao Qian waited for him to sit down and listen in on any points that needed improvement. Wu Miao had truly never seen a film crew like this. It was surprisingly novel. However, as he listened, the expression on his face became numb. What kind of crew is this? Is there not a single professional among them? The lighting technician was reading the lighting manual. The makeup artist was still wearing overalls smeared with grease. Paint the costume designer was drawing on a tablet, and the photographer was holding up his thumb to check the proportions. The only one who seemed slightly reliable was Mo Fei, but he was a professional actor, not an expert in other roles, and many of the arrangements he made were filled with erroneous assumptions. The most absurd was the director, who kept taking notes while listening to Mo Fei, appearing like a diligent student. Wu Miao pinched his thigh, feeling pain. So this isn't a dream. This crew truly exists. What kind of ridiculous place would allow the second generation to squander money like this? Or is it money laundering? In short, it seemed like they had too much money with nowhere to spend it. Lu Chunxiu was also witnessing the working state of this crew for the first time, and the shock she felt was no less than Wu Miao's. She had thought this crew might be somewhat unreliable, but never expected it to be this unreliable. Fortunately, the contract had already been signed and the money had arrived. Otherwise, Lu Chunxiu would genuinely worry about whether this group might one day suddenly decide to head to outer space. After listening for a while, Wu Miao couldn't bear it anymore and raised his hand to speak. How about I offer a few suggestions? The entire crew was in a state of confusion, and any suggestions were certainly welcomed. Xiao Qian led the applause. Let us welcome Teacher Wu to share his invaluable insights. Others joined in the applause enthusiastically. Wu Miao had been acting since childhood, and logically, there shouldn't be anything that could make him feel awkward. However, he had experienced two such moments since meeting Mo Fei. The first was when he was poisoned by toxic fungi, and now this. Mo Gu was indeed a remarkable person surrounded by a group of extraordinary friends. Wu Miao thought for a moment, then cleared his throat to speak. First, I suggest you hire a lighting assistant, so he doesn't have to keep flipping through the manual. He pointed at Ji Xingyu, who was frantically flipping through the manual like a small notebook. Ji Xingyu had only used simple fill lights before, and the most complicated task had been changing lampshades. It was impossible to operate such a large machine without consulting the manual. However, he was indeed feeling overwhelmed. After Wu Miao made the suggestion, Ji Xingyu calmly closed the manual. I think he's right. I can cover the assistant salary. You don't need to worry about that. Hiring an assistant is easy and he'll take care of it. Xiao Qian wrote the task down in his notebook. Anything else? Also, Wu Miao asked a crucial question. Do you have a script supervisor? Although the role seemed insignificant, it was absolutely indispensable in a film crew. Simply put, the script supervisor is someone you can rely on for everything, managing all sorts of tasks. A crew definitely needs a maternal figure like a script supervisor. Having worked as a script supervisor in this crew would surely be a glorious achievement to put on a resume. If such a crew can be well organized, what could a script supervisor not handle? Script supervisor. Xiao Qian pondered for a moment. I think the class monitor could do it. I don't think that's feasible. Ji Xingyu set the lighting manual aside. The class monitor went abroad last year and is now a war correspondent. Have you forgotten? Xiao Qian realized, oh, right, we visited him in the hospital after he got blown up last time. He then looked troubled, but I know that the only person who can sort out all this chaos is the class monitor. Wu Miao watched from the side, too afraid to speak. In this situation, he felt that no matter which script supervisor he recommended, he would face a fierce backlash from that person. Mo Fei clapped his hands. I have a candidate. All eyes turned to him. Past experiences tell me that aside from the class monitor, there's another person who can organize things. Mo Fei raised a finger, speaking with conviction. Mom. The room fell silent, everyone collectively at a loss for words. Ji Xingyu looked around and sighed. If anyone here has a mom, please raise your hand. Wu Miao took 2 seconds to react before immediately raising his hand high. Xiao Qian also slowly raised his hand. The most peculiar sight was a girl with short hair and tattoos who hesitated, her hand caught in a dilemma. Seeing someone looking at her, she frowned and asked, as a mom from whom I've severed ties still count as a mom? Wu Miao was left in awe. Brilliant, simply brilliant. It was astonishing that this crew couldn't even muster 2 mothers. What a hellish joke. No, that wasn't the point. It felt like nothing would seem strange in this group, no matter what happened. Xiao Qian resignedly nodded. It seems I can only ask my mom what she thinks. My aunt used to work in a theater and has administrative experience. If she's willing to help, it won't be a problem. That's reassuring. Xingyu comforted. Others nodded in agreement. Xiao Qian, the director, was great in every aspect, generous, eager to learn, and easygoing, but a bit slow. It would be better if someone decisive could speed things up. Your opinion is extremely valuable. Thank you very much, Xiao Qian said gratefully to Wu Miao while holding his notebook. Wu Miao chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. It was best if he didn't mention that the suggestions were his. It felt a bit embarrassing. As for Lu Chunxiu, he had long since become numb. This arrangement felt like a child's play. Forget it. As long as it can make money and isn't illegal or immoral, that's good enough. Don't have too high expectations of these silly kids. After finalizing the candidates, Xiao Qian wasted no time in contacting them. Before the official shoot began, Wu Miao still hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming, and he took out a deck of cards to ask Mo Fei for tips. Mo Fei did not hold back and shared everything he could offer. Playing with cards involves techniques like playing with empty hands, hiding cards, flourishes, shuffling, and so on. In short, flashy card tricks require quick hands, and other magic tricks are quite similar. Either you have to be quick or your props need to be reliable enough for the spectacle to be impressive. Magic is a form of deception, but it simply places more emphasis on visual appeal. The speed of the Phantom Thief is undoubtedly the fastest among the cards he currently has. In fact, if Mo Fei wanted, he could snatch Wu Miao's phone from his pocket in the split second they brushed past each other. However, that would be illegal. Mo Fei had no intention of becoming a criminal. After warmly seeing off Wu Miao, Madame Qian arrived at the scene at Xiao Qian's call. She seemed quite pleased to be able to assist with the filming. Xiao Qian held his notebook and explained to her what a script supervisor was supposed to do. After listening, Madame Qian succinctly summarized a jack of all trades. Xiao Qian was momentarily speechless. It doesn't matter. Madame Qian rolled up her sleeves and smiled. Good thing I'm wearing clothes that are convenient for movement. You know, I've done everything in the past. Although Madame Qian harbored aspirations of becoming a well-known actress, she was not solely focused on acting. After her organization and coordination, the crew became much more orderly. Even the new actors Xiao Qian had just signed were properly arranged. Such execution and integration abilities are exceptional. Lu Chuanxiu quietly leaned closer to Xiao Qian and asked, I haven't asked yet, what did your mother do before? She was the CEO of a company, the queen of productivity. Xiao Qian looked at his mother's work demeanor with some emotion. Now that she's here, we can't afford to slack off. His mother's work ethic was something he knew well. He hadn't thought of inviting her over because he didn't want to add pressure, but now it could only be said that they couldn't hinder others from working hard just because they wanted to take it easy. Those eager workers at the company were waiting to get back to work. Is this the result of all your hard work over the past few days? Madame Qian looked at Xiao Qian's notebook, her brow tightly furrowed. If I had employees as slow as you back in the day, I would have sent you packing to play by yourself long ago. Come here, Bill, assign you some work. Xiao Qian wore a serene smile as he walked up to Madame Qian under Lu Chunkiest expression of a warrior, sending him off. Mo Fei, munching on sunflower seeds, stood beside Lu Chuanxiu. Why are the personalities of this mother and son so different? Before Lu Chuanxiu could respond, Madame Qian called out, male lead, come over. Mo Fei stuffed the sunflower seeds into his pocket, saying, coming. After Madame Qian joined the film crew, the atmosphere of the entire team instantly transformed. As the director's mother, she naturally exerted a commanding presence over the staff. As an elder, she also had a significant, intimidating effect on the group of seniors that Xiao Qian had brought in. In short, with this formidable figure present, not only did the shooting process become smoother, but smiles also vanished from everyone's faces. Only Ji Xingyu and the cameraman were left with the time to argue over visual issues. Ji Xingyu studied painting while the cameraman specialized in photography. Both pursued aesthetic perfection in their frames. Lighting, characters, and camera angles all greatly influenced the visuals. They were dedicated to ensuring that every frame of the film could achieve a level worthy of a finished product. Such a meticulous attitude was even approved by Madame Qian. However, it was the actors who suffered repeatedly, trying different angles and reshooting. After reading the script, Hui Tianxin expressed her willingness to join the filming the very next day, although she was still in Zijing at the time and would arrive at the set 2 days later. By then, Madame Qian had already single-handedly cleared the laziness from the entire crew, and everyone appeared exceptionally spirited and motivated. Hui Tianxin initially thought that a nameless grassroots troupe would be quite amateurish. She even prepared herself for chaotic direction. However, the reality was that she and Madame Qian genuinely resonated with each other. Both were very earnest in their work, dealing with issues in a straightforward and efficient manner. Whenever a problem arose, they would address it directly. Madame Qian also appreciated this former actress, and their interactions were quite harmonious. As a result, the atmosphere of the entire crew became even more intense. During breaks in filming, Mo Fei couldn't help but smack his own mouth while sitting on the sidelines. Why would anyone suggest bringing in Mom for help? After all, who knew that Xiao Qian's seemingly lukewarm personality had a mother who was a whirlwind of energy? He had expected a gentle mother to show up. As the filming progressed at a frenetic pace, Mo Fei also faced another round of card swapping. It was an unremarkable afternoon when Mo Fei, while admiring his lunchbox, saw colorful lines intertwining to form a brand new card. Identity Joker. Active demolition expert art is sophistry. As long as you can justify yourself, your persuasiveness increases. Passive smile back. A smile is a life attitude. Those who smile are seldom unlucky. For those who are truly unlucky cannot smile. Fear aura as a legend. When you intend to intimidate, no one can escape the shadow of fear's punishment. It's especially effective for scaring little children. Retain skills. Moth. To flame mastery of human anatomy. Best partner mastery of magic. The skills of the thief card, aside from lifelong enemy, are all quite useful, and Mo Fei was quite satisfied with the retained skills. However, he couldn't quite understand this Joker card. It didn't seem to have particularly bad skills, yet there was an indescribable oddness about it. He put down his lunchbox, and 2 playing cards jumped out of thin air in his hand. Big and small kings. Ji Xingyu asked in confusion, "Are you thinking of playing Do Di Zhu?" Mo Fei slowly shook his head. "This is my ID and a copy of my ID." Lu Chunxiu, sitting opposite him with his lunchbox, merely smiled politely at this, saying, "If you joke like this outside, he'll throw you and your playing cards into the trash can." Mo Fei immediately became obedient, putting away the cards and continuing to admire his lunch. Recently, his life had been relatively calm. Although he was burdened with the unfortunate status of moth to flame, it seemed that just like a magnet needs iron nearby, perhaps he had previously captured too many individuals, leaving his surroundings quite clean, and moth to flame couldn't yet arrange anything for Mo Fei. Mo Fei had also learned quite a bit of acting skills from his senior Hui Tianxin. Having a reliable senior was truly a blessing. After switching to the Joker card, Lu Chunxiu and Mo Fei took a taxi home together. In the car, Lu Chunxiu alternated between checking his phone and glancing at Mo Fei, unable to resist asking him, "Are you happy today?" Mo Fei was still lost in thought, while looking out the car window, feeling confused by the question. "It's just normal. A smooth filming process wouldn't make me angry, would it? You're generally happy, yet smiling so brightly." Lu Chunxiu raised his phone, opened the front camera, and handed it to him, saying, "I thought you found money." Mo Fei took the phone and looked. The screen displayed his familiar handsome face, yet a radiant smile had crept across his face without him even realizing it. Mo Fei's eyes widened, and the figure on the screen mirrored his surprise, yet the smile did not wane in the slightest. He rubbed his face, trying hard to suppress the corners of his mouth. Lu Chunxiu watched as his face twitched and then returned to calmness. Yet it wasn't entirely calm. A faint smile remained, one that couldn't quite be erased. In that moment, Mo Fei understood why smile back was a passive ability. To avoid smiling, one must actively control their facial muscles, which naturally means smiling is a passive state. This card was not just troublesome, but also discomforting. What if he smiled at a funeral, or when he passed by someone having a bad day? Being scolded would be mild, avoiding a beating would be lucky. The last remnants of his smile faded amid a gentle sorrow. Lu Chunxiu had more or less gotten used to Mo Fei's intermittent quirks. He retrieved his phone and looked at the work schedule for the next few days, saying, "Once Director Qian finishes filming, we can connect with Director Wang for an audition. If we can pass the audition and join the crew, we won't have any downtime." Lu Chunxiu said with a beaming smile, "If everything goes smoothly, you'll find some time to give you a break, so you can go out and have fun with your friends." Hearing about the break, Mo Fei perked up, asking, "Really?" Lu Chunxiu, without any pressure, while painting a rosy picture, nodded affirmatively. "You can go wherever you want except for Yunqing. We'll give you a few extra days, so have fun." At that moment, Mo Fei's smile was unstoppable, blooming widely. His good mood lasted all the way home. Lu Chunxiu watched as Mo Fei bought a toy race car, box of building blocks, and a doll. The first 2 could be excused as nostalgic childhood purchases, but what was up with the doll? Surely Mo Fei wasn't planning to gift it to her. Lu Chunxiu pointed at the toys and directly asked. Mo Fei scratched his head and explained, "This, in our neighborhood, a family's husband was arrested. The elderly woman is ill and still on medication, and the child is small, leaving just one woman to hold the fort." I felt sorry for the little kid. The most crucial part was that the husband of that family was indirectly sent away by him, and the old woman was frightened by him, as well. Miss One was somewhat his accomplice. Like, how did it all become so convoluted? In short, if you saw it, you would understand that child was really adorable. Mo Fei downplayed the seriousness, looking sincerely at Lu Chunxiu as he handed over all the items, saying, "Actually, it's not very appropriate for me to visit a girl alone. It would be even better if you could help out." Lu Chunxiu was handed a handful of toys and momentarily didn't know whether to feel gratified that Mo Fei finally understood to avoid raising suspicions or to be angry that this guy was being overly kind. No matter the era, being a good person is never easy. Yet Lu Chunxiu knew he couldn't persuade Mo Fei. This child, once struggling to fend for herself, had the character to help an elderly lady cross the street. Now that life was better, it was no surprise she would lend a hand to those in need. Kindness is not a flaw. The problem lies in the lack of discernment. Since Mo Fei recognized that his impulsive visit might cause trouble for others, he had shown growth, and Lu Chunxiu felt more relieved. This child has a brain, but doesn't use it for serious matters, letting it rust. Lu Chunxiu arrived at the family. Mo Fei mentioned carrying bags of toys and tentatively knocked on the door, which was opened by a somewhat timid and wary woman. The door opened only a crack, and Miss Wen peeked out, asking, "Who are you looking for?" Lu Chunxiu raised the items in his hand to indicate, "I am Mo Fei's agent here to deliver something for him." Upon hearing Mo Fei's name, the door swung fully open. Miss Wen with one hand behind her back smiled and invited Lu Chuanxiu in, saying, "So you are Mr. Mo Fei's agent, please come in." The contrast in her attitude was stark. As Lu Chuanxiu entered, he couldn't help but wonder to himself why mentioning that kid worked so well for her considering how many times he had helped her. "These are toys Mo Fei bought for the children," Lu Chuanxiu said, placing the toys on the living room floor. Turning to Miss Wen to speak, "I was wondering." Lu Chunky's words caught in his throat. He noticed that Miss Wen was holding a kitchen knife in the hand she had kept hidden, now walking towards the kitchen. Miss Wen also noticed Lu Chunky's gaze and smiled, pointing to the kitchen. "I was chopping vegetables and just grab this. Please have a seat, it'll be right back." With that, she really went into the kitchen. Through the transparent glass door, Lu Chuanxiu could see Miss Wen bustling about. Such virtues of a good wife and mother. That strange feeling was probably just an illusion. Lu Chuanxiu sat down on the sofa, and a little girl peeked out from the room. The little girl was timid. Lu Chuanxiu waved at her, but instead of coming out, she shrank back into the room. "I'm sorry, Xiao Wen is a bit shy," Miss Wen said, taking off her apron as she came out of the kitchen, pouring a glass of water for Lu Chuanxiu. "Mr. Mo Fei is truly too kind." Her gaze fell upon the pile of various toys with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Is that racing car also for Xiao Wen?" Lu Chuanxiu, not fully understanding her situation, hesitated for 2 seconds before replying, "If there are no other children in your family, then it's probably for that little girl." "I only have Xiao Wen as my daughter," Miss Wen said, her eyes softening when she mentioned her daughter. "Xiao Wen, come out to meet our guest." The little girl walked out of the room and softly greeted, "Hello, Auntie." Lu Chuanxiu then noticed how thin she was, to the point that even her clothes seemed ill-fitting. Upon seeing the toys, Xiao Wen's eyes lit up, but she looked to Miss Wen for permission. Miss Wen gently ruffled Xiao Wen's hair and said softly, "These are gifts from the moon. You can accept them, but..." Xiao Wen's face broke into a radiant smile, and she bowed at a 90-degree angle towards Lu Chuanxiu, saying, "Thank you, Auntie. I will cherish them." Lu Chuanxiu was taken aback by the child's understanding and repeatedly said, "Good girl, go ahead and play. There's no need for that, really." Xiao Wen looked at Miss Wen once more, and upon receiving a nod from her, she selected the smallest packaged building blocks from a pile and took them back to her room. "This child is so well-behaved. She must have been taught well." Lu Chuanxiu, having seen many unruly children, was seeing such a good little girl for the first time. Miss Wen smiled, taking a sip of tea, showing no reaction to what Lu Chuanxiu had said. A child's nature is to love playing. Being so understanding must be influenced by their upbringing. If possible, Miss Wen would prefer Xiao Wen to be a mischievous child. At least that kind of child is After her reflection, Lu Chunky's gaze fell on the incongruous racing car. So this family only had one girl, for whom was Mo Fei buying this racing car? The child's mother, or perhaps an elder? Lu Chuanxiu was puzzled, while Miss Wen, following Lu Chunky's gaze and seeing the racing car, burst into laughter. "I think I understand why Mr. Mo Fei had you bring this." Miss Wen with sparkling eyes clarified for Lu Chuanxiu, "I remember loving remote control cars and robots when I was a child, but everyone said those were boys' toys." Miss Wen praised Mo Fei's thoughts. "Mr. Mo Fei is truly a gentle adult." Hearing Miss Wen's sincere praise for Mo Fei made Lu Chuanxiu feel a bit embarrassed, as if her own child had turned into a reliable adult. Unable to help but doubt whether they were indeed talking about the same person, she asked, "Did you just say you were Mr. Mo Fei's agent?" Miss Wen set her teacup down and looked at Lu Chuanxiu. "Ah, yes," Lu Chuanxiu introduced herself. "My surname is Lu." "Miss Lu," Miss Wen asked curiously, "is Mr. Montag Fai an actor?" Yes, talking about this made Lu Chuanxiu feel more awake. Xiao Fei has recently acted in several films which will be released soon. Miss Wen's face revealed undeniable excitement. "Oh, I will definitely support him when the time comes." She suddenly seemed more vibrant than "I want to be Mr. Mo Fei's #1 fan." With a common topic, the two women instantly became very harmonious. Just then, a heavy, breathing sound suddenly came from the direction of the master bedroom. Lu Chuanxiu, surprised, lowered her voice. "Is there someone else at home?" "It's my mother-in-law," Miss Wen replied, still smiling gently. "She has been ill and hasn't been getting better despite taking medication, so she is resting at home." "I see, then I won't disturb anymore." Lu Chuanxiu realized that what Mo Fei had said was true. An orphan and her elderly mother were truly relying on this seemingly fragile woman. Guests arriving can indeed be an added burden, so she quickly stood up to take her leave. Miss Wen did not insist on keeping her, but stood up to see her out. Once the guest left, the house fell silent. "Xiao Wen, put the toys away. Mommy needs to feed Grandma now," Miss Wen called out as she carried the soup. Xiao Wen, with her short legs, dragged the big and small boxes on the coffee table back to her room, a look of happiness on her face. Miss Wen smiled faintly and opened the door to the master bedroom. The curtains in the master bedroom were tightly drawn, blocking out all light. Miss One called softly, "Mom, it's time to eat." When LV Chunxiu completed the task and returned to Mo Fei's house, Grandma Zhang was there carrying a lunch. Grandma Zhang greeted Mo Fei while serving the dishes. "Eat more, it's a waste if you leave it, and it spoils." LV Chunkius' imposing demeanor diminished in front of Grandma Zhang, and he obediently called out, "Grandma Zhang, you're here to bring food for Xiao Fei again." "Yes, indeed," Grandma Zhang cheerfully responded. "You should come and eat too, young lady. You shouldn't be dieting. Look at how thin you are." Mo Fei never needed to be urged to eat and was already ready with a bowl in hand. Seeing LV Chunxiu return, he managed to ask, "Did everything arrive?" "It arrived," LV Chunxiu replied while washing his hands. "You were right, that family is indeed a bit pitiful." Grandma Zhang raised her head asking, "Whose family?" "It's the family in the 3 8-story buildings behind us." LV Chunxiu served himself a half bowl of rice and sat down. "The elder is ill, and the child is still so young." "That's a good thing then," Grandma Zhang said with a smile. LV Chunxiu widened his eyes surprised. "How is that a good thing? You kids don't know about that family. How could I, having lived here for so many years, not know?" Grandma Zhang shook her head, wearing an expression that seemed to hold a secret. Gossip is human nature, and the eager expressions of LV Chunxiu and Mo Fei clearly pleased Grandma Zhang. The daughter-in-law from that family comes from a family that values sons over daughters. They married her off, but essentially sold her for a bride price, and she's cut off from her family now. That family isn't good either. The elder is sharp-tongued, and the son who is in charge can be violent, Grandma Zhang recalled as she spoke. There was a time when that woman was beaten so badly that she couldn't go out, poor thing. Grandma Zhang shook her head, her tone filled with sorrow. LV Chunxiu asked, "Then why doesn't she get a divorce?" "Divorce?" Grandma Zhang sneered. "If she dared to divorce, they'd kill her." "This isn't just me saying it, it's what that little beast said." Grandma Zhang sighed. "That woman has no money, and all her documents are in their hands. ID marriage certificate. Later she even gave birth to a daughter, making her life even harder." "You say the elder from that family is ill?" "That's excellent news." Grandma Zhang clapped her hands. "I heard her son has also been arrested, and no wonder the neighborhood has been so quiet lately." Hearing this, LV Chunxiu felt a bit uneasy, poking at the rice as he tried to think of a way. There must be a way to save her, right? Grandma Zhang seemed to see what she was thinking, shaking her head and advising, "Don't think about it. Not only is it hard to get a divorce now, but even if she did, if she wasn't killed by that little beast, shed, just be caught by her family and sold again. Some people are like leeches who, once they attach, they're hard to shake off." Mo Fei nodded in agreement. "In our Huagua, after so many years of mindset issues with parents are the hardest to resolve. You know that as well as I do. We can help if we can, but if we can't, there's nothing we can do." "But now it's better," Grandma Zhang said with a smile. "Since a man is inside and the elder is ill, no one can suppress her now." "Looking at it this way, it really is a good thing," LV Chunxiu murmured. "A great thing. No wonder I noticed she seemed a bit more spirited when I saw her buying vegetables a couple of days ago." Grandma Zhang urged them, "Enough talking, eat your meal quickly." After finishing their meal, LV Chunxiu and Grandma Zhang helped clean the dishes downstairs. Mo Fei initially wanted to help as well, but was rooted in place by a glance from LV Chunxiu. He would lose half of the snacks from Grandma Zhang's house if he went. In back, a black cat gracefully jumped down from the windowsill, its neck adorned with a striking celestial pearl. "Big brother's back. Did you have fun?" Mo Fei picked up the cat and wiped its paws. "It was just okay, but there were always clueless little kittens asking where I got such a big stone." The cat squinted its eyes contentedly. "By the way, I have some bad news for you. That sharp-eared human officer hasn't been at work for several days." Mo Fei thought for a moment. "You mean Officer Su, right?" "That should be it." The cat never remembers names, lazily rolling over on the sofa. "When I went to Flan at the police station, I bumped into a silly dog. It said that person hasn't been to work for several days. It was really worried that person might be dead and asked me to help find him." Mo Fei opened his phone and sent a message. "You haven't passed away, have you?" Little Officer Su replied, "Typo." Mo Fei patted his chest. Luckily, he replied, "So he's fine." Mo Fei sent another message. "No, I heard you haven't been to work, just checking in." Little Officer Su, "Thanks for your concern. I got a minor injury while dealing with the dog shelter issues, but he'll be back in a few days." "See, he's just recuperating." Mo Fei showed the phone screen to the cat. "Tell that silly dog not to worry, just wish him well." The cat remained silent, turning its back to him. "If he's recuperating out of human social etiquette, should I go visit him?" Mo Fei looked at his phone screen, lost in thought. If he didn't know, it would be fine, but knowing and not visiting would be very unfriendly. But what should he bring when visiting an adult male? Cigarettes and alcohol. Would that be too adult-like? Just giving a red envelope. Little Officer Su would probably get accused of accepting bribes. Mo Fei scratched his head and decided to go downstairs to buy a toy excavator. The highest spec excavator. He couldn't just say he was being rude. After making his decision, Mo Fei sent a message asking for the address. Where are you recuperating? I want to come see you. Little Officer Sue, just a minor injury, no need. Mo Fei seriously messaged, this is etiquette. He wasn't truly brainless. He knew very well what to do and what not to do, just occasionally letting his brain take a break. Officer Xiao Su sent the address in the city. Mo Fei was balancing a cat on his head with a large excavator in the bike basket, and it took him over an hour to arrive pedaling a shared bicycle. Officer Xiao Su lived in a community, and he probably greeted the guard upon hearing that Mo Fei was there to see him. The guard readily opened the door. Mo Fei knocked on the door, according to the floor number, feeling a bit nervous. He had never visited a friend like this before. Before long, a middle-aged woman in casual clothes opened the door. Seeing Mo Fei, she smiled happily. Oh, you must be the friend that Tian Sheng mentioned. Cool. Hello, Annie. Mo Fei pulled out a cat from his coat and asked, can it? Aunt Sue paused for a moment. It was evening, and the cat's pupils were round. It mewed softly, as if Aunt Su nodded repeatedly, come. Mo Fei handed her the excavator he was holding. This is a gift for Officer Sue. Oh, dear, you really didn't need to bring a gift just to visit him. Aunt Zu's reproachful words were interrupted when she noticed the large yellow excavator on the packaging. He's really a young friend, Aunt Sue murmured. If it were nutritional supplements, a few polite words would suffice, and at worst, she could let him take some fruit as he left. If it were expensive supplements, Aunt Sue would absolutely refuse. That would be incorrect. But an excavator, was it considered expensive or cheap? Could she accept it? Aunt Sue held the excavator, feeling conflicted for a moment. Mom, is Mo Fei here? Officer Xiao Su walked out from his room dressed in blue and white striped loungewear. Compared to his usual casual clothes and authoritative police uniform, he looked significantly younger in his pajamas with his hair tousled against his face, resembling a well-behaved child from another family. However, Officer Xiao Su, who had just started working, was indeed still young. Mo Fei waved the cat paw at him high. Officer Xiao Su chuckled. Why did you bring a cat with you? It was worried about you coming too, Mo Fei replied seriously. Sit down. Officer Xiao Su pointed to the mahogany sofa, then hobbled to the fridge. What do you want to drink? Anything is fine. Mo Fei looked at his limping gait and wondered, is that really not serious? I just got bitten a couple of times by a dog. How serious could it be? Officer Xiao Su shrugged it off, grabbing 2 cans of soda and placing them on the table. Mo Fei recalled the large dogs he had seen at the dog park and felt skeptical about Officer Xiao Su's a couple of bites. You're still drinking cold drinks. Aunt Sue placed a steaming cup of tea in front of Officer Xiao Su and glared at him. Drink hot water. Okay, Mom. Officer Xiao Su immediately behaved, sipping the tea in small mouthfuls. Mo Fei pressed. Are you really okay? Really okay. Officer Xiao Su shook his head. It's just over 20 stitches and a few tetanus shots. If I recover well, I'll still be able to jump around. Over 20 stitches is still called not serious. Mo Fei touched his arm. Last time I got cut, I only had a few stitches too. Here, young man, come eat something. Aunt Sue offered him a plate of snacks. Don't be shy, treat it like your own home. Okay, thank you, Annie. Mo Fei quickly stood up to thank her. Annie, don't bother. I just want to see him, and we'll leave soon. All right, you young people chat. I won't interrupt. Aunt Sue smiled and returned to her room. Officer Xiao Su beamed as he held the teacup. I didn't misjudge you. You're the type who takes soft approaches. Only someone like my mom can handle you. This is your attitude towards friends. Poor rating. A poor rating is just a poor rating. Officer Xiao Su shrugged. You haven't encountered any trouble recently, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have contacted me only today. Trouble. Mo Fei thought for a moment, realizing that being forced to roll up might not be under the officer's jurisdiction. He shook his head. The world is peaceful. I can see that otherwise you wouldn't be smiling so happily. Officer Xiao Su nodded. Mo Fei touched the corner of his mouth, which had somehow curled up again, feeling somewhat exhausted. This is just a visit to someone familiar. If it were someone unfamiliar, they might think he was gloating. How long until you're better? Soon. Officer Xiao Su counted on his fingers. In a few days, I'll return to work. After sitting for a while, I can go back to field duty. I see you're quite dedicated. Mo Fei sighed in astonishment at his commitment. Over 20 stitches. That was on flesh, not on a doll. It wouldn't just get better right away. The wound still genuinely existed. The department is short-staffed, Officer Xiao Su said with a serious expression. You mentioned the world is peaceful. Ooh, I see it's not peaceful at all. Do you know what's buried in the dog park? Bodies. Seeing Xiao Su's surprised expression, Mo Fei felt helpless. I was just too lazy to think. It's not like you guys didn't nearly stick the answer in my face. Sorry, I almost forgot. Officer Xiao Su raised an eyebrow teasingly. Before Mo Fei could scold him, he continued, most of the bodies in the dog park are people who were previously abducted and reported missing. So, the dog park owner is connected to human traffickers. Yes, Officer Xiao Su affirmed. The head of the traffickers has already fled, and the dog park manager stated he is about to escape to Southeast Asia. Moreover, the code name of the traffickers' leader has also been confirmed, Aunt May. He sighed. You know, women and children are usually the main targets of trafficking. How is it that there are women doing such things? If you can't understand it, just let it go, Mo Fei comforted him. People who can do such things are not normal. It's perfectly reasonable to be unable to understand them. The empathy of newly minted officers is much stronger than that of veteran officers, making it easier for them to get caught up in a conundrum. Officer Tang would never wonder what such criminals think or what they have experienced, regardless of their past encounters. That doesn't excuse passing misfortune onto others. Once someone does such things, they are scum, and it's right to bring them back and let them face legal punishment. This requires time and experience from accumulating cases, and it cannot be rushed. Mo Fei scanned the living room to try to change the topic, and his gaze finally landed on a black and white photo on the wall. Who is this? Black and white photos are usually memorials, but this one was a bit strange. The image appeared to be a cropped half-body shot from another photo with the subject's face distorted, being held by a pair of hands. Adding to that, the photo's pixelation was blurry, making it even harder to see the face of the man who was the subject. My dad, Officer Xiao Su, glanced at it and replied dully, he's dead. Everyone seems to have their own story. After Officer Xiao Su uttered the word dead, he perked up and even teased Mo Fei about being a humanoid canine wearing the same necklace as a cat. When Mo Fei showed him the price of the necklace, Officer Xiao Zu's expression shifted from "You're so funny" to "Are you alright?" This was undoubtedly the most expensive cat necklace he had ever seen, bar none. Seeing him in a better mood, Mo Fei took his leave. It wasn't appropriate to stay at someone else's home at night, as it would disturb the patient's rest. I can see you're quite ill, too. A seam of sarcasm crept in as a black cat perched on Mo Fei's shoulder, blowing cold air. You buy things left and right, yet you won't even take a taxi. The journey back and forth alone takes over 2 hours, quite a hassle. Share bicycles are not exactly the best mode of transportation. What I'm doing is energy-saving and environmentally friendly. You wouldn't understand, Mo Fei replied, his feet moving swiftly. The cold wind billowed his trench coat while a black cat sat on his shoulder. If he were on a motorcycle instead of a shared bike, it would be quite dashing. Unfortunately, this guy is just someone who rides a bicycle to bars. He wouldn't spend a penny more. The next morning, Mo Fei was awakened by the vibrating sound of his phone. Groggy, he reached out to silence it, suddenly remembering that he hadn't set an alarm. This vibration frequency either meant a call or an onslaught of messages. Worried about missing his work schedule, Mo Fei had no choice but to get up and check the messages. Vumia Montake. Director Wang's audition is scheduled for this afternoon. I'm going for an interview, and let's go together. Lu Chuanxiu, don't forget the audition this afternoon. Ooh, I've arranged a half day off with Sister Qian. Make sure you're ready. Wu Miao, my sister, says this script is fantastic. Oh, let's do our best, Mo Ge. Wu Miao, I wonder if we'll both be competing for the same role. Either way, I won't lose. Wu Miao, I've already mastered playing without cards. Next time, let your friend guide me on flying cards. Veu miu muye muye. Mo Fei expressionlessly turned his phone upside down. It was noisy, really noisy. Lu Chuanxiu said he was difficult to deal with, but if she switched him with Wu Miao, she would understand who was truly hard to manage. The morning shoot went on as planned. During his free time, Mo Fei skillfully manipulated a deck of cards, mesmerizing onlookers. After this period of practice, he had a vague understanding of the essence of his card-keeping skill. The thief has several characteristics: agile movements, versatile voice modulation, swift hand speed, and a thieving nature. These traits are represented in various active and passive skills. Among them, the skill representing hand speed is Master of Illusions. By retaining Master of Illusions, the corresponding hand speed is also preserved, not limited to mere magic tricks. The skills he previously acquired correspond to certain characteristics of other card identities. For instance, Moth's to the Flame corresponds to the troublesome nature of the Son of Buddha, which seems unfortunate, but if he took a stroll in the thriving neon country, would it be a blessing or a curse? The Master of Human Anatomy corresponds to the basic conditions needed for Jack the Ripper's crimes, but as the user, Mo Fei can use this skill to harm or to save. Best Partner corresponds to the characteristic of always having a supporting character beside the great detective. However, even after retaining it, the seam does not solely assist. Sometimes it attacks him personally. In this light, the usage of these skills can be viewed from various multidimensional perspectives, rather than just superficially. Besides being useful in magic hand speed, is also advantageous for pin-spinning knife tricks and rope tricks. By combining hand speed and human anatomy, acquiring a skill to maintain steadiness could even allow for surgical procedures. However, it's best to have a license before performing surgery. Mo Fei doesn't want to be caught practicing medicine. Mo Fei believes that some cards share similarities, just like Jack the Ripper's criminal and thief's arch-nemesis, which are somewhat similar in nature. Does this imply that in the future he might find the same skills across different cards, or perhaps even find identities? Although it seems a bit early to think about this, Mo Fei feels it's better to prepare mentally in advance. After all, the cards he's been acquiring lately are becoming increasingly concerning. Explosives expert. Besides using firecrackers to blow up a cesspool, Mo Fei can't think of anything that's legal to blow up without an explosives license. If someday the skills he retains reach a level that even Officer Xiao Su and Officer Tang would want to handcuff him, he might have to consider living on another planet. Mo Fei thought to himself as he flicked his fingers to send the cards flying. The cards twirled in the air and softly fell to the ground. It seems there is a distinction even among playing cards. On the other side, Xiao Qian, who was taking a break, clumsily turned a deck of cards in his hands. Mo Fei maintained his balance. It appears that card skills also have their barriers. Practice is necessary. Who could resist how cool flying cards look? When Lu Chunxiu came to pick Mo Fei up for the audition, she saw Lady Qian holding a deck of cards and poking Xiao Qian's head. It seemed he was being scolded. Mo Fei, let's go. Lu Chunxiu knew well when to observe and when to retreat. This moment was not suitable for greetings, so she left directly. Mo Fei sat in Lu Chunky's car after a long time, still a bit surprised. Sister, didn't you swear never to drive again? Is this a betrayal of your oath? This world has one thing that can make 90% of people break their oaths, Lu Chunxiu replied with a cold smile as she started the car. I know. Mo Fei raised his hand to answer. It's money and love. So I calculated how much it would cost for the taxi fare to pick you up every day for the foreseeable future. Lu Chunxiu showed a slightly fatigued smile. I suddenly feel it's just a psychological shadow. The impact is too limited. A mere bunch of mortals who could be killed cannot compare to poverty. If I encounter such a situation again, I would just run over them. Mo Fei felt gratified. Sister, you finally understood. Just like him, it's not that they can't afford a car, it's that shared bikes offer better value for money. The two chatted casually all the way to the film base. Director Wang's audition location was right here. This time his audition requirements were somewhat strange, with no limitations other than gender, not even a script provided. The actors coming for auditions only knew he was making a film of a different style than usual. Director Wang's past styles were quick-paced and somewhat nonsensical comedies. Was he going to shoot a serious drama? All the actors waiting for auditions were skeptical. Wu Miao, wearing a mask and a duckbill hat, brightened up upon seeing Mo Fei. If it weren't for his agent pulling him hard from the side, he would probably have rushed over for a bear hug, allowing Mo Fei to experience the taste of trending on social media. Before the situation escalated further, Mo Fei walked over to Wu Miao. Wu Miao raised his hand to play a card. How about it? Ivet practiced. Mo Fei smiled and congratulated him. That's great. Mastering this skill means you can start learning flower cutting and flying cards. Wu Miao was taken aback for a moment and then calmed down. All right, there's still many things I haven't learned or practiced, but it's really difficult. Finally, Wu Miao's manager cast a grateful glance at Mo Fei. Since Wu Miao was poisoned by the fungus, he seemed to have activated some strange switch, becoming increasingly lively. As the older sister, she was certainly glad to see her younger brother in this state. However, as a manager, she truly needed some time off. Lu Chunxiu approached her and began to chat. What's the content of Director Wang's movie this time? Any spoilers? No. Wu Miao's manager replied, lowering her voice, but I heard that the major roles are all male characters, and there are many male characters, so it should be a similar theme to the last one. After their conversation, the two exchanged knowing smiles. With many male characters having significant roles, the competition between Wu Miao and Mo Fei would be much less. It's rare for their own artists to have a friend in the industry, so it's better to maintain that friendship. Everyone waited for a while, and the audition began. At that moment, the second oddity of this audition became apparent. The staff outside shouted for pairs to go in for auditions. After one pair entered, they would call the next group, without waiting for the previous one to come out, ending up with several groups together. Mo Fei calculated that there could be at most 5 groups inside, which means 10 people. With so many people, what was Director Wang planning? Forming a boy band on the spot. But these actors didn't share a common style. Mo Fei couldn't figure it out, but it didn't prevent him from watching with great interest. Some of those who came out were full of confidence, while others looked dazed. However, they all had one thing in common: they did not reveal the audition content to anyone outside. There was an attitude of you have to endure the hardships I've faced. But this is also understandable. Soon it was Wu Miao's turn for the audition. He unsurprisingly chose Mo Fei as his partner. Managers couldn't accompany their artists during auditions. The two managers stood together praying that their artists wouldn't act out. They hoped that the previous toxic fungus incident wouldn't make them lose their minds. But it didn't seem to affect. Though the managers' eager expectations weren't received by the two artists, they knew they needed to put on a show and walked into the audition site with smiles. Sitting behind the table were all familiar faces. In the middle was Director Wong, flanked by his trusted assistant director and screenwriter. Upon seeing the two enter, Director Wong, who was drinking water, choked and started coughing. The assistant director, recalling the fear of being controlled by various accidents, cleared his throat and awkwardly said, "There are two roles now, a serious and upright police officer and a cheeky criminal. You two can divide the roles and improvise." Wu Miao and Mo Fei exchanged glances, and they both made a decision at the same time. Mo Fei raised an eyebrow, his smile widening to a radiant extent. "Officer, if you arrest someone without evidence, I can sue you." With that one sentence, Director Wong felt his heart racing. Damn, isn't this the kind of arrogant behavior exhibited by all sorts of criminals in Lao Zijing? Disdain for public authority, contempt for the law, and arrogance towards the officer. This kid's acting has improved. Wu Miao, who debuted as a child star, immediately caught on to Mo Fei's line, looking coldly at his empty hand. "If there's no evidence, you wouldn't have been invited back." He gestured with his other hand, as if flipping through documents. "Are you very confident in yourself?" As Mo Fei leaned back and swayed his upper body as if resting against the chair, he looked up at him with a smile that seemed to have changed meaning. "I'm not confident in myself. I'm confident in you all, officer. You were once very good friends." Director Wong interjected, adding to the scene. Wu Miao's face was not only cold, but also showed some anger as he clenched his fist. "Do you think I can't catch your flaws? Do you think you know me better than I know you, eh?" Mo Fei laughed directly. "Don't be silly. When have you ever won against me in the game of catching people since childhood? But this time it's not a game." Wu Miao fixed his gaze on Mo Fei. Indeed, Mo Fei tilted his head, his expression becoming flippant. "This time it's about lives." Wu Miao's facial muscles twitched, and he calmly closed the empty documents, walked out through a non-existent door, and gently closed the door behind him. However, once the door was closed, his expression instantly broke, and he mouthed a curse. Seeing him leave, Mo Fei's smile faded significantly, and he muttered to himself, "Good luck, officer." Clap. Director Wong nodded. "An excellent performance." Not just excellent, Mo Fei's smile had not faded, and it was layered with so many nuances. Moreover, he didn't look happy at all. That was quite rare. He had a smile, and yet not look happy. At least among the people present, Director Wong hadn't seen anyone showcase that so straightforwardly. Having collaborated once, I won't beat around the bush. Director Wong closed the notebook in front of him. "The script I'm preparing is one you both can act in." After the last collaboration, Director Wong recognized Wu Miao's acting skills and dedication, while Mo Fei's slightly eccentric state and decent acting were also a good fit. In fact, Mo Fei was one of the inspirations for this script. However, Director Wong introduced a twist. "If there are no more suitable candidates later, it will be you two. Now go back and wait for the notice." Watching the two young people shift from joy to worry, Director Wong was immensely satisfied. Who said only actors could play in directors' films? He had also made cameo appearances in movies when he was young. However, he was speaking the truth. If there were more suitable candidates later, Director Wong would definitely hesitate to use Mo Fei. After all, this person was quite peculiar. There hadn't been a single day of peace during the shoot, and he could still attract a pot of toxic fungus afterward. But Director Wong felt that it was likely he wouldn't find a more suitable person. After all, he was an inspiration, and his acting was decent, how everyone else would only be a compromise. He didn't want to settle for mediocrity. Holding on to a faint hope, Director Wong wondered if there would be any astonishing actors in the future. If there could be someone with overwhelming acting skills, that would be even better. Outside the audition venue, the two managers hurriedly approached when they saw their artist come out. Wu Miao thought for a moment and said, "I think it's okay. What about you, Mo?" Mo Fei lazily raised his hand and made an okay gesture. "I think I could do a bit better than him." "You're so pretentious." Wu Miao grimaced and then broke into a silly smile. "You're quite handsome." Mastering the art of elegant, effortless swagger is the ultimate aspiration of every adolescent in their dramatic phase. Wu Miao, perhaps struck by a belated bout of such youthful fervor, brought on by some toxic mushroom, gazed upon Mo Fei with reverent admiration, eager to learn from him. His agent hastily dragged the young star away, face burning with shame. Lu Chunxiu was no better. His cheeks flushed crimson. Two wayward youths side by side were nothing short of an embarrassment to their elders. Mo Fei, however, remained perfectly unruffled, and even offered Lu Chuanxiu gentle reassurance there's truly no need for such strong reactions. After all, this is merely one attitude toward life, one experience among many. I believe you far more if you first wipe that smug self-satisfied grin off your face. Lu Chuanxiu shot back. What a calamity. If he led astray a perfectly healthy, well-adjusted child, star Lu Chuanxiu dared not imagine what horrors might follow. Double Mo Fei. What kind of horror story is this? You'd better land director Wang's film Lu Chuanxiu side. Such opportunities are rare indeed. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Mo Fei murmured, unwrapping a chew stick and mimicking the motion of exhaling smoke rings. A life. Lu Chuanxiu burst into laughter at Mo Fei's theatrically solemn pose, slapping him lightly on the shoulder. Come on, let's go home. The audition with director Wang, as expected, did not go smoothly. After witnessing Wu Miao and Mo Fei's performances, every other actor seemed disappointingly perfunctory. The roles demanded two diametrically opposed identities, cop and criminal. Yet these characters also had a shared, deep, genuine friendship. Either relationship, if overemphasized, risked distorting the performance entirely. If the antagonism fell flat, the duality of their bond would vanish. If the emotional intensity ran too high, it would devolve into absurdity, like a cop about to break the law or a criminal suddenly seeking redemption. In the end, director Wang selected only a handful of actors barely passable for consideration, flipping through headshots while consulting his assistant director and screenwriter. Let me be frank. Allow me to speak honestly, the screenwriter said, scanning the dossiers and shaking his head. The cop role is manageable, but our criminal is written as a high-functioning antisocial personality. He mustn't appear overtly menacing, otherwise we'll fall back into that tired black-and-white action cliché. He tossed a dossier onto the table. Too fierce in appearance, unsuitable. Director Wang nodded, acknowledging the point. May I add something as well? Director, I fully support your vision for this personal project, but budget remains a real constraint. These actors possess solid craft and proven track records, yet their fees simply don't offer optimal value. Had they never seen Mo Fei, they might have gritted their teeth and hired them anyway. But having witnessed Mo Fei, an infinitely cheaper, more versatile, and equally compelling alternative, they found themselves unwilling to settle. As a newcomer with only one prior collaboration, Mo Fei's greatest advantage lay precisely in his affordability. This film was director Wang's long-awaited artistic reinvention. Surely he ought to cast the very best. Choosing Mo Fei frees up enough budget to negotiate harder with Wu Miao's agent. After all, one of these two roles must carry the audience's attention, must bear the weight of popularity. The assistant director spoke earnestly. They even auditioned together. What better opportunity to sign them as a package? Perhaps Wu Miao's fee could even be reduced. Director Wang was beginning to waver. Filmmaking demanded staggering resources. Though most crew members willingly followed the veteran director, accepting only food and lodging in exchange for their labor, the costs of equipment, maintenance, location rentals, and utilities were very real. Casting decisions thus required careful cost-benefit analysis. Yet Mo Fei, he truly is uncanny. Director Wang voiced his deepest reservation. You've all seen it. The severed limbs, the amputated arms, the murderer. Director, the screenwriter interjected, drawing out the word. Gently, none of those acts were committed by him. As long as the film can be released, why does it matter? And those raw recordings? They're free assets. If usable, why not incorporate them? The assistant director nodded emphatically. Last time, we had to appease investors' concerns. Now among ourselves we know what we're capable of. So long as it's filmable and releasable, we release it. A clever promotional campaign could even cut marketing expenses significantly. Director Wang studied his longtime collaborators' expressions, suddenly complex, layered with quiet triumph. To steer one's own ship meant no longer answering to financiers. Though their coffers had thinned, their authority had swelled. With a sigh, director Wang relented. Very well. Let's proceed as you suggest. Even as he spoke, a quiet thrill stirred within him. To capture the source of one's inspiration is every filmmaker's highest honor. To live a thrilling adventure is every youth's deepest yearning. Every soul has known youth. He had believed that bold, reckless boy, the one who gambled fearlessly, had long since perished beneath the weight of reality. Wow. Lu Chuanxiu bounded about, clutching her phone in ecstatic disbelief. We passed. Calm down, sis, calm down. Mo Fei watched, blinking as though a flea were leaping erratically before his eyes. Granny Zhang's still at home. You'll make her think there's an earthquake. You wouldn't understand. Lu Chuanxiu beamed. A second collaboration with director Wang means he's taken notice of you. This will become a vital credit when working with other directors. Mo Fei found the situation deeply suspicious. Logically speaking, given his track record of mishaps on Director Wong's sets, any rational person would avoid a second collaboration. Could his charm truly be that irresistible? Or did Director Wong simply crave excitement? Heavenly Father, protect us. Foreign deities clearly prove useless. I've visited temples and churches alike, yet received no response. Only Taoist shrines deliver results. I suspect my contribution deserves some recognition. Mo Fei raised his hand tentatively. Lu Chunxiu didn't hear a word next stop. The temple for incense offerings and double the donation. Mo Fei lowered his hand and hugged himself crestfallen. Yi Qiaofeng, the cat with one slit-like eye, had been tracking Lu Chunxiu's frantic movements until dizzy and overwhelmed he muttered as she inhaled catnip. She's utterly manic. Mo Fei glanced sideways. I'd advise you to stay silent for now. Yi Qiaofeng refused to heed the warning and let out a loud, defiant meow. Instantly, Lu Chunxiu turned, spotted him, and scooped him up, twirling him gleefully overhead. Little fortune cat. Mo Fei wasn't exaggerating. Black cats truly dispel evil and attract wealth. At last, I brought a genuinely useful creature into this home. Yi Qiaofeng's fur stood completely on end. Holy flying, damn you, catch me. Hey, Montauk Fei feigned deafness, gazing blankly upward. This ceiling really is a ceiling. Once her euphoria subsided, Lu Chunxiu cradled Yi Qiaofeng and called to Mo Fei, go fetch Granny Zhang. We're dining out my treat. Dining out. Mo Fei instantly perked up, springing to his feet. What are we eating? Taking Granny out. Mo Fei blinked expectantly. Hot pot. Barbecue. Neither option seemed viable. With a decisive wave, Lu Chunxiu declared fine. Restaurant it is. Mentioning dining out, Mo Fei immediately thinks of that problematic private kitchen. Although it was later confirmed that the dog meat used by the owner was from normally raised dogs, it is impossible to say that the incident does not cause any discomfort. Fortunately, Madame Qian and the crew were unaware of what had happened. They only knew that the private kitchen was inexplicably closed. Lu Chunxiu noticed Mo Fei's displeasure and thought he simply disliked dining out. Do you have a better suggestion? None. Mo Fei shook his head. Anything but Hangzhou cuisine. Lu Chunxiu smiled and placed the cat on the ground, then ill-called Grandma Zhang. As soon as she let go, a seam darted under the coffee table. Is she all right? Didn't she inhale any catnip? Leave some space for them to express themselves when others are excited and don't disturb them. Mo Fei imparted his experiences. Avoiding accidental harm is very effective. Otherwise, when someone opens their arms, you might just become the unlucky one to get slapped by them. Aren't you excited? The seam had Mo Fei momentarily stumped. Excited? A little bit, I suppose. Mainly, he never imagined that Director Wong would actually be so stubborn as to choose him. Sometimes he wondered if Lu Chunxiu had threatened Director Wong. Grandma Zhang might not understand what getting a film role meant to Mo Fei, but seeing them happy made her happy. Lu Chunxiu said she was treating them to a meal, and Grandma Zhang insisted on paying herself. In the end, the two walked ahead, tugging at each other, while Mo Fei followed behind with a cat draped over his shoulder, watching helplessly. On the pedestrian street, in the evening, crowds had begun to emerge for a stroll, with casually dressed individuals mingling with those dressed fashionably, creating an oddly harmonious scene. People holding cameras also pointed their lenses at the particularly eye-catching figures among the passers-by. The sound of the shutter was soft, but after experiencing so many incidents that could lead to arrest, and even having faced murderers directly, Mo Fei was no longer that naive young man. He pinpointed the source of the sound and shot a cold warning glance. The person with the camera trembled, and another shutter click followed. Mo Fei stepped forward, still smiling, but his eyes were icy. Hello. The person holding the camera swallowed hard, trembling as they replied, Let me explain. Mo Fei nodded with a smile. Go ahead. The person's legs began to weaken. This expression and demeanor were far from that of someone unbothered. As Lu Chunxiu walked, she finally realized that the follower behind them was gone. She turned back to look for them and saw Mo Fei confronting someone, stepping forward to ask what happened. An ordinary person finally managed to gather their words, explaining to Lu Chunxiu, Hello, I'm just a part-time street photographer. I accidentally captured you just now, and I won't post your photo without your consent. Lu Chunxiu pointed at herself, bewildered. You captured me. Mo Fei closed his eyes, briefly letting out a helpless sigh. You captured me. This time he intentionally used the fear aura. The effect was far superior to that of the outlaw. As long as there was malice involved, it could intimidate the opponent rather than causing indiscriminate oppression. This method could save a lot of time in resolving minor disputes. After all, in today's society, some people enjoy stepping on others when they see someone who looks easygoing and friendly. Did the street photographer capture you? Lu Chunxiu asked with interest. Let me see the shot. The person hurriedly offered their camera, continuing to explain, I truly didn't mean it. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. My main job is, as an entertainment journalist, essentially a paparazzo. I usually take all sorts of random photos, that's why I occasionally do street photography. The photos in his camera were quite normal, featuring beautiful men and women, elderly individuals whose faces told stories, and even stray cats and dogs. The paparazzo felt quite unlucky lately. His main job was already struggling, and he had previously encountered suspected gang members doing shady business. After finishing a flurry of work, he thought to indulge his hobby and ended up capturing a big shot out in public. One glance nearly left him stunned. The childhood trauma was about to become an adult one. Lu Chunxiu pulled up the photos he had just taken. The setting sun illuminated the man in black, outlining his superior physique with his hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat and a pleasant smile on his face. One could even faintly see a small animal perched on his other shoulder, making him look exceptionally relaxed. In the next photo, the man looked toward the camera. Although still smiling, his eyes became sharp. The lazy demeanor combined with the smile evoked an inexplicable sense of fear. A mysterious cat peeked out from behind the man's face, its green eyes resembling sharp needles, both staring intently at the lens. Lu Chunxiu looked back and forth at the two photos, amazed. These are really well taken. Could you send me a copy? When viewed together, it seemed as if the person in the photos was about to leap out and eliminate the photographer. If not for the camera being right in front of him, Lu Chunxiu would have wanted to ask whether the cameraman was still alive after taking the shot. The atmosphere was simply palpable. The paparazzo flattered smiled and said, Sure. I also wanted to ask if I could submit these two photos for publication. Submit for what? Lu Chunxiu asked, puzzled, while also showing Grandma Zhang the photos on the small display screen. Look, our little Fei is so handsome. For magazine submission. The paparazzo took out his phone. Hey, race the thing. Sometimes when I capture good photos, I contact the subjects to discuss submissions. If selected, the prize is split. He scrolled through previous chat records, and a list of contacts appeared, all discussing photos. Mo Fei felt that if he didn't speak up, they would forget about his existence. Isn't it better to ask for my consent beforehand for such matters? The paparazzo trembled slightly, cautiously, shifting his gaze back to Mo Fei's face, and when he noticed that Mo Fei didn't seem angry anymore, he finally smiled. Of course. He gave a thumbs up, praising, This is absolutely the most satisfying photo I've ever taken. It's good enough for submission to a fashion magazine. Lu Chunxiu returned the camera to him. All right, let's exchange contact information for now. The paparazzo was overjoyed, and after both parties exchanged phone numbers, that matter was settled. Grandma Zhang tugged at Lu Chunxiu. Send me a copy of that photo. It looks a bit like how the old man looked when he was young. Her expression was complex. I'll send it to my son to take a look. Neither Lu Chunxiu nor Mo Fei had ever inquired about Grandma Zhang's experiences when she was young, but looking at her now, it seemed that Grandma Zhang also had a story to tell. Lu Chunxiu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and smiled. Sure. This little episode was merely a trivial matter for them. As they were leaving, Mo Fei glanced at the paparazzo. Stay safe. Taking photos like this can indeed lead to encounters with unreasonable people who might resort to violence. The paparazzo felt a chill run down his back from Mo Fei's words, but he had also captured his most satisfying photo, so he hurried back to edit it, and simply packed up to go home. The celebratory dinner was exceptionally peaceful. The restaurant was clean, and the ingredients were fresh. Aside from being a bit expensive, there was nothing wrong. When he got home in the evening, Mo Fei received a greeting message from Wu Miao. Wu Miao, brother Mo, did you pass the audition? Wu Miao, I passed here, you probably did too, but the big sister said I still have to review the script before deciding whether to join the crew. Wu Miao, the big sister said, I've already filmed the male lead with director Wang. Once filming again wouldn't be very meaningful. Wu Miao, if you decide to join the crew, I want to join too. Mo Fei couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was overjoyed to receive one acceptance notice, while others were still hesitating. People can really drive you crazy. He collapsed onto the sofa and replied, It's confirmed, barring any surprises, I will join the crew. Wu Miao, then I want to go too. Wu Miao, I'm going to confront the big sister right now. Wait for me. Mo Fei's feelings were somewhat complicated. Was he really like a middle schooler who needed company even to go to the bathroom? Childish, but it was somewhat amusing. If you keep laughing, your face will fall apart. A cat licking its paw on the coffee table looked at Mo Fei with disdain. It'll show you that not only will my face not fall apart, but my mouth will also eat cats. Mo Fei rolled over and began a rather mild chase with the cat. Downstairs, Grandma Zhang was sleeping soundly with her eye mask on. The next day, in the police station, the officers who passed by looked at the figure in the office with uncontrollable surprise. Xiao Su is back so soon. You were injured so badly, why didn't you rest a few more days? A female officer placed a bottle of milk on his desk. and asked with concern. The station is short on people, so it's good for me to write some documents here. Officer Xiao Su smiled as he looked up. Thank you, Sister Wang. His desk was already piled high with various snacks and drinks, and his colleagues had taken turns to greet him. The female officer looked at him and sighed. Young people, don't push yourself too hard. Your master used it. I'm just like my master, not paying attention to rest and maintenance, and now I've ended up with a useless apprentice like you. Officer Tang walked in through the door and unceremoniously took a piece of bread from Officer Xiao Zu's desk. While chewing, he also criticized he's only a bit injured, not retired. You all treat it like a sacrifice. Those who don't know would think he's become a saint like Guan Yu. The female officer rolled her eyes and threw a teasing glance at Officer Xiao Su. I'm going back now, bye. Officer Tang waved his hand. Take care. No need to see you off. He commanded Officer Xiao Su, plug in that yogurt for me. Officer Xiao Su not only plugged it in, but also held it up and handed it to him. Didn't eat in the morning. Wrong question. Officer Tang shook his head. I haven't eaten since lunch yesterday. Did you stay up all night again? Officer Xiao Su looked at his master as if he were an alien. Do you even remember how old you are this year? Aren't you afraid of dying suddenly? Officer Tang blocked his ears with 2 fingers. All right, you can start talking now. Officer Xiao Su was almost amused by his master's stubbornness. After sitting silently for a moment, he turned to the computer. Send me your work for today, go rest. Officer Tang stood and glanced at him. How many stitches do you have on your hand? Don't lie, I can count it by taking off your clothes right here. 13. Officer Tang took a sip of yogurt. And on your leg. 25. Officer Xiao Su turned back helplessly. What's up? If you lose those 2 numbers, 1 arm is useless. Officer Tang finished the yogurt in 1 gulp, crumpled the box, and threw it in the trash. Ken, that woman is dead. Officer Xiao Su was stunned. How is that possible? Wasn't she supposed to be sent to the ambulance right away? You can manage everything except her suicide. Officer Tang shook his head. She was already an accomplice going to jail, and with such a huge chunk of flesh bitten off her face, she jumped out of the window from the bathroom, while everyone was resting at night, dying on the spot. Officer Xiao Su bit his lip and lowered his head. Silly boy, do you really think if you acted a bit faster to stop her from opening the door, she wouldn't be bitten by the dog, wouldn't have committed suicide? Officer Tang pulled out a chair from the side and sat down. Doesn't she know how her creditors disappeared? Didn't she open the dog kennel door herself? If you really want to keep working in this field, then reflect less on yourself and blame others more. Officer Tang waved his hand in front of him. Hey, do you know what I did yesterday? Officer Xiao Su shook his head in confusion. That Mei Yi is a persistent threat. The higher-ups have decided to initiate international cooperation, and we are considered a starting point. They will select a few people from us to join. Officer Tang looked at Officer Xiao Su, whose eyes lit up instantly and started pouring cold water on him. You've become a rag doll, and you're still thinking about international case handling. Wake up. Why are you telling me this? Officer Xiao Zu's expression dropped, and he was about to turn back to work. Hey, Officer Tang waved his hand. Things like this don't get started immediately. You heal well, and who knows, by the time you're better, you might just go. Really? Officer Xiao Su looked at him skeptically. Am I going to deceive you with something like this? Officer Tang unwrapped a piece of candy and threw it in his mouth. Your grades have always been the best here, and your practical performance is also good. If you can recover, who else should go instead of you? Officer Xiao Su finally smiled. So after discussing with our colleagues, Sister Wang returned at some point and stood beside them holding up a leave slip. We have all approved your leave. Let's go back together. Officer Xiao Su looked at Officer Tang in confusion. Did you arrange this? Officer Tang was equally confused. What is this? Let's go. Sister Wang waved her hand like shooing away flies. Do you really think we can't function properly without you two? Old Tang, just right, take your precious apprentice out too. Quick. As the two were pushed into the car and hurriedly left, Officer Tang sat in the driver's seat, still in a daze. Does this count as driving while fatigued? Officer Xiao Su, who was lifted to the passenger seat, silently looked at him. How about I drive? Seeing the guards urging them to leave, Officer Tang resignedly started the car. Wherever I go, I'm not popular. Do you need to rush me like a plague? Officer Xiao Su nodded in agreement, then shook his head. If you really die gloriously in the station, that would be a true plague. Such childish words. Officer Tang glared at him. Let me first take you, who almost died gloriously, back. Does your mom know you have over 40 stitches on you? It's a secret. Otherwise, I'll tell your master that you stayed up all night without eating. Then let's perish together and see who can outlast whom. Come at me. Hey, you little brat, wait until you recover, and I'll show you who's stronger. I won't let you win. The filming progress here with Xiao Qian has already advanced significantly. After all, this film lacks explosions and action scenes, and does not require green screen effects or wire work aside from the luxury scenes. It genuinely presents no considerable technical challenges. Originally, Xiao Qian planned to take things slowly, expecting there to be some time to refine, but who would have thought his mother would join the battlefield? Hui Tianxin had dyed her hair gray, with 2 strands of white highlighted at her forehead, styled in a slicked back look, appearing neat and sharp. She wore a black and white contrasting suit paired with metallic accessories and towering 10-centimeter high heels. As she strode into the office building wearing sunglasses, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for her. As she entered the elevator, the girl already inside instinctively apologized and hurried out to switch to another elevator. When the elevator reached the designated floor with a ding, the doors slowly opened, and Hui Tianxin stepped out, removing her sunglasses. "Sorry, Sister Linda." A young man dressed in a casual suit approached with a notebook in hand. "I don't understand why it's so difficult to confirm a time." "I'm sorry, Sister Linda. I really did try to reach out. I am not interested in the incompetent details of your work. Tell Jordan to replace the model for the sports segment. Ooh, I want a young, clean, and dynamic girl, not a dirty and ugly one. Reply to Mr. Lin that I will attend his gathering and have the driver drop me off at that place at 8:30, then come to pick me up at 8:45. Call Hua Xian Bing Sure and change the cream cake to a fruit cake without blueberries, cranberries, or any berries unless they change the supplier. Call my ex-husband and remind him that he has a parent-teacher meeting for his child in middle school tonight, and then call my husband to meet for dinner at the place Billy and I used to go. Tell Richard that I looked at the photos of the female race car drivers he sent. They're simply too thin. The racing suits hang on them without showing any muscle definition, as if they would break with just a bump. Can't we find a beautiful, healthy girl with muscle definition who can wear the racing suit without looking bulky?" The young man replied while taking notes, "Of course." Hui Tianxin paused, observing his flustered state, and asked, "Then can I go to the moon and pick the stars?" "Of course not." After confirming that he was indeed listening seriously and not just being casual, Hui Tianxin continued, "Also, I want to see the outfits John selected for the second cover test with Chris. I wonder how much weight she has lost, and who is he?" Hui Tianxin's gaze fell upon Mo Fei, who was awkwardly sitting outside the office. Uninvited guests. The young man stepped forward to block Mo Fei, saying the HR department sent him to assist. "I have already interviewed him, and he is completely unsuitable for here. I will handle this myself." Hui Tianxin shot him a glance. "The choices you made the last 2 times weren't that great either. Let him in." "Yes." Click. Xiao Qian, sitting behind the monitor, raised his hand and began to applaud. "Beautiful long take, thank you, senior." Hui Tianxin relaxed her expression, the sharpness fading, and smiled kindly. "It wasn't hard. It's what should be done." The actor playing the assistant also smiled, saying, "That was truly impressive, managing to memorize such a long monologue in one go. I didn't dare breathe while standing next to you." Hui Tianxin humbly smiled and thanked repeatedly. "She is indeed very impressive, but that doesn't justify wasting your time here." Madame Qian held a folder, her hair twisted into a bun, with a pen. "Now prepare for the next scene, change the camera position, touch up her makeup, and adjust the lighting." The atmosphere on set abruptly shifted. Mo Fei took a moment to sip tea, unable to help but marvel. The diva during filming, Hui Tianxin. The diva in the theater, Madame Qian. What kind of person would want to be an actor? They excel at whatever they do. In fact, if he had voiced the question, Madame Qian would have clearly replied, "I've worked hard my whole life just to experience a life where I can sit and do nothing but earn money. What's wrong with that?" However, after observing the daily lives of actors up close, Madame Qian felt that being an actor was not for her. Being a star suited her better. The quickest way to become a star is to spend money and have famous people promote oneself. So indeed, she needed her son to become famous first. It was similar in essence. As they wrapped up the daytime shoot and prepared for the night scenes, the bored makeup artist suddenly started swiping on her phone, continuously zooming in and out on an image. "Oh my." She slapped her thigh, showing her phone to the costumier beside her. "Look at this. Doesn't it look like Mo?" The costumier glanced with a curled lip, her brows furrowing immediately. "I can't be sure about the face, but that outfit is the one he took from us." Ji Xingyu, who had been freed from chores after the lighting assistant arrived, overheard Mo Fei's name and came over what's going on. The makeup artist held up her phone for him to see. "Does this person look like Mo Fei?" Ji Xingyu looked over, his eyes widening in surprise. "It is him. Where did this photo come from?" "It was pushed by an electronic magazine, and it's doing quite well in sales." The makeup artist scrolled through her phone and showed them the cover of the electronic magazine Fashion Salon. "I have a feeling this photo will end up in the hands of marketing accounts, generating 1,000 stories about a mob boss." She happily hugged her phone. "You wouldn't have guessed that. Mo Fei looks so silly all the time. He has this side too. I wonder if the cameraman who took this picture is still alive." Ji Xingyu thought about Mo Fei's mindset of being able to take a photo even in front of a murderer. Realizing this was not unimaginable. At that moment, the crew's cameraman also pulled out his phone. He subscribed to several electronic magazines, and flipping through them didn't take much time. Unexpectedly today, a familiar face popped up on the magazine screen. Unlike others, he was a professional cameraman and recognized at a glance that the figure in the image was the male lead he had been filming recently. Although his demeanor had changed dramatically, it was still not hidden from his eyes. "Hey Feiga, you are so ungrateful." The cameraman almost immediately wailed. "If you had this kind of photogenic quality, you should have told me. I would have shot you." Mo Fei, who was busy replenishing his energy, was taken aback by this outcry. What? Everyone else in the crew turned their attention towards the cameraman. The cameraman was now consumed with thoughts of having missed his muse, showcasing the photo to Mo Fei. "This is you, right? Don't say it's your twin brother." Mo Fei saw the familiar photo and nodded. "That's me, what's wrong?" Such a wild feeling, what a great mom. The cameraman slapped his thigh. "I want to shoot you, you have to let me shoot you, and I'll do the retouching for free." There's a saying that outsiders use to mock the photography circle. The 3 essentials of photography: a good-looking model, and damn it, a good-looking model. Although it is just a joke apart from landscape and cultural photography, the model is indeed a crucial factor in portrait photography. Mo Fei is not a professional photographer and does not understand the excitement of the cameraman. So he asks in confusion, "Haven't you been taking pictures of me all along? Not this kind of foolish pose." The cameraman pointed at the photo like this: "Give me a fierce look." Montak Fai. He had never heard such a strange request in his life. Considering he was a colleague from the same production team, Mo Fei reluctantly complied with his request, as long as he kept in mind to imagine plucking out his eyeballs. The cameraman had been most afraid of the legend of the cat-faced old lady as a child, but as he grew older, he came to realize that such a creature did not exist and gradually let go of his fear. Yet now looking at Mo Fei, who still wore a bright smile, but had malicious intent in his eyes, the cameraman abruptly recalled that pure fear from his childhood. It was the instinctive feeling of being threatened. Mo Fei gave a fierce look, and seeing the cameraman's stunned expression, he worried he might frighten him, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." The cameraman's eyes instantly lit up. "This is for my graduation project, hello." Mo Fei's face was filled with question marks. "What did you say?" In the end, it was all the fellow students from the crew who gathered to clarify the matter. The classmates who were pulled over to help apart from the senior in charge of costumes, who had already graduated, were all still in a state of preparing for their final projects. This final project was crucial. "I've been busy with this at home too." Ji Xingyu clearly empathized with the cameraman's feelings. "But I've already chosen my theme. Oh, I just need time." The makeup artist, who is also a painting student, expressed envy. "I don't even have a direction right now. So, can you help me with my graduation project?" The cameraman looked at Mo Fei with particularly eager eyes, as if looking at a Gundam for a phoenix. Mo Fei rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. "But you've said so much and I still don't know what your graduation project is about." "It's quite simple." The cameraman excitedly opened his phone to introduce. "My focus is on portrait photography, but I don't want to shoot purely beautiful or commercial photos. Speaking of which, my class monitor inspired me. I want to capture a blend of danger and beauty, creating a sense of fear and shock in the beauty of the photographs." He showed Mo Fei the photos as he spoke. Those must have been taken by his class monitor, all showing ruins, and there was even a close-up of a building exploding. Thinking of the class monitor who was injured during the explosion, Mo Fei's admiration for this unknown warrior reached new heights. "But if you're going to blow me up, that won't work." "I'm serious," Mo Fei said earnestly. "I'm afraid of dying." "I won't blow you up," the cameraman hurriedly explained, fearing his hard-earned opportunity might slip away. "I just didn't know where to find a model that is both dangerous and charming. I can't just go to prison and pick someone, can I? But that feeling in your photo is just right." Although the screen muted the chilling aura around Mo Fei, it was still sufficient. "As long as I combine you with some images that evoke joy." The cameraman scrutinized Mo Fei, already beginning to conceive ideas in his mind. That earlier fright had sparked new inspiration. "If I combine you with images that typically bring joy to the public, it could create a sense of contrast." The cameraman nodded as he spoke. At first, he was only trying to complete his graduation project, but now he genuinely wanted to capture the scenes in his mind. No photographer could refuse their muse of inspiration. "No way." Mo Fei, hearing this description, looked at his current status card. "Are you trying to say I'm a clown?" "How did you know?" The cameraman jumped up excited like a small child. "That's a genius idea, right?" Mo Fei found it hard to evaluate, because he had seen in a dream a man who was so unfortunate that he transformed into a clown. Before he transformed, he was a failure. After he became a nightmare. That was quite thrilling. However, he had never seen similar works or images before. This was also a good topic, and he could ask Director Wong later if he would consider the script. There's so many images that can represent joy. Oh, why do both of you want to use a clown? The makeup artist raised her hand in confusion. The clown from the opera dolls, fairy tale princesses and princes, and the deities from our folklore are all great options. I need the most intuitive contrast. The cameraman clenched his fist. What you mentioned can all be photographed. I could do a series. A voice came from the side, puzzled, yet sincere. Have you asked M.O. Faye for his opinion? The cameraman, giddy with excitement, turned to look at M.O. Faye and found his gaze wandering, his expression unnatural. The others looked as if they had been caught playing games by their parents. The cameraman calmed down, and upon looking again, he saw Lu Chuanxiu standing next to M.O. Faye, smiling at him. Seeing that he had finally noticed her, Lu Chuanxiu showed a slightly apologetic expression. Sorry, but M.O. Faye's schedule is quite packed. He might not have time to help you. They had to join Director Wong's team. After this shoot, there wouldn't be any free time. If it weren't for her watching closely, and if M.O. Faye were to agree to help, it would be a struggle to manage. The cameraman was taken aback, but quickly reacted, no problem at all. I can coordinate with the schedule. I'll handle all the preparations. As long as he has 1 or 2 days free, we can shoot a set, and a few sets will be sufficient. M.O. Faye asked with his hands in his pockets, is there overtime pay? Lu Chuanxiu shot him a glare. Don't cause trouble. Yes, there definitely will be. Thinking of how much money his classmates had invested into their graduation projects, the cameraman gestured. Lu Chuanxiu hesitated slightly. 10,000. The cameraman looked serious. Paid per session. Oh, come on, we're all classmates of Director Chien. Why be so polite? Lu Chuanxiu immediately smiled. Now that it's come to this, how can we not help? Well, help, definitely help. The cameraman let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Ji Xingyu, lighting designer. Ji Xingyu silently nodded, agreeing to help him with this. He then looked at the makeup artist. The makeup artist gave a thumbs up. I want to see what you can come up with. Moreover, she was a bit interested in this theme, so it seemed her own graduation project inspiration also had a lead. The forgotten protagonist, M.O. Faye, was fed a piece of candy. Never mind, getting used to it is good. In the past, Lu Chuanxiu only worried about her artists not getting work, but now with Mo Faye's schedule fully booked, it has become a happy kind of trouble. She had already negotiated the price with the landlord upstairs and would be moving in soon to take care of M.O. Faye at close range. This would also prevent him from pulling any more tricks. After sending off M.O. Faye, Lu Chuanxiu returned to her small rented room exhausted. She lived in a cramped space. When M.O. Faye was still gaining recognition, she couldn't afford to switch to a better place. Now that M.O. Faye's career was improving, she was still burdened with debt and couldn't save a dime. It was frustrating. Lu Chuanxiu pulled out her keys from her bag, and just as she opened the door, she heard a sudden voice behind her. Sister Lu, aren't you taking us with you? Startled, Lu Chuanxiu turned around to see a plain-looking man standing behind her, speaking with his head slightly lowered. Oh, it's you. Lu Chuanxiu sighed in relief. Old Zhao, it's not that I can't take you, but you see, magic isn't popular in this era anymore. With the rise of short videos came an explosion of information. Many magic tricks have been completely exposed, and props could even be purchased online. To become a famous magician in such an era, one must find ways to either perform in grand venues or innovate new tricks. The problem was that they neither had the money for grand venues, nor did old Zhao have the creativity to invent new magic. If things continue this way, they would all be heading for a dead end. Old Zhao, if it weren't for your persistence, I wouldn't have kept you around all these years. Lu Chuanxiu said earnestly, it's time to wake up. Is it me that needs to wake up, or do you have a way out? Old Zhao raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. He lifted his phone, and on the screen was a street photo of M.O. Faye. He's one of your artists, right? Now that he's successful, have you kicked us old folks to the curb? Lu Chuanxiu furrowed her brow, her expression turning serious. Our matters are our matters. Even without M.O. Faye, we would eventually part ways. Noticing that something seemed off with old Zhao's demeanor, Lu Chuanxiu secretly heightened her guard. What are your hands doing? Old Zhao's gaze fell on her hand, reaching into her pocket. Are you planning to call the police or seek help? Lu Chuanxiu took a deep breath, intending to continue negotiating, but old Zhao suddenly threw a punch at her face. The blow was hard and fast, sending Lu Chuanxiu crashing backward against the door with a loud thud. She felt a sharp pain in her face, her mind turning to mush. Old Zhao pulled out a sealed plastic bag containing a damp cloth from his pocket. He pressed the damp cloth over Lu Chunkius' mouth and nose, and soon she ceased to move. Old Zhao rummaged through Lu Chunkius' bag to find her phone, unlocking it with her fingerprint. He scrolled through the contacts and sent a message to her top director stating that she was unwell and taking a day off, then looked for her message history with M.O. Faye. The light from the phone screen illuminated his face, the packed schedule stabbing at his heart. For performers, a busy schedule isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is being completely neglected. Using Lu Chunky's phone, old Zhao sent Mo Fei a message about her taking a day off due to illness. He then opened the door to the rented room, placed Lu Chunky's handbag and phone inside, and finally left with her. Some recipients of the message paid no attention, while others were baffled. Madame Qian casually replied with an acknowledgement, while Director Wang was confused as to why an actor's agent was asking for a day off when a previous project had already wrapped and the next one hadn't even begun. Assuming it was a mistake, he simply ignored it. Mo Fei stared at his phone, his face showing a look of despair. What kind of expression is that? A seam of fabric slipped past him and sat down on the other side. Is it the end of the world? It's worse than the end of the world. Sister Lu said she's sick and taking a day off. Mo Fei looked at the phone screen, his face scrunched up. You came late and don't understand. I've known her for so many years and have never seen her take sick day. There was one time she had a fever of 39 degrees and was still contacting people for gigs. If it weren't for a kind-hearted person noticing something was off, she could have burned herself out. Something is off here. She was perfectly fine when she dropped me off. She even had time to reprimand him for eating spicy snacks in the car. How could she suddenly be sick enough to take a day off? He felt uneasy and started putting on his coat. I need to go check on her. Let's go together. A seam of fabric tugged at his clothes. Mo Fei grabbed a cat in one hand and a yulok in the other, rushing out the door. This time he chose not to take public transport, but called a cab. Lu Chunky's rented space was located in the city center, a better location than the old neighborhood, but correspondingly more congested. What usually took half an hour stretched into a full hour due to traffic. When Mo Fei reached Lu Chunky's doorstep and knocked, there was no response for a long time. He called her again, but heard the faint sound of her phone ringing through the poorly soundproofed walls. Could she have fainted and lost consciousness inside? In a state of panic, Mo Fei couldn't care less and raised the yulok, banging it against the door. The doorknob was deformed, and he stepped back 2 paces before kicking the door. With a crash, the door was forcefully broken open. A seam of fabric darted in first, and by the time Mo Fei entered, it had already circled the room and concluded no one here. Mo Fei looked at Lu Chunky's phone, still lit up on the sofa, a sense of foreboding growing stronger. Nowadays, no one goes out without their phone. Moreover, for Lu Chunxiu, whose work revolved around information, her phone was like a bomb that would explode if she were 10 meters away from it. She never let it out of her grasp. Mo Fei felt that something serious had happened. Without hesitation, he dialed Officer Tang's number. When the phone was answered, Officer Tang's voice was hoarse, as if he had been soundly asleep, and was just woken up. Hello. Officer Tang, this is Mo Fei. I need to report a case. A woman is missing. Hearing the words "report a case," snapped Officer Tang to attention, and the sound of fabric rustling came through the receiver. What's the location? When did she go missing? It shouldn't have been long. We saw each other 2 hours ago, but after she sent a strange message. Mo Fei emphasized the key point. Her phone and handbag are at home, but she is missing. Moreover, she almost got kidnapped by human traffickers once and managed to injure them. Mo Fei's meaning was clear. The fact that both her handbag and phone were at home was obviously abnormal, and the strange message, along with her previous experience of nearly being kidnapped, indicated that this could likely be a retaliatory action from criminals. Send me the address. I'll head over right now. After Officer Tang finished speaking, he abruptly hung up. Officer Tang drove swiftly to LV Chunky's residence, his clothing and hairstyle in disarray, clearly indicating he had rushed out. Upon seeing the violently broken door, Officer Tang's expression grew serious. Who broke the door open? He asked as he entered the house, addressing Mo Fei. I did. Mo Fei replied honestly. When I arrived, I heard a phone ringing inside, but no one answered the door. I was worried something had happened to her, so in a moment of panic, I kicked the door open. Officer Tang felt a slight relief in his throat. He couldn't say that Mo Fei had done anything wrong. Now tell me what happened. Officer Tang took out a small notebook from his pocket and recorded the details of what Mo Fei had said. The unusual text messages and the phone left behind, while not direct evidence, were sufficient to indicate that LV Chunky's disappearance was indeed unusual. Does she have any enemies? Officer Tang asked quickly while jotting down notes. Mo Fei frowned. She might have offended a human trafficker before, but other than that, I'm not very clear. As for enemies he might have made, he could list a whole basket full, but LV Chunxiu had always valued harmony in her dealings. For a moment, Mo Fei truly couldn't think of anyone she had offended. Officer Tang paused, his writing, his expression grim. The most challenging aspect was that the missing person was an adult woman, and there was no direct evidence proving she was in danger. While a report could be filed, it hadn't yet reached the threshold for a case to be opened. Officer Tang walked to the window and looked outside, where neon lights flickered and traffic flowed. He scanned the street and storefronts multiple times, trying to find a camera that could capture the entrances and exits of the building. This type of shared apartment had over 20 units on a single floor, with all sorts of people inside: nail artist, cat cafe, owners, board game enthusiasts. With such a mixed crowd, there were only a few cameras by the elevator. "Let's go find the building manager," Officer Tang said after surveying the room, finding no other anomalies. As they left, Mo Fei glanced at the door he had kicked open, feeling a bit guilty. "What about this door? We don't want to come back and find the place ransacked. Let's find someone to keep an eye on it," Officer Tang replied, having no other options. At night, no one would come to change the door. Having someone there would not only guard the place, but also alert them if LV Chunxio returned. "Let me." Mo Fei flipped through his contacts but got stuck. Given his somewhat sparse social circle, he truly couldn't think of anyone who could help. What about the versatile officer, Su, who was injured? Should he call Ji Xingyu to see? "No need," Officer Tang replied, looking down as he sent a message. "He'll have my wife come over." Since the situation was still unclear, it wouldn't be good to trouble other colleagues. It was most convenient to rely on family. "You wait for her here, I'll go contact the manager," Officer Tang instructed Mo Fei after sending the message, then hurriedly left. In such a building, one couldn't expect a competent manager. If they waited around foolishly, it would only lead to endless bickering with the manager. Mo Fei anxiously waited outside the door, and after about 20 minutes, a short-haired, middle-aged woman with a serious demeanor approached him. The woman glanced at the deformed door and spoke. "I am Tang Xin's wife. I'll take care of this." Mo Fei quickly understood that Tang Xin was Officer Tang's name, and nodded rapidly. "Thank you for your help." With someone guarding the house, Officer Tang and Mo Fei could search for LV Chunkiest whereabouts without worry. Mo Fei found Officer Tang in the lobby on the first floor. "How's it going?" Officer Tang's expression was far from pleasant. "We're waiting for someone to come open the door." When he called the person in charge, they said the manager had gone off duty. It was only when he identified himself and requested cooperation in the investigation that the person in charge finally agreed to have the manager come open the door and check the surveillance. In such places, safety was truly non-existent. Mo Fei also found it absurd. While older neighborhoods weren't exactly safe, they weren't this bad. At least the retired security guards would still be wandering around at the entrance every day. The two waited for quite a while before the middle-aged manager finally arrived with an impatient expression on his face. "What is it? It's late at night." Officer Tang didn't indulge him. He immediately showed his badge. "Police, someone is missing in this building. Please cooperate with the investigation." Upon seeing the badge, the manager's attitude improved slightly. While grumbling about how the residents in the building made too much trouble speculating that the missing person had probably just run away, he leisurely opened the door to the surveillance room. Inside the surveillance room was a large screen television segmented into small squares, displaying multiple monitoring feeds. Footage from the 12th floor around 7 in the evening. Mo Fei mentioned the time and place. The manager sighed and pulled up the footage as he was instructed. The footage from inside the elevator and the elevator lobby looked normal. Ulvi Chunxio exited the elevator with several residents, but after fast-forwarding, she did not appear again. "Switch to the lobby," Officer Tang said intently. "Start the footage from when she went up at 8. The manager truly didn't understand what they were doing. Watching at 8 times speed was pointless, as at that speed, one couldn't even see a person's face. However, being a police officer, the manager reluctantly complied and set it up as instructed. The building surveillance had poor pixel quality, and the wiring was not very clear. Officer Tang stared at the monitor for a few minutes before suddenly shouting, "Stop! Rewind 5 minutes and change to double speed." His sudden shout indicated he had noticed something causing both the manager and Mo Fei to tense up. The surveillance footage began to rewind, as directed by Officer Tang. In a lobby, a worker in a hat pushing a cleaning cart slowly walked across the screen. Generally, cleaning in buildings happens in the morning or afternoon. It is rare to see cleaners at night. After all, this is not the street, and residents wouldn't want to hear garbage collection noises at night. "You cleaners are more dedicated than you are. You're still working at this hour." Officer Tang glanced at the time displayed on the surveillance. It's only been 10 minutes since she exited the elevator. They were prepared. The manager nodded repeatedly. "Yes, there is one, but a few days ago, someone shot it with a laser pointer." Surveillance equipment can be up for months without being used, so they hadn't rushed to repair it when it broke. "You really are something." Officer Tang adjusted his phone to video mode aimed at the television. "Play it again, and after it finishes, copy this segment of the surveillance and send it to the police station. Then pull up all the elevator footage from the last 10 minutes, starting with the 12th floor up and down." The manager was stunned at first, and Officer Tang sternly shouted, "Did you hear that?" The manager finally regained his senses and replied, "Understood, understood." This building has a limited number of surveillance cameras, but Officer Tang, with his rich experience and keen intuition, managed to piece together the overall context from the information relayed by a few cameras. First, after finishing work, LV Chunxiu exited the elevator without her handbag and phone at home, which leaves two possibilities. Either she encountered an acquaintance at her home and was abducted, or someone knocked her out outside and used her keys to enter, placing her handbag and phone inside the room. From the information received by Moth, it seems that the person who targeted LV Chunxiu should be familiar with her work nature and know her home address, but lacks a deep understanding of her personality and her relationship with Moth. That means the person is someone around LV Chunxiu, but not familiar to Moth. This essentially rules out the possibility of it being a revenge act by human traffickers. After all, human traffickers wouldn't care whether LV Chunky's phone and handbag were left in the room or tossed in the trash bin. The next point is the timing. From the time LV Chunxiu exited the elevator, Officer Tang reviewed the surveillance of the elevator areas on other floors and noticed a cleaner appeared on the 14th floor 7 minutes later. At that moment, he was already pushing a garbage cart into the elevator, and from the way he pushed in the direction of the cart, it was evident that it contained something. It is highly likely that this person disguised as a cleaner attacked LV Chunxiu, knocked her out, and then placed her in the garbage cart to take her away. Unfortunately, this person was fully armed, and the surveillance footage did not capture his face at all. All that could be determined was that he was a man of average build, about 1.7 meters tall. With so many people coming and going from the building, and with a shopping mall entrance nearby, it was nearly impossible to correlate the surveillance footage. Officer Tang stepped outside the building to see if there were any cameras facing this direction, but the results were disappointing. It was late at night. By this time, most people had finished washing up and were lying in bed preparing to sleep or playing on their phones, gearing up for a late night. Officer Tang circled around the building while asking Moth, "Do you know if she has any other relatives or friends around here? Since I met Sister LV, she has never mentioned any relatives." Moth furrowed his brow in recollection. As for friends besides me, she had a few artists under her charge, but they recently terminated their contracts. Artists who terminated their contracts. Officer Tang halted, turning to look at Moth. Was it due to moral misconduct or economic disputes? Neither. Sister LV said she wanted to focus on mentoring me, which is why she terminated their contracts. However, we've never met them. I just know that, counting me, Sister LV had about 6 people under her before. Jealousy and human nature can be difficult to predict. If normal people had more personnel at the police station, they wouldn't always be understaffed. Officer Tang started making phone calls again. After dialing, he asked Moth, "Does she have her phone with you?" Moth nodded just as the call connected. Officer Tang nodded while on the call. "Hello. Hey Xiao Lu, it's me. Can you come to the station right now? It's urgent." "Okay, sure, see you at the station soon." He hung up and beckoned Moth get in the car. The security at the police station recognized Officer Tang's car and was a bit surprised to see him back at this hour. When he saw Officer Tang's serious expression through the car window, he understood that a case had occurred. There weren't many people on duty at the station at night, and those who heard the commotion stepped out, each looking equally surprised. They had just sent people home for a holiday in the morning, and now they were back at night. But when they saw Moth getting out of the passenger seat, their expressions turned serious. "This guy must be here for a reason. It looks like work is calling." "Old Tang, this." The on-duty officer approached, wanting to inquire about the situation. Officer Tang decisively issued a command, "Take him to file a case. Open the information room for a bit. Xiao Lu will need it later." File a case. Illegal detention. Officer Tang's brow furrowed tightly. "We need to find her quickly. Do you know her ID number?" Moth rummaged through his handbag and pulled out LV Chunky's identification. "I have it." "File the case first." Officer Tang waved his hand. His preliminary review of the surveillance footage in the building had already been an unauthorized operation. Generally, the police could only act after filing a case. However, rules are for the dead, and the living must adapt. If everything is done strictly according to regulations, the phrase, "to adapt to changing circumstances," would never exist. Moth registered according to procedure, feeling increasingly uneasy in his heart. He worried whether this situation was caused by the moth to the flame effect, fearing that LV Chunxiu might be implicated because of him. It was the same as when he was robbed on the road last time. Moth considered whether it would be better to find a secluded place to cultivate so he wouldn't drag others into it. "I sent my underlings to look for someone." A thin and elusive figure slipped in through the door, leaping onto Moth's shoulder, but this time finding just one person is a bit challenging. It's rare for a group of people to be confined. Pulling one person apart from another makes the target less obvious. Moth remained silent, merely stroking its soft fur. Before Officer Lu arrived, the police station received another emergency call. The caller reported that an explosion had occurred near a residential building. Although there were no casualties, it had caused panic among the residents. The on-duty officers immediately set out after receiving the call. The already quiet police station grew even more desolate. After about 15 minutes, an electric vehicle drove into the police station. The person in the car parked without turning off the ignition and dashed into the building, shouting, "Captain Tang, I'm here. Unlock this phone." Officer Tang, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, handed LV Chunky's phone to him. "Check the contacts." Officer Liu glanced at the phone's exterior and then at the charging port. "Do you have a Type-C data cable?" Officer Tang searched his desk and pulled out a dirty white data cable to hand it over. Officer Liu took the cable, connected the phone to the computer, and began operating. "Give me 10 minutes. Mo Fei watched for a while and said I could do this too. He had taught himself how to unlock phones after forgetting his password and not wanting to spend money on professional help, saving quite a bit. Officer Tang glanced at him, suddenly recalling that although he didn't look like an actor, he was also a computer science student. Breaking into and decoding should be a piece of cake for him. As characters danced on the computer screen, a sudden explosion was heard outside the police station, startling everyone inside. Officer Tang rushed to the front, pushing Mo Fei behind him. "Xiao, Liu, keep going, don't come over. I'll go outside to check the situation." He pointed at Mo Fei and, as he left, casually closed the door. In the deep of night, the streets were nearly deserted with private cars lining both sides, unable to find parking spaces. The explosion occurred at a dilapidated van by the roadside. As Officer Tang hurried over with his gun in hand, he discovered that the windows of the entire vehicle had been shattered and flames were raging inside, with black smoke billowing from the windows, obscuring any view of the interior. The van crackled with the sound of burning, while the alarms of other nearby vehicles blared incessantly due to the shockwave from the explosion. The once quiet street erupted into chaos. Lights began to flicker on in the surrounding apartment buildings, and residents pulled back their curtains to peek outside. As Officer Tang approached the van, he caught a strong scent of low-quality gunpowder reminiscent of fireworks that had long been banned. He circled the van, seeing no one inside and no visible injuries. No casualties could be considered good news amidst the bad. Residents above watched the burning van below and discussed the scene, recording videos on their phones. Look, I wonder who is so unlucky to have their car explode in the middle of the night and it's still not put out yet. It must be someone who left gas canisters or flammable explosives in the car. I doubt anyone would dare to leave a lighter inside. But there's someone watching the situation. Hey, stay away so you don't get blown up." Officer Tang understood that this explosion was deliberately staged for him to see. With the police station so close, who would believe it wasn't a provocation? But this could not be known by ordinary residents, as it would likely incite panic. Moreover, the previous explosion reports were probably directly related to this incident. Officer Tang felt that everything today was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. "Old Tang." Mo Fei ran over with a red fire extinguisher in hand. "Didn't I tell you to stay put?" Officer Tang took the fire extinguisher from Mo Fei and aimed it at the van's interior to extinguish the flames, while reminding him, "You should go back and stay there." Mo Fei could follow Officer Tang's line of thought and understood what he was thinking. He was a disciple of Officer Xiao Su, and to some extent their spirits were inherited, both unwilling to involve civilians in the case, preferring to stand in front. However, he was not completely unrelated to this matter. Mo Fei grew up in an orphanage, and due to his strange dreams, he had always been somewhat peculiar, leading to few friends. Lu Chunxiu had a strong personality and was serious about Mo Fei, making decisions that sought to balance both Mo Fei's interests and her own. Otherwise, she would not be living such a hard life. Once a person loses their conscience, they can live quite happily. Yet she still chose the difficult path, and Mo Fei's call of sister was sincere. "Officer Tang, are these explosions related to the person who kidnapped Sister Liu?" Mo Fei furrowed his brow, voicing his suspicion. Officer Tang did not respond immediately, but finished spraying the entire fire extinguisher into the van. He stepped closer to inspect, finding the van empty with the seats removed. There is still no direct evidence linking these two cases together. Officer Tang sighed in relief and turned to say, "We will definitely do our best to find her." When he saw Mo Fei's expression, his actions paused slightly, and he spoke with a warning tone. "Mo Fei, don't do anything foolish." During this time, Mo Fei's behavior had been perfectly normal, to the point where Officer Tang nearly forgot the dangerous aura he had initially sensed from him. This time, with Lu Chunxiu being kidnapped, Mo Fei was very angry, and he couldn't possibly harbor no malice towards the perpetrators. Even if this malice wasn't directed at Officer Tang, the momentum was enough to alert him. The person before him was no gentle, harmless rabbit, but a pragmatic individual capable of taking down 4 strong men by himself. What foolishness could I possibly do? Mo Fei raised his head, sporting a broad smile. It's about police-civilian cooperation. Danger. Officer Tang's hair stood on end. He glanced at Mo Fei with a complex expression, placing the empty fire extinguisher beside the van. The case was beyond what the on-duty officers could handle. Officer Tang began calling people back to come in for overtime. In the middle of the night, people were abruptly awoken to work overtime, and although the officers' families complained, the nature of the job left them no choice. Officer Liu broke into Liu Chunkia's phone, flipping through the contacts, which were mostly work-related. The long contact list seemed to go on forever. The officers began investigating Liu Chunkia's interpersonal relationships, while Mo Fei squatted in the yard, talking to a seam. "Get your little brothers to help me find a scent," Mo Fei said with a serious face. "Those 2 explosions must be related to Sister Liu. I smelled a faint ammonia scent in the gunpowder from the van. It's homemade ammonium nitrate explosives." Homemade ammonium nitrate explosives are generally grayish-white or light yellow powders wrapped in oiled paper or tape in cylindrical shapes. Have your little brothers look for anything like that around. Asim distilled the key points, something cylindrical with a pungent smell wrapped in oiled paper or tape. "Leave it to me." After saying this, Asim ran off into the corner and disappeared. Homemade explosives are typically made from sulfur or ammonium nitrate, which are also the easiest materials to obtain in everyday life. The former is used in matches, vulcanized rubber, and pesticides, while the latter is widely applied in fertilizer production. If one is determined to get them, it's not hard at all. Black powder, made from sulfur charcoal and saltpeter, usually has a smell reminiscent of rotten eggs. Ammonium nitrate itself is odorless, but homemade ammonium nitrate explosives will break down to emit a distinct ammonia scent. Mo Fei knew this, and soon Officer Tang would too. When uncertain about how much explosive material was still in the city, they needed to race against time to eliminate all potential dangers. However, it was evident that the perpetrator was also aware of their plans, providing them with no time to defuse the bombs. Within just 2 hours, the police station received 4 reports of explosions. Fortunately, none of the incidents resulted in fatalities. Only a drunken man was left bloodied, but not in life-threatening danger. Officers from several districts began to work in unison, leading police dogs through the dark streets on patrol. Strangely, the stray animals that usually ran away upon seeing people seemed to have taken the wrong medicine that night, actively leading them along. While they were merely patrolling, they found quite a bit of homemade explosives in various locations, such as roadside shop entrances and residential areas where crowds would gather after dawn. When the bomb disposal experts became overwhelmed, Mo Fei raised his hand to offer help. Although it was against the rules, urgent circumstances warranted flexibility. After confirming his knowledge of explosives was no boast, the officers made an exception to allow him to participate in the operation. There are 3 common methods for bomb disposal: dismantling, destruction, and elimination. Dismantling is the most dangerous of these, but it can be executed if there is certainty. When confident, bomb disposal experts generally prefer dismantling. Firstly, the dismantled explosives can serve as criminal evidence, and secondly, it allows for the understanding of the internal structure of the bomb, yielding more research material. However, this time the task is urgent and time is limited, so the explosives that cannot be dismantled must be destroyed on site. The leading bomb disposal expert and Mo Fei are extremely busy. The number of police dogs in the bureau is limited, and this time the stray animals have been a great help. Although the items they find may not be 100% accurate, they significantly reduce the pressure on the police's bomb disposal efforts. While our personnel are engaged in bomb disposal outside, those in the police station are also hard at work. Officer Tang leads a group of sharp-minded officers to convene a meeting for analysis. Whether it is about LV Chunxiu being kidnapped or the bombing case, anyone who has acted will inevitably leave traces behind. The reports of explosions received by the police span from the south of the city to the west, with scattered locations, increasing the difficulty of bomb disposal, but also raising the likelihood of exposing the criminals. Inspection team members look at the screen full of cameras, needing to identify potential issues among the vehicles passing through, thereby analyzing the criminals' movements and hiding places. The workload is substantial, and Officer Tang is also intently focused on the screen. Before dawn, the police station received reports of 2 more explosions. Combined, there have already been 8 explosion cases, along with nearly 20 locations of unexploded explosives. This time, the situation is exceptionally severe, highlighting that the criminals are well prepared, making it a tough challenge. At dawn, Mo Fei is conducting bomb disposal beneath a residential building. This area had previously experienced an explosion, and upon receiving the residents' report, Mo Fei, being nearby, came to check the situation. The explosive device is a homemade hot water bottle bomb, fortunately causing no casualties, and they also discovered another unexploded hot water bottle bomb on site. The officers and Mo Fei meticulously inspect the explosion site. After dawn, elderly residents from the residential building have started to come out, making it unsuitable for on-site destruction. Mo Fei carefully transfers and dismantles the unexploded hot water bottle bomb. As he removes the explosives from the bottle, he can't help but feel a surge of anxiety. This hot water bottle appears almost identical to the one that previously exploded, but based on the power of the explosion, the one that detonated contained at most 300 grams of explosives. However, this unexploded hot water bottle contains 600 grams. Moreover, after extracting the explosives, Mo Fei also discovers 2 glass bottles inside the unexploded bomb. One glass bottle contains black powder, mixed with a large number of steel balls and iron nails, while the other holds a gasoline diesel mixture. The bomb was shaped with cement and then disguised using the hot water bottle. This type of explosive is designed to take lives. If they handle this bomb, as they did with the previous hot water bottle bomb mishandling, could lead to an explosion, turning the question from whether anyone would die to how many would perish. The detonated explosives were not very powerful, but they have uncovered several very dangerous ones. After dismantling this hot water bottle bomb, Mo Fei raised his hand to indicate that the danger was cleared, and immediately an officer approached to collect the dismantled explosives. When Mo Fei stood up, he wobbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. An officer nearby supported him and asked what's wrong. Low blood sugar. Mo Fei shook his head. Do you have any cola or sugar? Having been highly tense and awake all night, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. The mental fatigue is secondary. The physiological response cannot simply be resisted by willpower. The officers exchanged glances and ultimately decided to take him to the roadside to rest for a while. Not only Mo Fei, but they also endured a long night, and without a brief rest to replenish their strength, they too would not be able to hold on. After dawn, breakfast stalls opened, and the officers bought some buns and soybean milk to eat on the go while investigating the explosives. As Mo Fei bit into a bun, the officer who supported him earlier slipped a handful of candy into his pocket. Mo Fei glanced at him. That officer smiled. My younger brother also has low blood sugar. It can be tough. It's good to keep some sugar handy. Your brother. He's still in college. The younger generation seems to pay less attention to their health nowadays. As the officer spoke, a subconscious smile appeared on his face. It was evident that the bond between them was quite good. Mo Fei continued to focus on his bond. He has a good relationship with LV as well, to the extent that if one of them encounters trouble, the other will definitely come to the rescue. The person did not directly kill LV, but kidnapped him, preparing so many explosives in various locations, which does not seem like a mere act of revenge. But what benefits does this bring him? Mo Fei couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, a young police officer, checking his phone, exclaimed, "Everyone, quick look at the news. Someone has leaked this incident." Like a stone creating 1,000 waves, everyone pulled out their phones to check. On a certain short video platform, the hottest topic right now is a video lasting several seconds. The video begins with a focus on a woman tied to a chair, her head bowed, unaware of her fate. As the camera zooms out, her surroundings are revealed. It is a relatively enclosed space with several cylindrical objects wrapped in yellow tape arranged around the chair. The entire video has no sound, only a few lines of text. The show has begun. Are you satisfied with last night's fireworks? I will present the most spectacular performance for the entire city. The video description states that if it is taken down, all explosives will be detonated, killing the hostages. In the comments, some have begun to doubt the authenticity of the video. The previous night's explosions were quite loud, and many commented on where they lived and what time they heard the explosions. This seemingly aligns all the information, and some started speculating in the comments that this might just be a ploy by a fame-seeking online personality. But in this day and age, would anyone resort to such a ridiculous marketing tactic? However, it must be said the internet seems to have no shortage of such foolish individuals. The discussions among the netizens began to stray off topic, while Mo Fei instantly recognized the woman tied to the chair. It's LV. Mo Fei's expression instantly grew serious. Those taped objects look like nitric acid bombs. If detonated, the people inside would definitely not survive. Not only would they not survive, but whether they could remain intact is also questionable. Those explosives piled at her feet would make one think they were mimicking the Ming dynasties, one who attempting to fly to the heavens with homemade rockets tied to a chair. But one who died, and if those explosives were to blow, LV would also be doomed. After the video appeared, Mo Fei did not delay and went straight back to the police station. After a night of investigation, although it could not be said that all the explosives had been found, continuing to sweep for mines on the streets had little meaning. The efficiency was too low and the accuracy insufficient. He returned to the police station to find out if the police could locate the person who posted the video. If they could catch him and interrogate him about how much explosives he had planted, things would become much easier. The police station was also extremely busy at this time. They could not finish reviewing the surveillance footage from the night before, and they were investigating LV Chunky's contact list, as well as who had recently purchased large quantities of sulfur and nitrate. This criminal was so arrogant that he was practically sitting on the police station's head. If they couldn't catch him, it would reflect poorly on their professional integrity. When Mo Fei returned, Officer Tang was still on the phone. He had seen a short video and now needed to collaborate with the operating party to see if they could find out where the account owner had published that video. Since that person boldly released the video on the platform, such behavior clearly carried a performative nature. The police focused their investigation on the magician and an actor who had been associated with LV Chunqiu. Due to the nature of his profession, the magician had some understanding of physics and chemistry, giving him the innate conditions to handle explosives. The actor's family was in the fertilizer business, and after breaking his contract, he returned to help out at the family store, providing him with the means. When the police approached, the former actor had just woken up and was completely unaware of what had happened. After questioning, the police learned that the magician had purchased a batch of ammonium nitrate shortly after breaking his contract. The magician claimed he needed it to research a new magic trick, and since they were acquaintances and had previously done business, he didn't think much of it and sold it to him. "How much did you sell him?" Not much, I guess." After thinking for a moment, the person replied, adding up all the times I sold to Lin Ling, it was only about 70 to 80 Gene. "You call that not much?" The officer in charge of the questioning really wanted to pry open his head to see what was inside. Among the 3 ingredients of modern black powder and nitrate accounts for about 75%, sulfur accounts for 10%, and charcoal accounts for 15%. Taking the previously dismantled hot water bottle bomb with a powder content of 600 grams, as an example, 80 Gene of ammonium nitrate could produce nearly 90 bombs of that power. And how much have they produced and detonated so far? How much raw material is left? Those are all safety hazards. It was impossible for that madman to give up halfway and throw everything away, right? Ammonium nitrate is prone to moisture. Once it gets moist, it becomes useless. He buys 10 Gene each time and always says it went bad before he could use it. "The stuff I keep here often goes bad too." While speaking, the person still felt wronged. A ton of ammonium nitrate only costs a few thousand yuan, selling a little yields no profit at all. He was just trying to help someone who was struggling to get ahead, but who knew that this scoundrel would not be reasonable. "Officer, this stuff is innocent to me. It's just a fertilizer raw material, right? It still depends on the user." The questioning officer closed his notebook and squeezed out a smile. "Selling dangerous materials illegally, and you still think there's no problem? Take him away." Cases with such serious nature were rare, and they felt no excitement about witnessing history. Only public servants felt the anger of the law being violated. The officer took him to the police car, and just as the vehicle started, a loud explosion was heard from the fertilizer store's warehouse. The shockwave shattered the police car's windows, and orange-eared flames shot up into the sky with thick black smoke drifting far away, accompanied by a pungent chemical smell in the air. There were 3 officers and a civilian in the police car, all startled by this sudden turn of events. The officer in the passenger seat covered his ears, blood flowing through his fingers, still shouting hoarsely, "Is everyone okay? Is everyone okay?" It took the others several seconds of holding their heads before they snapped back to reality. The driver tried to maneuver the police car away from the blast zone, while the other 2 officers continued reporting the situation and calling for backup. The fertilizer factory owner regained his composure and frantically shouted, "Is there anyone else? There are still people in the warehouse." This explosion was completely different from the previous minor disturbances. That person had directly blown up a warehouse filled with fertilizer. If the factory were not located far from residential areas, the damage would be unimaginable. The middle-aged man responsible for guarding the factory had been lured away by someone with false information the night before, resulting in 4 minor injuries from this explosion. This person is not here to take revenge on society. A photo of the magician had already been posted on the whiteboard in front of Officer Tang. They could now confirm that the mastermind behind the explosion and the illegal detention case was this magician. His decision to lure away the guard indicated that his primary goal was not to take lives. However, when it came to creating explosives, he did not seem to value human life very highly. This person's surname is Zhao Qingya, male, 35 years old, and a local. The female officer reported, while holding the documents, he lost his mother at a young age and was raised by his father. He participated in a few magic competitions as a child and won prizes. After becoming an adult, his father returned to the countryside. He has never married and has been participating in various programs and performances, hoping to become famous. So the contract termination with that agent touched this little prodigy's sensitive nerve. A young officer sarcastically remarked, What does he want to do? Put on a big show? At the possibility, Officer Tang nodded. The female officer who had been monitoring the short video platform raised her phone. It has been updated again. This time his content is, she hesitated and read aloud, "Let the world hear my voice," with a picture of the fertilizer factory explosion accompanying it. Damn. The young officer who spoke earlier rolled his eyes, mister. One must be unable to rest in peace now. An older officer beside him reprimanded, "Say less. He's even live streaming." The female officer's expression turned surprised. He's showing his face. Everyone immediately opened their phones to check. On the screen stood an ordinary-looking man, unremarkable in stature with nothing special about him, standing in what looked like a rooftop peeking over the railing. When he faced the camera, the only eye-catching aspect of him was revealed. He was wrapped in a circle of yellow tape, forming a cylindrical object. A collective gasp echoed in the police station. What was he trying to do? Officer Tang did not look at the person, but fixed his gaze on the environment behind the screen. He wanted to determine Zhao Qingye's location. Before he could recognize it, someone shouted outside the conference room, "Where are you going?" Officer Tang looked up and saw Mo Fei's figure leaving like a gust of wind. He instinctively stood up and shouted, "Follow him." Officer Tang was right. Mo Fei indeed recognized the location of that person at a glance. He had been there several times, all for filming. That was the rooftop of the Twin Towers. Such buildings have security, and Mo Fei wondered how that person managed to sneak up there, but it didn't stop him from rushing over to slap him. As Mo Fei rushed out of the police station to hail a taxi, a police car stopped in front of him. Officer Tang waved to him from the driver's seat. "Destination, get in." Twin Towers, that guy is on the rooftop. Mo Fei didn't hesitate and directly got in the back seat. The officer in the front passenger seat was holding a phone, streaming the live footage. In the back seat, another officer was on the phone, loudly shouting, "Is everyone okay? Did the fire department get called? What about the ambulance? As long as everyone is fine. Safety first." Once he hung up, he returned to a normal volume. The people at the fat factory were injured by the explosion. Luckily, only minor injuries, but they will need some time to recover. The one illegally selling explosives is fine, but his house was blown up. He just took over the fat factory not long ago, and he had no idea about the lethality of potassium nitrate and carelessly sold it. He pretty much got himself killed. The fallout from this is severe, at least 10 years in prison. If he gets 10 years, Zhao Liye will be looking at life imprisonment. Officer Tang sneered, activating the siren and stepping on the gas. The police cars following suit accelerated as well. Each floor of the Twin Towers served different purposes, housing both companies and server rooms, all managed by property services. Only employees holding work permits could pass through the turnstiles on the first floor. Visitors needed to validate their identity before being granted temporary access. Those working here typically had a 9-96 schedule, with property staff arriving even earlier, all on duty by 8:30 to open the doors. The officers went upstairs with their badges and advised the property staff that it would be best not to allow anyone into the building today, as it was too dangerous. The property manager smiled, understandingly got it. "Once you go up, the elevators will be under maintenance, all of them. However, there are many companies here, so the maintenance might not take long. Then fix it for as long as you can." Officer Tang signaled to the female officer beside him. The female officer stepped forward, taking out a notebook. "Now, let's talk about how that person got up there." On the rooftop, Zhao Qingye was performing some outdated magic tricks in front of his phone. Guessing cards, changing cards, 3 fairies returning to their cave, coins penetrating cups. If it weren't for Officer Tang notifying the operators to move his live stream to another traffic pool and all accounts operating it were police officers, viewers would have already started mocking him. The police were unwilling to see the suspect act irrationally due to ridicule. When Mo Fei and Officer Tang arrived at the rooftop to find Zhao Qingye, he was performing a magic trick with iron rings in a mechanical, almost numb manner. Seeing Mo Fei arrive, Zhao Qingye's eyes lit up. "Ladies and gentlemen, we finally have the best supporting actor for this performance." He adjusted the phone in front of him, pointing the camera at Mo Fei. The officers following Mo Fei had grim expressions. Although they found the person the hostage was not there, they still needed to locate the hostage and remaining explosives. Moreover, even if they found the hostage and explosives, the Twin Towers were the tallest buildings nearby, lacking conditions for a sniper. On top of that, what Zhao Qingye had strapped to himself could very well be explosives. This time it was genuinely. Zhao Qingye's mind was not entirely clear. Seeing Mo Fei's cold face, he surprisingly smiled. "I recognize that expression. It's all over the internet. Being good-looking is great. You can become famous just by taking a picture. I've practiced for so many years and still have no splash. Even that woman has to help you." Mo Fei couldn't help but step forward. "Where is she?" "Guess," Zhao Qingye said, opening his coat to fully display the explosives on him. "I want to play a game with you. How about Russian roulette?" As long as you shoot your own head, once it'll tell you part of the location of the explosive. If you don't die in the end, it'll tell you where she is. Mo Fei forced a smile and stepped forward. All right. Montauk Fai. Officer Tang pulled him back, but couldn't stop him. Mo Fei continued forward until he was 10 meters away, stopping only when he noticed a clear look of wariness on Zhao Qingye's face. I can play this game with you, but how can you guarantee that you'll keep your word? Zhao Qingye pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, showing Mo Fei the text on it. These are the locations. You fire a shot, and he'll give you a page. As he spoke, he tore a page from a notebook, crumpled it, and tossed it to Mo Fei. Go verify it. The crumpled paper hit the ground, rolling between the two. Mo Fei glanced down and walked over to the crumpled paper. Noticing Zhao Qingye's wary expression, he kicked the paper back. As soon as he approached, Zhao Qingye, the latter's hand slipped into his pocket. The detonator could be in his pocket. If he made any move, Zhao Qingye would detonate it, leaving Mo Fei no chance to subdue him directly. Officer Tang picked up the paper and saw 4 or 5 addresses hastily written on it. He handed the note to the officer behind him, looking at Mo Fei with concern. Are you really going to gamble with him? It's not me who wants to gamble. It's him risking the lives of Sister Liu and many innocent people against me. Mo Fei gave him a reassuring look. Give me a revolver and a bullet. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Officer Tang couldn't feel at ease. If it weren't for this madman only allowing Mo Fei to approach, he wouldn't mind playing this ridiculous game. The addresses on the note were quickly verified and found to be accurate, apart from one that had been cleared by bomb disposal last night. The remaining locations all contained homemade bombs. The revolver needed for Russian roulette was delivered to Officer Tang's hands 15 minutes later. Police issued 9mm revolver. This is a rubber bullet, and this is a real bullet. Officer Tang placed the empty gun in Mo Fei's hands, holding 2 bullets tightly. If it's pressed against the head, even a rubber bullet can be lethal. If you want me to use a rubber bullet, give me a real bullet instead. Mo Fei felt the heavy weight of the revolver, a faint smile lingering on his face. Officer Tang took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Mo Fei, be careful. There are no tall buildings nearby, and the rooftop is open without sniper conditions. They were too far from Zhao Qingye for the police handgun's effective range, leaving it truly up to Mo Fei now. As Mo Fei stood before Zhao Qingye, once more gun and bullets in hand, the sunlight had already begun to shine upon them. The warmth of the sun was always comforting. Mo Fei remained 5 meters away from Zhao Qingye, showcasing the revolver and bullets in his hand. Are they real bullets? You haven't tampered with them, right? Zhao Qingye craned his neck to take a look and said, put the bullets and gun on the ground and step back 10 meters. Let's do it one step at a time. Mo Fei crouched down to place the bullets on the ground. I don't have any hostages, and it's too dangerous for you to have the gun in your hands. His words were laced with sarcasm, yet they held a grain of truth. Zhao Qingye acquiesced. The two maintained a relatively safe distance, as Zhao Qingye checked the bullets and the gun that Mo Fei had placed on the ground, confirming that nothing had been tampered with. Let's begin. Zhao Qingye fixated his gaze on Mo Fei. I want to see if your face can Mo Fei frowned, flipping open the chamber of the revolver to load the bullets. I admit that good-looking people have certain advantages in life, but that doesn't mean your failures are solely due to your looks. There are plenty of unremarkable people in this world who are respected. You need to understand this. Your failure isn't because you're ugly, you're simply worthless. Zhao Qingye's eyes nearly erupted with fury as he glared at Mo Fei's face, gritting his teeth and declaring, let's start. Russian roulette is a life-threatening game or form of torture where participants load 1 or more bullets into a revolver, spin the chamber, and then close it. Typically, participants take turns pressing the gun against their temples and pulling the trigger until someone gets shot or fears pulling the trigger. The one who gets shot automatically exits the game, while the one who hesitates loses. The last person standing is the winner. The onlookers gamble on the participants' lives. The greatest advantage of a revolver is that it won't jam, meaning there is no chance of failure at the moment the trigger is pulled. Zhao Qingye proposed this game, seemingly bold and reckless, yet Mo Fei still regarded him as a failure. Had he suggested that they take turns, Mo Fei might have respected him as genuinely mad. But Zhao Qingye dared not participate. He could only watch Mo Fei gamble with his own life. Such a person wasn't even worth being called a clown, lacking any sense of humor or drama. Mo Fei's disdainful expression clearly pierced Zhao Qingye's sensitive heart, and he roared, start. Mo Fei's hand swept over the revolver's chamber, swiftly returning it to position as it spun rapidly. In this way, neither could anyone determine where the bullet lay, nor could anyone predict when the next shot would be. There are many valuable qualities to learn in life, but as an actor, Mo Fei cocked the hammer, pointing the gun at his temple and sneering at Zhao Qingye. The most essential quality an actor needs is courage. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Click. It was a blank. Phew. Officer Tang's heart raced, and he exhaled in relief while involuntarily cursing, damn it. Zhao Qingye was also panting heavily. Mo Fei, however, remained relaxed and pressed the hammer down again. Of course, the courage I'm talking about is the courage to perform before an audience, as well as the courage to protect the weak against the strong. Oppressing the weak is the mark of the blind. Zhao Qingye, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, gritted his teeth and said, I know what price I will pay. I don't need you to tell me. He tore a page from his notebook and displayed it to his phone several times. I know there must be police in the live stream, my bet is in play, so continue. Mo Fei turned to look at the officers. Officer Tang, with a solemn expression, exchanged a few words with those behind him and nodded at him. Very good. Mo Fei pressed the gun against his chin, saying, It's quite normal to feel misunderstood and that your talents are not recognized by the public. Just like you may not have noticed how much effort Sister Liu has put in for us, while I may not like working, I have always taken it seriously. His finger resting on the trigger slowly tightened. Click. Another blank. The officers couldn't help but let out a small cheer. Zhao Qingye's facial muscles began to twitch involuntarily. Mo Fei showed no expression this time, calmly pressing the hammer down. In fact, I've always felt quite fortunate to have a responsible agent to encounter serious police when calling for help, and even though my friends are not particularly normal, they're all good people. Zhao Qingye smiled grimly. Then I hope your luck continues. He tore off another page and displayed the address to the live stream. This time, Mo Fei pointed the gun at his heart. This is the third shot, right? Let me think about what stylish words I should say to compliment this serious scene. He tilted his head as if pondering, suddenly breaking into a grin, pulling the trigger while shouting bang. The officers were startled, all shuddering, as if jolted by electricity, wishing they could drag Mo Fei back and beat him up. Was this the time for jokes? Zhao Qingye was not frightened. He anticipated the moment Mo Fei would be hit. How could he be scared? This is a joke. Mo Fei wore an innocent expression, stepping forward. Did I amuse you? Zhao Qingye's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced a grim smile. You're quite interesting. Another page was torn from the notebook. Mo Fei curiously asked him, How many pages does your notebook have? 6 pages. Zhao Qingye finally revealed his sinister intentions. 6 pages of addresses. The chamber could hold 6 bullets. To obtain all the addresses, Mo Fei would inevitably have to pull the last shot. Once this game starts, it cannot be stopped. Zhao Qingye wanted to see just how long Mo Fei could remain calm. Unexpectedly, Mo Fei merely nodded in understanding. Then it's almost over. He pressed the hammer down, aiming seriously at himself, clearing his throat. If this shot has a bullet, then I want to leave a final message to the world. Click. The fourth shot was a blank. Everyone was still waiting for his final words. Zhao Qingye was stunned. Mo Fei blinked, took a step forward, and smiled. Just kidding. At this moment, the distance between Mo Fei and Zhao Qingye had shrunk to about 3 meters. Yet, at this distance, a surprise attack could still give the other party time to detonate. How is this possible? Zhao Qingye regarded Mo Fei as if he were some kind of monster. This is impossible. Mo Fei toyed with the revolver. I told you my luck has always been good. He cocked the hammer, pointing the gun at his throat with a smile, taking a step forward. Now it's time for the truth to be revealed. The distance between Mo Fei and Zhao Liye had already narrowed significantly. Zhao Li's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Mo Fei's gradually tightening fingers. Click. The 5th blank shot. This is impossible. Zhao Li's eyes widened in disbelief. You must have tampered with it, right? You definitely cheated. The gun is empty. You cheated. Your words hurt me deeply. Mo Fei replied, shaking his head as he walked forward and opened the magazine. Due to the angle, Zhao Liye did not see the inside of the magazine at first, but Mo Fei slowly raised. With the palm and magazine facing inward, Zhao Liye could only see a bright yellow bullet falling to the ground from behind Mo Fei, making a crisp ding sound. Zhao Li's gaze was completely captivated by the bullet. The falling bullet indicated that there was indeed a bullet in the gun. Could it be that even the heavens were favoring someone who only relied on their looks? He was distracted. Without hesitation, Mo Fei smashed the gun against his nose, stunning him, and with one hand pressing on his shoulder and the other gripping his arm, he exerted force straight down. Within just a few seconds, Mo Fei effortlessly dislocated one of Zhao Li's arms. But that was not enough. Mo Fei did not hesitate and simply dislocated his other arm. By the time Mo Fei took action, Officer Tang had already started running over. Officer Tang was the quickest to react, leading the charge and immediately employing police martial arts to immobilize Zhao Liye. The other officers and bomb disposal experts followed, closely rushing forward to control Zhao Li's movements while preparing for bomb disposal. Amidst the chaos, Mo Fei quickly snatched a notebook from Zhao Liya and flipped to the last page. Scrawled on the page was Jinwan Apartment. Jinwan Apartment. Mo Fei recalled this location in his mind. He had encountered the axe murderer there while filming situated in a remote suburban area, which was quite a distance from here. He stuffed the notebook into the hands of a nearby officer and turned to run downstairs. Zhao Liya was pinned to the ground by numerous officers, unable to move, his face flushed with anger as he yelled, "This is impossible. How did you do it? Come back. Be honest now." Officer Tang increased his grip, slightly his arm, trembling. "No matter what you say, you won't be coming out for the rest of your life." The bomb disposal expert examined the bombs on Zhao Liya and soon let out a sigh of relief. "Fake, take him away." After giving the officer some space to move, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, to strap fake ones on yourself while leaving the real ones outside. That's just ridiculous." The bomb disposal expert looked at the young officer who had taken the notebook. "Shall we go?" The explosives outside were now secured, but actual disposal had to be handled by him personally. The young officer held the notebook tightly and nodded firmly yes. "First, let's head to the last known address." Officer Tang shouted, "There's still someone there." The bomb disposal expert gestured to acknowledge. "Take it back, we need to do a drug test first." Officer Tang stood up panting and instructed the nearby officers, "I suspect he's on something." The officers were somewhat surprised, but all agreed. Mo Fei rushed downstairs and flagged down a taxi, opening the door, and, sitting in the back seat, "Suburban Jinwan Apartment, please hurry." The taxi driver glanced at the rearview mirror listless and shifted gears. 100 for the suburbs or by meter. He didn't want to accept a fare for such a remote location during working hours. "I'll give you 200 if you hurry," Montag Fei urged anxiously. The taxi driver perked up, immediately the gears clattering. "I'll make sure to get you there." The driver slammed the accelerator, and Mo Fei was pressed back into his seat by the sudden acceleration. The bomb disposal expert and the young officer followed closely behind, watching Missouri Fei drive away in the taxi. The two hurriedly got into the car. "Follow that taxi." Even though they weren't familiar with the route to Jinwan Apartment, the taxi driver certainly was. Mo Fei was connected to the person who had been captured, so they must be going to find her. As long as they followed the taxi, they would have no problem reaching there. As the police car started, the young officer took a quick look at the map on his phone to confirm that the direction was indeed correct. The taxi was moving ahead, the driver in a decent mood. Today, it was a lucrative fare right from the start. Although he didn't understand why this young man was heading to such a remote place, taxi drivers had seen all sorts of people. Picking someone up and getting paid was all that mattered. However, as the driver continued, he felt something was off. He glanced at the rearview mirror and grew anxious. "Wait, why is there a police car following us?" Mo Fei turned his head and took a quick look. "It's fine, they're just following me." "Big brother, are you in trouble?" The taxi driver's eyes widened in alarm. "A fugitive. I can't take you. I might become an accomplice." He began to slow down. Mo Fei quickly explained, "I haven't done anything wrong. We're leading the police, don't stop. Time is of the essence." The taxi driver hesitated but then sped up. Mo Fei continued, "See, they haven't shouted for you to stop, have they?" This made sense to the taxi driver. Finally reassured, he said, "Now that you mention it, I should show off my skills." Every taxi driver has fantasized about the day that would assist the police in apprehending criminals, and this driver was no exception. The driver pressed the clutch, shifted gears, and called out, "Watch this." The police car behind noticed the taxi suddenly accelerating the driving path, becoming agile and fluid. "What's going on?" The driving officer did not understand. "Forget about the situation, just follow." The bomb disposal expert considered the potential scenarios ahead. His expression, "Serious time is tight. We need to speed up as well." The driving officer nodded and increased speed, sticking closely to the taxi. In a race against time, they managed to reduce the originally required travel time by a third. When Mo Fei got out and reached for his phone to scan a code, the taxi driver waved his hand. "You go ahead, I'll wait here. Your business is more important." At that moment, the police car stopped beside the taxi and several officers, along with a bomb disposal expert with a toolbox, got out. The taxi driver was still patting his chest in assurance. "Uncle Police, you go to your job. I'll watch the car for you." The term Uncle Police made the officers pause for a second, but they didn't have time to dwell on it now. "Driver, stay back. There might be danger here," the bomb disposal expert advised before looking at the dilapidated building. "Search layer by layer from close to far and report immediately if any issues are found." "Understood." The area of this unfinished building is not small. The officers, along with Mo Fei, conducted a thorough search from a distance and finally found a room surrounded by black cloth on the second floor of an apartment building. The completion of the unfinished building is quite low. Although the basic structure of the room has been built, it lacks doors and windows, resembling nothing more than a concrete shell. When the officers found this room, they did not act rashly, but chose to call out instead. Soon M.O. Fei and the bomb disposal expert stood outside the black cloth. They watched the video previously sent by Zhao Qingye, and through the layout in the video, they could roughly determine that Lu Chunxiu was indeed inside this room. The biggest concern now is how much explosives are in this room, and whether there are traps inside. The bomb disposal expert used scissors to cut a hole in the black cloth to observe the situation inside. Inside the room, only Lu Chunxiu sat in the middle with a pile of explosives forming a seat beneath her. She was already awake with a bruise on her face, looking dazed and not quite clear-headed. Noticing someone had arrived, Lu Chunxiu mumbled phrases like "no hurry" and "take your time and not afraid." "Sister Lu," M.O. Fei shouted, "don't worry, that person has already been captured. We will rescue you soon." Lu Chunqi's voice suddenly rose. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? What are you doing here? Leave professional matters to professionals. You, an actor, shouldn't make things worse." Lu Chunxiu frowned and shook her head. "Mo Fei, don't delay their work, understand? I'm not afraid. Take your time." M.O. Fei and the bomb disposal expert exchanged glances. "What do you think?" "She's right," replied the bomb disposal expert, and he began to prepare to disarm the explosives. They had previously disarmed quite a few homemade explosives in the city, which should all be the work of Zhao Qingye. The methods of production were quite similar, and with experience, it would be quick to disarm. After the bomb disposal expert removed and transferred the explosives, M.O. Fei entered the room and carried Lu Chunxiu downstairs. While going down the stairs, he comforted her sister. "It's okay. I'm taking you to the hospital now." "I'm fine," Lu Chunxiu said, softly, her head drooping. "Xiao Fei, don't be afraid." When he carried her down, a taxi driver saw them and immediately opened the car door, saying, "Get in quickly, he'll take you to the hospital." Another officer also got into the taxi, saying, "He'll go with you." He reported the situation over the phone as he spoke. When they arrived at the hospital and saw Lu Chunxiu lying on the hospital bed, M.O. Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. While settling the fare with the taxi driver, he noticed many missed calls on his phone. There were calls from Xiao Qian, Madam Qian, Director Wang Wumiao, Officer Xiao Su, and Ji Xingyu. Everyone was asking what had happened. M.O. Fei initially wondered if he should explain, but when he saw the photos they sent, he didn't know where to start explaining. The street photography he took earlier had gone viral, along with the photos of the bomb disposal operation from last night and this morning. Netizens may not know what kind of violent incident the police had thwarted, but they discovered that the handsome guy wandering the streets accompanied by a group of police personnel was the same person as the one in the electronic magazine. In no time, it seemed like the whole world was running into M.O. Fei. "I'm in the east of the city. My mom saw this handsome guy early in the morning and immediately called me to wake me up to see my wallpaper with a picture. I'm at the railway community. Oh, I thought I saw a ghost on the street while walking my dog funny. This guy's face and vibe are so striking. Indeed, he managed to withstand so many bizarre angles of death. This guy is just a little less impressive than me." Among a group of netizens joking around, there were always a few who saw the essence through the phenomena. "Isn't this person out there with so many police officers? There must be something going on, right? There are many places in the city under martial law today. There was an explosion yesterday. Think about it, analyze it carefully. Remember that video? Comment deletion warning." M.O. Fei scrolled through the messages, feeling overwhelmed. This time he had made quite a splash in front of the public, but unfortunately it wasn't the kind of attention he desired. He sat in the hospital lobby, replying to messages from everyone in his contacts. Since the case has not reached a conclusion, yet he didn't say much, only informing everyone that he was fine and not to worry. Officer Xiao Su entered the hospital with a somewhat awkward gait, looking around the lobby for a while before his gaze landed on M.O. Fei. "I asked the master, you really are here." Officer Xiao Su sat down beside M.O. Fei, saying, "You all are really inconsiderate. Such a big event happens, and you didn't even inform me." M.O. Fei exhaled. "You should ask Officer Tang about this. It's his responsibility." Hearing this, Officer Xiao Su could only lower his head and smile. He knew he still had injuries that hadn't been stitched up, so it was understandable that Officer Tang didn't notify him. After all, a minor injury shouldn't keep one off the front lines. Now that everything is resolved, when you return, there will probably be a pile of reports waiting for you. M.O. Fei turned to look at him, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Do you think you can escape?" Officer Xiao Su raised his chin and pretended to ask, "You're famous now, too. You're everywhere, my idol." "What time is it now?" M.O. Fei suddenly asked. Officer Xiao Su glanced at his phone screen. There's still an hour and a half." M.O. Fei closed his eyes, leaning against the chair back. The Joker card would refresh in an hour and a half. Thinking about the bomb he shot overnight last night, M.O. Fei couldn't help but be relieved that the last card he drew was the Joker. Though this card didn't seem like a positive card at all, it had helped him a great deal in this incident. Officer Xiao Su noticed that Mo Fei was not very enthusiastic. He lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and then patted Mo Fei's shoulder. I heard from the master that you played a major role this time, a hero who saved people from the fire. Not really, Mo Fei sighed bitterly. Compared to me, many people can be considered heroes. Officer Tang, the bomb disposal officer, all the officers, and the taxi driver who brought me here. They are more like heroes than I am. If it wasn't Sister Lu in danger, I wouldn't even be sure if I would have stepped forward so decisively. That Officer Xiao Zu's expression was very serious. We do everything we can because it is our duty. We have also received that kind of training which allows us to act without hesitation. And you, along with the driver you mentioned, are just ordinary people who haven't received training. Even if you chose to stand by or even avoid the situation, it would be a normal reaction. But you stepped forward, and everyone who did so is a hero. Officer Xiao Su patted his shoulder, a smile in his eyes. Or rather, you already possess the qualities of a hero. Friend, you are more suited to comfort others than most psychologists. Mo Fei said with a smile before revealing his greatest concern. Do you think I'm the one who brought these disasters to you? Director Wang has had to halt production several times due to encounters with a murderer, and Officer Xiao Su was injured because of a dog breeding incident. The entire crew was sent to the hospital due to a toxic mushroom incident nearly dragging the entire city down with it. Are you out of your mind? Officer Xiao Su could not comprehend Mo Fei's strange line of thought. He nodded. Yes, I admit that it seems the crime rate has increased since I met you, but you can't seriously believe that just by yourself you can raise the crime rate in an area, right? My master once said that if there were more normal people in the world, we wouldn't be so busy. I pass that sentiment on to you. Wake up, the reason they can do such things is that they are those kinds of people. What does that have to do with you? Even if it weren't you, Mo Fei, one day they might encounter Wang Fei or Li Fei and feel discontent, and they would explode anyway, unless you can tell me that you instigated them to commit these acts. That is impossible, Mo Fei vehemently denied. I wouldn't instigate anyone to commit crimes. Even if I lost my mind, the punishment starts at 3 years and goes up from there. But you seem to have studied it quite thoroughly. Officer Xiao Su raised an eyebrow at him. Since you didn't instigate it, what does that have to do with you? Every hour, thousands of people die in this world. Are you suggesting that they're only dying because you're... Mo Fei felt a sense of enlightenment from his words. Moths fly into the flame to attract evildoers, not to turn good people into evildoers. In other words, as long as all the bad people are sent to prison, there will be no bad people left to attract. Wasn't it peaceful for a while not long ago? This shows that this approach is effective. Mo Fei nodded while thinking. Officer Xiao Su found his contemplative expression amusing and felt genuinely pleased that he was a good person. All officers share the same wish to hope for a world without thieves. The hospital's electronic screen refreshed the call number. Officer Xiao Su looked up and said, "It's my turn. He'll head over first." He didn't come today solely to check on Mo Fei, but also to have his wound dressed. Mo Fei nodded, watching him enter the doctor's office. After a while, the blood test results for Lu Chunqiu came back. The doctor detected hydroxybutyric acid. Hydroxybutyric acid, commonly known as the drink that makes one obedient, has a strong inhibitory effect on the central nervous system, is colorless and tasteless, and is often used by criminals as an anesthetic drug or datrate drug, classified as a synthetic drug. If ingested in excess, it can lead to seizures, coma, liver failure, respiratory depression, and respiratory arrest. The poisoned individual might even die from asphyxiation due to vomiting obstructing the airway. The doctor shook his head at the test report. Even our specialized anesthesiologists cannot claim absolute safety with every administration. These criminals are certainly not more professional than doctors. Using this drug could easily lead to death. Mo Fei listened, calculating the crimes Zhao Liye should be charged with in his mind. Illegal detention, illegal purchase of dangerous goods, illegal manufacture of explosives, endangering public safety, attempted murder. Now it all depends on whether the judge will sentence him to death or life imprisonment. After all, the consequences of what he did were significant, but there were no casualties. Or rather, there hadn't been time for any casualties yet. The doctor was equally disgusted with such drug-abusing criminals and reassured Mo Fei, "Don't worry, once the hydroxybutyric acid in the patient's body is metabolized, she will be fine. Aside from some facial bruising, there are no other injuries. A couple of days of rest will suffice." "Thank you, doctor." After expressing his gratitude, Mo Fei sat by Lu Chunqiu's bed to rest. He guessed that the police station was already swamped with work by now. Zhao Qingye would need to be interrogated, and there were still some bombs to defuse. Officer Tang estimated that he wouldn't be able to attend to him for a while, so he could come back in the afternoon to take statement. After finishing his stitches, Officer Xiao Su came by to check on them, saying he was going home. Mo Fei guessed that he was probably heading back to the police station to help out. By noon, Mo Fei was able to greet the next card with a calm mindset. Identity Yoga. Active culinary expertise in meat. There are no vegetarians here. Cooking meat greatly enhances culinary skills. Expertise in psychology, not mind reading. Psychology students will attack you. Passive maintain elegance. Elegance never goes out of style. It is also the best disguise for criminals. Slight obsessive-compulsive disorder. Good living habits manifest in all aspects. Retain skills. Moths to the flame. Expertise in human anatomy. Best partner mastery of magic aura of fear. After browsing through the card, Mo Fei swallowed hard. For some reason, he felt a bit hungry for meat. Not starving, just wanted to eat meat. As he pondered, he suddenly heard a knocking sound coming from the window, as if someone were tapping on it. Mo Fei turned around and saw a black cat standing outside the window, its green eyes fixed on him. This is the 4th floor. How did you get up here? Mo Fei immediately got up to open the window. Just the 4th floor, no big deal. A seam cat sat on the windowsill without entering the room. To make a long story short, the dangers in the city had been dealt with to prepare the rewards. Mo Fei was taken aback. What rewards? Food and drink. The seam cat's eyes widened. If you summon a deity for work without offering, beware of the deity punishing you. Mo Fei thought for a moment and replied, can I conveniently spay them? Spaying stray animals can extend their lives and prevent the birth of more strays. The seam cat pondered. Cats don't care much about this matter, but dogs are another story. The uncertainty with extra strays is quite significant. Mo Fei considered it. Then let's spay all those we can catch. The seam cat was indifferent. Feed them well for a few days. There are indeed animals that are obsessed with their testicles, but there are few. Surviving is the most important. If spaying could exchange for a better living environment, then that would be worthwhile. Mo Fei calculated his savings. It would be great if he could get a pet hospital involved at a friendship price to do these things. All right, I'll go make some arrangements. Wait for you at home. The seam cat jumped directly from the window, startling Mo Fei. He leaned out to take a look and found that the cat was descending layer by layer along the protrusions on the wall, agile and nimble. Such agility is deserving of being a cat. Lu Chuanxiu awoke to an overwhelming fragrance. Her head spun, and a wave of nausea rose within her. As she opened her eyes, groggy, disoriented, 3 figures stood before her. Xiao Fei, Lu Chuanxiu murmured. Mo Fei, who had been speaking with Officer Tang, turned at the sound, and his face lit up with genuine delight. Jia, you're awake. How are you feeling? Are you hungry? Any pain anywhere? No, I'm fine, Lu Chuanxiu replied, still dazed, her thoughts sluggish. Why is Officer Tang here too? She touched her own face and winced. Sharp pain. At once the officer, accompanying Officer Tang, stepped into the corridor to summon a physician. After thorough examination, the doctor concluded that Zhao Qingye had indeed used excessive dosage. His assault had inflicted significant neurological impact upon Lu Chuanxiu. Her symptoms resembled those of a mild concussion, nausea, persistent headache, and transient amnesia. A prolonged period of rest and recovery would be essential. Mo Fei, unusually solemn, assured her, Jit, don't worry. I'll take care of both you and myself. Lu Chuanxiu felt deeply moved, yet true reassurance remained elusive. Though unwavering in matters of consequence, Mo Fei was utterly unpredictable in trivialities. Standing nearby, Officer Tang added supportively, Indeed, Miss Lu, you may rest easy. Mo Fei is remarkably reliable. It was largely thanks to him that you were rescued in time. Lu Chuanxiu, reserved around strangers, offered a polite nod and smile. That's good to hear, though inwardly she thought, as if I could possibly relax. This young man couldn't even cook for himself. If not for Grandma Zhang downstairs, Lu Chuanxiu half-joked she'd suspect he might starve to death. Having spoken, Officer Tang opened his notebook to begin routine questioning. Yet Lu Chuanxiu recalled almost nothing of what transpired after the assault. Her account yielded only information already confirmed by police investigation. Whether fortune or misfortune, it was difficult to say. Mo Fei, however, found solace in it. Remembering such trauma served no purpose. Officer Tang, well prepared for this outcome, closed his notebook and nodded toward Mo Fei. Interview concluded. I'll take my leave now. Do drop by the precinct when convenient. What for? Lu Chuanxiu asked curiously from her hospital bed. Officer Tang paused, choosing his words carefully. He assisted our investigation, so we're awarding him a commendation. In truth, the primary purpose was procedural documentation. His profound familiarity with explosives and the uncanny behavior of stray animals during the bomb disposal, combined with his prior testimony in the human trafficking case, had raised cautious interest. Though the police dismissed outright the notion of interspecies speech, they strongly suspected Mo Fei possessed rare animal taming aptitude. Both incidents warranted formal archival. And yes, the commendation was genuine. Officer Tang simply chose to emphasize praise over procedure. Lu Chuanxiu beamed. Cooperating with law enforcement is every citizen's duty. Keep praising him, and this boy will float straight to the heavens. Do I really boast that much? Mo Fei sighed, glancing helplessly at his sister. I'm merely handsome, kind-hearted, radiating charisma. Excellence isn't my fault. Look at you. Lu Chuanxiu shook her head, smiling. Does humility even exist in your dictionary? Officer Tang listened with quiet amusement, then spoke lightly. We won't intrude further. The precinct awaits. Mo Fei stepped forward. Let me walk you out. Turning back, he pointed to the bedside cabinet. There's minced pork congee. Try to eat something. With that, he followed Officer Tang out of the room. Lu Chuanxiu lifted the insulated pot from the cabinet. Its lid revealed delicate flecks of scallions scattered across the steaming congee. A soft laugh escaped her lips. This boy has truly grown. Meanwhile, Mo Fei escorted Officer Tang to the parking lot, where Officer Su sat inside the patrol car, still seated. Officer Su greeted him with a warm grin. We meet again. Knew it. Mo Fei replied, his smile polished and effortless. Let me guess. You're being driven home directly by Officer Tang, aren't you? Officer Tang, hand on the car door, paused, surprised. You know me that well, yeah. And I suspect you have something else to tell me. Mo Fei added, his tone serene. Ah, Officer Tang shut the door, arms crossed, studying Mo Fei with quiet appraisal. You feel different lately, more like a seasoned professional. I'm an actor. I can embody any role you require. Mo Fei winked. So, what's the good news? You knew it was good news. Officer Tang chuckled. Well, it is good news. Officer Su continued. The serial killer you apprehended received immediate death sentence at first trial. His appeal was rejected, verdict upheld. Montag Fai Esmal deepened authentisch ungadet. Truly excellent news. Fewer criminals mean fewer drawn to darkness, and safer lives for ordinary people. How could it not be good news? Officer Tang's expression softened, then shifted. Zhao Qingye has refused to confess, and insists on seeing you face to face. That choice is no longer his to make. With overwhelming evidence and testimony, conviction is only a matter of time. Mo Fei gave a faint, dismissive shake of his head. He held Zhao Qingye in contempt. Volatile, yet cowardly, preying on the weak while contributing nothing. Upon his arrest, toxicology screening confirmed long-term drug use. Officer Tang's voice grew grave. His mind was likely clouded during the bomb preparations, but intoxication never excuses atrocity. If anything, it would only deepen his sentence. Mo Fei tilted his head, slightly death penalty. Likely suspended death sentence. Officer Su interjected. China exercises exceptional caution in capital sentencing. Officer Tang nodded. Should he behave well, in custody suspension may convert to life imprisonment, and after 15 or 20 years of exemplary conduct perhaps reduced to fixed-term incarceration. Absent external influence, further reduction is unlikely. Exemplary conduct. Mo Fei arched a brow. What qualifies as exemplary? The two officers exchanged a glance. Identical resignation etched across their faces. It varies. Some earn redemption through sincere remorse, rehabilitation, or aiding investigations. Others merely avoid misconduct. Ultimately, how far one rises depends less on merit than on connections beyond prison walls. For now, Zhao Qingye would remain incarcerated until his final breath. Mo Fei understood the unspoken implication and smiled faintly. No matter. Light and shadow walk inseparably. Yet for now, Zhao Qingye will never walk free again. Correct. As the police car drove out of the hospital, a deep silence enveloped the interior. Officer Tang, having spent many years in the system, had seen both the clean and the dirty. While he sometimes felt anger, he had long surpassed the age of dwelling on it. Officer Xiao, Su, and the young officer driving were still inexperienced, inevitably feeling downcast upon hearing such events. Officer Tang noticed this and began recounting the scene where Mo Fei confronted Zhao Liye on the rooftop. His eloquence was average, but since it was a first-hand account of something genuinely thrilling, it didn't take long for Officer Xiao, Su, and the young officer to be captivated by his story. As the account reached the moment the bullet fell, Officer Xiao, Su couldn't help but ask, so how did he do? No wonder Zhao Qingye, even after being arrested, still yearned to see Mo Fei. Who would believe that such a low probability would conveniently land the bullet in the last chamber? Zhao Qingye's perspective was incorrect. I noticed a little something. Officer Tang raised his hand to demonstrate that bullet didn't drop from the chamber, it fell from Mo Fei's palm. Officer Xiao Su grasped the implication and couldn't help but chuckle. He has such quick hands. Officer Tang also laughed. Indeed, I was utterly terrified by the first 5 shots. Now you must have a different view of him. Officer Xiao Su looked at Officer Tang's face, raising an eyebrow, as he asked him, Fei is not the type of person you described. Officer Tang smiled. Being friends with him would indeed be a delightful experience. Time reveals a person's heart. At least for now, he genuinely acknowledged Fei. Fei, who had gained this recognition, was now peeling an apple for LV Chunxiu. Although LV Chunxiu wasn't particularly fond of apples, there was a reason why TV shows always featured people peeling apples for patients. Eating more fruit is never a bad thing. By the way, sister, shouldn't you hurry and move? Fei shaped the apple into a rabbit and placed it in a bowl to hand to LV Chunxiu. Your apartment looks utterly unsafe. Upon mentioning this, LV Chunxiu nodded in agreement. It is indeed time to move. If they were still in the old neighborhood, Fei would hear anything happening downstairs immediately. Fei quickly took out his phone. Then I'll contact someone to help you move your things now. Ji Xingyu has a company. He must have a truck we can borrow. As he spoke, he sent messages. Other than during meals, LV Chunxiu had never seen him so anxious. It seemed this kid had truly matured. LV Chunxiu watched Fei and felt like a big sister watching over her little brother, growing increasingly pleased. By the way, where's my phone? Seeing Fei messaging, she suddenly thought of something important. My phone hasn't been thrown away, right? No, it's at the police station. Fei recalled how LV Chunky's door had been kicked in along with the trending topic about encountering a big shot and the congratulatory messages for various people. He thought it was better not to check his phone before LV Chunxiu was fully well. Otherwise, he might get carried away again. LV Chunxiu nodded thoughtfully. Then we should hurry and get it back. Fei was in a crucial period of growth. He couldn't afford to be careless. Fei, with a somewhat guilty smile, squeezed his phone and pointed towards the door. I'm going to make a call. Go ahead. LV Chunxiu watched his figure, feeling that something was slightly off. Fei reached the end of the hallway by the window and immediately called Ji Xingyu. Brother, I need... Ji Xingyu, feeling both confused and relieved, said, as long as you're okay. I saw all those pictures of you and the officer online and thought something serious had happened. What do you need help with? Just say it. Help me find someone to help with moving. Fei spoke seriously. Sister LV is moving to live above my apartment. The sooner the better. And also find someone to replace the door. He needed to compensate for the door he had broken. Ji Xingyu initially thought Fei was calling for help from the police station, but was surprised to hear this peculiar request. Though puzzled, he still agreed. All right, if you're really in a hurry, I can find someone for you this afternoon. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal later. Fei hung up that call and dialed another number. Director Wong, when will our movie be released? And when can we start filming the next one? Upon receiving Fei's call, Director Wong was surprisingly flattered. What surprised him even more was that Fei finally asked about pertinent actor-related matters instead of seeking some odd resources. Director Wong wanted to make a point clearing his throat. The release date depends on the review process. We haven't finished casting for the next film yet. Once that's done, we will notify you to prepare. I think now is a great opportunity, Fei said earnestly. Director Wong, look at my rising popularity recently, right? If we promote the previous or next films at this timing, wouldn't that save costs? Director Wong, seasoned and perceptive, immediately understood Fei's intentions. You want to shift the spotlight. Your popularity is high, but I still don't know what you and the officer are doing together. I can't just act recklessly. It's a good thing, undoubtedly a good thing. Fei promised, earnestly assisting the police in their case. If there's even a tiny issue, I'll give you my head. What would I do with your head? As a decoration. Director Wong thought for a moment. If it wasn't negative news, then this indeed presented an opportunity. I will consider what you said. Prepare to enter the crew. Director Wong finished speaking and hung up. Fei felt much more at ease. Having someone divert the attention and transform temporary popularity into the heat of the work was a strategy that even LV Chunxiu would find hard to criticize. He was still quite clever. The hospital they were staying in was the police hospital. The medical staff and patients had seen all kinds of storms, and though they were curious about Fei, who had appeared on their phones, they didn't crowd around. LV Chunxiu would be discharged in a maximum of 2 days of observation, so Fei needed to move her home before then. LV Chunxiu also stated that she didn't need him to stay by her side, knowing that Fei was definitely busy. As a capable adult, there was no need to keep someone by their side, unless they were severely incapacitated. Ji Xingyu had also found someone to help with the move. When Fei arrived at the apartment building, wearing a mask and hat, he discovered that the driver of the small truck was a familiar face. Isn't this the driver who helped you last time? Fei raised his hand to greet the person. Ji Xingyu nodded. Xiao Wang got his truck license, so I had him come over to help. Xiao Wang got out of the truck. If you need anything, just shout. We're all friends of the boss, no need to be polite. Fei looked at him for a while and recognized him. This was the guy who had secretly followed him before he met Ji Xingyu. With so many skills, he truly was a talent. Xiao Wang and Mo Fei moved swiftly, managing to carry everything out of the small room belonging to LV Chunxiu in one breath. As for the deformed door, the manufacturer of the security door said they could only deliver it tomorrow. Anyway, there was no need to worry about the items inside the house for now. Having finished moving, it felt like a burden was lifted from Mo Fei's heart. Just as he let out a sigh and prepared to treat Ji Xingyu and Xiao Wang to a meal, his phone screen lit up. The caller was Director Wang. This was rare. As soon as Mo Fei answered the call, he heard a rapid-fire string of words from the other end. Shout, Mo. Xi ol Montak. The matter you mentioned at noon, we're all set to take care of it. You have to help us with something. No excuses. What can I help you with? Mo Fei was as confused as a monk who couldn't find his head. Director Wang sighed as he spoke about this. It's about the new film. My team has a talented scriptwriter, and I have some ideas, but we need someone to expand those ideas into a full story. You should have more connections in this area, right? Mo Fei couldn't help but retort, as a small actor, how can I compare to your years of networking? Nonsense. Director Wang snapped. I have the candidate, but convincing him is the real challenge. Mo Fei couldn't help but smile. Is there anyone you can't persuade? Director Wang clicked his tongue. It's a bit complicated. This guy is best at writing stories about anti-corruption, but due to certain issues, he refuses to come out of hiding. A writer refusing to come out. Mo Fei pondered. Did he have a run-in? Plagiarized? Or was he plagiarized? Director Wang fell silent for a few seconds before answering with difficulty. All of it. Mo Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. How did he manage to do that? Director Wang replied. It's very complicated and his mental state isn't quite right at the moment. In short, you and Wu Miao need to come with me tonight to meet him. Director Wang spoke with a heavy heart. If it weren't for this guy's exceptional writing skills and low rates, he wouldn't want to tackle such a difficult task. For now, the plan was to bring ideas and actors to his door, hoping to spark his creativity and enthusiasm. After all, this person was truly a bargain at the moment. Upon hearing that they would be going tonight, Mo Fei glanced at Ji Xingyu and Xiao Wang. The two unanimously indicated that they would be fine on their own. Mo Fei nodded apologetically and replied to Director Wang, all right. He felt a bit embarrassed for not officially inviting them to help. Ji Xingyu seemed completely unconcerned, smiling. Friends help each other out, let's go. Xiao Wang was getting overtime pay. He was just here to help a friend. With everything nearly arranged, Director Wang's car arrived outside the old neighborhood. The driver was a screenwriter, while Director Wang sat in the passenger seat, and Wu Miao, along with his manager, sat in the back. Montak. Wu Miao excitedly waved at him. His manager had already become indifferent, too lazy to call anyone back. Once Mo Fei got in the car, he asked Director Wang in the front seat, who exactly are we meeting? You'll know when you meet him, Director Wang replied, with a worried look on his round face. It felt quite mysterious. The car took increasingly obscure routes before finally stopping in a neighborhood with very low property prices on the outskirts of the city. Wu Miao and Mo Fei wearing masks followed behind Director Wang. Mo Fei overheard Director Wang and the screenwriter continually discussing whether the person's mental state had improved recently. Montak Fei's curiosity was genuinely piqued. The group took the elevator up to the 18th floor, where the screenwriter knocked on the door of the leftmost unit. Old Deng opened the door. I brought you the god of wealth. Old Deng. It's old you. Open up. The screenwriter yelled for over a minute before the security door finally creaked open. A disheveled, middle-aged man with an overwhelming stench of alcohol opened the door. Old you. Old Deng squinted at the screenwriter, belching loudly. What are you all doing here? Director Wang's expression was hard to bear. It's over, this guy is worse off, even crazier now. The screenwriter was still trying hard to negotiate with Old Deng. We came specifically to invite you out of hiding. Out of hiding? Old Deng burst into laughter, tears mingling with his laughter. You mean you wanted to go in? I wrote about the military and got warned. I wrote about high-ranking officials and got shut down. I wrote about the supernatural and got banned too. Old Deng yelled. What do you want me to write? What do you want me to write? The genres I'm good at have all become forbidden zones. To make a living, I've had to write all kinds of web novels. No matter what I write, someone accuses me of plagiarism. Do you know how many times I've been targeted this year? 4 times. And it was the same person every time. Just as things were starting to improve, I got targeted again. Can you understand that? Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Old Deng stepped back and was about to close the door. And Mo Fei sighed. So you don't even have the heart to hit them back, do you? Old Deng paused, his murky eyes turned towards him. How do you know I haven't tried? There are only so many types of protagonists: cheerful, lively, humorous, quiet, and reliable. Hundreds of thousands of novels have already been written too. If the character is similar, it might be called plagiarism. In female-oriented stories, the domineering protagonist and the gentle second male lead. In male-oriented stories, the beautiful friend and the face-slapping ex-fiancé. If there's any similarity, it's deemed as fusion plagiarism. I don't even know how the term fusion plagiarism came about. Following the crowd in writing is destined to have no future, but this circle has things outsiders can't possibly imagine. I've explained, but people don't want to hear your explanations. Time passes, and the events have turned into mere. Old Dang's back hunched in despair. They believe what they want to believe, standing on a moral high ground to criticize without caring about the truth of the matter. Even if the truth comes out in the end, what difference does it make? No one can compensate for my mental anguish and wasted time. After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The screenwriter, also a word worker, could empathize with Old Dang's plight. Moth felt there was no solution. Indeed, people never care about how many bowls of noodles Lu Zi ate. Old Dang paused in his motion to close the door. What Lu Zi? What noodles? It's a story plot. Moth looked at Old Dang with a gentle gaze. There was a guy named Lu Zi who went to eat noodles. He only ate one bowl, but everyone said he ate 2 bowls. To prove his innocence, he cut open his belly with a knife to show he only ate 1 bowl of noodles, but he ended up dying himself. Old Dang's grip on the security door loosened as he silently turned around. The screenwriter glanced at Moth and then at the open door, waving his hand. Go in. This matter seemed to have hope. Old Dang appeared disheveled, but aside from the smell of alcohol, the room was relatively clean, albeit cluttered and slightly chaotic. He walked over to the coffee table, grabbed a half-finished bottle of Erguatu, and put it in the fridge, casually pointing to the sofa. Let's sit down and talk. The group obediently lined up to sit down like elementary school students. There was no way around it. Old Dang indeed looked emotionally unstable, and they couldn't provoke him. After entering the room, Moth and Wu Miao took off their masks. A group of adults crowded into the already cramped space. Old Dang glanced around and found that the 5 people had filled the seldom-used sofa, so he simply sat cross-legged on the floor. I want to clarify in advance, my letting you in does not mean I agree to cooperate with you. This is for your own good. If the story I write crosses any red lines, you will be implicated and go down with me. Speaking of his profession, Old Dang was clearly full of resentment. In this day and age, literary creation has many sensitive areas. It started with a flourish of diverse voices, but later it was cut down from both sides. Unfortunately for Old Dang, everything he had written before fell within the scope of censorship. After over a decade of writing, he had no representative work and returned as a newcomer. Writing a web novel without following trends means you can't even make ends meet. Following trends means you can't let go of the golden pen. And if you let go of the pen, you'll find that the web literature circle isn't so easy to navigate. It's just very despairing. Old Dang's overly negative demeanor made director Wong and the screenwriters uneasy. Everyone unconsciously focused their attention on Moth. After all, it was he who spoke first, allowing them to enter. It's up to you now, good brother. Moth felt the pressure building as so many eyes were on him. The weight of carrying the hopes of the entire village is truly heavy. He cleared his throat and spoke to Old Dang in a calm and gentle tone. Our crew is composed of seasoned professionals with many years of experience. Don't worry, even if you write something that crosses the line, we will correct in time. As these words were spoken, director Wong and the screenwriters nodded repeatedly. It was a smooth way to persuade without provoking the other party's spirit, and it sounded incredibly pleasant. Old Dang shook his head. It's useless. It's as if I am cursed. Whatever I write with my pen is always banned for various reasons. Political issues, gang-related content, violence, and gore-sensitive topics. There are just too many. But you haven't tried working hard with others yet. Moth looked at him earnestly. It's like the protagonist of a typical underdog novel, seizing every possible opportunity to turn things around. As long as one doesn't die, they keep striving, and there's a chance for a comeback. Old Dang fell silent for a moment and countered, Are you trying to fill me with motivational platitudes? Moth slightly shook his head. Not entirely. At least it can't get worse than it is now, can it? Let's take a chance. The worst outcome is that director Wong's efforts go to waste, but you can still receive your compensation. The best outcome would be a win-win with director Wong. Besides, since director Wong is paying, it's a guaranteed deal. Don't clash with anyone over money. Moth pointed at director Wong. Director Wong unconsciously straightened his back. Old Dang looked at Moth, then at director Wong, and finally glanced at the screenwriter. He saw hope in the face of his former friend. Old Dang sighed. Tell me what you want me to write. Yes. Wu Miao cheered with a fist pump, looking at Moth with even more admiration. What a reliable adult. Director Wong and the screenwriter also relaxed, beginning to discuss the story they wanted. The story they wanted to film was about an undercover police officer investigating a case, only to discover that the biggest boss was actually his childhood friend. After a series of struggles, the police officer ends up shooting the criminal. This story tests the police officer's inner conflict between rationality and emotion, as well as the contrast of the seemingly gentle, yet ruthlessly inhumane criminal. Director Wong was very confident in the acting skills of Wu Miao and Mo Fei. What he was most worried about was the story's boundary. If the police were depicted as overly hesitant, it could be seen as defaming them. If the criminal was written too brutally, it could be rejected for its violent content. Finding the balance is also an art. However, for now, Director Wong's dedicated editor could effectively avoid this issue. After all, they had ample experience. And Old Deng was indeed a former master. Just by listening to Director Wong describe his inspiration and the general story, he could articulate a nearly complete plot with twists and turns that captivated Wu Miao. Mo Fei also understood why Director Wong insisted on inviting Old Deng back into the fold. It must be cheap, given the other party's living conditions and past experiences. His price was probably only a quarter or even lower than that of his peers in the industry. This made Mo Fei think of himself, a similarly cheap and useful option. With this in mind, Mo Fei looked at Old Deng with a bit more sympathy. Both were drawn to strange events. Director Wong was also very eager to pull out a contract for Old Deng to sign on the spot. Although Old Deng's tendency to write taboo topics was a bit bizarre, he was cheap. After all, they already had Mo Fei, this unlucky ghost. Oh, what difference would one more make? Perhaps it could even yield unexpected results. Director Wong thought this way, his smile becoming more genuine, and his expression towards Old Deng was sincere. Old Deng could sense whether others were sincere or not. Seeing Director Wong's earnest attitude touched him. A man lives for those who understand him, so he was determined to help. With these professionals around, he didn't believe he could be banned this time. In the harmonious atmosphere, Wu Miao quietly tugged at Mo Fei. Mo, go. Have you been collaborating with the authorities recently? Mo Fei raised an eyebrow and asked, what makes you say that? It's just that hot search topic. Wu Miao explained in a low voice, my sister said that such a scene, if you're not a serial killer being identified at the scene, implies you're some official darling. She's only seen such scenes with those academicians. Not at all, not at all. Mo Fei hurriedly waved his hands in denial. I wouldn't dare to provoke an academician. I'm just doing some small things with the police. Wu Miao looked skeptical. Is that so? Although he looked young and easily fooled, having navigated the entertainment industry for so many years, he was quite clever. Noticing that Mo Fei wasn't revealing the truth, and that this matter was related to the authorities, Wu Miao didn't press further, but shifted to ask about some tricks on card play. Old Deng was engrossed in conversation with the screenwriter and Director Wong, while the three of them glanced at Mo Fei and Wu Miao, nodding in approval. Old Deng expressed admiration. The two of them interact like a pair of close brothers. Perhaps we can slightly modify our script. A pair of identical twins who were very close during their youth are separated due to certain events. One is adopted by the police and grows up to become a police officer. The other struggles to survive in a den of thieves and is eventually chosen by the gang leader as a success. Director Wong's original idea was good, but Old Deng's vision was evidently more tragic. The fraternal conflict and the capriciousness of fate escalated the unfortunate nature of the situation to a whole new level. Once Old Deng entered work mode, he became somewhat manic, weaving an increasingly complex narrative while completely disregarding the input of others. Since the purpose of this trip had been fulfilled, Director Wong decided not to disturb him any further, exiting after adding Old Deng to the group chat. On the way back after dropping Mo Fei off, Director Wong instructed him, our team is basically assembled now, stay alert for news. We might be filming on location elsewhere. Mo Fei gave an okay gesture. Little Qian's scene was about to wrap up. It was the final act. After resigning, the protagonist went to look for a new job. When the company he interviewed with called the female tyrant for reference, they received the response, he is the most foolish assistant I've ever encountered, but failing to hire him would also be a foolish decision. The first half was an insult, while the latter half was a compliment. It was delightfully Sundara. The protagonist got the job, and as he left, coincidentally encountered the female tyrant rushing to her car, as usual. The two saw each other from across the street. They understood one another and felt a sense of comfort. As the car drove away, Little Qian raised her hand and said, click. Filming is complete. Little Qian exclaimed, joyfully clapping her hands. Others in the crew joined in, each applauding sincerely. Madame Qian was pleased for the preliminary completion of the work, while other crew members rejoiced at the prospect of no longer having to work overtime. There were not many overachievers in this crew, and working without leisure took away much of the fun. As Mo Fei reported good news to LV Chuanxiu, he also received the filming start time and location from Director Wong. The timing was fine. After getting accustomed to work, seamlessly entering the crew was not a big deal. But that filming location, at the border of Union, seriously, Mo Fei could hardly imagine the kind of talent-laden scene that would unfold with him like a moth to the flame appearing at the Union border. Would there be human traffickers dancing with drug dealers and smugglers flying alongside murderers? Mo Fei attempted to message director Wang, urging him to reconsider. After all, he had truly experienced misfortune in director Wang's crew. The director Wang should know this too. Wang's response was simple: just go with confidence. He had mentally prepared himself. To be precise, director Wang intended to first send Mo Fei alone to experience the character's emotions, allowing some time to pass before the crew arrived. The Union border was chaotic, and Mo Fei was quite unlucky. Therefore, it would be better for them to fight fire with fire and see who was more ruthless. Of course, director Wang had not entirely left Mo Fei to fend for himself. He had already arranged for a top-notch bodyguard through connections. This bodyguard was not only skilled with various firearms and melee weapons, but had also learned various combat techniques, both domestically and abroad. As a retired Special Forces soldier, he had connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles. It was indeed pricey, but for the safety of the crew, it was absolutely worth it. Director Wang had spent a considerable amount of his early connections to arrange this. For this film, director Wang had truly spared no expense. Mo Fei realized he could no longer persuade director Wang and had to shift his focus to convincing LV Chunxiu. He was going to such a remote place, and it was predictable how dangerous it would be. There was no way to involve the defenseless LV Chunxiu in this. Mo Fei's reasoning was also quite valid. His previous film, where he played the fifth male lead, was about to be released, and LV Chunxiu had to stay behind to monitor the situation right. There was also a cat at home that needed care. He couldn't let the newly adopted one turn into a wild cat again. Besides, she still had some residual effects of the poison in her system. What if something went wrong if she went there? Would Mo Fei have to rescue her again? There was no need, truly no need. LV Chunxiu had just picked up her phone and had not yet recovered from the shock of her artist becoming famous, but not in a normal way, when she received Mo Fei's lengthy and earnest persuasion. The corners of LV Chunxiu's mouth twitched as she felt 1,000 words stuck in her throat, unable to be expressed verbally. If Mo Fei were in front of her, she would have slapped him. However, after the slap, she would still agree with Mo Fei's opinion. LV Chunxiu was not without self-awareness. She understood the chaos at the Union border. From the previous incident with the egg-stopping truck, LV Chunxiu realized that while Mo Fei might have some means of self-defense, her presence would likely only add a burden. She might not be of much help and could potentially add unnecessary workloads for Mo Fei. Yet she had not anticipated that director Wang would be so reckless. Why would they go to such a place to shoot a movie? Were they tired of living comfortably? Surely fortune favored the bold. Sighing, LV Chunxiu searched online for self-defense tools. Since she couldn't stop her artist from advancing, she would do her utmost to arm Mo Fei to the teeth. As LV Chunxiu walked toward the old neighborhood, while scrolling through her phone, she suddenly heard someone calling her gently. Miss LV. LV Chunxiu turned at the sound. Miss, when holding a bag of groceries, had a look of surprise on her face. Miss LV, the movie that Mr. Mo Fei is about to release is so exciting. Ew, I will definitely support it. Thank you. But Mo Fei only plays a minor role in it. Can you really see that? Miss Wen nodded with a smile. Of course, recently the promotional efforts in collaboration with the police were quite grand. Ew, I took notice of it. She took out a brand new fish filleting knife from the grocery bag to show LV Chunxiu. I watched the trailer and the role played by Mr. Mo Fei is so charming. I even specially bought some merchandise of his. LV Chunxiu looked at the gleaming fish knife, momentarily speechless and somewhat uncertain. I suppose it counts as merchandise. Miss Wen, holding the knife, showed a hint of regret. I found this fish knife in several supermarkets, but it just feels different from the one Mr. Mo Fei uses. That familiar chill crept up again. LV Chunxiu forced a smile, saying, It's already very good. It's the thought that counts. It's the thought that counts. By the way, Miss Wen pulled out another identical fish knife from her bag and handed it to LV Chunxiu. Could you help me pass this to Mr. Mo Fei for a signature? Miss Wen's smile carried anticipation. One for signature collection, one for use. I learned about. LV Chunxiu accepted the knife, silently nodding. Very good, very good. Learning is endless. Internally, she was already shouting, Don't learn anything strange. After Madame Qian treated the crew to a normal wrap-up feast, she sent everyone home. When Mo Fei arrived home, he found Lu Chunxiu deep in thought, staring at an unfamiliar knife. What's wrong? Mo Fei reached out to pick up the knife and examined it. A fish filleting knife. Why did you buy this? Are you opening a sushi restaurant? That's not important. Lu Chunxiu shook his head. This was sent by one of your fans for you to sign. Mo Fei was even more puzzled. I have fans. Did Miss Wen send you with this? Lu Chunxiu looked at him in surprise. How did you know? Did you see her? Not exactly, but I thought about it for a moment. Mo Fei sat down across from her. The term my fan implies someone who knows me and holds goodwill, and considering your recent activities, you've mostly been organizing the apartment these past few days. There aren't many people in the entire community who are easy to get along with and kind to me. Grandma Zhang is too old to understand what my work represents, while only Miss Wen is still young and knows I'm an actor and you're my manager. It was an easy guess, Mo Fei said casually. Lu Chunxiu felt a bit relieved. Finally, you've learned to use your brain, kid. That's good. I can be a bit more at ease, letting you go to the Union border now, she sighed. Director Wong is really going all out this time. It's a comeback piece aiming for realism and excitement. Mo Fei thought there was nothing wrong with striving for excellence. With money, a true luxurious scene can be constructed with real high-end goods. Director Wong wants to shoot in the gray-black zones where he needs to get close for genuine observation. When you go over, remember to be careful. Don't go with strangers, and don't eat anything you don't recognize. Stay close to the crew, and you must listen to Director Wong understand. Mo Fei touched his cheek, starting to suspect if the words idiot were written on his face. I'm talking to you, Lu Chunxiu tapped the table. Did you hear me? I heard you, both ears are working perfectly. Don't worry, I know my limits. If someone unwittingly provoked him, he would directly break their limbs and incapacitate them. A brief concussion and temporary amnesia would make it even more perfect. Seeing Mo Fei's calm demeanor, Lu Chunxiu felt somewhat reassured. It seemed like this kid had matured a lot since the kidnapping incident. What good news? By the way, Miss Wen wants you to sign this knife. Ooh, she wants to keep it as a memento. Lu Chunxiu pointed at the fish filleting knife in his hand. Mo Fei nodded, no problem. Director Wong had set the departure time for the next day. During this day, Mo Fei planned to cook a meal for Ji Xingyu to thank him for helping with the move. He certainly wouldn't have entertained such a grand idea before. With his previous cooking skills, he'd have probably sent someone to the hospital. But now things were different. Since he had acquired the skill of meat culinary mastery, trying it out wouldn't hurt. Mo Fei was at the market selecting meat while wearing a mask. Those with no life experience probably wouldn't be able to differentiate between fresh meat and meat that had been left out for a day, but now it was easy for Mo Fei. Fresh meat has a sheen on its surface and an even color. If the color darkens, it indicates that it has been stored for a while. When touched, fresh meat feels slightly dry or moist, has a greasy feel, but isn't sticky. If it's sticky, it's not fresh. Moreover, fresh meat quickly bounces back when pressed, demonstrating elasticity. Meat with poor elasticity is certainly not fresh. With his discerning eye for selecting ingredients, Mo Fei dominated the market. How much is this rib rack per pound? 50. That's too expensive. Will you sell it for 45? The meat stall was run by a couple, and the male owner shook his head in response. I can't sell at that price, though I wouldn't make a single cent and would have to cover the loss myself. 48. I'll take 2 pounds. The female owner laughed. 2 pounds. I thought you were going to buy 20 pounds. I can't eat 20 pounds either, Mo Fei chuckled. The male owner looked closely at Mo Fei's face and asked, aren't you that person who went viral recently for those chance encounters worldwide? You've seen me too? Mo Fei laughed. What a coincidence, can you give me a discount? No, both owners replied in unison. The male owner waved his hand. You have to look at these two matters separately. Even if Chun Long came, I'd still charge this price. The meat here is the freshest, freshly slaughtered. But that wasn't freshly slaughtered. Mo Fei didn't even need to discern the meat on the stall, was still twitching. As he contemplated whether to buy more, a man in black suddenly stood beside him. The man had a well-defined face and a deep crease between his eyebrows, appearing very serious and stern. He directly took out his phone and paid 3 pounds of rib rack. Got it, the owner replied upon hearing the payment notification, swiftly slicing 3 pounds of rib rack, bagging it, and handing it to the man. The man took the red plastic bag and turned to hand it to Mo Fei. Mo Fei pointed at himself uncertainly. For me? Yes, the man nodded. I am Long Air. Director Wong arranged for me to depart with you tomorrow to the Union border. Mo Fei accepted the bag and scrutinized Long Air. His attire was clean and neat, with his hairstyle and beard well-groomed. He was someone who took care of himself. Of course, it could also be to avoid leaving any identifiable traits. He stood with a slight forward lean, his knuckles hardened with calluses, and his ears were folded close to his head, indicating he was quite capable. His face showed little expression, his gaze cold, yet he maintained a professional seriousness. This guy is very professional. As Mo Fei walked back to the community, he asked Long Air, how did you find me? Did Director Wong give you my address? No, Long Air replied in a steady voice explaining. It's not as hard to find someone in a city as you might think. Ooh, I've been following you since you left your house. You were following me back then. Mo Fei stopped in his tracks looking at Long Air as if he were a rare creature. He hadn't even noticed. Long Air nodded, mister. Mo, your vigilance is the highest I've seen outside of mercenaries and soldiers. His tone was serious, leaving Mo Fei unable to discern if he was genuinely complimenting him or being sarcastic. I didn't even notice you. How can that be considered high vigilance? Mo Fei shook his head and continued walking home. I'm professional. Long Air continued walking half a step behind Mo Fei, his footsteps nearly silent. For an ordinary person, I can walk alongside them without them noticing. But you, although I haven't tried, my instincts tell me it's best not to get too close to you. Long Air appeared stern, yet his words carried an odd, unsettling tone, hardly reassuring. There was no need for Director Wong's lengthy exposition extolling Long Air's extraordinary credentials, his numerous awards, or the high-profile figures he had protected. Mo Fei's sixth sense told him unequivocally this man was the strongest individual he had ever encountered. With his own crude street-forged combat skills and no element of surprise, he would stand virtually no chance against Long Air, a brutal 1-in-9 odds. One punch from Long Air, and Mo Fei would be 6 feet under. With such a formidable guardian at his side, it was no wonder Director Wong dared to film along the volatile Yunnan-Myanmar border, confidence rooted in genuine capability. Silently, the two walked to the main gate of the residential compound. Seeing that Long Air showed no intention of leaving, Mo Fei finally broke the silence. Mr. Long, may I ask what you're doing? Following you. Long Air glanced at his watch. My contract with Director Wong took effect 1 hour ago. For the next 30 days, your personal safety is my sole responsibility. But we don't depart until tomorrow. Mo Fei murmured, lips parting, slightly, eyes clouded with confusion. The contract is already active. I possess over 30 distinct methods to infiltrate this compound, locate your residence, and eliminate you undetected. This place is not secure. Wait, why would anyone want to kill me? And by assassination, no less. Mo Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. This is mainland China. Is mainland China truly safe? Please recall, just 2 days ago you assisted local police here in disarming 6 improvised explosive devices. According to my investigation, at least one faction holds both motive and means to kill you, and they are fully capable of acting on it. Shall I name them? Enough. Stop there. Mo Fei raised a hand, wincing inwardly. In any case, having accepted Director Wong's commission, I am duty-bound to safeguard both you and the entire production crew. Long Air remained utterly impassive, like an automaton. Please cooperate accordingly. Fine. So do I need to feed you too? I can prepare your meals myself, though the flavor may leave something to be desired. From an inner pocket of his coat, Long Air withdrew a vacuum-sealed biscuit bar. Composite field ration. When boiled, it expands to 6 times its original volume, sufficient to sustain life without hunger. Mo Fei found himself utterly disarmed by such unyielding seriousness. Rigid, precise, almost robotic. No wonder he requested 3 gene of meat. Even brought his own gift. How oddly courteous. Muttering under his breath, Mo Fei headed home. Long Air followed silently. So still, so quiet, he seemed to dissolve into the air itself. Once inside, Mo Fei disappeared into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Long Air paused at the doorway, inspecting the lock, then studied the keyhole intently before shifting his gaze to the open windowsill. He closed the window, swept his eyes across the entire room, then adjusted the overhead light to warm. Noticing the shift in lighting, Mo Fei poked his head out from the kitchen, only to find Long Air holding an ensigned fish-scaling knife, examining it closely. Sensing his gaze, Long Air lifted the blade in quiet demonstration. If you require a weapon for self-defense, this is ill-suited. It wasn't my choice of weapon either. Mo Fei shook his head. Please, don't move anything else. Just sit and rest. Only after confirming the interior posed no anomalies did Long Air settle onto the sofa. In the kitchen, Mo Fei rinsed pork ribs, cut them into slender strips for easy eating, then marinated them with rice wine light, soy sauce, and freshly ground black pepper. While the ribs soaked, he boiled water and prepared a parent pork meatball soup, lean, sinew-free pork pounded in a fine paste mixed with salt and starch until elastic, shaped into delicate balls. Pears were peeled, cored, and cubed. Clear water came to a rolling boil. The meatballs were added and cooked until they floated. Pear cubes followed, and the pot simmered gently for 1 full hour. After 30 minutes, the ribs were well marinated. A flat pan heated with slab of butter melted and evenly coated the surface. The ribs sizzled gently over low heat, golden on one side, before being carefully flipped. Once seared, the ribs were blotted dry with kitchen paper, then dusted with cumin and chili powder and arranged neatly on a plate. Dinner complete. As M.O. Faye plated the ribs and turned toward the soup, the sharp rattle of keys unlocking the front door echoed from the living room. Wiping his hands, M.O. Faye stepped out, just in time to see Long Air seize Lu Chuanxio's wrist and effortlessly wrest a small black square device from her grip. "Who are you?" Lu Chuanxio recoiled in alarm, flailing wildly to break free. "Taser!" Long Air's gaze swept over her once. Alien pattern knuckle dusters, irritant spray, collapsible baton, all useless. Lu Chuanxio froze. "How did you—" Those items remained concealed inside her bag, untouched. How could he possibly know? Fearing she might truly panic, M.O. Faye stepped forward. "Sister, this is Long Air. He's Director Wang's bodyguard." At M.O. Faye's words, Long Air immediately released her wrist. Rubbing her wrist, Lu Chuanxio stared at Long Air, bewildered and wary. "A bodyguard? Even so, you can't dismiss everything I brought as useless." "Useful, eh?" Long Air tightened his grip on the taser. Crack. A sharp, unmistakable snap echoed through the room. He pried the taser open, extracted 2 rectangular batteries, snapped it shut again, and handed it back. "Try striking me with it. I'll stand here motionless. If you land, even a single touch, consider it effective." Lu Chuanxio accepted the now lighter device, muttering incredulously, "Tasers rely entirely on surprise. If you're braced for it, of course it fails." "Then I won't look." Long Air closed his eyes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than she lunged forward, jabbing the taser straight at him. His eyes remained shut, but he tilted his head aside, then instantly raised an arm to intercept her wrist. In one fluid motion, he twisted her arm, redirecting the taser, until the electrodes pressed firmly against her own chest. Test concluded. It is indeed ineffective. Calmly, Long Air released her. Discard those items entirely. Without proper training, they pose greater risk to you than to any adversary. With a slight nod toward M.O. Faye, Long Air returned to the sofa and sat, still centered like a cleaning robot returning to its charging dock. M.O. Faye sighed helplessly and asked Lu Chuanxio, "Are you all right?" Still reeling, she stared blankly, disbelief etched across her face. "How did he do that?" "That speed. It belongs in cinema, not reality." M.O. Faye guided her gently into the living room. "Don't worry. It just means I'm safer than ever with Long Air around. Besides, that speed isn't even that extraordinary." As he spoke, M.O. Faye produced a cat-shaped knuckle duster he discreetly retrieved from her bag. This, however, truly lacks practical value. Length confers advantage. Without formal training, attempting resistance with such tools is futile. Fleeing is far wiser. Lu Chuanxio instinctively clutched her purse tighter, her eyes widening further in stunned realization.